This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The first day after crossing over. Shocked. Fortunately, I live alone and hide at home. I didn't dare to go out. The second day after crossing over, I went out tremblingly, trying to get familiar with the environment, being cautious and not daring to talk to anyone. The third day after crossing over, I was a little less panicked and ate something. The food in this world is terrible, only the fruit wine is good, with low sweetness and very palatable. The fourth day after crossing over, found some books and newspapers, and started reading like crazy, wanting to understand this world. Yes, I understand the language of this world. A small benefit for the crossover. The fifth day after crossing over, read books and newspapers, understand the world. The sixth day after crossing over, read books and newspapers, understand the world. A little socializing note. I told the neighbors nearby that the weather was good. The seventh day after crossing over, reading books and newspapers, understanding the world. Attending a banquet. The girl in this world is so hot that she actually touched my thigh. I am definitely not an ordinary person, at least I am a high-quality dating partner. The eighth day after crossing over, reading books and newspapers, understanding the world. A little surprised. There are really gods in this world. Maybe there are demons and the like. The ninth day after crossing over, reading books and newspapers, understanding the world. Recalling my identity. An Imperial civil servant, the son of a businessman, without any background or connections, currently on vacation. The vacation is about to end. The 10th day after crossing over, reading books and newspapers, gaining a deeper understanding of the body structure of female creatures in this world. I discovered a little secret. I seem to have a little supernatural power. In my memory, this strange energy that is so weak that it is almost unnoticeable is called bloody glory. The 11th day after crossing over, reading books and newspapers, gaining an understanding of the world. Getting ready to end my vacation and face my familiar colleagues. Even if I'm in another world, I can't escape the mundane world and still have to work. Life has to go on. The 12th day after crossing over, pack your luggage. What the hell, what did I find? Someone's diary. He died from summoning the evil god. Wait. Chapter 2. If someone greets you, give them a warm hug. If they are women, compliment them on their good looks. If something unexpected happens, just laugh and say, "What a nice day today." Charlotte Mecklen kept cheering herself up, and tried to be calm and unhurried. About a dozen days ago, Charlotte Mecklen was still called Huang Haisheng, a high school math teacher who was born on Earth and completed a standard undergraduate education. He didn't know how he died. During the last days of his life, he was confused and had no memory at all. When he woke up, Huang Haisheng became Charlotte Mecklen, an employee of the Imperial government on vacation. Charlotte Mecklen worked in the general office of the central government. She was a first-class clerk, ranked 41st in the Imperial bureaucracy, and was responsible for some clerical work. The country he worked hard for and received a salary for was called the Fars Empire, a powerful country that Huang Haisheng had never seen in his memory. Charlotte Mecklen was born in the Old World, in the Principality of Behemoth, note, one of the vassal states of the Fars Empire. When she grew up, she went to the empire to study. After graduation, she successfully got a good job in the capital Strasbourg. In the first few days after crossing over, he was very panicked. No one could stay calm when encountering such a thing. Fortunately, Charlotte Mecklen was on vacation at that time. He rented a small house by the sea in Saintes alone. The neighbors around him were all strangers, which gave him enough time and environment to calm down. Huang Haisheng quickly determined that replacing Charlotte Mecklen's identity and living a routine life was his best choice. After traveling through time, he got most of the memories of Charlotte Mecklen and some ancient knowledge, which allowed him to perfectly integrate into this fantasy world with a classical European style. Yes, this is a fantasy world. There are gods, magical creatures, forbidden ancient creations, giants, barbarian witches, blood races, magic, fighting spirit, alchemy, extraordinary people, and extraordinary items. This world is ruled by 9 gods. In the indescribable ancient times, the 9 gods made a sacred covenant, the Law of the Gods, which stipulated that the 9 gods would take turns ruling the world in units of 100 years, called eras. It is now the 35th year that Lady Black Moon has ruled the world, and it is also the 5th era established by the Fars Empire. Charlotte Mecklen stepped into the government office with a calm smile, and greeted everyone she saw in a gentle manner. He was quite blurry about every person who passed by him. The memory pixels that the original owner invested in the appearance of most of his colleagues were too low, and it was not enough for him to recognize anyone. Just like we can recognize most of our acquaintances at any time, but when we are alone, we cannot imagine the appearance of most of our acquaintances. This is a small flaw in human memory. He came to the office at his memory, sharing an office with Charlotte Mecklen and more than 20 clerks. Although it was not an independent office space, it was much better than those colleagues working in the hall. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a serious middle-aged woman calling out, "Mr. Mecklen, you will have a special job these days." Charlotte smiled slightly, searching her memory to piece together the image of the speaker. This middle-aged lady was his direct supervisor, Mrs. Aldegund, a senior government worker who was old-fashioned and dignified. "Okay, Mrs. Aldegund. I will do my best to complete this job arrangement." Mrs. Aldegund was slightly surprised. She thought Charlotte Mecklen would refuse. This job was very difficult, and almost no one was willing to take it. However, since Charlotte had already agreed, she would not make things complicated. She said lightly, "Take this ID to Kilmainham prison, and someone will arrange the next job for you. Here is 1 ECU as a subsidy for your temporary work." Charlotte smiled slightly, took the envelope handed by Mrs. Aldegund, searched her memory, and soon recalled the relevant memories of the imperial currency. The empire has 3 monetary units: ECU, foire and centime. 1 ECU is equal to 10 foires, and 1 foire is equal to 100 centime. ECU means shield in the imperial language. There are 2 denominations of 1 ECU and 5 ECU. It is made of gold, and is very valuable. Nowadays, only the rich and nobles have a large amount of ECU in their homes. It has become a collection, and is rarely circulated in the market. Almost no one will spend it. The vor was originally used as a unit of weight for currency, equivalent to 1 pound of silver. The third emperor changed it to minting silver coins, which the imperial people called the old vor. The fourth emperor issued paper money of the same amount, which was called the new vor, with 5 denominations: 1, 5, 10, 20, and 50. After changing to paper money, the silver-cast vor, like the ECU, rarely appeared in the market, and actually withdrew from circulation. 1 vor is roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of 1,800 to 1,900 renminbi. There are 5 denominations of centimes: 1 centime, 5 centimes, 10 centimes, 20 centimes, and 50 centimes. There has never been a paper currency issued, and it is the only coin that is still in large circulation. 1 ECU is already a very generous extra errand reward, which is equivalent to Charlotte's salary for 1.5 months. That's right. As a first-class clerk in the Empire, Charlotte is a high-paid person with a weekly salary of 1 vor and 70 centimes, and even has the ability to take a vacation every year. Except that he has not saved much because of his short working years, and has not been able to buy a house, so he can only rent a house. He is a talented person among the young people in the Empire. This is also the fundamental reason why girls touch his thighs at social banquets. Charlotte Mecklen is a very high-quality imperial man with a bright future. Mrs. Aldegund is a serious person who rarely speaks. After explaining the work, she returned to her office. Charlotte turned and left the office, left the government office building, and waved casually on the street. A public carriage stopped quietly. The coachman waited for Charlotte to get on the carriage, and let the horse trot again. Charlotte sat in the carriage, experiencing the bumps of this ancient means of transportation, while opening the envelope and pulling out a 10 ECU note and a formal official letter of introduction. The Empire did not issue any denomination of ECU notes. No 1 ECU notes, no 5 ECU notes, only gold coins. The above reasons combined, the Empire has a custom that is puzzling to time travelers, habitually calling a 10 ECU note 1 ECU. Charlotte put the 10 vor note into her wallet, put the letter of introduction into her coat pocket, crumpled the envelope, and threw it out of the carriage. It landed in a trash can on a street corner. His accuracy was amazing. His Majesty Julius, the 6th Emperor of the Empire, was born with a cleanliness obsession. He could not stand the sewage and garbage everywhere in the city, so he promoted the municipal administration of trash cans. Facts have proved that there are things that the Emperor cannot do. This municipal administration was not completely successful, and was only preserved in the Val d'Oise district. The Val d'Oise district is where the royal palace, the central government office, the 9 Orthodox churches, and the 4 most famous universities are located. These noble gentlemen are also willing to enjoy a clean living environment. As for other districts, let them go. Chapter 3. Kilmainham Prison is in the Marne district, separated from the Val d'Oise district by 2 districts. The carriage was not moving very fast. Charlotte dozed off in the carriage for a while before she heard the coachman cautiously remind her, "Sir, we have arrived at Kilmainham prison." Charlotte got off the carriage, said goodbye to the coachman with a smile on her face, and hurried to Kilmainham prison. He handed the prison guard a letter of introduction and smiled. "This is an identity certificate issued by the Central Government Office. I am Charlotte Mecklin, a formal employee, and I am here to assist in a job." The prison guard carefully checked the letter and returned it to Charlotte, saying respectfully, "Mr. Mecklin, please go straight to the first office building and ask the reception secretary, Mrs. Pascal. She will take you to see Miss Middleman." Charlotte's smile was a little stiff, and she asked, "I am going to assist Miss Middleman? Which lady?" The prison guard smiled proudly and replied, "Yes, it is the first rose of the Empire, Miss Middleman." Charlotte didn't dare to ask any more questions, and hurried into Kilmainham prison. She easily found the first office building. Under the guidance of the reception secretary, Mrs. Pascal, she entered an independent office and met the legendary first rose of the Empire. Middleman is a legend of the Empire. She is unparalleled in beauty, but being the most outstanding female representative of the Empire has nothing to do with beauty. This lady is a very rare high-level extraordinary person in the entire Empire, and she has entered the hall with a fighting spirit. The lady was wearing an Imperial army uniform. Like a blooming rose, her beautiful eyes were full of anger, and her fighting spirit was condensed like substance, so strong that it was almost ignited. The clerks in the room were all trembling with fear, and dozens of documents were scattered on the floor of the office, making the room look a little messy. Charlotte didn't bother to peek at the beauty of the first rose of the Empire, nodded slightly to her colleagues in the room, and hurriedly picked up the documents on the floor and started working. He had experienced the baptism of internet beauties in his previous life. Although Miss Middleman's appearance was perfect without dead ends, it was not enough to shock the clerk of the Central Government Office, who had lived 2 lives. On the way here, Charlotte took the time to read the contents of the letter. In addition to being an identity certificate, it also briefly described his work, assisting the warden's office of Kilmainham prison in sorting out case files. As we all know, the best way to ease office embarrassment is to pretend to be busy at work, and of course you can be really busy. Although Charlotte studied mathematics education at university, and had little knowledge of statistics, archival science, and library science, he was still able to show his talents in this ancient country. He was busy and quickly sorted out all the documents on the floor and on the desk. After Charlotte came in, Middleman had been suppressing his anger and watching the calm clerk coldly. When Charlotte finished sorting the documents, she asked, "I want to know what happened on March 18th? Charlotte said calmly, "There are a total of 28 documents related to March 18th, concentrated in 4 years. Miss Middleman needs all the information, or a specific year. The 31st year of the Black Moon Lady era. A total of 21. Find them all." Charlotte's expression was calm, but her heart was about to burst. When he was sorting just now, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. When he found 21 documents, Middleman grabbed them, and a bright flame came out of his hand. The fighting spirit flame drove all the documents into ashes in an instant. She clapped her hands and said, "Find me another file about the night window incident." Charlotte said nothing and easily found 7 documents according to the lady's instructions. Middleman glanced at the rest of the clerks in the room and said, "You can go now." Several clerks looked at Charlotte with gratitude as if they had been pardoned, and left the room one after another. Middleman said, "Sort out all the files in the room. I need all the files on Zimmerman Axel Robin." Charlotte glanced at the several huge filing cabinets in this office, and replied lightly, "Okay." At the same time, she complained in her heart, there are really few files in this era. You know, as a high school math teacher, the papers he accumulated in 1 semester are more than all the files in this room. Middleman kept giving orders. Charlotte always completed the task perfectly. Soon, the files in the room were reorganized, and she learned a lot of inside information that she shouldn't know, such as, "Forget it, I'd better not have these thoughts in front of Miss Middleman. It's too dirty." Middleman destroyed dozens of files, glanced at the sunset outside, and said, "Which organization sent you?" Charlotte answered calmly, "Central Government Office." "What's your name?" "Charlotte Mecklin." "Which college did you graduate from?" Charlotte raised her head, her tone light, but she did not hide her pride, and answered, "Sheffield University." Middleman was finally slightly moved and asked, "Sheffield University?" Charlotte answered briefly, "Yes." The lady with the title of the first rose of the Empire smiled for the first time since Charlotte entered this office, and said, "I am your senior." Charlotte also smiled back and said, "Sheffield University, Charlotte. A graduate of Black Moon 33 says hello to my senior. Education in the Empire is divided into 6 levels: primary education, secondary education, higher education, public schools, national colleges, and imperial universities. Being able to complete higher education is already a rare talent in society. A poor family that raises a child who has completed higher education can proudly declare that the family has jumped into a social class. Public schools are generally funded by nobles, and graduates of public schools are already divided into different levels from civilians. The National Academy is even known as serving the royal family. It mainly trains grassroots talents for governments at all levels, and the treatment of graduates is unimaginably generous. It is probably similar to the college students in the 1950s and 1960s in the world before Charlotte traveled through. As for the Imperial University, it is completely different from the universities on Earth. There is a saying in the Imperial Education Circle: the National Academy serves the royal family and the Empire, and the Imperial University serves the gods. Each university represents the favor of a god, and the status of its graduates is extremely noble. This is why Charlotte was able to work in the central government office, earn a high salary in the Empire, and have the ability to take a vacation every year. Because he graduated from the University of Sheffield, one of the only 4 universities in the Fars Empire. Middleman nodded and smiled, and stretched out his right hand in a drooping position. Charlotte gently raised this right hand with both hands, and gently touched the other's slender fingertips with her forehead. This is a very important etiquette in the Empire, indicating that the man and woman have a pure friendship from now on. Chapter 4. For unmarried girls, men can only touch their foreheads with their fingertips. For married ladies, men should kiss the back of their hands. Charlotte had heard that this senior sister had been engaged, but the engagement was cancelled for a well-known reason, and she is still single. He touched her fingertips with his forehead to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Middleman whispered, "Transfer my men." Charlotte showed a hint of resistance and whispered, "Demotion and transfer?" His resentful question was just a strategy of retreating. Generally speaking, low-level government employees, like clerks, will be promoted every 3 years, but if they are transferred to a new job, the promotion period will be calculated from the beginning. There has always been a saying in the imperial government that transfer without promotion is equivalent to demotion. Middleman snorted coldly and asked, "When will you be promoted next time?" Charlotte answered without hesitation, "In 1.5 months, I should be promoted to a 3rd-level clerk." It is true that Charlotte graduated from the University of Sheffield, and with this degree, she entered the general office of the central government and worked as a clerk, enjoying a high salary. However, he was born in a merchant family and had no connections in the officialdom. He had been in the central government office for 2 years, but had not received any additional promotion opportunities. He still had to wait for years, and wait for promotion step by step. As a time traveler, Charlotte had much more courage than the natives of this world. He slightly promoted his position, and said that he would be promoted again soon. It was simply audacious and earth-shattering. Middleman rang the bell in the room, and a middle-aged officer came in soon. She pointed at Charlotte and said, "Transfer this man to Kilmainham prison. His position is the clerk in my office." After integrating the memories of the original owner, Charlotte was also surprised by the corruption in the imperial officialdom and the darkness in the workplace. However, when corruption fell on him, and he became the beneficiary of the black box operation in the workplace, he was shocked on the surface, but excited on the inside, and had no will to resist at all. Charlotte originally thought that this senior sister promised to give him the treatment of a 2nd-level clerk and promised that he would be promoted in the future, which was already a big profit. If she was directly given a 3rd-level clerk position, it would be a leapfrog promotion. Unexpectedly, Middleman promised him the position of chief clerk. The bureaucracy of the empire is quite complex, and is divided into 53 levels. As the largest number of government employees, the imperial clerks have reached the end of their duties, from the lowest 41st level 1 clerk to the highest 37th level 5 clerk. They can only be promoted by changing jobs. The chief clerk is the most common choice for clerks to change jobs. The chief clerk of the 1st level and the 5th level clerk are both 37th level imperial bureaucrats, but their promotion prospects are completely different. The former is bright, while the latter is bleak. He was promoted from a clerk of the 41st grade to a clerk of the 37th grade. It seemed that he was only promoted 4 levels, but in fact, he was promoted 5 levels, which also implied a promotion across classes. By the way, Mrs. Aldegund, who held the highest authority in an office, spent a long 21 years to be promoted from an assistant of the 45th grade to a clerk of the 37th grade. Because she could not change her job for a long time, Mrs. Aldegon would probably work in this position until retirement. Charlotte wanted to say, "I am willing to die for you." Or, "Greetings to you, my lord." She also thought of the classic line, "I have been wandering for half my life, traveling between two worlds, and have not met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your stepmother." But considering the different cultural atmospheres of the two worlds, he could only give up these ideas and said with a gentlemanly smile, "Please take care of me in the future, Senior Sister Middleman." Middleman nodded slightly and said, "You are exhausted today, go home and rest first, and move to the prison tomorrow. You have to work overtime these days, so remember to bring enough daily necessities." Charlotte didn't care. Isn't it just overtime? It was as if he had never worked overtime in his previous life. High school math teachers don't work 996, but staying up late to correct homework is a common thing. The intensity of work is not inferior to others. Seeing that Middleman didn't say anything else, Charlotte left the office and hurriedly left Kilmainham prison. There are no public carriages that stop when you wave in the Marne district. Charlotte could only walk to another district, and then she met a public carriage, waved it to stop, and returned to her residence in the Alexandria district. Although the Alexander district is far inferior to the Val d'Oise district, it is also one of the upper 7 districts of Strasbourg, the capital of the empire. The main residents are wealthy businessmen. The community is quite prosperous, with several large shopping malls and markets. Charlotte rented an apartment in the Alexander district. This apartment was built by the Savings Association, and is called the Savings Association apartment. It is specially provided to single young people with a certain amount of savings. The living environment is very high quality, and the services provided are also very complete. Charlotte is first time. He was a different person the last time he came to the Savings Association apartment. Charlotte seemed to be familiar with the place, but actually entered the apartment with great trepidation. The doorman of the apartment smiled very friendly, and did not question him. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief and went up to the second floor. Because the lower floors facing the street were relatively noisy, the rent was slightly cheaper. He opened the door with a key, pushed open his room, and couldn't help shaking his head. The room was quite messy, and the original owner was not a clean person. In addition to the men's clothes scattered everywhere, there are also some messy women's clothes in the room. According to memory, these clothes come from different women, and their appearance and names have long been blurred. Charlotte tidied them up and separated the men's clothes from the women's clothes, preparing to wash all the clothes that belong to her tomorrow morning and throw away those that do not belong to him. Sitting on a rattan chair in the room, Charlotte suddenly had a breakdown. She didn't want to say anything, didn't want to do anything, and just wanted to stay quietly for a while. He inexplicably traveled through time, changed his identity, and came to a completely unfamiliar world. This is a world with gods. He is definitely a heretic. Charlotte Mecklin was worried almost every minute that a stranger would suddenly jump out of the street, shouting that he would punish her on behalf of the gods, put herself on the fire, pour kerosene on her, and set her on fire. Yes, there is also the evil god. The predecessor died because of summoning the evil god. Everything in this world is dangerous. Perhaps if he fails to deal with it properly, his spirit will be polluted, he will turn into a monster, or even disappear into ashes. The burden he feels is simply indescribable. Today is the first day that Charlotte returns from vacation, and also the first day that he tries his new life. He chooses to integrate into this world instead of resisting. This day has an unusually perfect start. This start even exceeded Charlotte's expectations. Chapter 5. Charlotte could not have imagined that she would be sent to Kilmainham prison on official business, and that she would be appreciated by her senior Miss Middleman, and even get an unexpected promotion and salary increase. However, no matter how perfect the start was, it could not relieve the pressure in her heart. The room gradually became dark. Charlotte did not turn on the lights, and there was no light to turn on. There were no street lights on the road outside the window. It was pitch black at night, which was completely different from the world he came from. Every city has street lights. After night, the lights are bright, even brighter than the stars in the sky. Such a world is a thing of the past. After a long while, Charlotte clenched his fists, waved them a little, and whispered, "Teacher Huang Haisheng, you did a good job today. Please keep working hard tomorrow, come on." He encouraged himself, took out a kerosene lighter, gently turned the gears, rubbed the flint, and lit an oil lamp in the room. There is no light to turn on, but there is a light to burn. Although it is dim, the oil lamp is also a lamp. Charlotte looked at this room for a while. This is his room. The Savings Association apartment is only provided to single young people, so the layout of the apartment is a one-room apartment. It has a separate bathroom, which means that there was already a sewer project in this era, but there is no separate kitchen. You can only use a kerosene stove to make coffee, some soup, or simple oatmeal. The layout of the room is a combination of a bedroom and a study. There is a desk, which is not too big but enough for writing, a wardrobe for clothes, and a single sofa. When Charlotte saw the gas stove, she couldn't help feeling a little hungry. She hadn't eaten all day. Miss Middleman seemed to have forgotten about this matter. She didn't eat anything, and naturally she wouldn't prepare food for Charlotte. Charlotte stood up, lit the kerosene stove under the dim kerosene lamp, and found a few potatoes, some vegetables that looked like peas, a bottle of condiments that looked and smelled like curry, and half a loaf of hard black bread. There was no electricity in this era, but the apartment had running water. Charlotte filled half a pot with water, peeled and cut the potatoes, threw in a handful of peas, added 2 tablespoons of condiments, and after the water boiled, she broke up the black bread and threw it in. A few minutes later, he served the dinner on a plate. To be honest, it tasted terrible. But Charlotte had been hungry for a day, so she didn't care about the taste. She quickly finished the whole pot of food and boiled half a pot of water to make some black tea. The black tea was also in stock, and the taste was very strong, very different from the black tea on Earth. It tasted a bit like pepper water mixed with chili peppers, very strange and refreshing. Charlotte frowned and took a sip, then sat back on the rattan chair, took out the diary, hesitated for a moment, and didn't open it. After returning from Saine's, he handed his luggage over to the Imperial post for shipment, and only brought this diary with him. Because he found this diary just before leaving, Charlotte only flipped through the last few pages and confirmed that its original owner died from summoning the evil god, but had not carefully read the whole picture. The light of the oil lamp was weak. Under this lighting condition, he didn't want to see anything, which was not good for his eyesight. What was more worrying was that this diary was stained with the breath of the evil god. The predecessor died from summoning the evil god, and it was possible to see some unclean things. Sipping the tea, Charlotte slowly recalled the documents she had seen during the day to kill time. To be honest, he had not expected to see so many explosive secrets. Most of these documents were related to one person. Zimmerman Axel Robin. This guy was born noble. His original name was Zimmerman Robin. 5 years ago, Solos's Robin assisted King Axel and ascended the throne of the king from a commoner. With loyalty and bravery, iron blood and merit, he became the eternal successor of the highest title of the Fars Empire. Before the emergence of Sarosas, the Robin family was the oldest noble family in the Engrima Empire. The family had produced countless scholars, military strategists, adventurers, as well as peerless generals and unscrupulous swordsmen. In the newly born Fars Empire, the power, prestige, and status of the Robin family even exceeded those of the Engrima Empire. Zimmerman showed his talent since he was a child. He entered Habas public school at the age of 6, and graduated with the first place in the 3rd year, and was admitted to the first National Academy. All public schools in the Empire implement the credit system, and the average time to complete all courses is 6.5 years. Habas Public School is the top-ranked public school in the Empire, and the academic requirements are particularly strict. It is common for students to complete their studies in more than 8 years, and it is not uncommon for students to take more than 10 years. Zimmerman was able to complete his studies in 3 years and graduate with the first place, which is enough to make him proud of all his peers. It is not a compliment to say that he is the future star of the Empire. Charlotte graduated in 5 years, but his graduation score ranked 89th, and the Lehman public school he attended was far inferior to Habask, and was only a second-rate school. Zimmerman Robin's resume is not limited to this. At the age of 13, he calmly completed his studies at the First National Academy, and was admitted to the Royal Hogwitch University with amazing results. As a rare genius in the Royal Hogwitch University in a century, he completed his studies before the age of 20. After graduation, he declined the generous job assignment and chose to join the Imperial Navy. Within a year, he was promoted from the captain of a third-class ship to the commander of a naval fleet with 5 warships. He commanded the fleet to sweep 8 pirate fleets in a row and captured the Donley Kingdom, which had always been a headache for the Empire, making it an overseas vassal state of the Empire. Originally, he should have become the governor of Donley, but this guy refused the appointment and, rebelled, joined the largest pirate group. This proud child immediately became the #1 thief on the Empire's bounty list, with a bounty of 500,000 gold ekus, unprecedented. Before he was on the list, the bounty for the #1 pirate king was only 116,000 gold ekus, and the bounties of the top 10 thieves combined were only 486,000 gold ekus. At that time, the empire was swept by an indescribable craze. No one could guess why he would give up his bright future and degenerate. The king was furious and humiliated the head of the Robin family several times in public. The head of the family announced the abolition of his surname in anger and published a statement in the newspaper. The Robin family will never accept traitors from the empire. No one could have imagined that this daring guy would do something even more earth-shattering. Less than half a year after joining the Pirate King fleet, Zimmerman Robin challenged the Pirate King head-on and killed the Pirate King, who had been famous for more than 50 years, and could even compete with the Imperial Navy in a well-designed public occasion. It took him 3 years to unify the 16 pirate fleets of the 7 seas, and became the new Pirate King with lofty prestige. Then, Zimmerman Robin made a shocking decision. He commanded the Pirate Union fleet to return to the Empire. Chapter 6. It is said that when the Pirate King's flag flew outside the Empire's largest port, Minforst, a general of the Empire's navy was so scared that he peed his pants. At that time, there were less than 20 warships resting in Minforst. The returning pirate fleet had 300 warships of various sizes. It was large in scale, and powerful enough to flatten the Empire's largest port in one battle. They marched quickly along the port and could attack the Empire's capital, Strasbourg, in a week. At that time, every resident and every merchant in this busy port city was desperate and felt that the end of the world was coming. Less than 50% of the soldiers could muster the courage to fight. When the Pirate King's flagship and his warships raised the flag of surrender, Minforst Harbor was like the grandest festival. Everyone was so happy that they burst into tears. Countless people rushed to the streets to sing and dance. Zimmerman Robin led the pirate fleet back and returned to the embrace of the Empire. His reputation was unparalleled. In just a few years, Zimmerman Robin's reputation fell from the peak to the bottom, and then suddenly rose from the bottom to a height that even with his extraordinary talent, he should never reach in his lifetime. His young life was a legend in the Empire. In that year, Zimmerman Robin, his fame was so great that it even rivaled that of his ancestor Solos's Robin 5 years ago. He was regarded as the most unruly person in the world, and was destined to go down in history. When the king met Zimmerman Robin, he smiled and said, "Except for the throne, you can ask me for any reward." At that time, Zimmerman asked for something no one could have imagined. He refused to return to the Robin family and asked the king for the surname Axel, changing his name from Zimmerman Robin to Zimmerman Axel Robin. After commanding the fleet to return to the Empire, Zimmerman Axel Robin seemed to have accomplished all his life goals, and his entire personality changed strangely. Before leading the fleet to revolt, Zimmerman Axel Robin was a taciturn man, obsessed with studies, regarded all entertainment as unnecessary, strict with self-discipline, and old-fashioned. His teacher described Zimmerman: "His work and rest schedule is as precise as a clock, and his life is as self-disciplined as a saint. This guy has no regard for anything except studies and truth." After returning to the Empire, Zimmerman seemed to have given up all his disguises. In just a few days, he became the most experienced playboy in the Empire. Middleman Sume, Charlotte's legendary senior, was once Zimmerman's fiancée. One day, she went to visit her mother and saw Zimmerman working hard on her mother. The scene at that time was regarded as a great shame by Middleman. The First Rose of the Empire, who was extremely angry, drew her sword on the spot and wanted to duel with this playboy. Charlotte had read things that she shouldn't have read for a whole day. He knew why Miss Middleman burned those documents. If this matter hadn't been spread so widely, Charlotte even suspected that this senior would kill people to silence them. With this senior's family background and status, it was not a serious crime in the Empire to kill a few first-level clerks of the 41st grade. The duel did not go on as planned. After Zimmerman Axel Robin sent Mrs. Shirley to the Peak of Bliss, he rolled over and broke the window, and disappeared from Middleman's sight at the fastest speed. The Imperial Rose had no time to stop this lewd and shameless bastard. The next day, Middleman issued a public statement, not only to break the engagement, but also to fight a life-and-death duel with Zimmerman Axel Robin. The most outstanding Imperial Rose had countless loyal subjects willing to run for her and challenge her former fiancé. Within a day, Zimmerman Axel Robin received hundreds of duel letters. No matter where he appeared, someone would stop him and ask for a duel in the street. As a descendant of the Robin family, Zimmerman Axel Robin inherited the family's true swordsmanship, and his ferocity and viciousness even surpassed that of his ancestor 500 years ago in his heyday. Zimmerman won several street duels, but was angered by a challenger in the 18th duel, and killed someone in the street. After that duel, he never held back in all his challenges, fought 115 duels, killed 115 enemies, and completely offended most of the nobles in the empire. After all, those who were qualified to challenge him were all noble sons of the empire, and their origins were also noble and extraordinary. This large-scale duel with a wide impact was known in history as the Imperial Rose Incident. It marked the dividing line in the life of Zimmerman Axel Robin and the beginning of his great fall. Zimmerman seemed to have become unreasonable overnight. Not only did he want to defeat his enemies in the duel, but after almost every duel, he would provoke the opponent's older women, including but not limited to mother, aunt, eldest sister, cousin. If there was really no way to start, he would not care about his younger sister, cousin, and even the younger sister of a family friend, and other relatives. From a nobleman of the empire, he became a prisoner who committed 257 crimes including murder, rape, arson, robbery, theft, kidnapping, intimidation, etc. He even broke the empire's criminal record. If it weren't for his great contributions before, and His Majesty the Emperor signed 7 consecutive amnesty orders, Mr. Zimmerman would have been hanged long ago. Charlotte recalled the document for a while, and he suddenly felt that this was what life was all about. Compared to Mr. Zimmerman, even if he had traveled through time once more, his life was a little boring and uninteresting. Zimmerman Axel Robin is now imprisoned in Kilmainham prison. What awaits him may be the Emperor's 8th pardon, or a sentence of execution. Charlotte rubbed his eyebrows, and no longer wanted to force himself to drink the black tea of this world. He decided to buy some other tea tomorrow, such as the flower tea shipped from Dongley. Putting down the teacup, Charlotte took off her clothes, climbed onto the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Charlotte rubbed her eyes in the morning light and woke up. He slept very comfortably that night. He got out of bed, washed up, changed his clothes, and put his dirty clothes in a bag at the door. The maids of the Savings Club apartment would take away the dirty clothes left by the tenants at the door, wash and iron them, and then return them. The cost would be included in the rent and settled once a month. After tidying up the room a little, Charlotte left the apartment in a hurry without having time to deal with the women's clothes at home. He still had to handle some work procedures today. There was no office informationization in this era, and all official processes had to be completed by manpower. Chapter 7. This is also the fundamental reason why Charlotte dared to lie openly. If you want to check the information of an imperial bureaucrat, you need to look through the files. In the Fars Empire, where catalog search is not popular, looking through the files is a hard job, and no one can expose his lies on the spot. Charlotte also doesn't believe that anyone will look up the files afterwards just to catch him, a worm. This matter will offend too many people, and the entire bureaucratic system will resist correction. Charlotte went back to the central government office first, and bought some bagels for breakfast on the way. It's a pity that there are no shops along the streets selling fresh cow and sheep milk in the entire Fars Empire, otherwise it would be even more perfect. While eating a donut, Charlotte pushed open the office door and met Mrs. Aldegund, showing the transfer order she received yesterday. Mrs. Aldegund was quite surprised and tried to persuade her to stay. The working environment and promotion opportunities in Kilmainham prison are not as good as those in the central government office. Do you want to consider it more? Charlotte shrugged helplessly and said, if I had a way to refuse, I would have refused long ago. Mrs. Aldegund sighed and signed her name. Colleagues in the office all had a gloating expression, and several of them secretly thought, luckily, Charlotte went, otherwise I might be the unlucky one to be transferred to Kilmainham prison. The transfer order did not include Charlotte's specific position after being transferred to Kilmainham prison. Charlotte would not deliberately show off. This was an unnecessary and childish behavior that would only bring trouble and distress to her career. He hurriedly left the office where he had stayed for 2 years and visited the personnel department again. In less than an hour, he completed all the procedures, left the central government office, waived a public carriage, and went straight to Kilmainham prison. This was Charlotte's second visit to the oldest prison in the empire, and he was familiar with the place. With the help of his reception secretary, Mrs. Pascal, he quickly completed the entry procedures and became a bureaucrat of the 37th rank of the empire, a first-class clerk in the warden's office of Kilmainham prison. As a former first-class clerk of the empire, a 41st rank state employee, Charlotte's weekly salary was 1 valor and 70 centimes. After being promoted to the first-class clerk of the empire, a 37th rank state employee, his weekly salary increased to 6 valor and 15 centimes, about 3.6 times the original amount. Converted into the purchasing power of the earth, it is equivalent to a monthly salary of nearly 50,000 yuan, which is already a high-income group at the golden collar level. After finishing her duties, Charlotte thanked Mrs. Pascal and asked politely, "Where should I work?" He certainly couldn't work with Miss Melman, which was against the rules. As a clerk, she should theoretically have her own independent office. Charlotte is looking forward to the new working environment. Mrs. Pascal smiled and said, "You also need to collect the prison guard's equipment, including pistols, canes, and swords. Although you are a civilian, you are also a prison soldier. You are likely to encounter threats and fights, so these things are indispensable." Charlotte couldn't help asking, "Will you encounter violence in Kilmainham prison?" Mrs. Pascal smiled and said, "The last time there was violence in the prison was before Lady Black Moon took over the Century. However, please don't refuse weapons." Charlotte smiled and replied, "I don't refuse weapons." He has been transferred from the government office, which is not dangerous, to the prison affiliated with the State Violence Agency. Holding weapons is an inevitable option. Of course, Charlotte didn't think that she would be in danger here. There were not many safe places in the whole empire than Kilmainham prison. He followed Mrs. Pascal to the weapons room. A middle-aged soldier with a full beard muttered, "A newcomer?" Mrs. Pascal replied, "The chief clerk who was personally assigned by the warden." The middle-aged soldier with a full beard smiled and said, "Then take care of this little guy. Follow me." Mrs. Pascal said, "My work ends here. I wish you good luck. Your office is next to the warden. Your name is on the door." Charlotte turned around and smiled politely. She said goodbye to Mrs. Pascal and watched her leave. The middle-aged soldier with a full beard waited for a while and said, "Do you want standard weapons or some special ones?" Charlotte raised her eyebrows and asked, "What's the difference?" The middle-aged soldier with a full beard replied, "There will be some confiscated weapons in the weapons room, and the quality is slightly higher than the standard weapons." Charlotte asked, "Can I pick one myself?" The middle-aged soldier with a full beard smiled and said, "Whatever you want." He took Charlotte into the weapons room, pointed and said, "These are all standard weapons, and the small room at the back is for confiscated items." The beard's hint was very obvious. The small room inside stored extraordinary weapons. This world has gods, magical creatures, forbidden ancient creations, giants, barbarian witches, blood races, magic, fighting spirit, alchemy, extraordinary people, and extraordinary items. Of course, the prison army weapons room in Kilmainham prison could not have particularly sophisticated supernatural weapons. The best goods must have been taken by powerful people long ago, but the remaining goods are also extremely precious and cannot be easily obtained outside. After crossing over, Charlotte has never seen supernatural items. The price of every supernatural item in his memory is extremely expensive. For example, the most common and cheapest magic lamp on the market, which can only be used for lighting, also costs 12 ECU, which is far beyond his salary. The value of extraordinary weapons that can be used in combat is often more than 100 ECU, which is equivalent to more than 2 million yuan in purchasing power, equivalent to an ordinary house in a medium-sized city. Unless there is a huge amount of extra money, Charlotte will never have the urge to consume such expensive luxury goods in her lifetime. The weapon rack outside is full of various guns. The technology of manufacturing guns in this world has developed rapidly. The performance of gunpowder weapons is close to the level of World War I on Earth, and the design is even better than that of Earth in the 2000s. The Empire does not have a violent institution called the police. All the work that the police should do is done by the military. The soldiers serving in the prison are officially called the prison army. The pistols issued to the prison army are officially called Magnum handguns, with a capacity of 18 rounds and excellent close combat performance. There is also a short gun similar to the shotgun on Earth, called the Thunder Gun, which is loaded with explosive bullets and is deeply loved by the prison army. Heavy firepower in street fighting. Chapter 8. Beyond the gun rack, there is a display rack for cold weapons, mainly canes, rapiers, and short knives. Among them, the cane is the most common, because it is the only weapon that can be used as a daily necessity and can be carried with you at ordinary times. There are about 5 types of standard canes issued by the Imperial Army. The metal canes used on the battlefield are heavy and powerful enough to smash a person's skull when swung. They have a bayonet inside for close combat. The red pearwood cane used for law enforcement is hard in texture but cheap. The most important thing is that it is naturally reddish in wood. The longer it is rubbed, the redder it becomes. When enforcing the law, dozens of red pearwood canes are flying, which is quite eye-catching. There is also a short wooden cane, which is not suitable for combat, but you can pull out a dagger by holding the cane head. The official name is a convenient military cane, commonly known as a short cane sword. It is loved by soldiers, and widely circulated in the civilian market. It is the standard of gangs in many regions. When underground gangs fight, almost all of them are this kind of military short cane sword. The other two military canes are relatively vulgar, mainly equipped for engineers and logistic soldiers, and there is no stock here. In addition to canes, short knives and rapiers are also common weapons. The Empire's rapier is similar to the swift sword on Earth, except that the blade is thicker, wider, heavier, and the wrist guard is not as gorgeous. The swordplay is similar to Western swordplay, but it focuses more on footwork, is faster, and has more slashing moves. It is a pure killing skill. Starting from the public school, there will be swordplay classes in the school, and the main teaching is the swordplay of the rapier. Charlotte is not a master of swordplay. At most she can be considered a skilled one. There is no problem with the basic form, but it can only be used in combat. The weather is really good, but her gunplay is not bad. She can't be called a sharpshooter, but she can put out a candle within 20 steps. He didn't continue to look at these standard weapons, and entered the small room at the back. The voice of the bearded soldier came from behind. If you choose one weapon, for the sake of the warden, no additional requirements will be made. If you choose 2 weapons, you have to sell one, but you can only keep half of the income. If you choose 3 weapons, you can keep 2. The upper limit is 3. Charlotte smiled slightly, without looking back, and said, 3. Why did Mrs. Pascal personally send him here, and leave before he chose his weapons? The reason behind it is meaningful. This is the unspoken rule. It belongs to the unspoken rule of Kilmainham prison. Charlotte has no intention of fighting against the unspoken rule. He traveled to this world and just wanted to go with the flow, not to change it. The bearded soldier whispered, not a bad newcomer. There were rustling footsteps, and he turned and walked away. Charlotte thought for a while, and began to look at the small room where the confiscated weapons were hidden. It was surrounded by wooden shelves. The quality of the wood was very average, and there were not many things on display, only 30 or 40 items. Among the few exhibits, there were almost no hot weapons, and most of them were heavily modeled with time. Charlotte was soon attracted by a small hand axe. Blood-sucking weapon. Charlotte picked up the hand axe in surprise. He had never expected to see such a weapon. This hand axe was only half an arm long, shorter than a short cane sword, and dark red all over. That was the natural color of the blood steel, a specialty of the vampires. It was well forged, and there were complex patterns painted on the axe blade and handle. Charlotte had learned relevant knowledge at the University of Charlotte, and knew that this was the ornament of the Vengo family. Almost all blood-sucking weapons were produced by the vampires. It was said that the blood cores of high-level vampires above the Baron level were needed to create such evil weapons. They were very rare in the vampires, and the holders were often great nobles in the vampires. Each blood-sucking weapon was an heirloom of these inhuman monsters, and it was not certain that one of the hundreds of ordinary vampire warriors owned one. It could suck the essence of the enemy's blood, providing the owner with endless power, and it was extremely advantageous in battle. On the human side, blood-sucking weapons are even rarer. It is a weapon exclusive to the vampires. Only in the hands of the vampires can it activate the ability to suck the enemy's blood. Not only can holders of other races not activate the blood-sucking ability, but they will even be sucked of their vitality by the blood-sucking weapons. In the human empire, blood-sucking weapons are known as the weapons that can defeat evil. Except for a few collectors, almost no one is interested in this thing. He clenched the small and exquisite hand axe, took a deep breath, and his palm suddenly felt a slight pain. Charlotte Mecklin is also a superhuman. She has some special powers. The strange energy he controls is called Bloody Glory. While studying at the University of Sheffield, Charlotte Mecklin took a very old and unpopular superhuman secret method. When the Bloody Glory was activated, the hand axe suddenly glowed with a strange red light. After returning from Sanies, the Bloody Glory in his body has been growing every day, and now it is no longer imperceptible and vague. The public school only teaches some mundane martial arts, but the National Academy teaches the Knight's breathing method, instructs students to condense the seeds of power, and guides students to awaken their fighting spirit. The university will go a step further, come into contact with superhuman knowledge, and embark on the path of pursuing the truth. Although there may not be 1 or 2 students among 100 college students who can master extraordinary power at graduation, this is still the only gift from God. Bloody Glory is a supernatural path developed by humans learning from vampires. It is the only power that can activate blood-sucking weapons besides vampires. It is also a combat skill specially created for hunting vampires. Most vampires hate Bloody Glory. The original Mr. Charlotte Mecklin chose it not because of any hatred towards vampires, but because of a small reason. Bloody glory is one of the few supernatural powers that can increase charm value, and it also has a certain effect of extending the time limit. Well, this is very Charlotte. He tried to open the supernatural many times during his 4 years in college, but failed, so he tried the dangerous summoning the evil god. He succeeded, completed the soul awakening ceremony, and officially became a supernatural. He also failed, and his soul was taken away by the evil god. Huang Haisheng traveled through time and inherited everything. Charlotte looked at it carefully for a long time, and without hesitation, listed this blood-sucking weapon as the first choice. He never thought of accumulating a supernatural weapon with his salary, especially a blood-sucking weapon that could resonate with bloody glory. Even if there is sufficient funds, this kind of thing is more unimaginable than winning the lottery. Besides, the newly promoted first-level clerk has little money. How can he miss such an opportunity when he suddenly has it? Putting away the blood-sucking hand axe, Charlotte walked around the room and picked up 2 more things. One is a relatively rare cold weapon multi-headed flail. The other is an old magic rapier. Charlotte chose the weapon and left the armory proudly. He handed the old magic rapier to the bearded soldier, who took it, checked the other 2 items in Charlotte's hand, registered them, and then ignored him. Chapter 9. Charlotte suppressed her nervousness and quickly found her office according to Mrs. Pascal's instructions. It was an independent office with a very spacious area. There was even a large window that could see the street outside Kilmainham prison. However, most of it was occupied by filing cabinets. Despite this, Charlotte was very satisfied. It was obviously much easier to work with filing cabinets than with colleagues. At least there would be no intrigue in the office. The filing cabinets are all good babies. He put the 2 things he chose on the desk. Charlotte doesn't know how to use a flail, let alone a multi-headed flail. He liked this thing because it was made of meteorite iron, a rare material, and even if it was sold as scrap iron, it could be worth dozens of ECU. Charlotte planned to sell this multi-headed flail on the black market and buy a batch of weapons. The standard pistol of the army is only 2 or 3 furs at most, and the price of the rapier is a bit expensive, but a cane can be done with a few centimes. After selling the multi-headed flails and buying a few standard weapons, Charlotte could still have a few dozen crowns left, making a small fortune. Obviously, not every newcomer to Kilmainham prison can have this extra income. Needless to say, it was Miss Middleman's favor that gave Charlotte the opportunity to enjoy such a preferential treatment. Whether there will be opportunities to make this kind of extra money in the future depends on whether he can win the favor of this senior sister, and whether there is an opportunity to go on special missions. Charlotte did not look at the multi-headed flails again, but played with the blood-sucking hatchet for a long time, and became more and more fond of this weapon. On this day, Miss Middleman did not arrive at Kilmainham prison until noon, and immediately assigned Charlotte an extremely heavy clerical task, making him busy on the first day of his new job. Charlotte was looking forward to working overtime with her senior sister, but at night, she just wanted to find a place to sleep for a while, even if it was a stone floor. This busy state lasted for a week and 3 days. Middleman, who had finished the work at hand, gave Charlotte a day off, and it was the first time he went home from get-off work at his new job. When Charlotte left Kilmainham prison, she felt deeply that being able to get off work on time, whether on Earth or in another world, was a kind of happiness in the world. After returning to the Savings Association apartment, he had a good sleep. The next day, after getting up, after filling her stomach a little, Charlotte left the Savings Association apartment and went straight to her alma mater, the University of Sheffield. Charlotte did not want to go back to her alma mater to relive the old days. He was going to take a look at the weapons market near the University of Sheffield. As a prison soldier, it is impossible not to carry weapons, which would make him an outlier. The weapons market near Sheffield University is relatively cheap and good. Charlotte rarely took the public carriage and chose to walk. The main target customers of the weapons market near Sheffield University are naturally the students of Sheffield University and nearby residents. When she was in college, Charlotte often came here to hang out. Although she hardly bought anything, she was very familiar with this place. At that time, there was no need for personal weapons. The school had teaching weapons. He was not a martial arts enthusiast and had no need to buy personal weapons. When he arrived at the weapons market, Charlotte walked around for a while, wandered in front of a shop selling second-hand weapons, and stepped into the door of this shop. He still remembered that this shop often had good second-hand goods, but the owner always cheated people and had a bad reputation. The owner of this shop did not remember Charlotte, an idle customer who had never consumed anything. He greeted him with a smile and said, we have the best weapons in Strasbourg. Whether the customer needs a rapier, a saber, a knight's lance, or a shield, we have everything here, and the quality is also the best. Charlotte sneered in her heart and thought to herself, your store mainly buys and resells second-hand weapons, selling inferior weapons at a low price and passing them off as good ones. You don't even have your own weapons workshop. What do you say is the best quality? It's just to deceive outsiders. He did not expose the shopkeeper's trick. He smiled and said, I need a pistol or a cane. What do you recommend? The shopkeeper immediately lost interest. It was difficult to sell a second-hand pistol at a high price, because brand new pistols were not expensive and the price was quite transparent. As for the cane, what's the point of caring about a few centimes? He called a clerk over and said, this is our best clerk. Ask him to recommend you some suitable weapons. This move was exactly what Charlotte wanted. This shopkeeper was cunning enough and difficult to deal with, but his clerks were easier to deal with. Charlotte ignored the clerk, who kept recommending lousy goods. She walked around the store and was a little disappointed. It seemed that there was no good goods to buy at a bargain this time. Just as Charlotte was about to leave the shop and go to another weapon shop, his eyes lit up slightly. He saw a gray rapier casually placed in the corner with more than 10 rapiers. He strode over, grabbed the rapier and gently pulled it out. After taking a look, he laughed and said, is it a fake antique? The clerk hurriedly said, this is a real antique. You really know the goods. Charlotte couldn't help but smile and said, if it is really an old item from the Sherlock dynasty, it must be priced in AQs. Are you really going to offer me a few AQs? The clerk hesitated for a moment and said, it is indeed a genuine product. I will not let you take it away without 5 centimes. Charlotte threw the rapier back to its original place and said, the most I can offer is 50 centimes. The clerk saw that Charlotte was not concerned about this antique sword and looked like she was going to leave without any interest. He could not help but say, even if it is a fake antique, it cannot be sold so cheaply. 3 centimes and 50 centimes is the greatest sincerity of our store. It cannot be less. Sherlock waved his hand and was about to leave. The clerk gritted his teeth and shouted, 1 centime, 1 centime. Sir, this is really a discount. There is no reason to make it any cheaper. Charlotte left an address and left proudly. As a formal government employee with a fixed residence, he can place an order and pay the money when the goods are delivered. He does not have to pay on the spot. As a graduate of Sheffield University, Sherlock has received a rigorous liberal education. The Sherlock dynasty, also known as the Magic Dynasty, was famous for its magic rapiers. Later, it was destroyed by King Axel, and the magic rapier craftsmanship of the Sherlock dynasty was lost. The antique rapiers of the Sherlock dynasty that are now circulating in the world are all fine products, and are priced in gold ECU. Chapter 10. A well-preserved antique rapier from the Sherlock dynasty would never be priced lower than 180 gold ECU, and even a few fine pieces could be sold for more than 300 ECU. Because of this, there are many imitation antique rapiers from the Sherlock dynasty on the market, and the magic rapier Charlotte bought is 100% a replica. He was willing to buy this imitation antique rapier for only one reason: the rapier was equipped with a genuine scabbard from the Sherlock dynasty. The scabbards from the Sherlock dynasty are rarer than intact magic rapiers. Because they are too rare and not real treasures, no one speculates on them. Few people know that some of the scabbards from the Sherlock dynasty are made of the same steel as the magic rapiers. Only the original scabbards can conceal the magic fluctuations of the magic rapiers and prevent the enemy from detecting them in advance. However, they are not enchanted and are not magic items. The collectors of the Fars Empire hope that their collections will be known to everyone, so they will replace them with new scabbards to improve their quality. The original scabbards that are too old and severely damaged are often disposed of and end up in second-hand weapon shops. On Earth, if you go to any antique park, you will find scammers who are good at antique arts everywhere. It is almost impossible to find a real antique. But in the Fars Empire, in the Middle Ages, there are no real antique dealers, only second-hand shops, where such unnoticed antiques often flow out. Charlotte plans to find a reliable blacksmith to melt the scabbard and temper it into a new rapier. If a little meteorite iron can be added, the quality will be better than the military rapier, but the whole process will be very troublesome. Charlotte wandered around the weapons market for a while, and bought a second-hand Magnum handgun and 20 rounds of bullets for 89 centimes. The owner also gave her a holster that could be hidden in a coat. A brand new Magnum handgun costs only 2 or 3 francs on the black market, and a second-hand Magnum handgun that is 90% new costs half that. The one Charlotte bought was super cheap, so it was naturally more worn out. It was only 80% new, but there were no damaged parts. He even fired a shot, and it was accurate. Charlotte didn't think she would use it often, so she didn't care whether it was new or old, as long as it was enough. After getting 2 weapons, Charlotte equipped the blood-sucking hand axe with a leather sheath for easy carrying, then left the weapon market, and walked back to the Savings Association apartment. As soon as she arrived downstairs of the apartment, Charlotte felt something was wrong. There were actually 4 or 5 patrol carriages parked downstairs of the Savings Association apartment, and more than 10 military horses were tied. Several patrol soldiers were chatting beside the carriages, and it was obvious that something had happened. He went up and greeted her in a friendly manner, saying, "I am Charlotte Mecklin, a first-class clerk in the central government office. I am a tenant living here. I want to know what happened here." Charlotte was too young, and she could easily be mistaken for a liar if she claimed to be a clerk. Secondly, Kilmainham prison was definitely not as good as the central government office, so he reported an outdated identity. Several patrol soldiers looked at each other, laughed together, and said, "There was a burglary, and someone was killed. We will be able to deal with it soon, Mr. Mecklin." Charlotte was still a little uneasy and asked, "Can I go home?" Several patrolmen replied, "Of course there is no problem. We have already explored the scene." Charlotte entered the apartment and went up to the second floor, but saw that the corridor was full of patrolmen. He felt even more uneasy. When Sherlock saw his room, the door was wide open and several patrolmen were standing at the door talking. He was even more certain that he was the unlucky guy. He walked up and asked, "This is my room. What happened?" A young and handsome patrolman subconsciously drew out his long sword, his face alert. An older colleague held his hand and said, "Doberman. This man came back from outside, his body is clean, no blood. He should be the tenant described by the doorman, Mr. Charlotte." The patrolman drew out his long sword, performed a sword flower, sheathed the sword, and said in a sympathetic tone, "Sir, I'm afraid you will have to go with us. There was a burglary murder in your home. Someone killed a lady in your home." Charlotte couldn't help but feel a slight headache and asked, "Mr. Dupin, can I know the details of the case?" The young patrolman replied, "A gentleman and a lady came to visit you in the afternoon and broke into the apartment despite the doorman's obstruction. The gentleman broke the door of your room with violence and fought with the lady in your room. The gentleman killed the lady, who was traveling with him in your room, and jumped out of the window to escape. It's a pity that your life has to revolve around this matter." Charlotte could roughly judge from her memory, and the messy women's clothes in the room, that her private life was probably not so pure, but she didn't expect that the troublemaker would come to her door so soon, and in such a serious form. He rubbed his eyebrows and asked, "Can I go back to the room to check my things?" The young patrol soldier nodded, and made a gesture of invitation. Charlotte stepped into her room. The first thing she saw was the clothes thrown all over the floor. There were bloodstains on several of the clothes. It was obvious that a fierce fight had taken place in the room. Charlotte took a look at the multi-headed flail and blood-sucking hand axe thrown in the corner, as well as the diary on the desk. She breathed a sigh of relief and decided to carry the blood-sucking hand axe with her from now on. He turned around and left the room, and said to the apartment manager who had been standing by and accompanying the patrol army, "Sorry, I need a new room." The administrator hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, "There are only a few suites in the apartment, and the price is relatively expensive. If it is an accidental case, we will take responsibility, but this time, I am afraid that you, Mr. Charlotte, also have some responsibility." Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "I will be responsible for making up the rent of this apartment for 1 year. I am going out with a few patrol soldiers now. When I come back, take me to see the new room. And please find someone to help me watch the things in the room, and don't let them get lost." The administrator felt relieved after receiving Charlotte's promise and said, "I will let Mary wait for you here. You know, Mary has always been reliable." Charlotte nodded and said to the 2 patrol soldiers, "I can cooperate with the investigation at any time." Several patrol soldiers had already determined the case. With Charlotte's return, their mission was completed. In this era, the Fars Empire used patrol soldiers to act as the police on Earth. There were not so many rules and detailed case handling procedures. Chapter 11. In other words, the handling of cases in this era is very rough, and there is no professionalism to speak of. It is said that the case-solving rate of the city patrol is less than 3%. Theft cases rely heavily on private detectives, while robbery, kidnapping, and homicide cases almost all rely on private rewards. It is better than a society without laws, but not much better. It is a rough legal society that is not so pleasant. The city patrols hurriedly evacuated the apartment, invited Charlotte to a carriage, and rushed to the office of the city patrol. Charlotte was in the carriage, thinking secretly, I lost a few expensive ornaments, worth 1 or 2 crowns, but the probability of the murderer taking them is relatively low. On the contrary, the possibility of being robbed is higher. As for the murder itself, Miss Mettleman must not know about it anyway. Charlotte rubbed her eyebrows, feeling very troubled. A man and a woman came to the door, and there was a fight, and even murder. Even if it is not a rigorous private detective, it can be easily inferred that this case is probably related to the private life of the man and the woman. Charlotte, himself. I am afraid he is still the less glorious member of the triangle relationship. Middleman had a fiancé like Zimmerman Axel Robin, so he must hate playboys, and will never allow a scumbag like his ex-fiancée to work for him. Once the matter is made public, even if he can get out of this scandal, he will probably lose his job. This is not Earth, and the Imperial government employees are not civil servants, who cannot be fired at will in the future. Middleman only needs one sentence to make Charlotte lose her well-paid job, or even make him unable to work in the government. This time is also a warning. I will get rid of the multi-headed flail as soon as possible, then, buy a house somewhere else, move out of the Alexandria area, and break away from my previous social relationships. Charlotte rubbed her eyebrows, and sorted out her social relationships. Charlotte Mecklen's friendships are weak. There are almost no people who can be called friends. She has a casual relationship with everyone. His parents are both businessmen, quite wealthy, with ample financial resources. Charlotte can go to Sheffield University, which is largely due to the family's financial support. Now Charlotte's father, because of his increasingly poor health, has gradually transferred the business to his eldest son, who is Charlotte's brother. This brother is very wary of him, and has repeatedly advised his father, give Charlotte a fortune, and let him give up his inheritance rights. As long as she survives a few years and her parents pass away, Charlotte can legitimately part ways with her brother's family, and never have any contact with them until death. The only person who still had a connection was Charlotte's sister. The two siblings had a very close relationship, but the sister married far away, and they had few opportunities to visit each other. Apart from this brother and sister, Charlotte had no more direct relatives, but he did have a fiancée, and the wedding date was even on the agenda, which made him a little embarrassed. I heard that my fiancée was very dissatisfied with this marriage, and had been clamoring to cancel the engagement several times. You can try to add fuel to the flames. The carriage soon arrived at the office of the patrol army. It was an independent small building on the street, 3 stories high, full of Sherlock style, an old building from the previous dynasty, and had a lot of historical vicissitudes. The routine questioning was over very quickly. Charlotte also confirmed the identities of the man and woman who broke into her apartment. They were a couple named Young Mills. He did not know the gentleman, but he had some secret relationship with Mrs. Young Mills. As for how Mr. Young Mills discovered the intimate relationship between his wife and Charlotte, and came to the door, and killed his wife in a quarrel and tearing, it is another sad story. It was also fortunate that Charlotte was lingering in the weapons market at that time, otherwise it would be difficult to end the matter. The patrol army recorded Charlotte's description, and put it in the archives as a supplementary file. They issued a wanted order for Mr. Young Mills, and the matter was completely settled. The wanted order of the patrol army generally does not have a reward, and there are few good citizens who love life to help the patrol army catch fugitives. Whether it is the Fars Empire or other countries, including several dynasties that destroyed the country in the past, there have been news that wanted orders have been issued for decades, and finally the wanted criminals were found to be living leisurely in their own homes, working as usual, and everything was normal. The legal atmosphere of this era is so absurd. After leaving the patrol office, Charlotte was exhausted physically and mentally. Although he was not a suspect in this case, he was still in a very low mood. He did not expect that his new life would be full of twists and turns. He had just been promoted and had a salary increase, but in the blink of an eye, he was involved in a murder case. He rushed back to the Savings Association apartment and gave Mary, the maid who helped him look after the house, a tip of 2 centimes. In this era, a tip of 2 centimes was already a very generous gift. With the help of the administrator, he hurriedly moved to a suite on the 4th floor. He moved to the new room, lay on the sofa, breathed a sigh of relief, and felt hungry. Charlotte glanced at the sky and was sure that if he went out now, he would not be able to find a shop open, so he could only make another pot of food he had eaten a few days ago. The taste was as indescribable as before. After eating, Charlotte lay on the bed, subconsciously touched the diary, and then put it aside. Although he knew that the original owner's diary would help him understand his new identity, he avoided items related to the evil god like snakes and scorpions, which was very contradictory. Charlotte began to think seriously, and decided to plan her life in this life. Tomorrow I will ask Senior Middleman for another day off. First sell the multi-headed flail, move to another place, and then buy some clothes. Charlotte threw all the blood-stained clothes, whether they were her own or those women's clothes, to the maid Mary when she moved, and did not keep them, so she is now in short supply of daily clothes and the necessary formal wear for men. Charlotte thought of moving, and couldn't help searching for memories about the upper 7th district. The house prices in Valdiwas are too expensive, and Alexandria is definitely not suitable for living there. These 2 districts should be abandoned first. The other 3 districts are not included in this election. They are relatively far away, and it is too inconvenient to go to work in Marne. After a simple screening, there are only 2 choices for Charlotte, the 2 large districts between Valdiwas and Marne, Alcatraz and Picardy. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively abandoned the former. Alcatraz is close to Valdiwas, the house prices are relatively expensive, and it is a bit far from Kilmainham Prison Road where he works. Picardy is cheaper, and slightly closer to work. Charlotte decided to sell the multi-headed flails tomorrow, and go to the real estate bureau in Picardy to see if there are any suitable houses for sale. Chapter 12. In this era, there are no real estate agencies in any country. Anyone who wants to sell a house can only list it in the real estate bureau established by the government. If you want to buy a house, you can only go to the real estate bureau. The 2 parties to the transaction often do not need to meet. The seller only needs to give the real estate bureau a quotation. The buyer pays the real estate bureau directly and pays taxes to get the real estate certificate. Charlotte thought for a while, and the sleepiness in his body gradually became irresistible. He fell into a drowsy dream without even taking off his clothes. Dark night, long street without lights, drifting stars, whistling wind. Charlotte was a little confused. He looked around, not understanding how he got outside. He was lying on the bed. Something is wrong. Charlotte tried to gather bloody glory. Over the past 10 days, this power has made some progress. A small vortex has condensed in the center of his eyebrows. A strange energy flows through his body, making him feel at ease. A soft voice suddenly sounded behind him. "You heard me." Charlotte turned around in surprise, and saw a beautiful young lady. Her dress was stained with blood and her face was bruised. She looked very embarrassed. She remembered the murder case in the daytime and asked, "Are you Mrs. Young Mills?" The young lady couldn't help laughing. Under the night, it was a little weird. She asked faintly, "Don't you even remember who I am? Don't you feel guilty for letting my husband kill you?" A delicate hand rested on Sherlock's shoulder. The young lady leaned against his face, breathed coldly, and said, "Don't you think you should compensate me?" Charlotte smiled slightly, very calmly, and said, "You are not Mrs. Young Mills, otherwise you should have realized that you recognized the wrong person." A resentful laugh resounded in her ears, and the young lady shouted wildly, "Do you still want to shirk responsibility? Pretend not to know me. Please go to hell with me, and relive the beautiful scenery we once had together." Charlotte closed his eyes, and the bloody glory poured into his fist. He punched out, and collided with an unknown object. He clearly felt that his fist had the upper hand, and knocked something away. Charlotte said in a voice that only she could hear, "So in the dream, I am still Huang Haisheng." He had long realized that he was in a dream, because his appearance had returned to the previous life, with black hair and black eyes, and white and weak hands. Blood glory belongs to the category of evil energy. Evil energy is divided into many types, but each type comes from the origin of the soul. Dreams will block pure physical energy, but will not block evil energy from the origin of the soul. Although bloody glory has just awakened and its cultivation is very shallow, it is not weakened in the slightest because it is a dream. A voice shouted angrily, "You are actually a transcendent?" Charlotte still closed her eyes, bowed like a gentleman, and said with a smile, "Yes." "Damn it!" Charlotte felt her body sink, opened her eyes, and saw the ceiling of the bedroom. He jumped up and opened the window. A carriage was parked across the street. A lantern was hung on the carriage, illuminating the street dimly. Charlotte jumped out of the window calmly. In his 2 lives, this was the first time he tried free fall from the height of the 4th floor. He was not afraid of the whistling wind in his ears. Bloody glory infused his legs, making them as strong as an antelope. He landed on the ground, squatted slightly, relieved the impact of jumping from a high place, and walked gracefully to the carriage across the street. Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "It is very impolite to break into other people's dreams casually. Can you tell me who you are?" A young girl's voice came from the carriage, saying in a panic, "What did you say? I'm just passing by, please get out of the way." Charlotte whispered, "I didn't block your way. If you don't want to say anything, I won't force you. If you have any questions about Mrs. Youngmill's death, I am willing to answer all my questions." The young girl in the carriage whispered after a long time, "Sorry, it seems that I really recognized the wrong person. Sir, please get in the carriage." The carriage door opened a little, and Charlotte did not hesitate, opened the door, and stepped into the carriage in one step. The carriage needs to be towed by horses, and the wheels are very high, which makes the carriage much higher than the cars of later generations. Ordinary people need to use pedals to get on and off freely. For someone like Charlotte to be able to take such a step calmly, she must be a first-class warrior, a transcendent, or both. There was a young girl in the carriage. She was wearing a long skirt and a homely outfit. She had a delicate appearance and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her fair face was calm, but her slightly flushed earlobes and the short dagger hidden in her hand gave away her true identity. Charlotte Mecklin, graduated from the University of Sheffield, works in the General Office of the Central Government, and is a first-level transcendent. The brief introduction broke the awkwardness, relieved the girl's anxiety, and put away some hostility. She whispered, "Enda Breton, 3rd year at Gorgias University, became a dream walker in my first year." Charlotte paid a little attention to the surname Breton, which was noble, but it was obviously not appropriate to ask anything in this situation. He smiled and said, "Gorgias University is the university I once dreamed of." Enda Breton obviously didn't know how to deal with this out-of-character conversation, and said softly, "Sheffield University is also a good university." Charlotte smiled and said, "Every university is a good university. This is indisputable nonsense. The universities of this era are not the ocean of knowledge of the simple education of later generations, but the land of God's grace. There are 9 gods in charge of the era, but only 4 of them have founded universities. Every university is the highest institution of human learning, and every university cultivates the sons of God." And agreed with this sentence, and unknowingly led Charlotte astray in the rhythm of the conversation. "I am very sad about this, but I am not familiar with Mrs. Young Mills. Mr. Young Mills must have misunderstood his wife, which led to the tragedy. If you go to the General Office of the Central Government to investigate, you can easily know that I have been on vacation in Sanies recently, and just came back a few days ago." And Breton hesitated and said, "I believe, Mr. Mecklin, I misunderstood you." Charlotte smiled slightly. He used a very common rhetoric in later generations, using irrelevant but indisputable facts to prove a result thousands of miles away. Many people believe the indisputable fact, but will subconsciously ignore that it is irrelevant to the result. Chapter 13. Charlotte had no choice. She didn't want to take responsibility for her predecessor, so she could only use this method to clear herself, and was silent for a while, then whispered, "Sophie, Mrs. Young Mills is my aunt." Charlotte immediately said solemnly, "I firmly believe that Mrs. Young Mills is a loyal lady," and felt very comforted, and the girl whispered, "I don't believe that Aunt Sophie would do anything dishonorable, so I couldn't help but come in the middle of the night." Her face flushed slightly, and she stole a glance at Charlotte, and suddenly thought to herself, no wonder Aunt Sophie had rumors about him. Mr. Charlotte is handsome and gentle, graduated from a top university, is a promising government official, and is a rare extraordinary person. He is indeed the most suitable love partner in any girl's mind. And Brittany felt that her face was burning again, and hurriedly interrupted these messy divergent imaginations, stood up, gently pulled the hems of her skirt, squatted slightly, performed a very solemn etiquette, and said apologetically, "I came to test Mr. Charlotte and cause this mess. Please forgive me." Charlotte asked thoughtfully, "If I were that kind of dishonorable man, would Miss and let me sleep forever?" And Brittany's pretty face flushed. She could no longer suppress her shyness, and lowered her head. She really thought so. As a proud girl who became a supernatural person in her first year of college, Enda Brittany knew that her beloved aunt died a violent death caused by a playboy, and her first thought was to avenge her aunt. She drove here alone in the middle of the night, just to use the dream technique to pretend that her aunt had returned from hell, and scare Charlotte to death in her dream. Charlotte Mecklin, before, was indeed not a clean person. Even though she was a supernatural being, she had something to hide. Although she might not be frightened by the ghost in the dream, there was a high probability that she would be exposed. Annie found out the truth in her dream, and the situation would definitely be extremely bad. Annie whispered, "I am willing to make compensation." She really didn't know how to end it. Charlotte smiled and said, "If I put myself in their shoes, if my relatives encountered such a thing, they would definitely be 100 times more impulsive than Miss N. The most urgent task is to clear Mrs. Youngmill's reputation as soon as possible so that she can rest in peace. If Miss N needs it, I am willing to do my best to help. However, it is late at night now, which is very inconvenient. Let me send Miss N home first, and we will discuss this matter in a few days. Enda Breton bowed her head slightly and thanked her. Charlotte got out of the carriage, sat in the driver's seat, and gently urged the horse. A clear voice came from the carriage. Number 58, 6th Avenue, Valdez. As a qualified talent from the Imperial education system, the school taught many necessary skills, and driving is one of the 3 skills that every gentleman must learn. Swordsmanship, horse riding and driving. Wrong, it's driving. Charlotte replied, I know, Miss N. Horse hooves clatter, wheels rumble. The speed of the carriage is never too fast, not even as fast as the electric cars on Earth after the speed limit. It took more than an hour to get from the Alexandria district to the Valdez district. If it weren't for the protection of Bloody Glory, the cold wind in the middle of the night would be enough to make Charlotte catch a cold. Charlotte sent Anne to 58 6th Avenue, and saw a majestic old house. She was very envious, and knew that her guess was right. Enda Brittany was indeed a noble lady, and did not come from an ordinary family. And got off the carriage, and was about to walk into the mansion through a hidden secret door. Suddenly she turned back, and said to Charlotte, who had gotten off the driver's seat, It's so late, and I feel very sorry to trouble Mr. Charlotte to take me back. There are no public carriages now. Why don't you drive my carriage back, and I will have someone pick it up tomorrow? Charlotte hesitated slightly. He really didn't want to walk back for more than an hour or 2. Walking was much slower than a carriage, so he agreed and said, Thank you, miss, and for your kindness. And smiled and waved at Charlotte. She turned and walked into the mansion. There were shadows moving in the mansion. Obviously, someone had been guarding the door for the lady, waiting for her return. After Charlotte traveled through time, although her life was not bad, and she even successfully got a promotion and a raise with her intelligence, she was still far away from such aristocratic life. He sighed and drove the carriage back. After tying the carriage downstairs of the apartment building, Charlotte returned to his new apartment. He lay on the bed and couldn't sleep for a while. He opened his eyes for a while, closed his eyes for a while, tried many times, and then murmured to himself in a half surprise and half joy, It's not an illusion. With his eyes closed, Charlotte could sense everything within about 15 steps with himself as the center of the circle. He knew why. There was a small bloody vortex in the center of his eyebrows. Countless tiny light golden runes formed a wonderful structure, hidden in the bloody vortex, floating and floating. It was this wonderful rune that gave him such a strange ability. Charlotte had learned relevant knowledge at Sheffield University. This rune is called Insight. Although Bloody Glory is classified as evil energy, its fighting method is almost the same as Do Chi, which is also to increase the body, strength and speed. The disadvantage is, the power is below average at the same energy level, and only the speed is slightly better. The advantage is, Bloody Glory can allow the driver to have several special abilities, called the 13 magic skills. Insight is one of the 13 magic skills of Bloody Glory. It can make a person's vision form a sphere. The extraordinary person with this ability will never be attacked by surprise. In a group fight, he can deal with attacks from all directions. Even in a single fight, he has a great advantage. It is a very powerful auxiliary combat skill. Charlotte Mecklin summoned the evil god on the seashore of Sanies, and opened the extraordinary. The first choice was to condense the bloody vortex between his eyebrows. He also imagined that he could condense the Insight rune, and see something wonderful. It's a pity that he didn't return from vacation alive. After returning from Sanies, Charlotte had no time to practice, but Bloody Glory grew at an incredible speed. This was very strange and puzzling. Opening the Insight consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Charlotte was a little tired after tossing for most of the night, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, it was dawn. Charlotte was thinking about her plan to make a fortune, so she got up early in the morning. Although she didn't rest well at night, she didn't feel very sleepy with the extraordinary energy of a superhuman. He wrote a letter, stating his request for leave, paid a centime, and asked the apartment's errand boy to deliver the letter to Kilmainham prison. Charlotte packed up a little, wrapped the multi-headed flail in a piece of cotton cloth, and prepared to sell it. As soon as he went out, he saw a noble girl jumping lightly from a decorated carriage, and smiled at him and said, See you again, Mr. Charlotte. Chapter 14. Charlotte was slightly surprised and said, Miss N, why are you here so early? I just need to do some personal business. Your carriage is over there. thank you for lending it to me," and nodded to another coachman in the carriage, and the coachman jumped off the carriage and drove away the carriage that was parked here last night. She said to Charlotte, "Where are you going? I take you there." Charlotte envied the lifestyle of having a carriage as a means of transportation. Riding in a carriage is much more comfortable than walking, especially in rainy weather. Walking is simply a disaster. He could afford a carriage, but he needed a yard to park it, a stable for the horse to pull it, and a driver. The various expenses that came with a carriage were not affordable for a first-class clerk of 41st rank, nor for a first-class chief clerk of 37th rank. This was a class-based lifestyle. He said, "A friend asked me to sell a magic item." Anne's eyes lit up and she said, "I just happen to know about a magic item auction." Charlotte was also slightly happy. He didn't have any connections. If he wanted to sell something, he could only find a second-hand shop, which generally wouldn't offer too high a price. Magic item auctions can often fetch several times the price. This kind of gathering is a gathering of high-end people, and the organizers are usually very prestigious. Only wealthy businessmen or nobles will be invited. The Mechlin family is also rich, but it is still not enough to participate in the magic item auction. Charlotte, as the second son of the Mechlin family, has no chance to enter, and stretched out her hand to invite her. Charlotte did not hesitate, opened the door, and invited Anne to get on the carriage, and then got on the carriage herself. This carriage was a little more modest than the one yesterday, but still spacious enough to seat 7 or 8 people. Charlotte sat down opposite Anne and asked, "Miss Anne, don't you have classes today?" As a junior, she should be very busy with her studies, so Charlotte asked casually to open up today's topic. Anne replied with a little pride, "I have completed my major credits, and I only need to take some internships, so my schoolwork is quite relaxed and I don't need to go to school every day." Charlotte then realized that she shouldn't look at the world of academic masters from the perspective of a poor student. When Huang Haisheng was in college, he had to work hard every day to complete the assignments given by the teacher. He was worried that he would not have enough credits to graduate, so he could not relax at all. There is a famous saying in the mathematics department, "When people are pushed to the limit, they can do anything except mathematics." Charlotte Mechlin is similar to Huang Haisheng. Both of them are just ordinary excellent. He graduated from Lehman College and was admitted to Behemoth National Academy. He once took the Lamia breathing method, but until graduation, he only managed to condense the seed of power and could never break the cocoon. During her 4 years of studying at Sheffield University, she was unable to awaken her spirit successfully, and she had to summon the evil god to enter the supernatural realm. She was not as good as Anne Brittany, who entered the supernatural realm by her own strength in her freshman year. And Brittany was much calmer than yesterday. This lady was actually quite tall. According to the measurement system on Earth, she was about 170 centimeters tall. Even if there was an error in the thickness of the soles, it would not be less than 168 centimeters, which was considered a tall girl. Today she changed into a pair of tortoiseshell framed glasses, and did not wear a long skirt. She wore knee-high boots and leather hunting pants, which perfectly outlined her long legs. Her upper body was a close-fitting small jacket, and her smooth blonde hair was tied into a ponytail and hung behind her head, which made her look heroic and dashing. There was also a triangular hat next to the seat. After the greetings, Charlotte asked, "Miss Anne, do you have other activities today? If you change your schedule because of me, I'd be very embarrassed." And hesitated slightly and replied, "I also want to go to the magic item auction." And whispered, "But there is one thing I must explain to Mr. Mechlin. I went to the magic item auction not to buy anything, but the person who killed my aunt was at today's auction." Charlotte was surprised and asked, "Mr. Young Mills is here too? Shouldn't we report it to the patrol army?" And bit her lip and said, "The person who held the magic item auction was Duchess Mezu, and the patrol army could not enter the venue." Charlotte immediately understood that although the Fars Empire was a society ruled by law, it was completely different from the later market conditions. In Huang Haisheng's original world, no high official dared to openly entertain wanted criminals, but the laws of this world are just a pile of waste paper in front of the nobles. Power is above the law. The patrol army will not offend a duke for a wanted criminal, especially a powerful noble like Duchess Mezu. Charlotte has heard a lot of rumors about Duchess Mezu, but all the rumors can be summarized as one. She is in charge of 1/6 of the Empire's navy. The Northern Fleet is the family-inherited army of Duchess Mezu, and never pledges allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor, but only to the Mezu family. If it weren't for Zimmerman Axel Robin bringing back the Pirate King's fleet, and Duchess Mezu losing part of her fleet while exploring the raging sea a few years ago, the size of the Northern Fleet at its peak would have been half of the Imperial Navy. Charlotte was just thinking about whether her little gadget would be unsightly at such a high-end auction, when she heard the girl's apologetic voice, saying, "I'm sorry to involve Mr. Mecklin in this, but I really need your help." Charlotte asked in confusion, "How can I help?" He didn't think it was a good idea to bid at the Duchess of Mezu's auction. Even if the Breton family was powerful, they would never do such a thing. And whispered, "He knows me, but he doesn't know you. You can help me get close to him, and put this tracking beetle on him. This way, even if he leaves the auction, I can track him." And Breton opened her palm, and a small black beetle lay on her slender palm. This black beetle was lifelike, but it was not a living creature, but a magical alchemical creation, and even gears as thin as hair could be seen. Charlotte didn't understand how magic alchemy creations actually work. Although the technology on Earth can do this, the principles are clear and everything is scientific, but magic alchemy creations are chaotic everywhere. There is no complete theory so far. She could only admire that this world is indeed magical. This matter is quite a piece of cake, and will not cause any trouble. Charlotte agreed immediately and said with a smile, "I am willing to serve Miss N." The two discussed some details of the action, and the carriage arrived in front of an old house. Charlotte didn't expect that the venue of this magic item auction was actually in the Alexandria district. He always thought that the magic item auction should be held in the Val d'Oise district, and he didn't expect it to be in the Alexandria district, not even too far from the Savings Association apartment. Chapter 15. Alexandria, a commercial district, is equivalent to CBD, Central Business District, on Earth, and is the core area of a city. However, in the Fars Empire, Val d'Oise is the cultural and administrative center. The two got off the carriage, and then handed over an invitation. The old housekeeper at the door politely welcomed the two in. Charlotte had no doubt that if N didn't bring it, he would definitely not be able to enter. This old house covers an area of about 5 acres. After entering, you can see all kinds of guests coming and going. It is very lively. Charlotte asked with a little curiosity, "How can I sell my magic items at the magic item auction?" Before N could answer, a hearty voice said, "I wonder if this gentleman has any magic items he wants to sell." Charlotte raised her head slightly, and saw a well-dressed elderly gentleman smiling at her. He smiled politely in return and said, "It's a multi-headed flail." He opened the package in his hand, and revealed the handle of the multi-headed flail. The elderly gentleman said, "Can I take a closer look?" Charlotte handed over the package in her hand. The elderly gentleman took the package steadily, looked at it for a while, and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I run a magic item store called Lewis's Store. My name is Lewis Smith." Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Smith, I hope to have the opportunity to patronize your store often." Lewis Smith handed over a card with his name, the name of the store, and the address written on it. Charlotte took the business card with great interest. When he came here, business cards had been eliminated. Everyone only exchanged phone numbers and WeChat accounts. Lewis Smith said, "I don't want to buy this multi-headed flail, but I can recommend a good buyer for you." Charlotte was very happy and said, "Thank you, Mr. Smith." Lewis Smith smiled and said, "You can call me Lewis." "I haven't asked your name yet?" Charlotte replied, "Charlotte Mecklin. You can call me Charlotte. My friends all call me that." He said a questioning look to Anne, and then followed them calmly. Charlotte wanted to settle her own small business first, and then accompany Anne to settle Young Mills. But since Anne was willing to accompany her, he had no reason to refuse. Lewis complimented Anne's beauty without leaving any trace, and Anne politely accepted it. The attitudes of both of them revealed the falseness and sophistication of the upper class. Charlotte also knew this skill, but she didn't want to participate in this hypocritical social interaction, and silently followed Lewis Simi to a room. Lewis said loudly, "Mr. Lucas, I have collected a multi-headed flail for you." A sturdy man who was talking to a friend looked over. This guy was wearing a military uniform, and his rank was quite high from the shoulder ribbons. Charlotte was not very good at reading these badges, and could only make a rough judgment based on the complexity. When Lucas saw Lewis Simi take out the multi-headed flail, his eyes lit up immediately. He strode over, gently picked it up, shook it, and said, "The enchantment has completely collapsed. Can you repair it?" Lewis Simi smiled and said, "Master Leo is here. There is no problem repairing the enchantment." Lucas nodded and said, "I want the item. How much is it?" Lewis said, "We are old friends. I will only charge you 140 ECU. Lucas nodded and said, "Repair the enchantment and send it to my house." Lewis agreed with a smile, and Lucas said nothing more, and went back to chat with his friends. Lewis took Charlotte to a corner where no one was, and whispered, "This multi-headed flail needs to be re-enchanted, and the cost of repair is about 50 ECU. I am willing to pay 75 ECU for this multi-headed flail. What do you think? Charlotte smiled and said, no problem. This price was higher than he expected. Louis took out his wallet, counted out 15 $55 bills, and handed them to Charlotte, saying, happy cooperation. To be honest, Charlotte had never touched such a large denomination banknote, let alone $55 bills. He had never even touched $25 bills, and the largest denomination banknote he had touched was $10 bills. Charlotte took the banknote, verified its authenticity using the method she learned in school, put the banknote into her wallet, and said with a smile, Louis, I'm lucky to meet you, otherwise I don't know what to do. This is my first time doing business. Louis laughed and said, please take care of my shop in the future for this kind of business. The two chatted for a while, and Louis Simi said, with Miss and accompanying her, it would be very tactless for me to stay by her side. I won't bother you any more. Next time, I will come to tell you some little secrets about the business world and the auction. He handed the package to the servant, who had been following him, and left with a smile. And whispered, Louis is a very powerful businessman. You must be careful when doing business with him. Charlotte nodded. He really didn't think there would be many opportunities to do business with Mr. Louis Simi. Where did he get the magic items? The other party was running a high-end business. Charlotte put the wallet into his inner pocket without leaving any trace, and pressed it. The thick banknotes in the wallet made him feel safe. Even in his previous life, he had never received such a large sum of money. 75 ECU is roughly equivalent to 2 to 2.2 million renminbi. Even in his previous life, it was enough for him to buy a house, or at least for the down payment. Charlotte and Enda walked around the old house for a few times, and roughly understood what the auction of this era was like. Before the auction officially begins, guests will be allowed to trade privately. Only those who cannot complete the transaction or are not satisfied with the price will formally submit the magic items in their hands to the auction. The Fars Empire does not have a formal auction organization, and the business is not very developed, so this kind of auction relies heavily on the prestige of the organizer. Charlotte and Enda walked around for a while, and Enda whispered, I saw him. Let's not communicate for the time being, pretend not to know him. Charlotte smiled slightly, and under Enda's guidance, she also saw Mr. Young Mills, who had a lot of entanglements with him. Young Mills was a tall and sinister man, about 40 or 50 years old, with good taste in clothes. Every piece of clothing was very exquisite and matched in style. He held a cane in one hand, which was inlaid with gold wire, and a gem, which looked extremely expensive and was completely different from military goods. He clenched his fist in the other hand, reflecting a small part of his agitated emotions. Charlotte stared at Young Mills and strode past. Chapter 16. Young Mills only thought that Charlotte had met an acquaintance, and never thought that this young man who passed by was the enemy he wanted to kill the most, no one else. When Charlotte passed by Young Mills, she secretly put the magic beetle that and gave him into his pocket. A few minutes later, the two met again. Enda's pretty face was slightly flushed, and she whispered, Thank you, Mr. Charlotte. Charlotte smiled slightly and said, It's just a small effort. I also want to do something for Mrs. Young Mills's reputation. This is a true statement from the heart, because the reputation of this lady is closely related to the reputation of Charlotte. If her reputation is flawless, his reputation will be as solid as a rock. If Mrs. Young Mills's reputation is ruined, Charlotte's reputation will also fall like a mountain. There is no one in the world like Charlotte, who hopes that this lady's reputation is pure and flawless. Young Mills did not walk around. He waited quietly in a guest room until the auction started, and then walked into the venue. Enda and Charlotte hid in the corner of the venue, pretending not to know each other, but staring at Young Mills, wanting to know what he was doing. Soon, the famous Duchess of Mezu appeared proudly. She was not old, only in her 30s, very well maintained, and beautiful. Except for her tall figure, which was even taller than ordinary men, she was almost the ideal woman in men's minds. After the opening remarks of the Duchess of Mezu, the first auction item was soon put on the auction table. It was a magic sword, and the starting price was 180 ECU, far exceeding Charlotte's entire fortune. This magic sword was very popular, and after several rounds of bidding, it exceeded 300 ECU, and was finally bought by a wealthy customer for 370 ECU. The starting price of the second item also exceeded Charlotte's entire fortune. He no longer had any interest in the auction, and went to the long table that provided food and drinks at the side of the hall, and took a few small cakes to fill his stomach. He got up in the morning, but hadn't eaten yet, so he was a little hungry. The Fars Empire didn't have the custom of breakfast, but a standard two-meal system, with only lunch and dinner. A few nobles had the habit of afternoon tea and midnight snacks, but Charlotte was not used to this. He often bought himself breakfast, even though the only thing he could buy in the morning was leftover bagels from the previous night. After filling his stomach, Charlotte took another glass of wine, drank it all, and returned to the corner with satisfaction. This was the 7th auction item. This auction item is an ancient painting that is said to depict the true appearance of an overseas evil god. When Duchess Mezu introduced it, she mentioned intentionally or unintentionally that at least 12 strange murders and more than 220 lives were related to this magic item. This did not affect the crazy pursuit of this ancient painting, and it was still sold at a very high price. What surprised Charlotte and was that young Mills actually joined the bidding and won the auction item at a price of 507 ECU in the 4th round. Young Mills took the ancient painting and left in a hurry. It was obvious that his goal was very clear, and gave Charlotte a secret signal, and the two left the magic item auction one after the other. This magic item auction opened Charlotte's eyes and increased her knowledge. Although he had to leave early, he didn't feel sorry. After all, none of the things here could be consumed by a prison clerk. When Charlotte left the auction, Anne, who had left earlier, was already waiting for him in the carriage. Charlotte got on the carriage, and then asked the driver to start immediately, and had no time to greet Charlotte. She closed her eyes, muttered something, and occasionally raised her voice to indicate the direction to the driver. Charlotte was not familiar with the extraordinary power of the dream system. He began to think about whether he should go to see the house if he was free in the afternoon. Charlotte occasionally opened the curtain of the carriage and felt that the road was familiar. As the carriage sped, this road became more and more familiar to him. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This is the way to Mrs. Young Mills's house." He didn't dare to mention it to Anne, because this familiarity was not serious. As the carriage stopped in front of a very grand house, Charlotte's mind turned over many familiar memories. Among them, how to do some passionate activities with a young lady in this grand house, which are not allowed to be publicly described on the internet in the future. Even if it is written in a novel, it is not allowed. Charlotte was a little ashamed. Although these youthful and frivolous history can be pushed to the X, he must bear the cause and effect. He can only walk on thin ice, and be careful to overcome all difficulties. And whispered, "I need to take a nap. Please, Mr. Charlotte, watch over me for half an hour." When she said this, her pretty face flushed. Any girl of any era, in front of a strange man, said that she needed to take a nap and needed him to watch over her, which implied some kind of emotion. Although both of them knew that this was a necessity for the dream technique and had nothing to do with romance, a hint of charming atmosphere was quietly born. Charlotte smiled faintly and said, "Miss N, don't worry," and thanked him, clenched her fists, closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and fell into a deep sleep. Charlotte had nothing to do, so she pulled out her newly purchased Magnum handgun and wiped it carefully with a cloth. The rapier was not convenient to carry and too unsightly, so Charlotte did not wear it. Besides, a pistol was much more useful as a self-defense weapon than a rapier. Although the second-hand pistol was well maintained, the gun body was quite dirty. Charlotte was a person with a slight mysophobia and had long wanted to wipe it carefully. Charlotte wiped the pistol clean, and checked the bullets again. Except for the extra 2 bullets, he filled the magazine with 18 bullets. As long as the safety is turned on, this 80% new pistol is ready to fire at any time. The carriage parked quietly on the street, the girl sleeping, and the young man cleaning the gun. This is a very touching picture. Charlotte inserted the pistol that was wiped clean into the gun bag in her coat. Suddenly, a warning sign came to her mind. She quickly opened the Eye of Insight, and a sphere with a radius of 15 steps, and centered on herself immediately popped out. He was horrified when he saw the rolling black air coming out of the young Mills's mansion. And who was in deep sleep, showed a look of pain and kept moaning, but she couldn't wake up. Charlotte didn't hesitate, and immediately jumped out of the carriage, and headed straight for the young Mills mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, he felt like he had entered another world. Chapter 17. A long corridor with countless closed doors on both sides, and an evil atmosphere that does not belong to this world filled the air. Charlotte pulled out his pistol, and even more bloody glory, opened his eyes of insight, and rushed into the depths of the house. This mansion is extremely deep. Charlotte ran for more than 10 minutes, but still could not see the end. There was only a long corridor, and countless closed doors. He did not explore the rooms on both sides of the corridor at all. The eyes of insight can see. The room was dark, not like the human world. A strange buzzing sound came from far away. Just as Charlotte raised his pistol, he saw a black beetle flying over and circling around him. Charlotte hesitated slightly and took a step forward. The black beetle immediately flew a few meters away, as if leading the way. He followed the black beetle without hesitation. The black beetle circled left and right, and the corridor in front of him changed. Countless corridors appeared, and there were countless forks. Charlotte felt a little regretful, but there was no way out at this time. He was 100% sure that, and was trapped in a dream. As for whether it was worth it to rush in to save a strange girl, it was too late to say this now. Under the guidance of the black beetle, Charlotte ran for a full half an hour. He knew that this was not normal. Although this house was magnificent, it was not so huge. Charlotte became more and more anxious. Suddenly, he heard a scream. The black beetle also accelerated its wings and led him to turn several corridors. Charlotte rushed forward a few steps and saw a young maid with only the upper body left, lying on the ground covered in blood, with a mess under her belly. When she saw him passing by, hope flashed in her eyes, and she trembled and cried, "Save me, save me!" Charlotte felt upset. Even if he became a master-level extraordinary person, he could not bring the dead back to life. That was the realm of gods. This young maid only had the upper body left, and he had no ability to save her. Charlotte could not send this maid off either. He was not that cruel. All he could do was to cover his face and walk away. The maid's screams became more and more shrill, and Charlotte was in a very bad mood. He was sure of one thing, that young Mills was holding some evil ritual, and this house had become inhuman, and he was afraid that there were not many living people in it at this moment. I wonder how Miss Enda Brittany is doing, whether she has met with an accident. Charlotte never expected that he would encounter such a high-level battle just to help a little. He continued to move forward with the black beetle. A strange girl in hunting clothes came running over. She was surprised and happy to see Charlotte and shouted, "Mr. Mecklin, save me." Charlotte was slightly surprised. She raised her 80% new Magnum hand shuttle and asked, "How do you know me?" The girl in hunting clothes blushed and said, "I am Anne." And Breton. Before Charlotte could say anything, she saw a monster over 3 meters tall, with a red body, as if without skin, holding a huge hammer and slowly chasing after him. In such a dangerous scene, Charlotte calmed down, closed her eyes, raised her magnum pistol, and fired 3 shots at the hunting girl. The smoke was curling, and the hunting girl's figure gradually blurred, turning into a tall and sinister man. He shouted in disbelief, "How could you shoot at me?" Charlotte's answer was to quickly shoot 2 more shots. At the same time, he was very lucky that the first ability he awakened was insight. Charlotte didn't understand why young Mills didn't pretend to be the real Enda Brittany, but transformed into a strange girl, but this didn't affect the result. He became alert, and used the Eye of Insight to discover the true identity of the hunting girl. He shot 5 bullets to kill the guy who tried to awaken the evil god. Young Mills fell to the ground, and blood gushed out of the 5 bullet holes on his body. Over 3 meters tall, his whole body was red, and he was holding a huge hammer. It was like a monster without skin that did not disappear, and was still approaching step by step. Charlotte took a deep breath and reached out to hold the blood-sucking hand axe hidden at her waist. The bloody glory flowed into the blood-sucking hand axe, and the axe blade showed a slight blood light. When he was in college, Charlotte's major was government civil service, and he had no intention of becoming a combatant. His martial arts skills were quite average, especially his close combat skills, and he lacked fighting experience. Charlotte didn't want to fight unless it was necessary. At this time, and under the circumstances, fighting was not the best choice. Charlotte didn't even dare to use the Eye of Insight. If the opponent was the overseas evil god, the best outcome of looking directly at the evil god was to become blind. The slightly better outcome was to go completely crazy. The worst outcome is not death, but the curse of the bloodline, and the offspring will be born with bad luck. The predecessor tried it once, and the result was neither good nor bad, and he died directly. There is another possibility. This monster is Enda Brittany. The girl was transformed into such a fierce image by the evil power. Whether it is killing the noble lady of Brittany, or being killed by Anne, it is a very serious incident. Why fight? I was just a math teacher in my previous life, not a combatant. Charlotte looked at the monster running towards her, and she was in a dilemma. The perimeter of young Mills's house was surrounded by patrol soldiers. Among them, there were even a few familiar faces to Charlotte, officers who had been to the Savings Association apartment to handle cases. The young and handsome patrol officer Dubin looked at the rolling black air and asked with a headache, "Who can tell me what happened here?" A patrol soldier said, "This is young Mills's house." He just killed his wife a few days ago. Who knows if he is upset, and plans to use some evil method to summon the lady's soul back to continue humiliating her. This bad joke did not cause laughter, but made the patrol soldiers who came here feel very bad. If this joke came true, they would be in big trouble. Summoning souls from the underworld is a big scene. Dubin sneered at this statement. He looked at young Mills's house with rolling black hair, and did not intend to go in to explore. The young patrol officer whispered, "When will the superior send extraordinary people here?" The patrol soldier who was joking just now said, "Extraordinary people are more regretful than us." Dubin scolded the other party, but he had to agree with the other party's opinion. Every time such a thing happened, the extraordinary people in the army would not come quickly, but would only appear leisurely when the situation became clear, and take all the credit for themselves. Dubin was proud of his outstanding swordsmanship, but he was not an extraordinary person. When encountering such a thing, his swordsmanship was unreliable, and he would only die in vain if he was reckless. He sighed and said, "Wait for the order from the top. We just need to defend this place, and prevent people from getting close." The rolling black air in young Mills's house became thicker and thicker. Chapter 18. An extremely luxurious carriage passed by lightly, and the coachman instinctively wanted to avoid trouble. Someone in the carriage made a light exclamation, and a gentle and elegant voice came out from the carriage, saying, "Stop!" The coachman did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly reined in the horse. A graceful lady got off the carriage. She looked at young Mills's house, and her small hands in silk gloves gently squeezed, and countless black air rushed into the sky and gathered into a classical oil painting. The lady said lazily, "Send it to number 25, Mignan Street." The classical oil painting in the sky disappeared as if it had been taken away. The lady got back on the carriage and gave an order. The coachman shook the reins again and drove the carriage away. The patrol soldiers who saw this scene did not dare to stop the lady, because they all saw the golden pheasant tail flower logo on the carriage. That represented an existence that even their top bosses did not dare to provoke. Endless corridors, more than 3 meters tall, all red, holding a huge hammer, like a monster without skin, disappeared. Suddenly returned to the real world, Charlotte was still a little uncomfortable. He didn't dare to choose the door, directly broke a window, and rushed out of the mansion. Seeing several patrol soldiers from a distance, Charlotte didn't want to have anything to do with the young Mills family anymore, and hurriedly walked away from another direction. After walking around the street, Charlotte heard the sound of a carriage galloping behind him, and a crisp voice called, "Mr. Mecklin, please get in the car." Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but still got on the carriage. Seeing the girl safe and sound, he asked out of common sense, "Miss Enda Breton, are you hurt?" Enda Breton said with lingering fear, "I'm fine, thanks to you for breaking in and saving my life. Otherwise, I would have been trapped in the dimensional corridor created by the ancient painting that depicts the true appearance of the overseas evil god." She stood up and performed a noble etiquette, her pretty face full of gratitude to Charlotte. Charlotte killed Mr. Young Mills, but did not save the lady. He even almost got trapped in the dimensional corridor. How could the two of them get out? He did not see the lady take action, and was still confused. Charlotte knew there was no need to explain, so she smiled and said, "Every gentleman would do the same thing. I just happened to be there." Enda Breton looked at Charlotte with affectionate eyes. She was a proud daughter of heaven. She was usually surrounded by many young talents, but at this moment, she felt that none of these men could match Mr. Charlotte Mecklin, who could stand up at the critical moment, full of courage, and was humble, and did not take credit afterwards, showing her gentlemanly demeanor. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Miss Enda Breton, if you have nothing to do, I will take my leave. I only have 1 day off, and I was planning to find a residence close to my new workplace." Enda Breton showed an interested look and asked, "Has Mr. Charlotte been transferred to a new job?" Charlotte smiled faintly and said, "From the central government office to Kilmainham prison. The Alexandria district where I live now is quite far from there, and I plan to move to Picardy." There was no need to hide these work matters, so Charlotte told the truth. Although the clerk of the central government office sounded more respectable than the prison soldiers, the 37th rank first-level clerk was far better than the 41st rank first-level clerk. Charlotte did not intend to show off this matter. It was not a cunning act to show off her civil service sequence to a girl from a top noble family. Enda Breton's eyes were slightly rippled, and she said with a little joy, "Coincidentally, a relative of mine has a house for sale in Picardy. I can help you get a good price." Charlotte looked ashamed and said, "I don't have much savings. I can only take out 80 ECU. He worked as a first-level clerk in the central government office, with a weekly salary of only 1 vor and 70 centimes. Including extra income, it would not exceed 100 vor a year. In addition, young people have just started working and are generous. If they can save 3 ECU a year, they can already live well. Charlotte has worked for 2 years, and can still save more than 5 ECU. She has become a model of a good young man in the new era, and a key focus of the Savings Association. If the flail had not sold for 75 ECU, Charlotte would not have dared to think about buying a house of her own. And Enda Breton's relatives must also be great nobles, and the house they want to sell must be extraordinary. Charlotte did not think she could afford it. He just wanted to find an ordinary house, not a mansion. Charlotte directly stated the upper limit of the price she could afford, in order to politely reject the girl's kindness. Enda Breton smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Charlotte, the house is within your price range." The girl told the driver, "Go to Champs-Élysées." The carriage started moving again. Charlotte thanked him, thinking that it didn't matter if she just took a look. Charlotte had never been to Champs-Élysées, but she had an impression of it in her memory. Picardy, like Alexandria, was a commercial district, or a handicraft district according to Earth's custom. The latter was dominated by large shopping malls and markets, and was known for its many high-end consumer places. Picardy is relatively civilian-friendly, and all the goods sold are daily necessities. Champs-Élysées is the most prosperous avenue in Picardy, with a strong commercial atmosphere. There are many famous Strasbourg bakeries, pastry shops, coffee shops, various grocery stores, spice shops, tailor shops, and even a human market. It is said that in the early days, Champs-Élysées was a farmland, which was later expanded into the city. Most farmers received enough compensation and went to the countryside to buy new estates, but there were also a few old residents who stayed where they were. Therefore, the Élysée was not favored by the nobles, who disliked the fact that its residents were not pure enough. Almost no nobles bought property there, and they would dislike it as a loss of status. People who went to the Élysée to shop were either commoners or servants of nobles. The nobles themselves rarely appeared there. Because of the strong commercial atmosphere, the Élysée attracted many businessmen to buy real estate, but most of them were commercial properties. The commercial transactions there were extremely active, but the residential market was very quiet. Charlotte slightly lifted the curtain of the carriage. When she saw the Champs-Élysées, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, even though she had memories of 2 worlds. This street is 2,600 picometers according to the Imperial metric length unit, which is about 3 kilometers when converted into the Earth's length unit. Because it was originally farmland, it was built very wide. Chapter 19. The Champs-Élysées has a lane that can accommodate 16 rows of carriages, and there are more than 5 picometers of walking paths on both sides. From any angle, you can see the magnificent Gate of Glory. The Gate of Glory is in the middle of the Champs-Élysées. It is a miracle bestowed on Strasbourg by the Lord of Glory, one of the 9 gods. It is a square building with 4 arches opening in 4 directions. The Gate of Glory has a very famous miracle. Anyone who enters will walk out of one of the 4 doors at random, instead of pointing in the direction of progress. It is said that the direction indicates the best fortune for the pedestrian that day. In addition to the glorious gate that cannot be ignored, there are many shops on both sides of the Élysée. A few shops are decorated with high-level alchemy and outrageously expensive crystal glass, showing the luxurious goods in the shops to every pedestrian. Except for this street, there is no other place in the empire that is so noisy and lively. And Breton smiled lightly and said, "Go to number 58. The carriage rumbled along the Élysée for a short distance, and soon turned into an alley. It is not accurate to call it an alley, because it is wide enough for 2 carriages to drive side by side. The alley is not deep. When the carriage reaches the end, there is an independent 3-story building. In front of it is a small square that can park 5 or 6 carriages. There is an entrance door on the front, a few steps in front of the door, and a gate on the side for carriages to pass. It looks very impressive." And got off the carriage, and Charlotte could only follow. He watched and stretched out her hand, and pressed the door of the building to open automatically, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Charlotte knew that this was a low-level alchemy called unlocking. He had never thought that a noble lady like Enda Breton would study this kind of magic. Charlotte thought again that the mechanical beetle that tracked Mr. Young Mills had a new understanding of Miss Enda Breton, and pushed open the door and walked in. She smiled at Charlotte, and introduced her to Charlotte, who entered the room later. "This house is a recent inheritance of a distant relative of mine. He disliked the strong commercial atmosphere here, the noisy environment, and the lack of quietness. He has always wanted to sell it. You know, shops on the Champs-Élysées are always in great demand, but houses are always unsold, so he doesn't ask for a high price. My relative offered 200 ECU, but I know he's in urgent need of money recently, so 150 ECU is acceptable. Charlotte thought, my entire fortune is only 80 ECU. Is this a price I can afford? Does Miss N have some misunderstanding about my financial situation? Or is she insensitive to the amount of money? And seemed to know what was going on in Charlotte's mind. She raised her beautiful eyebrows and said, he accepts installment payments. A down payment of only 50 ECU is enough to move in. I can even convince him to give up the interest on the installments. Charlotte followed and around the first floor and fell in love with the house. It has a very large banquet hall on the first floor. Perhaps in the eyes of the nobles, this banquet hall is considered shabby because it can only hold a small dance party with no more than 50 people. But in the eyes of Charlotte, who traveled from Earth, this banquet hall was ridiculously large. It was unobstructed and had an area of 300 to 400 square meters, which was a circle smaller than a standard basketball court, but it was enough to play half a game. This was not all of the first floor. It also had a living room, a dining room, and 2 study rooms. On one side of the dining room, there was a staircase that obviously led to the basement. According to the customs of the Fars Empire, the basement must have a kitchen and a storage room. As for the staircase leading upstairs, it was on one side of the banquet hall, completely separate from the staircase leading to the basement. Charlotte thought to herself, it's impossible to buy such a big house on Earth for only 2 or 3 million, even in the countryside. Besides, it allows installment payment without interest. The seller is simply the biggest philanthropist I have ever met since I traveled through time. But where can I get the remaining 70 ECU? With my 37th rank civil servant, and a weekly salary of 6 fulls and 15 centimes, how long will it take to pay it back? Charlotte spent a few seconds calculating the number in her mind, and was suddenly shocked. With his civil servant salary, he can probably pay off the house debt in less than 3 years. This time is more than 10 times shorter than what he just thought of. Charlotte couldn't help but sigh secretly. The time travelers are really the protagonists. Praise the true gods. Also praise Miss N. Charlotte suppressed her excitement and said, my weekly salary is probably only 6 florins. Can the other party accept a long payment period of several years? And Brittany chuckled and said, of course there is no problem. Anyone who can pay off the house debt within 10 years can be considered a high-quality buyer. But, Mr. Mecklin is already a civil servant of the 37th grade? You look like you haven't graduated for long? Charlotte smiled and said, 2 years after graduation. Enda Breton explained, her eyes were full of smiles, her cheeks flushed, and she liked him even more. A young talent, who can be promoted to the 37th grade civil servant 2 years after graduation is obviously more charismatic than an ordinary civil servant, who is still waiting for the promotion opportunity every 3 years as a first-level clerk. This house is quite old. It has been through wind and rain, and still looks very solid. In the Fars Empire, hundreds of years old buildings are everywhere. The old houses will not reduce their value. On the contrary, because of their long history, they will become a selling point that people talk about with great relish. Charlotte did not go to see the second and third floors. She finalized some details with, and took out 1054 banknotes from the proceeds of selling the multi-headed flails and handed them to the girl. And called the coachman in, gave him instructions, and the coachman drove away. Although someone occasionally came to clean this house, it was still covered with a thin layer of dust, and was not suitable for staying for a long time. Charlotte very gentlemanly invited the other party to have coffee nearby, and also readily agreed. There is no shortage of tasteful cafes on Champs-Élysées. Although few nobles patronize it, the empire's writers, painters, sculptors, musicians, and even orators love to patronize the cafes here. Many of them even left their famous works and stories in the cafes. Charlotte took and did not walk far. They found a cafe called Cat and Clover several dozen meters away from number 58. Many things in this world are similar to those on Earth, such as cats, but the domestic cats in this world are not as numerous as those on Earth, and they have not been bred into various beautiful colors. Chapter 20. This Cat and Clover coffee shop is a fat, half-grown clever cat, which is very similar to the ocelot on Earth. It is born with a thin spiritual power and a gentle personality. It can guard the house for its owner. It is one of the common pets in the Fast Empire. Charlotte ordered 2 cups of coffee, a cup of Seymour that tasted similar to mocha for herself, and a cup of milk foam coffee that tasted similar to cappuccino. The taste of coffee in this world is similar to that of Earth, but it is a little more sour. Charlotte doesn't like it very much, so she could only add more sugar to suppress the sourness. Although the two had met twice and almost died together, they didn't know much about each other. With this little free time, they chatted about various things while drinking coffee, and their relationship quickly became close. Charlotte relied on her skillful chat skills. As a math teacher, she had no problem with logic and eloquence, as well as knowledge and jokes from two different worlds, which made and laughed several times. And talked about some things at school, which also made Charlotte very interested. The first problem Charlotte faced when she traveled to this world was survival. He began to integrate into this world and accepted his new identity, and the problem of survival gradually ceased to be a problem. He even lived well. A need that went beyond survival was to eat and drink well. From any perspective, living off a gigolo was a very generous choice. Enda Britannia was definitely a suitable marriage partner. Of course, he had to first deal with his fiancée, whom he had never met. The good news is that the fiancé is not satisfied with the engagement. The bad news is that because the other party doesn't like him, Charlotte doesn't have the other party's contact information, and has no way to solve this puzzling problem for a while. Whether from a moral or practical point of view, he must cancel the engagement before his relationship with Enda Brittany makes any progress. If he cancels the engagement after the relationship between the two has reached a certain level, there will inevitably be a loss of reputation. Charlotte decided to write a letter to her brother tonight, stating that she is willing to give up the inheritance rights, and at the same time entrusting her brother to help contact the fiancé. Enda Breton got a brand new experience from Charlotte. If a man with knowledge from two different worlds was not fresh enough, even the gods in this world could not do better. She was now somewhat glad that she was reckless that day. If it was not for the purpose of revenge for her aunt, and would never go to the window of a young man in the middle of the night, and would not have met Charlotte. The social circles of the two were too far apart, and there was no chance of any intersection at all. Enda Breton thought secretly, could it be that my aunt was in heaven and specially guided me to meet Mr. Mecklin? When she thought of this, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red again. Charlotte didn't know why Anne's pretty face suddenly blushed, but she wisely pretended not to see anything. Just then, the Brittany family's carriage appeared outside the window. Charlotte was about to go out to greet them, but Anne whispered, "No need to go out, my mechanical beetle will show the driver the way." Sure enough, a few minutes later, the coachman parked the carriage and came in with a document and a bunch of keys. He put the document and keys on the coffee table in front of the two of them, and stepped aside respectfully. Charlotte opened the document. This was a standard document from the Central Government Real Estate Bureau, a house transfer contract, in triplicate, one for Charlotte, one for the original owner, and one to be filed in the archives of the Real Estate Bureau. All three documents had the official seal of the Central Real Estate Bureau and the signature of the buyer. Charlotte glanced through them quickly, confirmed that there were no problems, signed her name, and the coachman took the other two and left in a hurry. Charlotte put away her own house deed and the bunch of keys, and couldn't help but sigh. The life of the nobles was so easy and carefree. All things were done by servants. They didn't need to do much, and had a lot of free time. Such a life is hard to dream of on Earth, but it is rooted in a rather politically incorrect social system. Charlotte glanced at the sky, smiled slightly, and said, "Why don't I treat Miss Anne to dinner?" And Brittany glanced at the sky, slightly panicked, and whispered, "Sorry, I have to go home for dinner." Charlotte expressed her understanding that many aristocratic families must gather together for dinner, which is a very solemn ceremony. He didn't like it, nor was he used to it. He couldn't accept it, and he had no choice. This was a different world. Charlotte refused to let and take her home. He watched the young lady get on the carriage and hurried away. He called the coffee shop clerk over and asked, "Can you help me find a few maids to clean the house?" The clerk replied politely, "No problem." "Sir, when do you need them?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Now." He wanted to break away from his past life very much. If he could move today, he didn't want to delay it until tomorrow. The waiter of the coffee shop hurried away, and soon called over 5 strong middle-aged maids. These 5 women all had the temperament of working all year round, which made people feel very friendly. Charlotte hurriedly explained a few words, and led the maids back to number 58. These maids were very skilled workers. They quickly divided the work, and started cleaning. Charlotte walked around the first floor, and climbed the stairs to the second floor with curiosity. At this time, it was getting dark, and the room was already quite dark. He wandered around the second floor for a while, and got a general understanding of this floor. There were 15 rooms on the second floor. The largest room was over 70 square meters, and the smallest room was more than 20 square meters. Although it was not bigger than the Savings Association apartment he used to live in, it seemed more spacious. After walking around the second floor, Charlotte went up to the 3rd floor. The maid in charge of cleaning this floor hurriedly bowed to him when she saw him, and Charlotte waved her hand to show that she didn't care. There were fewer rooms on this floor, only 5 rooms, each of which was nearly 100 square meters. It was a very luxurious suite with terraces on both sides. One side faced the Champs-Élysées. Because the shop in front was only 1 floor, there was no obstruction in the sight, and he could almost see the entire street view. The other side brought Charlotte a surprise, especially the street view of the Champs-Élysées. It was only when he stood on the terrace on this side that he realized that the other side of this house was the Look-of-Aro River, and the other side was the Look-of-Aro district, which was already the outer city. Strasbourg, the capital of the empire, is divided into the upper 7 districts and the outer 15 districts. The upper 7 districts are Val d'Oise, Alexandre, Garonne, Rosy, Marvinsado, Alcatraz and Picardy. Charlotte couldn't remember the names of the outer 15 districts at all. Chapter 21. Outside the courtyard wall of the new home is the Look-of-Aro River, and the scenery is very beautiful. The Marne district and Look-of-Aro district, where the Kilmainham prison is located, are both in the outer 15th district, outside the old city wall of Strasbourg. Looking down from the terrace, the first thing that comes into view is the yard of Charlotte's new home. The yard is quite large, about 600 to 700 square meters, with a stable and a well, which is very surprising. The maids worked very hard. Because it was getting dark, they lit kerosene lamps, carried buckets and rags, and went in and out of the room, busy. Charlotte took a nap on the sofa in a room. When he woke up, he saw a very clean and tidy room. Several maids worked all night to clean the building. Charlotte felt a little guilty, paid double the salary, sent the maids away, and waved a public carriage to the Marne district. He only took 1 day off, and he still had to go to work in Kilmainham prison today. Charlotte's immediate boss, the senior sister Milan, did not ask about his leave yesterday, but only arranged 3 times the workload for him. Charlotte was so busy that he was dizzy. He didn't get off work on time that day, and he even didn't get off work at all. He slept in the office at night. When he woke up from the office again, he saw a beautiful woman in military uniform sitting cross-legged on his desk. Charlotte's first reaction was, Senior Milan always seems to be in military uniform. I've never seen her wear other styles. Charlotte stood up quickly, adjusted her coat, and said, Warden, what else do you have to do today? Milan seemed to be in a strange mood, and said in a low voice, No need to deal with paperwork today, come with me. Charlotte said nothing and followed the senior. Milan led him into the depths of the prison, and went all the way down. Charlotte has been working in this prison for a while, but has never left the office area. This is the first time she has entered the depths of the prison. What surprised Charlotte was that this largest prison in the empire actually had very few prisoners, and many cells were empty. He didn't care much about the prisoners, nor did he think much about what it meant. Kilmainham prison is a bunker-style building, with only 5 buildings within the tall and thick walls. The first office building, the second office building, the prison barracks, the stables, and the main body of the prison. Charlotte also just knew that the underground part of this prison is much deeper than the above-ground part. He followed Milan down to the 17th or 18th floor before reaching the bottom of the prison. The bottom of the prison is not dark. A gate full of sacred atmosphere stood in the center of the basement. Dozens of prison soldiers were armed and ready for battle. Milan arrived, and the prison soldiers hurriedly saluted. The warden waved his hand and stepped into the gate built underground. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, followed him in, and no one stopped him. After passing through the gate, the bloody glory in Charlotte's body suddenly boiled, and a faint red light emerged from his body. He hurriedly opened the bloody vortex at the center of his eyebrows, gathered the bloody glory, and calmed the turmoil in his body, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Bloody glory doesn't boil for no reason. On the other side of the gate is still a heavily guarded underground secret room. Of course, it is more like a mine. The prison soldiers guarding the secret room here all have extraordinary auras, and the strong murderous aura makes Charlotte very uncomfortable. He even touched the blood-sucking hand axe hidden in his clothes. Milan led him through several heavily guarded gates, and walked out of a black tower. Once again stepping on the ground, Charlotte shouted in surprise. At this moment, he was sure of one thing. This is not the Fars Empire. Milan asked in a low voice, Do you know what a dimensional plane is? Charlotte nodded to indicate that she knew and had learned relevant knowledge in college. Milan said, This is the real Kilmainham prison, a half-plane abandoned by the gods, and once had a brilliant civilization. Every year, the Empire transports a large number of prisoners, erases their memories, forges their identities, and makes them residents here, allowing the Empire to explore ruins and dig up wealth. Charlotte's voice was a little hoarse. He thought of many bad things and asked timidly, "Senior, you brought me here? Is there something for me to do?" Middleman said, "Follow me." A few minutes later, Charlotte saw a very unexpected person. Zimmerman Axel Robin. Charlotte had read many files on Zimmerman Axel Robin, but he was not familiar with this legendary man of the Empire. Zimmerman was being held on a stone bed, surrounded by countless people in black coats and hoods busying around him. Middleman spoke in a low voice with a bitter tone. "In a little while, there will be no Zimmerman Axel Robin in this world. There will only be a Captain Huntington, who has lost all his memories and is loyal to the Empire." Charlotte had nothing to say. Middleman Sume came to see her ex-fiancé off for the last time. He was obviously redundant here, but he couldn't avoid it. Zimmerman was either injected with an anesthetic that could suppress the extraordinary, or was cast with a special confinement spell. He behaved very quietly until the alchemy array burst into a strange light, and then he struggled slightly. Of course, it was more like a twitch. The shadow of a heavy and ancient book slowly emerged, and countless floating gray mists rose from Zimmerman and merged into this strange book. Under the guidance of a mysterious force, Middleman Sume burst into a bright fighting spirit. The bloody glory in Charlotte's body also boiled again, and it had a subtle secret connection with the shadow of this heavy and ancient book. Charlotte couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "The Jade Book." He had never seen it, but he had heard of this book. It was a divine weapon given by the Serpent of Destiny, one of the 9 gods. There is a special course in the university that tells the origin and function of the Jade Book, as well as the magic alchemy derived from the knowledge in the Jade Book. The Jade Book given to mankind by the Serpent of Destiny, the Golden Book of the Sun given to believers by the Lord of Light, and the Dead Sea Parchment Scroll left by the Old Man with the Lantern are known as the 3 cornerstones of human civilization. Of course, as a time traveler, Charlotte didn't really believe this statement. He had studied the human civilization of this era, and it had little to do with these 3 divine weapons, but it couldn't erase the shock in his heart. Chapter 22. Middleman Sume whispered, "It is the Jade Secret Scroll imitated by Master Mani. The real Jade Book is in the Court of Destiny." Charlotte was still very shocked. Master Mani's Jade Secret Scroll was also on the university textbooks, and was praised as the highest creation of human alchemy. He also noticed that Middleman's expression was very complicated, including hatred, regret, sadness, relief, and many uninterpretable and indescribable emotions. Charlotte tried her best to suppress the bloody glory boiling in her body. Under the influence of the Jade Secret Scroll, it became more and more uncontrollable. She asked curiously, "Can these memories still be read?" When he was in school, he had always been curious about this question, but there was no answer in the textbooks, and the professors did not give an answer, only saying that this was knowledge he should not be exposed to. Middleman said, "They will be crushed by the Emerald Secret Scroll and transformed into pure knowledge. The Emerald Secret Scroll will not retain ordinary memories extracted by it." Charlotte understood that having the memory extracted by the Emerald Secret Scroll was no different from killing a person. The process of erasing memories was uneventful, and Zimmerman Axel Robin soon became dumbfounded. The shadow of the heavy and simple Jade Secret Scroll slowly disappeared, and countless gray mists that were floating like nothing also disappeared. The fighting spirit on Middleman's body was then restrained, and the bloody glory in Charlotte's body stopped boiling and gathered back into the bloody vortex between her eyebrows. The Jade Secret Scroll, the supreme alchemy treasure, has a very strong influence on extraordinary power. Charlotte was not at ease. The alchemists wearing black coats and hoods gave Zimmerman Axel Robin a new personality and a fake identity after a series of operations. His new name is Huntington. He is a captain of Kilmainham prison, loyal to the royal family and excellent in martial arts. After the alchemists finished their work, they handed over a document. Middleman signed his name and handed it to Charlotte, saying, "According to Imperial law, this document must be signed by 2 people. Charlotte then knew why Middleman brought her here. He did not dare to read the contents of the document carefully. He glanced at it hastily and signed his name. Without staying any longer, Middleman took Charlotte through the mysterious gate and returned to the Kilmainham prison in the Marne district. This short journey made Charlotte feel very depressed. Middleman gave him half a day off and left work early. Charlotte even took the carriage of her immediate superior and entered the Val d'Oise district before being released. He returned to the Alexandria district, first terminated the rental contract with the Savings Association apartment, paid a sum of money, and hired a freight carriage, and asked the apartment's butler to move all personal belongings onto the carriage, leaving the place where he had lived for 2 years, and completely bid farewell to Charlotte Mecklen's past. Arriving at number 58, Élysée Country Street, Charlotte discovered that her predecessor had quite a lot of personal belongings, some of which were books. He put all the sundries in the big study, and moved all the books to the small study, ready to be placed separately. The previous owner moved all the valuables away, and there was not a single book in the 2 studies. Books in this world are very expensive, and only clumsy furniture was left. The big study was about 60 to 70 square meters, with bookshelves on all 4 walls, a huge conference table, and matching chairs were also left. The small study should be called a lounge. There is an old desk and matching chairs, 2 sofas for reception, and a recliner for nap, which is more suitable for daily rest. Only one half wall is customized with a bookshelf. It was probably not used to place books, but some sundries. Now there are only some empty boxes and some letters. He ignored the other luggage, tidied up the small study, cleared the sundries, put the books he moved into the bookshelf of the small study, and inserted the diary of his predecessor into the bookshelf. These books will help him understand his new identity. He plans to read them more when he has time. As for the diary, he always feels that it is not right, and has never dared to read it again. Because most of the original owner's clothes have been discarded, except for books, there are only some daily necessities, such as tableware. Charlotte has very few tableware, and they are made of tin, which is much cheaper. Putting the tableware in the dining room, Charlotte felt hungry. There was no food at home. He did bring some ingredients, but he didn't want to cook it himself because the food made from those ingredients was very unpalatable. Charlotte didn't want to waste the whole afternoon packing up, so she prepared to go out for a bite to eat. She left number 58 and turned into the Élysée Field Street. Soon she passed by a bakery. Without thinking too much, she went in and asked, "What bread do you have today?" Most of the bakeries in the Fars Empire are independently run by a certain lady, and everything from baking to selling is done by one person. So, each bakery has a different style, and the taste of the bread sold varies greatly. The female owner of this bakery was a young lady with red hair, about 27 or 28 years old, petite, and smiled and replied, "Our croissants are famous far and wide, would you like some?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Then give me 20. The red-haired female owner quickly made him 20 croissants. Charlotte asked a few more questions, and was delighted to find that this shop actually had Dongley Country's flower tea, which tasted much better than the Empire's black tea. She also bought some, and then left the bakery. Although the Élysée is very prosperous, and it is a good time to go shopping, with people and cars coming and going on the street, Charlotte went back to number 58 directly, and did not continue to stroll. After returning home, he ate 2 croissants with water, and put the rest in the side cabinet of the restaurant, preparing to use them as food for the next few days. In this ancient empire of different time and space, there is no such thing as a refrigerator, and food cannot be kept for a long time. After hesitating for a while, Charlotte decided to go down to the basement to take a look. He had already visited the 3-story building, but had not been to the basement. While the weather was still good, he went to take a look. Charlotte lit a kerosene lamp. The architects of the Fars Empire would never leave windows in the basement. This is a characteristic of the empire. Even in the daytime, the basement must be dark. If it gets dark, it will be inconvenient. The stairs in the basement are very long, with 3 corners in total. There are lampstands for kerosene lamps on the walls of each corner, which means that the height of the basement may exceed 5 picometers. Charlotte has calculated that the picometer of the empire is slightly longer than the metric meter of the earth. 1 picometer is about 1.15 meters. With this height, the basement is already very spacious. Chapter 23. Just as Charlotte expected, the basement of this small building was indeed quite large. The kitchen next to the stairs was large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 cooks. Although there were no windows, there were vents and chimneys, so it was not dark or stuffy. The rest of the area was divided into 4 large storage rooms and 1 small storage room, which were used to store food, wine, firewood, and slightly more precious things. One of the storage rooms had a small pile of firewood, and the others were all empty. Charlotte didn't stay for long. After making sure that there was nothing in the way, she went upstairs. Although the new home still lacked many things, such as clothes, Charlotte decided to take a good rest for a day and not go out. He returned to the small study, took off his coat, put the blood-sucking hand axe hidden in his sleeve on the desk, took off the holster and hung it on the wall with a newly bought imitation antique rapier. Charlotte lay on the sofa and practiced Bloody Glory for a while. This was what the predecessor did every day. He was restless after crossing over, and was too busy at work. He hadn't practiced for a while. Life finally settled down, and Charlotte decided to spend some time every day to practice this extraordinary secret technique. Hundreds of years ago, when the great human philosopher Protagoras was young, his beloved wife was abducted by the vampires, and his life or death was unknown. He was heartbroken and vowed to create a secret technique to slaughter all the vampires in the world. This great human philosopher traveled around the world, learned dozens of skills, went deep into the vampires, and fought with countless vampire masters. Later, he retreated for 45 years on the highest peak of the old continent, Chialgir Peak, and created the secret technique of Bloody Glory. Bloody Glory is divided into two parts: Protagoras breathing method and blood feast meditation. Protagoras breathing method can refine 13 vampire secrets and condense 13 blood vortexes. Blood feast meditation can breathe 13 magic runes, thus allowing practitioners to have 13 strange abilities. With this secret method, Protagoras single-handedly slaughtered thousands of vampires, and even exterminated 6 of the 37 clans of the vampires, leaving only 31 clans. At the peak of his fame, he could stop the crying of vampire cubs at night. In his old age, Protagoras donated this secret method to 4 universities for free: Royal Hogwitch University, Hattingen Thunder and Storm University, Sheffield University, and Gorgias University. It was because of the selflessness of this great human philosopher that Charlotte, as a student of Sheffield University, had the opportunity to practice this secret method. The strange breathing method created by Protagoras made Charlotte's restless blood respond to her breathing, creating a surge like a tide. This was the first time that Charlotte was immersed in practice after traveling here. Protagoras once wrote a sentence in his handwritten scroll, saying that there are 37 clans in the blood race, and Bloody Glory can theoretically condense 37 bloody whirlpools. It's a pity that I haven't exhausted the mystery of this method. I hope that future scholars can complete this method. Theoretically, after condensing a bloody whirlpool, you can try to use meditation to breathe runes, thereby obtaining a unique skill. In fact, most people who practice Bloody Glory condense 7 or 8 bloody whirlpools before they start practicing the blood feast meditation method. Many people have never been able to successfully meditate on any rune in their entire lives. Only a very few people can cultivate 1 or 2 special runes and gain supernatural powers. Charlotte only condensed a bloody vortex between her eyebrows. It was a bit strange that she was able to obtain the insight rune. It was just luck. The power of insight dissipated slightly with the condensation of Bloody Glory. Although Charlotte closed her eyes, she could sense everything in the small study from a distance. The fluctuations of Bloody Glory swept over the blood-sucking hand axe on the desk. This exclusive weapon of the vampires had a subtle response to the Bloody Glory in his body. Charlotte let it flow, and encouraged the Bloody Glory in her body to extend over. The blood-sucking hand axe trembled slightly, and suddenly felt an infinite hunger, madly swallowing Charlotte's Bloody Glory. Charlotte did not open her eyes, letting it suck her blood energy, and wanted to know what kind of strange changes this blood-sucking weapon would have after being infused with Bloody Glory. More than 10 minutes later, the blood-sucking hand axe that had absorbed enough suddenly sent back a strange blood energy. While Charlotte was rejoicing, the diary hidden on the bookshelf seemed to be pulled by the breath, jumped out, floated in the air, and turned pages. A majestic voice came from a distant unknown place, resounding directly in his mind. "How are you still alive? Mortal, you actually deceived me." Charlotte was horrified, her hands and feet were cold, and she had no idea what had happened. Since he came back from Sani's, he had never read the original owner's diary, always worried about getting involved with the evil god again, but now, he finally doesn't have to worry. The evil god is not far away. Facing a desperate situation, Charlotte was unwilling to surrender, and was about to grab the blood-sucking hand axe and fight to the end. Suddenly, a large amount of rolling black gas emerged from his body, breathing out the evil breath that did not belong to this world. Endless corridors appeared in front of him, and a monster over 3 meters tall, with a red body, as if without skin, walked out of the void slowly with a huge hammer. A majestic voice resounded through the heavens and earth, mixed with endless anger. "Mortal, you still want to collude with Agmaras to fight against me. He is just an overseas evil god." The evil breath emanating from the diary rolled towards the monsters in the endless corridors, and the majestic voice announced the start of the battle. "Agmaras, you only have a tiny trace of insignificant regret left, and you still want to stop me?" More than 3 meters tall, holding a huge nail hammer, the whole body is red, as if the monster has no skin, suddenly roared to the sky, like a prehistoric beast roaring. The endless corridors are stacked, bursting out with a vast evil energy beyond the imagination of mortals, trying to stop another evil god from trying to come with the help of the diary. Two powerful forces used Charlotte's consciousness as a battlefield, like thunder and lightning, and hit each other fiercely. Charlotte couldn't help but scream, as if a wedge was ruthlessly driven into his brain, and the pain was beyond description. In just a moment, it exceeded the limit of his ability to bear, and his consciousness was torn to pieces by two powerful evil energies, and he felt that the world no longer existed. The originally ordinary diary, countless pages flew around, and the cover kept bulging. Sometimes a castle appeared, sometimes an endless corridor, sometimes a majestic middle-aged man sitting on a luxurious chair, sometimes a monster with a red body and no skin, a bloody hand stretched out from the diary, and then a huge hammer stirred it up. I don't know how long it has been. In the messy room, only Charlotte Mecklen was lying on the ground, almost no longer breathing. Next to him was a diary with a black cover, and a line of bloody scribbled words on the ground. I will return and take the souls owed to me according to the contract. Chapter 24. A fragment of consciousness suddenly gave birth to a thought. Who am I? Then countless fragments of consciousness were attracted and gathered together, giving birth to the second thought. I am Charlotte Mecklen. The third thought came to mind. No, I am Huang Haisheng. When these three thoughts appeared one after another, more and more fragments of consciousness gathered together, and the memories of two people were intertwined and mixed, but soon a main consciousness suppressed all kinds of evil thoughts. I am Huang Haisheng, who traveled to this world and replaced someone to become Sherlock Mecklen. The memories of the two people were instantly separated, and Huang Haisheng's consciousness swallowed up the other memory without hesitation. Charlotte opened her eyes slightly, and felt a splitting headache, and her whole body was extremely uncomfortable, as if she had just endured a cruel punishment. But at this moment, his brain was extremely clear. Whether it was Huang Haisheng's memory or Charlotte Mecklen's memory, everything was listed in detail. Even the smallest things were remembered, even Huang Haisheng's proficiency in Chinese and English, and Charlotte Mecklen's proficiency in 7 Old World languages. Every word was clear as if he had just memorized it. He remembered that because of practicing bloody glory, the evil god that Charlotte Mecklen had summoned had descended. This was not the worst. The arrival of this evil god made the remnant of the overseas evil god Agmaras, who had been accidentally infected not long ago, materialize. The energy of the battle between the two evil gods blasted his consciousness into pieces. Charlotte didn't know how he could gather his consciousness again and recover, but he had no time to think about this. His body was too bad. Charlotte stretched out his hand to press the ground, struggled to stand up, tremblingly poured a glass of water, forced himself to drink it, and became much more sober. Too scary. Is the evil god in this world so scary? It's been so long, and that diary can still attract the evil god. I just touched the ancient painting a little, and I was contaminated by its residual consciousness. If ordinary people encounter evil gods, won't they have no chance of survival? If they hadn't started a war, I would have died. Charlotte couldn't fully control her body, so she sat down on the sofa, and suddenly felt something was wrong. A few minutes later, he shouted in shock. What's going on? The inside rune between his eyebrows was many times more complex than before, and it vaguely formed the shape of an eye. The scope of insight also expanded from a sphere with a radius of 15 steps to more than 100 steps. The entire number 58 Élysée Pastoral Street was covered by the supernatural power. From a bird's eye view to a bird's eye view, from east to west, from south to north, the perspective can be adjusted at will. About half an hour later, Charlotte accepted a concept that was well known to the natives of the Old World. Summoning the evil gods' dangers and opportunities coexist. Staring directly at the evil gods will lead to a rapid spiritual improvement. Spiritual improvement through uncontrolled and informal means will lead to madness, death, and annihilation. But if you resist, the spiritual improvement is a gift from the evil gods. This is extremely dangerous, but also a very ironic gain. Staring directly at the two evil gods without dying, Charlotte's spirituality has been improved incomparably, and her insight ability has also increased by more than 10 times. Generally speaking, it often takes decades of practicing bloody glory and extremely profound cultivation in the blood feast meditation method to improve the insight rune to the point where it is as condensed as an eye. After a long while, Charlotte's headache subsided to a bearable level, and he also remembered that it was not the first time he had looked directly at the evil god. This explained why the bloody glory was increasing every day after returning from Sani's. Charlotte's heart suddenly jumped after taking a look at the diary on the ground. This time, he did not retreat, because the evil god had come before. Since he had come, it didn't matter. Charlotte grabbed the notebook, and with the touch of her fingers, a line of words appeared on the dark cover. The Labyrinth of Agmara's author, Charlotte Mechlin. He was deeply surprised, wondering how the diary could become Agramiris Labyrinth and how he could become the author. He opened the first page, and the original diary was gone. There was no more words on the page, but a maze was drawn. When his fingers touched this page, a consciousness emerged. Charlotte Mechlin summoned the original ancestor of the blood clan, Karnstein, to defeat the evil thoughts of the labyrinth evil god from the Aglar's Sea, and put it into the diary, which turned into a book Agramiris Labyrinth. A total of 15 pages, and 15 mazes were drawn. If the author cannot master the 15 mazes and draw the 16th maze in the specified time to prove himself, he will lose his identity as an author and his soul will be devoured by Agramiris's labyrinth. Countdown: 256 days, 21 hours, and 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Damn it! Is this matter not over yet? How to master these 15 mazes? He pondered for a long time, but still had no idea. He threw the diary on the desk, and was deeply desperate. Seeing the handwriting on the ground that looked like blood, he couldn't help but stretch his foot to wipe it, but he couldn't wipe it off. The bloody handwriting was like a brand on the floor. Charlotte decided to change the carpet tomorrow to cover the writing, otherwise if a guest came, it would be difficult to explain its origin. Should he tell people this was left by a certain evil god? Charlotte suddenly felt a little hungry. He knew that this was because his spirituality had suddenly increased, and his body consumed too much energy, so he needed to replenish his energy. He went to the restaurant to get a croissant and ate it, but he still felt hungry, so he took another one, and unknowingly ate all the croissants he bought today. After Charlotte ate the last croissant, she drank some water, and felt a little better. She found that the water tank in the room was empty. He thought to himself, should I take some time to go back to the university and ask the professors how to master the Agramiris Labyrinth? The professors in the university are protected by the goddess, so they will not be afraid of these evil gods. Sheffield University worships Lady Black Moon. The main reason Charlotte Mechlin chose this university was that it is now the Black Moon era. This is the time when the goddess power is the strongest. Charlotte went out to the yard, drew some water from the well, washed her face with cold water, then filled the water tank, went back to the room and put down the water tank, and then began to sort out the clear memories. He still couldn't remember the time before Huang Haixing's death, but he recalled how Charlotte Mechlin had committed suicide by summoning the evil god. The blood feast meditation created by Protagoras was to meditate on the 37 original ancestors of the blood clan, and cut them up one by one to make a feast and eat them. The complexity of the meditation steps, and the bloody scene made it the most brutal among the many secret methods of the human race. At least 9 original ancestors of the blood clan were promoted to evil gods in ancient times, so the blood feast visualization method generally requires avoiding these 9 original ancestors of the blood clan. If you have to force meditation, it is equivalent to summoning the evil god. Chapter 25. Charlotte picked up the diary, and was about to ponder the labyrinth of Agramiris, when she suddenly had an idea and turned the diary over. The cover on this side was as red as blood. With the touch of her finger, a line of words appeared on the blood-red cover. Vampire Secret Scroll 28 Author, Charlotte Mechlin. When she opened the cover, a sense of consciousness emerged. Charlotte Mechlin summoned Agramiris, the god of the overseas labyrinth, and repelled a wisp of evil thoughts from the evil god of the blood clan, Karnstein, and put it into her own diary, which turned into a Vampire Secret Scroll 28, a total of 17 pages, recording the secret method of the blood clan of Adonis. If the author cannot master the Adonis scrolls skillfully within the time limit, he will lose his identity as the author, and his soul will be taken away by the vampire evil god Karnstein, who has returned. Countdown: 6 days, 20 hours, and another 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Why is it so urgent? The Labyrinth of Agramiris has a buffer of nearly 8.5 months, but the Vampire Scroll only has less than 7 days, which makes Charlotte feel a strong sense of crisis. He chose bloody glory in college, and also learned some knowledge about the vampires. There are 33 countries in the Old World, among which the 5 most powerful countries are the Angrima Empire, the Fars Empire, the Biron Empire, the Black Phoenix Dynasty, and the Lionheart Dynasty, known as the 5 Great Empires. The Biron Empire was established by 31 clans of the blood race, and it is an out-and-out vampire empire. The establishment of the Biron Empire has a great relationship with the great philosopher of the human race, Protagoras, who created bloody glory. This great philosopher of the human race slaughtered thousands of blood races single-handedly, and even exterminated 6 of the 37 clans of the blood race, leaving only 31 clans in the blood race. He even had the wrong soul of the blood race Grand Duke in his hands. When he was at the peak of his fame, he could stop the blood race cubs from crying at night, which forced the group of vampires to hold an alliance. This alliance accomplished two major events for the blood race. The first thing was that the clan leaders and elders of each clan came forward to form a huge secret scroll compilation committee, compiling all the secrets of the 37 clans. The second thing was to plan the issue of establishing a country, and decades later, Byron was established, withstanding nearly 100 wars of the human national coalition forces in the old continent, laying the foundation for the new empire. Vampire Scroll 28 is the 28th volume of the Vampire Scroll, also known as the Adonis Scroll, which is one of the 6 vampire royal families, the direct secret of the Adonis clan. Karnstein, the evil god of the blood race, is the ancestor of the Adonis clan. The compilation of the blood-sucking secret scroll began decades after the great human philosopher Protagoras created the bloody glory. At that time, the great philosopher was already in his twilight years. He tried to snatch the secret scroll that was being compiled several times, but gave up for various reasons. Until his death, the great human philosopher had never seen the blood-sucking secret scroll. He only left one sentence: "It's a pity that I have not exhausted the mystery of bloody glory. I hope that future scholars can complete this method." Students from the 4 universities have discussed whether Protagoras would become a god if he obtained the vampire scroll and completed the bloody glory. Of course, there is no answer to this question. After the vampire scroll was successfully compiled, only the top blood clan members and the most outstanding young geniuses of the blood clan were qualified to read it. There was no record of humans reading it. Charlotte sighed and thought to herself, "I really should take some time to go back to the university and ask the professors for some advice. Take a day off tomorrow." He moved to a new home, which was many times better than his previous living environment, but it was also a little inconvenient, such as he could not just ask a servant from the Savings Association apartment to deliver a letter for him. It was late at night, and it was pitch black outside, with only the faint light from the kerosene lamp in the small study. Charlotte opened the first page of Vampire Secret Scroll 28, read it carefully, and breathed a sigh of relief. He could not understand the labyrinth of Agmaras at all, but after all, he had been exposed to some knowledge of the vampires in college, and he had a foundation in bloody glory, so he had no problem reading the Vampire Secret Scroll. The foundation of the Adonis blood clan's secret method is called Blood Flame Chi. This secret method is recorded on the first page of Vampire Secret Scroll 28. Blood Flame Chi is also one of the 13 unique skills of bloody glory. The Blood Flame Chi created by Protagoras is very different from the Adonis blood clan's secret method. It is more domineering and radical, but lacks the maturity and ruthlessness of thousands of tempers. While reading, Charlotte tried to gather the bloody glory in the chest according to the instructions in the secret scroll. To practice the foundation of Blood Flame Chi, it is necessary to open the bloody vortex in the heart. He originally thought that this step would be very difficult, but he didn't expect it to be very easy. In just half an hour, the second bloody vortex condensed in the chest. The formation of the second bloody vortex represented that Charlotte Mecklin had entered the second level extraordinary. According to the normal cultivation progress, even if one has excellent qualifications, it takes at least 1 year of hard work to condense a bloody vortex. Many apprentices with average talents often need more than 3 years to condense a bloody vortex. Apprentices with lower average qualifications such as Charlotte Mecklin failed to complete their cultivation in 4 years of college, and had to rely on the power of the evil god to open the extraordinary. Thinking of the experience of her predecessor, and the pit he left for her, Charlotte sighed. Bloody glory flows from the brow into the heart, and then flows back from the heart to the brow, forming a delicate cycle between the two bloody vortices. Charlotte originally just wanted to practice bloody glory for a while. She never thought that she would provoke evil gods, or 2 of them. Now she has finally returned to practice bloody glory for a while, and has been promoted to a higher level, which makes people have to sigh at the wonders of the world. A few hours later, Charlotte opened her eyes, and felt that the bloody vortex in her chest had stabilized, and the eyes formed by the runes on her brow seemed to be clearer, and the range of insight was slightly expanded. As soon as he woke up, a consciousness emerged from the diary. Countdown to the arrival of the blood clan evil god Karnstein. 26 days, 5 hours, and 13 minutes and 7 seconds. Charlotte was surprised and happy, thinking to herself, condensing the second bloody vortex can delay Karnstein's arrival by 18 days. If I continue to practice, will I be able to make him never appear? He also knew that this was unlikely. Because he did not die by looking directly at the 2 evil gods, his spirituality was improved, and his practice must have made rapid progress in a short period of time. But after reaching a certain bottleneck, it would not be so rapid. However, this is always good news. It was almost dawn, and Charlotte suppressed her overflowing emotions and prepared to go out to Kilmainham prison first. He had just been transferred to the new position not long ago, and he had already asked for leave once. It would be difficult to ask a servant to go there for the second time in a short period of time, so it would be better to ask for leave in person. Charlotte believed that Senior Sister Milan was still a person who was easy to communicate with. But what was unexpected was that when he arrived at Kilmainham prison in the morning, he found that Milan did not come to work today. Charlotte waited for 2 hours and decisively skipped work early. Chapter 26. As a first-class clerk and the 37th rank official of the Empire, Charlotte has already entered the powerful class of the Empire, although she is only the lowest-ranking one. In Kilmainham prison, no one can give him orders unless it is Milan, and no one can control him from being late or leaving early. When Charlotte walked out of Kilmainham prison, she unexpectedly saw a carriage. This carriage was very familiar, and the little face looking out of the window was even more familiar than the carriage. Slightly surprised, Charlotte greeted, "Miss, and why are you here?" Enda Brittany's pretty face was full of smiles, and she said happily, "I just happened to pass by. Mr. Mecklin got off work so early today. Is there anything else?" Enda Brittany was a little uneasy. She actually came very early, but she didn't know how to find an excuse to enter this Imperial prison. None of her family's relatives were inside. Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "I just skipped work early. There is nothing to do today." Enda Breton immediately said, "I just happened to have a private party, and I'm short of a male companion. I wonder if Mr. Mecklin can help." Charlotte was no fool. The excuse of just passing by was really bad. He was a person from two different worlds. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. He was actually pursued by a girl. She was a standard white, rich and beautiful girl. Enda Breton was impeccable in appearance, figure, temperament, knowledge, education, and even family background. Charlotte hesitated a little between going back to Sheffield University and dating Enda Breton. She made a decisive choice and agreed, "It is a great honor to receive Miss Anne's invitation." At the same time, she secretly thought in her heart, "The matter of writing a letter to my brother must be put on the agenda as soon as possible." Charlotte took Anne's carriage and left Kilmainham prison. The private party that Enda Brittany was going to attend was the gorgeous University Black Moon Era 33rd Year Club. This kind of atmosphere exists in almost every country in the Old World. Various small social groups are very popular. The lower class will have knitting clubs and laundry clubs, the main function of which is to recruit jobs. Slightly richer families will participate in reading clubs and cooking clubs to expand their network. Small clubs like the University Club are already high-end social gatherings. After all, there are only 4 universities in the Fars Empire. Each university is a place favored by God. Every student is a child of destiny. After graduation, they will have a good job and a promising future. The gathering was held at the home of a young lady named Belinda. She was Enda Brittany's college classmate. The relationship between the two was not bad, but not particularly good either. If it was at other times, and would refuse such gatherings. She did not like crowds. This time, she accepted the invitation for Charlotte. After all, it takes a lot of courage to go out with a man alone, so this kind of gathering is not so abrupt. Charlotte is worried about his future. He doesn't want his soul to be devoured by the maze, nor does he want to see Karnstein again, so he slowly runs Bloody Glory in the carriage to maintain his cultivation state. In the bloody vortex at the heart, there are several golden runes looming. Because he has faced the vampire god Karnstein twice, his blood feast meditation has made great progress and has achieved subtle results. When the carriage stopped, he opened his eyes and felt that Bloody Glory had made some progress, and had been observing Charlotte all the way. She was keenly aware that the other party was in a state of cultivation, which made her a little surprised and a little admired. Many people stop exploring the extraordinary after graduation. After all, this road is too difficult, but Charlotte still has the heart to work hard, and her future achievements will definitely be limitless. If he can become a high-level extraordinary, between us, I'm afraid there will be more possibilities. Miss Anne's pretty face turned red again when she thought of this. Charlotte suddenly opened her eyes and saw Enda Brittany's face was slightly red and bright, and her eyes lit up immediately, but he knew what to say and said nothing. Anne was really shy, and she lowered her head slightly, letting Charlotte get off the carriage first, and then she stretched out her little hand and asked the other party to help her get off the carriage. A butler saw the 2 guests coming, raised his hand to signal, and a servant helped the 2 to retreat to the door. Although Belina's father also served in the Empire, and had an honorary title, he was only a minor nobleman and could not be compared with the Brittany family. Anne's arrival made the lady very happy, and she came out to greet her in person. She was slightly surprised to see, and holding Charlotte's arm, and was known as a cold beauty in school. She never dated any boys, and never spoke to any opposite sex. It was the first time she saw this lady from Brittany being so intimate with the opposite sex of the same age. Bellina used a small fan to cover half of her face, in order to avoid showing any excessive expression that would upset Anne, and also to avoid losing her elegant demeanor. She chuckled and said, "Annie, everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Could this gentleman introduce himself?" Annie smiled reservedly and said, "Mr. Charlotte Mecklin, graduated from the University of Sheffield, currently working at Kilmainham prison, a first-class clerk." Walked to the living room hand in hand with Bellina. In such public occasions, one needs to explain one's identity clearly, and not be too modest. However, it is obviously more appropriate for Charlotte to introduce herself than for Anne to do so. When Charlotte introduced herself to Anne, she did not emphasize her public office status, but highlighted her first-level extraordinary status in order to gain more trust from the other party. Now the scene has changed, and Anne adjusted the details of the introduction, hiding the identity of the extraordinary person and highlighting his public office status. Bellina's pretty face changed slightly, and even the small fan in her hand could not hide her surprise. She whispered back, "Are you a first-level clerk?" If Charlotte introduced himself as a first-level clerk, Bellina would never believe it, and would only think she had met a liar. 2 or 3 years after graduating from college, almost all people in the government are first-level clerks. A few people with strong family backgrounds may be promoted to second-level clerks in advance. First-level clerks are really shocking. Only children of noble families can have such a promotion speed. The gap between first-level clerks and first-level clerks is not ordinary. From the 41st level to the highest 37th level, there is also a rare job transfer, which represents at least more than 10 years of promotion and tempering. Many civil servants may not cross the threshold of job transfer in their lifetime. This change in status is not just a 3.6 times salary, but also a series of things such as status, position, treatment, benefits, power, etc. Bellina's father is only 2 levels higher than Charlotte in the civil service sequence of the government. And smiled and replied, "Yes, Mr. Mecklin, I bought a house not long ago, spending less than 200 ECU. Bellina could no longer question it. Being able to buy such a house worth 200 ECU means that Charlotte's salary is definitely not that of a first-level clerk. Charlotte sighed secretly in her heart. She knew that this was the empire, full of snobbery, class, contempt, privilege, wealth, and corruption. He still had to adapt for a while. Chapter 27. Annie soon became the focus of the party. Most of the participants in this party were students of Gorgias University, and they were all classmates, who entered the same class in the 33rd year of Black Moon. Only a few were invited. Outsiders. As an outsider, Charlotte chose to keep a low profile. She sat down in the corner of the banquet hall and took out the diary to study it. He now has 2 things that he always carries with him. One is the blood-sucking hand axe, and the other is the diary of his predecessor. In this situation, it is not convenient to practice bloody glory, so Charlotte turned to the side of the Agmar's labyrinth. It seems that because of studying for a long time, he has also figured out a little bit of understanding. When Charlotte was further analyzing the first Agmar's labyrinth, a man came over, showing his white teeth and smiling. "I am Andre, and I am a 3rd-year student at Gorgias University like everyone else. What is this gentleman's name? Are you interested in playing cards with us?" Charlotte smiled and replied, "Charlotte, graduated from Sheffield University. I'm not very good at playing cards, so I still can't." Andre did not retreat, and then 2 or 3 young men came over and encouraged Charlotte to join with Andre. Their invitation was too kind for Charlotte to refuse. After a few excuses, she had to agree. When he sat at the card table with Andre, he felt something was wrong, but pretended to know nothing and started the first game with a smile. The cards Andre and his friends played were called taculo cards, which had a total of 144 cards. The best cards were the 9 righteous god cards, which were also the only main cards of taculo cards that did not change. The other main cards were different in each set, but most of them were famous figures from the old world, including kings, generals, famous scholars, strange evil gods, and various auxiliary cards. The gameplay was not difficult, but there were many doubling mechanisms, and often the winnings and losses in a game would be particularly large. For this reason, taculo cards were only popular among nobles and wealthy people, and being able to play taculo cards was even considered a status symbol. Charlotte Mecklin was already good at playing cards, and after regaining her memory, she did not seem awkward at the card table. After 2 consecutive games, Charlotte lost 1 franc and 20 centimes, but instead of being upset, he became more calm and composed. These young people are cheating. They probably heard from Belina that Charlotte had a high salary and had recently bought a mansion worth 200 ECU, so they had other ideas. However, when it comes to cheating, how could Charlotte, who graduated from the Department of Mathematics, be worse than these? Wild dices? Not to mention, he also has the eye of insight. After Charlotte played 2 or 3 games, she determined the greed of these young people, deliberately threw some bait, and then let the game go to a stalemate. Although he lost many times, he would have a lucky game every few games, often making up most of the capital in one go. Andre saw that he had played more than 20 games, but the difference between winning and losing was not big. He was a little anxious. He signaled to several companions and said with a smile, "The winning and losing are too small. It's really meaningless to play like this. Why don't we raise the stakes?" Charlotte readily agreed. After raising the stakes, his luck seemed to have gone bad all of a sudden. He lost more than 10 times in a row and had lost more than 70 francs. When Charlotte showed that he was losing a lot and proposed to raise the stakes, the young people were very happy and agreed tacitly. But this time, Charlotte's luck suddenly turned hot. After more than 10 hands, he not only won back all the money he lost, but also earned nearly 13 écumens 6 francs. The young people were so pale that they lost. They didn't understand why they could cheat together and still play the cards like this. After Charlotte won the last hand, she smiled and said, "Sorry, I have to take Miss N home. She must be home before dinner." This excuse is impeccable. After all, the rules of the Brittany family are indeed famously strict, and no one dares to stop Anne from going home late. Charlotte got rid of this group of young people who love gambling and cheating, walked to Anne and said, "I wonder if I have the honor to take Miss Anne home?" Anne smiled slightly, and said goodbye to several female companions. When she left the banquet hall, she whispered, "Andre and his group are very annoying. They often lure people to play cards in school and cheat people's money collectively. But none of them have been promoted to extraordinary." At this point, Anne smiled slyly. As a dream walker, she had already observed the card game over there. Charlotte looked like she had a sure win, so she did not say anything to stop it. Charlotte could not help but laugh and said, "Miss N, you are very ladylike sometimes." Annie covered her mouth, but her eyebrows were curved and she could not hide her smile. She had been chatting with people all afternoon and was actually quite depressed, but when she saw Charlotte killing everyone and beating Andre and his group so hard that their faces turned pale, she immediately felt that today's party was also quite interesting. Although Anne was brave, she didn't dare to let Charlotte take her home. Instead, she took Charlotte back to number 58, Élysée Field Street, and then reluctantly said goodbye and left. Charlotte watched Anne's carriage leave, and her heart was relieved. Although it took a day, he believed that this would not affect his solution to the current difficulties. If he couldn't solve the threat of the 2 evil gods in the end, it wouldn't be because it was a date today. In the next few days, Middleman Sume didn't come to work. Charlotte was never late, but she was happy to leave early. His dates with Anne of Brittany were so frequent that they were shocking, and their relationship quickly heated up. Apart from dating, he did not delay serious matters. He went back to school several times, and consulted with several professors, with the most knowledge in Sheffield University. However, none of them were familiar with labyrinthology, and there was still no progress in the research on the Agmaras labyrinth. As for the vampire scroll, he dared not mention it. Summoning the evil god would be subject to burning. He went to the University of Sheffield, which was protected by the goddess, and excitedly said that he had summoned the blood god. The professors would help him build a fire. Fortunately, the practice of blood glory was progressing day by day, and the date of the blood god Karnstein's return was postponed again and again, which made him feel a little relieved. The postal system of the empire was quite powerful, and Charlotte soon got good news. After his brother got a written promise to give up the inheritance rights, his brother attached a savings slip of the savings union in the reply letter, with a face value of 550 écus, and happily agreed to help cancel the engagement. His brother's reply also provided a piece of news, that the fiancé decided to come to Strasbourg in person, and sign the formal document of breaking off the engagement with Charlotte in person. The day after Charlotte received the reply, she had a very pleasant date with, and went to see an opera, and took a public carriage home. Charlotte walked leisurely into the alley. At the door of her house, she unexpectedly saw a very beautiful girl sitting on the steps of number 58. She was a little embarrassed, with some dust on her forehead, and her beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. It was obvious that she was in a very bad mood. Chapter 28. This girl was wearing a long maple leaf skirt that was common in the Fars Empire. This was the standard clothing for many women traveling far away. It was thick, resistant to wind and cold, and could hide many small things, such as a short dagger for self-defense. She did not carry any luggage with her. She was not as beautiful as Enda, but she was definitely a beautiful girl with a score of more than 85 points. Her face was slightly childish, full of collagen, and her delicate eyebrows were slightly clustered together. She was in a very bad mood. Charlotte compared her memory. Although the image was a little blurry, he was very sure that this lady was his fiancée, Sylvie Martin. Charlotte didn't dare to take Enda's carriage these days, and insisted on taking the public carriage home, just because she was afraid that the lady would see the scene. He shrugged his shoulders, strode over, and said in a gentle tone, "Miss Martin, how are you?" Sylvie Martin regretted coming to Strasbourg alone from the Principality of Behemoth. She should have traveled with someone. Strasbourg is much larger than expected, and the public security is much worse than expected. The first hour after Sylvie arrived in Strasbourg, she lost all her belongings and had no more than a centime on her. The address Charlotte wrote back to her brother was 58 Champs-Élysées. She spent a whole day following the map to find the house. Sylvie was absolutely sure that she had found the wrong place. 58 Champs-Élysées was a mansion, and it really didn't seem like a place that her ex-fiancé, who only earned 1 4 and 70 centimes a week, could afford to live in, but she really had no other place to go. Sylvie Martin heard someone calling her name, looked up slightly, and saw a familiar and annoying face. She said unhappily, "Why did you give me a fake address?" Charlotte did not explain, took out the key and opened the door, adding, "I live here now." Sylvie was so surprised that Charlotte called her twice before she followed him into the house. Charlotte did not know why this fiancé hated X. Maybe the ex had an undisciplined private life, maybe the ex had some bad habits, but it didn't matter, he did not come here to be a scapegoat. Although, Miss Sylvie Martin should still be a pure girl. Charlotte took Sylvie to the small study, motioned her to sit anywhere, handed her a glass of water, and casually asked, "Why don't you have luggage?" Sylvie replied angrily, "It was taken away at the station." Charlotte couldn't help laughing. He really didn't expect that this fiancé was so cute. Sylvie became even angrier. She bit her little white teeth and said with gritted teeth, "Can you stop laughing at me? You are more annoying than before." Charlotte nodded and stopped laughing immediately. It was wrong to laugh at a girl, especially when he was not familiar with her. The ex-boyfriend had few memories of Sylvie Martin, so he was not familiar with her. Charlotte took out the document that had been prepared long ago, handed it to Sylvie, and said, "I have signed my name, and I am waiting for you to sign your name, and the engagement can be cancelled. If you are worried, you can also go to the government office to get a notarization, and I will pay for it." Sylvie took the quill angrily, and quickly signed her name in beautiful cursive script. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. He could date, and openly in the future without worrying about the harem going bad. Charlotte carefully dried ink on her own document, put it in an empty box, and said with a smile, "What is Miss Martin going to do next?" Sylvie hesitated for a long time before whispering, "If possible, I want to stay for a few days. I will move out as soon as my father sends the money. I have completed my education at Behemoth National Academy, and applied to become an Imperial civil servant. I will receive a job assignment in about half a month. I won't bother you for too long," Sylvie Martin said at the end with a firm look in her eyes, full of tenacity and courage. Charlotte was slightly dazed. He often saw this kind of look in his previous life. It was the confidence that only independent and strong women had. Although, even in that world, there were very few such women. Charlotte shrugged and said, "Miss Martin, even though we have broken off our engagement, I still have the responsibility to take care of you whenever you need me. You can rest assured to stay here." This former fiancé solved a big problem for him, and Charlotte did not intend to turn against him. Besides, this is the world of the Middle Ages. The public security is not good. He himself is a prison soldier, and of course he knows that even the capital Strasbourg can be as chaotic as it can be. Letting a young girl run around outside will make one feel guilty. If Sylvie leaves alone, something will happen. Sylvie Martin breathed a sigh of relief. She quietly touched the dagger hidden in her maple leaf dress and said, "You can't get close to me at night." Charlotte pointed to the stairs on one side of the banquet hall, and said nonchalantly, "There are 15 rooms on the second floor. You can pick anyone. Besides, I just moved here not long ago, and this house lacks a lot of daily necessities. If you need anything, Please tell me as soon as possible. It's still not too dark, so I can buy it. Sylvie put down the cup in her hand, pulled her long skirt and performed a daily greeting, then walked out of the study and went up the stairs to the second floor. After about a few minutes, she came down again and said, I need a kerosene lamp, some clothes to change, and bedding. I'm a little hungry. Is there anything to eat at home? Charlotte smiled and said, there are a few croissants, some stuffed bread, and some Donley-scented tea at home, but you shouldn't be interested in them. Let's go out to eat. There are all kinds of shops on the Élysée country street. As the host, I should also welcome Miss Sylvie. Sylvie Martin was very surprised. She was not used to Charlotte's gentlemanly behavior. She knew what kind of person her ex-fiancé was. Charlotte Mecklin was a typical bad boy. She relied on her family's wealth to do all kinds of evil. She was also very familiar with flirting. She had ambiguous relationships with many ladies in Behemoth, and was very unchaste. Sylvie Martin once believed that her ex-fiancé would not be able to get a university diploma because of the scandal in college, and would be expelled from the university. This is why Miss Sylvie insisted on breaking off the engagement. She didn't like playboys and sluts. She couldn't imagine herself spending her life with such a loser. Chapter 29. Charlotte went out with Sylvie Martin without a gun, only a newly customized magic alchemy cane. This magic alchemy cane is simple in style, yet somewhat gorgeous. It is made of a very rare wood, light, tough, and flexible. It is inlaid with dozens of silver stars. These silver stars are obtained by melting the old scabbard from the Sherlock dynasty. When it is waved, it will emit a brilliant silver light, which Charlotte likes very much. It is certainly not a magic item, but it has been processed with magic alchemy to increase its toughness. No matter how tough the wood is, after dozens of silver stars are hit, the probability of cracking is quite suspicious, but after being processed by magic alchemy, its flexibility is even comparable to steel. A good cane is not only a luxurious and handy weapon, but also a favorite carry-on item for gentlemen. It is very popular in every country in the old world. Charlotte has been financially well off recently. She originally melted the old scabbard to make a magic sword, but after asking, she learned that the price exceeded the budget, so she gave up making the magic sword and customized this magic alchemy cane, spending 1 Ford and 12 centimes. Anyway, he was not good at swordsmanship, so there was no difference between using a cane and a rapier. Sylvie Martin left 58 Élysée Avenue with her ex-fiancé, still feeling a little uneasy. Charlotte chose the first restaurant she passed by, chose a seat by the window, and skillfully ordered 2 dishes. The cuisine of the Fars Empire is very peculiar. It is not a single-course meal like the Xiao Kingdom, but a set meal on the menu. A dish will consist of a staple food, snacks, side dishes, wine, dessert, soup, etc. Even if it was a very simple menu, a dish had at least 5 ingredients, and wine and soup were indispensable. This restaurant was of decent quality. Charlotte ordered lamb chops, croissants, potato wedges, mushroom soup, sparkling cider, a few pieces of roasted chicken and some vegetable platters. The portions were quite large, typical men's dishes. The dish he ordered for Sylvie Martin was mainly dessert, with cheese and several biscuits, as well as a cup of milk tea, typical women's dishes. Charlotte was also hungry, and the two of them ate in silence without talking. After the meal, Charlotte went to pay the bill and ordered a few more bottles of wine. His new home lacked everything, and he really didn't have any wine. The sparkling apple wine he had tasted good, so he bought some more. As usual, Charlotte didn't take the wine away on the spot, but asked the restaurant to send it to number 58, Élysée Field Street later. The two left the restaurant, and soon found a grocery store. After purchasing what Sylvie Martin needed, Charlotte also bought 20 kilograms of kerosene. Recently, he often studied his diary all night, which consumed a lot of fuel for the kerosene lamp. After paying, he still asked the other party to deliver the goods directly, and took Miss Sylvie back to his residence. Charlotte remembered that she was recently in love. Although her relationship with Enda Breton had not been made clear, she still needed to prepare for the rainy day. He stopped Sylvie, who was about to go upstairs after returning home, smiled and said, I have something to ask Miss Sylvie. I hope you can call me cousin during this period of time. You also know that there will be some criticisms when a single man and a single woman are together, and these criticisms are more disadvantageous to you. Okay, cousin Charlotte. Sylvie didn't give him more room to explain. She agreed immediately and walked up the stairs quickly. The girl didn't wrong herself and chose the innermost and largest bedroom on the second floor. There were bright windows on 3 walls, an independent bathroom, and a huge wardrobe embedded in the wall. The big bed left by the original owner was made of very solid materials, which was also the reason why it was too heavy and inconvenient to carry, so it was left in this house. For the young girl, this room was almost perfect, except for the slight fear caused by being too empty. Sylvie Martin stood in front of the south-facing window, looking at the scenery of the Lucavaro River, and felt infinite courage in her heart. The girl clenched her fists and whispered, "New life, here I come." There are always countless beautiful dreams in the hearts of young girls. About 10 minutes later, Charlotte knocked on the door gently and said, "The clerk from the grocery store is here to deliver the goods." Sylvie opened the door, and the grocery store clerk brought in all kinds of things, and placed them where they should be according to the girl's instructions. During the whole process, Charlotte stood at the door, and did not come in, very gentlemanly. This made Sylvie slightly suspicious of her ex-fiancé. The original Charlotte Mecklin was not this kind of person. This was very unlike Charlotte. After the clerks moved and placed the things, Charlotte politely said goodbye to Sylvie, and he sent the clerks to the lobby on the first floor, bolted the door, and returned to his room on the third floor. Charlotte chose the suite closest to the stairs, on the eastern side. This suite has a bedroom, a study, a bathroom, and a living room. Going out from the living room, there is a terrace on the side of the Élysée Pastoral Avenue. This terrace runs from east to west, and has a short wall as high as the chest. The entrances to the 5 suites are all on this terrace. The terrace on the south side is not connected. Each suite has an independent open-air area. Sitting on the south-facing terrace, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Lucavaro River while drinking tea. He lay on an old sofa left by the previous landlord in the room, silently calculating the wealth in his hands. I originally had 5 ECU in savings. I sold the long flail, and got 75 ECU. I won 13 ECU playing cards last time. My brother sent me another 550 ECU. After deducting the 50 ECU down payment for the house, I still have 593 ECU. It's a considerable amount of money. Recently, the research on the Agmar's labyrinth has not been going well. Even the professors at my alma mater, the University of Sheffield, have no research on this overseas labyrinth. I should buy some materials, or find an expert in labyrinthology. The next morning, Charlotte went to work at Kilmainham prison as usual. Not long after she entered the office, an unexpected person came to visit, the reception secretary Mrs. Pascal. The lady brought us shocking news. She lowered her voice and said, "Miss Milman Sume may be transferred from Kilmainham prison, resign from the post of warden, and join the army." Charlotte was very surprised to hear this news. After that day, Milman Sume never returned to Kilmainham prison. Although the first rose of the empire, the warden, treated him well, he didn't have to work overtime every day. Charlotte was worried, but she still hoped that the lady would not return for the time being. But there is a big difference between not coming back temporarily, and never coming back. He is considered to be Middleman's direct line. Once this immediate superior leaves, he will have no one to protect him, which is very unfavorable for his future. Mrs. Pascal obviously did not come to spread gossip. She stared at Charlotte without blinking, obviously waiting for his answer. Although Charlotte was not familiar with the workplace, she quickly understood that Mrs. Pascal wanted to find out some information from him. The news that Middleman might resign as the warden and transfer out of Kilmainham prison was just a test of the water by this lady. Chapter 30. If it was the old Charlotte, she would probably tell the truth, but now Charlotte is not so honest. He smiled faintly and said, "Maybe senior sister Middleman will go to the Navy." Mrs. Pascal smiled slightly and said, "Maybe." She seemed to have achieved a certain goal and left quickly. Charlotte stayed in the office for a while, handled some official business, and went home calmly after skipping work. He didn't have an appointment with Enda today, because Miss Brittany was facing the final exam. Even though she was talented, she couldn't ignore the rules of the university, and couldn't go out these days. Charlotte took a public carriage to the Élysée, had a meal before returning to number 58. Since his spirituality was improved, his cultivation speed has increased by another level. During this period, bloody glory was about to break through, so he returned home and began to practice intensively. A few hours later, the bloody vortex at the heart underwent unexpected changes, and countless tiny light golden runes were born, forming a wonderful structure, like a small golden heart. A new supernatural power was born quietly. Blood flame, blood flame. It is the foundation of the secret method of the Adonis blood clan. It is also one of the 13 bloody glory skills created by the great philosopher of the human race, Blood Flame Protagoras. Blood-colored flames emerged from Charlotte's body, and blood-sucking hand axe also emerged from blood-colored flames. The two blood-colored flames were remotely connected. After returning home, The blood-sucking hand axe hung on the wall flew up automatically like a tired bird returning to its nest, and fell into the hands of its owner. Charlotte was surprised and opened her eyes. The blood-sucking hand axe circled around her hands, as if it was thrown out by an invisible big hand, as fast as lightning. The moment the hand axe was about to chop into the wall, the blood flame gas burst out. It was firmly nailed in the air, and the axe blade vibrated and produced a slight tremor. Charlotte waved her hand, and it flew back to the owner's hand. This is the foundation of the Adonis blood clan's secret method, one of the 13 unique skills of Bloody Glory, the basic function of blood flame gas. The blood flame gas can burn the enemy's life and feed back vitality to the owner. It can also increase the lethality of the weapon, so that the weapon and the owner have extremely subtle induction, and can be recalled at any time with the mind. In Charlotte's mind, what he was thinking about at this moment was definitely not recalling weapons, but a combat skill that the great human philosopher Protagoras had never thought of or developed due to his limited knowledge system. Controlling objects in the void. When Charlotte thought of the scene of himself controlling the flying axe to kill the enemy from 100 steps away, he couldn't help but feel excited. The predecessor's swordsmanship was mediocre, and not good at close combat. Charlotte inherited the shortcomings of his predecessor, and he himself didn't like to fight with people. If he could control the blood-sucking hand axe with blood flame energy, and fight the enemy in the air, Charlotte would immediately feel that he could do it again. The bureaucracy of the Empire gives preferential treatment to the extraordinary people. With their extraordinary powers, the extraordinary people are more likely to achieve success and get promoted with their merits than ordinary people. Better than the bureaucracy of the Empire is to join the Orthodox God sect, and you can get all kinds of privileges with a priesthood. It's a pity that if you join the Orthodox God sect, you can no longer get involved in secular power, and your life will be constrained by dogma, such as not being able to get married for life and not owning secular property, which is very inconvenient. Charlotte did not intend to be a Western monk when she traveled here. Having developed a bond with the blood-sucking hand axe, Charlotte had a little more preference for this weapon. He put the hand axe back on the desk and sat back on the sofa. After practicing Bloody Glory for a while, until 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Charlotte ate 2 croissants and prepared to go out for a walk. He originally didn't plan to go out and stayed at home all day. But Bloody Glory condensed the second superpower, which was also the foundation of the Adonis blood clan's secret method. It was the most powerful of the 13 special skills of Bloody Glory, which made him emotionally agitated and unable to calm down. Going out for a walk was good for his physical and mental health. Charlotte locked the door and turned into Élysée Garden Street along the alley. This prosperous commercial street, which is 2,600 square meters long, is still bustling with people and cars at this time. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there are still 2 or 3 hours before the shops on Élysée Garden Street close. There is no street lighting system in the Fars Empire, so even the most prosperous commercial streets can only be open until the evening. Charlotte wandered around for half an hour and walked into 4 or 5 shops, but didn't like anything. He was about to go back after a while when he heard someone calling his name. He looked up and saw a slightly old, but elegant and simple carriage galloping towards him. A beautiful girl with a childish face was leaning out of the window and waving to him. It was his ex-fiancée, Miss Sylvie Martin. She was radiant and smiling, and it was obvious that she had met with a happy event. These days, Sylvie Martin went out early and came back late. Charlotte never asked about her whereabouts. Seeing that the ex-fiancé was so happy, she couldn't help asking, "Miss Sylvie, what are you happy about?" The carriage stopped beside Charlotte, and a lady got off the carriage with Sylvie. This lady was tall, light-footed, and very agile. She was about 27 or 28 years old. Her golden hair was tied up behind her head. She wore a lady's hunting suit and carried a small and slender cane in her hand. She had a pair of light blue eyes and three-dimensional and delicate features. She was a beautiful girl who was no less beautiful than Miss Enda Britannia. Of course, she was definitely not as beautiful as Melman Sume. After all, this lady was nicknamed the First Rose of the Empire. No man in the Fars Empire would put other women on the same level as her. That was a blasphemy that would cause a duel in the street. Sylvie introduced the two to each other. "This is my cousin, Sherlock Mecklin. This kind-hearted Miss Winnie helped me find my lost luggage." The lady gently stroked her chest with one hand, performed a standard Imperial salute, and said in a comfortable voice, "Winnie R. Zeno, the president of the Cat Detective Agency. I heard that Mr. Mecklin works in Kilmainham prison. If there are cases involving related professions in the future, I wonder if I can ask for your help." Charlotte smiled and replied, "Everything is fine." If you need anything, please let Miss Winnie know. Sylvie said happily. It just so happened that Miss Winnie's detective agency needed employees, so she went to the city government to retrieve my file and transferred my work relationship to the cat detective agency. Now I am a trainee detective. Charlotte was slightly surprised. Although he had already broken off the engagement with his ex-fiancée, he still couldn't help but persuade her and said, "Have you thought it through? The treatment of private employees is not as good as that of government employees. National schools mainly train talents for governments at all levels, but they also allow graduates to find jobs on their own. However, the treatment of private employees is poor, and few people are willing to give up the opportunity to work in the government." Sylvie Martin said, "I have inquired about it. I will probably be assigned to the countryside and become a third-level registrar. It is highly likely that I will not be promoted in the next few years." Chapter 31. Charlotte was shocked and looked incredulous, shouting, "How is it possible? You are a graduate of Behemoth National Academy, not a public school graduate. You should be at least a second or third-level assistant. Even a first-level assistant is not too much, and a fifth-level registrar is too much. How can it be a third-level registrar? The registries of the Empire range from the 49th level of the first level to the 45th level of the fifth level, which is considered the bottom of the civil service. Granting it to a public school graduate is a privilege, and letting a National Academy graduate take this position is clearly someone's dirty tricks." Sylvie Martin said calmly, "Nothing, because I'm a girl." Charlotte wisely changed the subject and asked, "How much is the weekly salary that Miss Detective offers you?" Vinnie Arzino smiled and replied, 85 centimes, including accommodation and 2 meals. Charlotte nodded slightly and thought, "This salary is very reasonable, the same as the first-level assistant, because it includes food and accommodation, and the living standard is even slightly easier than that of newcomers to the government civil service." Vinnie Arzino continued, "Miss Sylvie is a very good talent. My cat detective agency just happened to have an assistant who was getting married and had to resign, so there was a vacancy. Although the Fars Empire allowed women to work, the traditional forces were quite strong. Unless the husband's family was really ordinary and needed the woman's salary, they would ask the woman to resign." Charlotte said that she understood, and he didn't intend to persuade her anymore. After all, she was already his ex-fiancée, and he couldn't control her so much. Just when I was about to ask her when she was going to move out, I heard Sylvie say a little embarrassedly, "I haven't received my salary yet. Although I got my luggage back, I only got some items, and I haven't found the cash. My father's remittance will take some time. I will have to pay you back for the money you spent on shopping yesterday." Charlotte smiled and said, "You don't have to be polite to me." The lively ex-fiancé said, "Miss Winnie came with me to help me move. I wonder if it's convenient for you, cousin?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Miss Winnie, cousin Sylvie, please come to my house to chat. It's too rude to do it on the street." He took the 2 ladies back to number 58 and invited them to the reception room. He took a bottle of sparkling cider and poured 3 glasses. He raised his glass first and drank it all. He smiled and said, "This sparkling cider is not bad. You 2 ladies can try it." After Winnie Arzino came in, she looked around. She raised her glass and took a sip. She asked curiously, "Mr. Charlotte lives alone?" Charlotte replied, "Yes." Miss Winnie did not say anything else, but changed the subject and asked, "I wonder what Mr. Charlotte thinks about women's work." Sylvie said unhappily, "I don't want to quit my job after I get married. If the other party cannot accept it, I will not get married." Charlotte is a modern man, and of course she has no opinion on women's work. She hesitated for a moment and replied, "I hope women can be like birds, and have the power to freely choose their lives as they please." A clear and familiar voice came from outside the door, calling out, "Mr. Mecklin, you actually think so? That's great." Charlotte almost jumped up. She didn't expect Miss Enda Breton to visit suddenly, and hurriedly said, "Miss and please come in." At the same time, she introduced the 2 ladies, "Miss Enda Breton, a good friend of mine." Enda Breton's pretty face was full of happiness and joy. In fact, she had always been worried that she would not be able to work after marriage, and could only be trapped at home and deal with boring aristocratic social activities. Charlotte's answer just now gave her a lot of points, and pulled her skirt lightly, and gave a common lady's salute. Sylvie returned a common salute, and Winnie still returned a standard Imperial salute. Charlotte gritted her teeth and introduced Enda Brittany. "This Miss Sylvie Martin is my cousin. This Miss Winnie Arzino is the president of the Cat Detective Agency. My cousin graduated from the National Academy, and just came to Strasbourg from the Principality of Behemoth. She is about to join the Cat Detective Agency," and showed a slightly surprised look and called out, "Miss Winnie Arzino? The famous cat spirit detective? I have heard a lot about you, and have always admired you. I have also thought about working at the cat detective agency after graduation. Seeing that Charlotte didn't seem to know about the cat detective agency, she explained in a low voice. The cat detective agency is the only detective agency in the Empire where 70% of the employees are women. All female employees can learn cat spirit magic after joining the detective agency. Miss Winnie Arzino is one of the 7 great detectives of the Empire, known as the Cat Elf Detective, and the pride of all women in the Fars Empire. Annie solemnly performed a court salute to Winnie Arzino again. The court salute is the complete version of the daily salute, with a few more complex and very elegant gestures, unlike the daily salute, which is just a slight tug on the skirt. Miss Winnie smiled slightly and said humorously, I am just too free-spirited by nature. On behalf of the Cat Detective Agency, I welcome Miss, and to apply for the job after graduation. After she heard the name Brittany, she knew that this lady was of noble status, and could never be a female detective. This sentence was just a common politeness. And also knew that her family would never allow her to be a detective who would show up in public. She sighed deeply in her heart. The 3 girls quickly chatted with each other. After Anne knew that Sylvie was Charlotte's cousin, she tried to find out about Charlotte several times. Sylvie was very considerate, and even rarely spoke for this cousin. After saying a few nice words, Charlotte, who had been on edge, breathed a sigh of relief. He sat aside and basically didn't interrupt, only occasionally acting as a temporary adapter and pouring sparkling cider for the ladies. About an hour later, seeing that the 3 ladies were still talking with great interest, Charlotte couldn't help but suggest, Please allow me to excuse myself for a moment and go buy some sparkling wine and snacks. Our house is too simple, and we haven't prepared anything. It's a bit rude to entertain you. Enda Britannia and Vinnie Arzino shouted together, No need. The 2 beautiful women smiled at each other, and suddenly had some tacit understanding. Vinnie Arzino smiled and said, Let me do it. My cats are more powerful. She stretched out her slender right hand with 5 fingers, and made a strange seal. Then she heard a sweet meow. The cat spirit detective said in a doting tone, Go to the nearby store to buy some sparkling wine and small cakes. After a long meow, there was no sound outside. Vinnie Arzino said, I asked my cat to go shopping. Mr. Charlotte doesn't need to work hard himself. Charlotte was full of surprise. Although he had obtained some of the memories of the original native body, he really didn't understand what cat spirit magic was. Chapter 32. The few of them didn't wait for a while before there was a knock on the door. Charlotte went to open the door. Outside the door was a fat calico cat, holding a huge basket. The cat put down the basket and meowed twice, looking very proud. Charlotte had also raised a cat on earth. He stroked it gently with skill. The cat purred a few times, jumped onto a nearby carriage with satisfaction, curled up and took a nap. 2 carriages were parked in the small square outside number 58, Élysée Country Street. One was Anne's carriage, and the other was Winnie Arzino's carriage. It was the first time, since he moved into number 58, that it was so lively. The visit of the 2 evil gods together cannot be counted. While he was amazed at the practicality of the magic of the cat spirit, he took the basket into the room and sent it to the 3 ladies. Charlotte had seen Anne's mechanical beetle, but the mechanical beetle obviously could not buy things. It could only be used to notify the servants outside and let the servants buy things. Vinnie Arson's cat spirit magic can directly drive cats, which is indeed much more convenient than the mechanical beetle. Charlotte even had the urge to ask Vinnie Arson for this magic. Miss Winnie Arsino's chatting skills are very advanced. The 3 girls have already started discussing a recent strange case. Charlotte listened for a while, and understood a little bit. Recently, there have been a series of disappearances in the Alcatraz area, and it is not a case of a single person disappearing, but a whole family disappearing. 7 families, a total of more than 60 people, have disappeared. The situation of each family is normal, as if the family members have left temporarily, and the house is not messy at all. There is no sign of thieves breaking in, but the disappeared people have never appeared again, leaving no clues. In this era, the Fars Empire used the patrol army to take on the work of the police on Earth, but their methods of handling cases were crude and not professional at all, and the rate of solving cases was even less than 3%. This also led to the residents near the missing cases not daring to rely on the patrol army at all, but instead offering a high reward to the private detective agency. They were all very worried that one day they would be the missing population, so the reward was very high. Vinnie Arzino wanted to get the reward very much. She introduced the topic to this case, and also wanted to use the wisdom of the 2 ladies. Both Sylvie and Enda were rare highly educated women in this era, but it was obvious that she was disappointed this time. The two young ladies had no clue about such a suspenseful case. Charlotte listened for a while, and he didn't have any idea. Before crossing, he was a high school math teacher, not a senior criminal policeman, and had no desire to speak about such a missing case. And Breton suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm too involved in the conversation, it's time for me to go home." Then Arzino also smiled and said, "I came to pick up Sylvie to move to the detective agency's dormitory. I didn't expect to chat for so long. It really disturbed Mr. Mecklin." Charlotte said hurriedly, "Don't bother me. I am only happy and delighted to spend a wonderful afternoon with the three ladies." And left her seat, took Charlotte's hand, walked aside, and said, "I came here today to tell you an inside news." Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, "What news?" And whispered, "Metalman has been involved in a case recently. This case has a wide range of impacts. You have to be more careful." After she said this, she hurriedly said goodbye to him. It was indeed a bit late. Miss Anne was a good girl most of the time, except, sometimes she had scary dreams in the middle of the night. Sylvie went upstairs, and took all the things she bought a few days ago. She actually had 2 large suitcases. With the help of Miss Winnie, the former fiancé got on the carriage, and also made a gesture of farewell to Charlotte. After watching the 2 carriages leave one after another, Charlotte returned to number 58, Champs-Élysées. Although he was always worried about trouble when Sylvie was there, he suddenly became alone again, and felt quite empty. Number 58, Élysée Country Street was too big. Living alone was indeed somewhat empty. Charlotte couldn't help but wonder, should I hire a cook? A few servants? Or a pet? Although he had eaten some pastries with the ladies, he was not full, so after a little hesitation, he went to the nearest restaurant near his home and ordered a set meal. After dinner, he remembered the Cat and Clover coffee shop he went to last time. Although the coffee of this era was slightly sour, it was rich in taste, and was considered a good drink. It was much better than the strong black tea with a hint of pepper water mixed with chili peppers, and more suitable for staying up late than the flower tea from Donley. I decided to buy a batch of coffee, not only for my daily drinks, but also for entertaining guests. When Charlotte walked to the Cat and Clover coffee shop, he heard the sound of meowing, which was very childish. Then he saw the half-grown clever cat looking at him vigilantly, and protecting 3 kittens that were born not long ago. Charlotte remembered that she thought the cat was fat last time she saw it, and couldn't help but smile and said, "These kittens are very cute." The owner of the coffee shop was an older lady. She smiled when she heard the customers' praise and said, "If you like, you can adopt one. It doesn't cost anything. Just treat these little things well." Charlotte hesitated for a moment, and squatted down to look at the 3 little guys. The half-grown clever cat seemed to realize that the man had no ill intentions, and was no longer so vigilant. It lay down lazily. The 3 kittens struggled to climb onto the mother cat's belly, and began to suck milk. Charlotte looked at it for a while, and said, "I want a batch of coffee, some of each kind. These 3 kittens are very cute. Please allow me to take them all away. But they are too young to leave their mother. Madam, please take care of them for a few more days. Here are 20 centimes, which is the food allowance for the little ones during their stay." The owner of the coffee shop was slightly surprised. The revenue of her coffee shop was not very high. It was already very difficult to raise a clever cat, so she couldn't keep the 3 kittens. Charlotte was not only willing to adopt the 3 kittens, but also paid the foster fee, so that the kittens could stay for a while longer. For this lady, it was such a good thing, that she agreed to it without hesitation. Charlotte was very happy to adopt a few little guys. She had some experience in raising pets in her previous life, which made her know that cats should not leave their mothers too early, otherwise it would be difficult to raise them. So even though she liked them, she did not take them away immediately, and planned to wait until the little guys were 1 month old. The purchasing power of 20 centimes, converted into nearly 400 yuan in RMB, is enough to raise these 3 little things for a long time. You know, the weekly salary of the ex-fiancée Miss Sylvie Martin is only 85 centimes. Because the coffee she bought was not much, Charlotte did not ask the owner's wife to deliver it, and took it out with her. Chapter 33. For several days, Charlotte did not see Miss Metalman again. He also heard some news, and there were even rumors that Miss Metalman had been imprisoned at the bottom of the prison, but these gossips had no reliable source. Charlotte had just been transferred here, and had no acquaintances in Kilmainham prison, so she had no way to inquire and verify these news. After leaving get off work early again, Charlotte accompanied Anne to watch an opera, and took the Breton family's carriage back to Champs-Élysées. He and said goodbye to each other, and walked back to number 58. To his surprise, he saw 2 prison guards outside his house, and they were familiar faces. Charlotte asked, "John, Tony, you two want to see me for something? It's so late. Could it be that Miss Mettleman has some instructions?" The 2 prison guards looked at each other, and said together, "Warden Mettleman has been transferred. Is it the newly appointed Warden Magri who asked you to come over?" Charlotte looked at the sky and couldn't help but said, "It's so late." The 2 prison guards said, "We can't help it. The new Warden Magri has a bad temper. He came to the prison this afternoon and took a roll call. When he found out that you were not there, he signed a dismissal order. Maybe if you go back now, it's still in time to save the situation." Dismissal order? Charlotte was really shocked this time. He just left early in the afternoon. The new warden would dismiss him for such a small mistake. This matter was not in accordance with the laws of the Empire, but the Empire was not a society ruled by law. Charlotte didn't say much, followed her 2 colleagues, and hurried back to Kilmainham prison. When Charlotte stepped into the familiar office, she saw no longer the beautiful senior sister, who looked like a blooming rose, but a middle-aged man with a big belly, who was wearing a large military uniform and had a furious look on his face. Charlotte saluted hurriedly, thinking, "Isn't this guy waiting for me?" A cold and sarcastic voice sounded, saying, "Mr. Mecklin, as a first-level clerk, you have been leaving early for many consecutive days, and even disappeared for the whole afternoon on the day I took office. Excuse me? Are you suitable for this job?" Charlotte had nothing to say. He had indeed been leaving early recently, but that was because there was nothing to do in the prison, and he had worked too many overtime hours. However, although the other party spoke righteously, the dismissal order had been issued before he came back, and he did not give him a chance to defend himself. It was obviously not because of such a small matter as leaving early. According to the Imperial law, being late or leaving early would at most result in a salary penalty, but there was no reason to dismiss him. This fat guy probably wanted to purge the confidence left by Milan. Charlotte didn't say anything, which made the new warden think that he was already scared. He was very satisfied with his intimidation and said with a hint of anger, "I have dismissed you from your position as a first-class clerk, but as a new chief, I will give you a special favor and allow you to continue working in Kilmainham prison as a temporary prison soldier. If you are willing to work hard and correct your small problem of leaving early, I can restore your position." Temporary prison soldier? That's not an Imperial civil servant at all. Charlotte had worked in the central government office for 2 years, and was familiar with the laws of the Empire. He heard something wrong and his brain was spinning at full speed. The issuance of a dismissal order means that the status of an Imperial civil servant is completely stripped away. According to the laws of the Empire, the warden can issue a dismissal order, but it is impossible for me to return to the position of a first-level clerk unless an official 1 or 2 levels higher intervenes. He was so ruthless that he directly signed a dismissal order, and fooled me that I could recover as long as I worked hard. What exactly does he want to do? Magri Teller, the new warden of Kilmainham prison, thought he had suppressed this little first-class clerk. Of course, he issued a dismissal order. The other party was no longer a first-class clerk. Now Charlotte Mecklin was just a small person that he could manipulate at will. Magri smiled and said, "I believe you know how to behave. I want to know, what has Mettleman done recently? What events have you participated in? She specifically transferred you from the central government office. There must be something special for you to do. I want to know the details." Charlotte immediately reacted and thought to herself, "Is this a political struggle against Senior Mettleman? Damn it! If I get involved in this level of political struggle, a small person like me will die." Seeing that Charlotte was still silent, Magri added in a serious tone, "You are now a temporary prison soldier, the one who manages those damned prisoners, but it is not impossible to change your identity and become the garbage that is imprisoned. I have a report here about you borrowing 3 supernatural weapons, keeping them for private use, and not returning them to the prison. My patience is limited. Don't challenge my bottom line." Charlotte took a deep breath. Privately reselling supernatural weapons is the unspoken rule of the prison. The unspoken rule means that it cannot be put on the table. The new warden brought up this matter. He didn't intend to give him a chance to choose sides, and he had to force him into a dead end. Since this matter has been turned up, even if he obeys the other party, his end will definitely not be good. Charlotte didn't know what kind of political struggle Mettleman was involved in, but since the new warden would definitely not care about his life or death, betraying this senior sister would not end well. The most likely possibility was that she would be abandoned and die in an unclear way. So what was the point of betraying her? The only choice was to choose the other side. Although, he didn't know what would happen to Middleman if he chose him. Although he lived a happy life during this period, as a time traveler, he didn't think this kind of life was important. He didn't have the natives' mentality of worrying about gains and losses, nor did he have the mentality of luck. Charlotte raised her head, which had been lowered, and said, "I am willing to report." Magri hated the clear eyes of this young man, but his words made him decide to give him a little patience, and said, "Charlotte, temporary prison soldier, you are indeed a sensible person." He deliberately emphasized the word temporary prison soldier to increase the threatening momentum. The prison soldiers are at least Imperial civil servants, but the temporary prison soldiers are not even the lowest 53rd grade. Charlotte took a step forward, and a blood-sucking hand axe appeared in her hand. She threw it with all her might, and shouted, "Warden Magri, you can't force me to slander Miss Middleman." The moment the blood-sucking hand axe flew out, Charlotte activated Bloody Glory, leaped back with all her might, and smashed the door of the warden's office with her back. Chapter 34. The office erupted with surging fighting spirit, and the blood-sucking hand axe was broken apart by the fighting spirit, and flew out with Charlotte spinning. The person who could become the warden of Kilmainham prison might not have a good character, but he could not be a waste anyway. Charlotte knew this very well. His previous attack was just to delay the opponent, and he did not intend to kill the new warden. Facing the blood-sucking hand axe that was bounced back by the fighting spirit, he grabbed it casually and put it back in his hand. Instead of running out of the prison, he turned around and rushed into his office, not forgetting to say what he had just said. "Warden Magri, don't try to force me to slander Miss Middleman," he shouted loudly several times. Magri was also slightly surprised. He knew that this first-level clerk had some skills. He thought that his hand axe, which was as high as level 7 fighting spirit, was enough to split the opponent in half, but he didn't expect Charlotte to calmly master this weapon. He didn't know that Charlotte had awakened the blood flame spirit, one of the 13 unique skills, and could control the blood-sucking weapon in the air, not just by skill. Magri roared angrily and shouted, "Catch this traitor." Charlotte's bloody glory was only at the 2nd level. Even with the 2 superpowers, insight and blood flame, it was impossible for him to break out of the heavily guarded Kilmainham prison. However, his office had a large window, and outside the window was the street of Marne District. Marne District was the outer 15th district, and the situation was very complicated. As long as he could blend into the residential area, there was a certain probability of escaping. He rushed into his office, without any hesitation, and jumped out of the window. He rolled several times in the air to relieve the momentum. Although he fell to the ground in a mess, he was not injured. Charlotte quickly got up, urged the blood flame, and ran away. A few minutes later, a group of prison soldiers chased out, but the former first-level clerk was nowhere to be seen. Magri's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that such a small matter would go so wrong. The word Charlotte shouted when she escaped must have been heard by many people. He had just become the warden not long ago, and had not yet been able to take charge of all the power, and completely control all the prison soldiers in Kilmainham prison. Someone must have leaked this news. Although he was instructed by a certain force behind the scenes to investigate Middleman, he was secretly doing things. The other party had no evidence, and could do nothing to him. He did not have the courage to openly break up with the Sume family. If this news spread, he would definitely be in trouble, and even the forces behind him might not protect him. In the office, Magri slammed the desk hard. He could not figure out why Charlotte did not compromise at all, did not even hesitate, and even immediately came up with such a vicious counterattack, roast him directly on the fire. With a glimmer of hope, he shouted, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. If I know that someone spreads what I just said, I will let you all taste the taste of jail." Almost everyone who heard this near the office thought in their hearts, the new warden is really going to frame Miss Middleman. Charlotte escaped from Kilmainham prison, hired a public carriage, and rushed back to 58 Chrysler Avenue as fast as possible. In this era, there were no telephones or internet, and the prison army and the patrol army could not be mobilized so quickly. He still had a chance. Charlotte panted and broke into number 58, Elysée Field Street, and took out several savings union deposit slips hidden in the bedroom. He had offended the new warden, and the other party would not let him go. The deposits in the savings union would be confiscated. He had made up his mind to escape for a while, and he couldn't do it without money. With the efficiency of the prison army and the patrol army in this era, as long as Charlotte acted quickly enough, there was still a certain chance to take away all the deposits and fly away. Charlotte received the deposit slip, and felt a little relieved that he had not spent much money during this period. Apart from customizing the new cane inlaid with dozens of silver stars, he did not buy any valuables. Since he was preparing to flee, Charlotte of course traveled light. In addition to the deposit slip from the Savings Association, the blood-sucking hand axe, the diary, the newly bought cane, and a few clothes, he also took the second-hand Magnum hand shuttle. After all, this thing is quite reliable for self-defense. After packing up his things, he was about to leave the house when he heard a noisy sound outside. Charlotte decisively gave up the idea of going through the main gate, rushed into the yard, and then jumped over the wall and jumped into the Lucavaro River. As soon as he jumped into the river, a prison army rushed into number 58, Champs-Élysées, and began to search with heavy leather boots, stepping on the floor. Half an hour later, Charlotte climbed ashore from another place. He first checked the Savings Union's deposit slips, which were soaked by the river water, but were still intact. Charlotte did not dare to delay, took off her clothes, wrung them out, and ran to the nearest Savings Union office. When Charlotte completed the formalities, withdrew all the deposits, and exchanged them for ducats, she breathed a sigh of relief. With money in hand, such a huge sum of 593 ducats, she was not so panicked even if she had to run away. Although he knew that the 50 denomination ducats would attract a lot of attention as soon as he used them, he still exchanged 110 50 denomination ducats. It was inconvenient to exchange more than 500 ducats for small denomination ducats. For the remaining 43 ducats, he exchanged 40 10 denomination ducats and 31 denomination ducats. Fortunately, he still had some change on him, so he wouldn't attract attention for shopping. After taking the money, Charlotte was a little confused. It hadn't been long since he came here, less than a month at most, and he wasn't familiar with the entire old world. As for the distant new world, even his predecessor didn't have much information about it. I definitely can't go back to my hometown. There are too many people who know me there, and it's easiest to expose my identity. How about leaving the Fars Empire? It's infuriating. I thought that after I traveled through time, I would have a good job and a beautiful and rich woman chasing after me, and I would have a comfortable and rich life. How did it become like this? Charlotte thought for a long time and prepared to buy a set of clothes for escaping. He still had a pair of thin-soled leather shoes on his feet, which were very comfortable and light in the city, but not suitable for outdoor activities or long-distance travel. As for the clothes on his body, he had to change into a set of hunting clothes, which was the most popular in the old world. Charlotte took a deep breath and was about to find an unfamiliar tailor's shop when he saw two young men in black coats, with stern faces and rapiers with sheaths, standing at the two ends of the long street, blocking his way. The two young men in black coats had a sharpness that had been tempered by life and death. Chapter 35. The young man with a cross scar on his face smiled with white teeth and said, "We have been targeting you for a long time. However, I think it would be more merciful to wait until you withdraw your deposit before arresting you. After all, this is your last wish before you die." Addison felt that even if there was a deposit certificate from the United Savings Association, it would be troublesome to withdraw the money without knowing the password, so he agreed to my request. Charlotte didn't expect that she had been targeted for a long time. She had no intention of using the newly customized alchemical cane. When it comes to close combat, he is just a novice. He pulled out the Magnum hand shuttle without hesitation and fired all the bullets at the young man who was talking. The young man, with a cross scar on his face, faced the gun without panic. He drew out his rapier and shook it lightly. In an instant, he swung more than 10 swords in a row. There were more than 10 bullets cut in half on the ground with a clang. His swordsmanship was so amazing. Ordinary people's bodies have their limits, and cannot perform such high-speed swordsmanship. Charlotte took a breath and asked, "Superhuman?" At the other end of the long street, a cold voice came over. "Wells is a fortune teller. His unique skill is to predict the traces of bullets. You have seen it. It is very effective." Charlotte grabbed the blood-sucking hatchet hidden in her sleeve and asked, "Fortune teller? Did you find me purely through spiritual power?" The young man with a cross scar on his face said, "That's right, so don't even think about escaping. No matter where you go, you can't escape my divination skills." Charlotte threw away the Magnum hand shuttle without bullets and asked, "Who are you? Why are you targeting me?" Wells pointed his sword forward and replied, "We are detectives from the Wild Horse Detective Agency. Our employer is from Kilmainham Prison. We are officially asked to assist in the investigation. The order from Kilmainham Prison is that it doesn't matter if he lives or dies, but it's better to be dead." Charlotte has always felt that the law enforcement team of the Fars Empire is not very efficient, but she didn't expect that in this world with superpowers, there is also the option of extraordinary detectives. The president of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, Aubrey Tootin Atwood, is also one of the 7 great detectives of the Empire, ranking above the cat elf detective Winnie Arson. The scale of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency is more than 10 times larger than that of the Cat Detective Agency. It employs more than 100 detectives, and there are even more than 10 extraordinary people among the official detectives, 200 or 300 detective assistants, and a large number of trainee detectives, as well as various clerks. The scope of business is very wide. Charlotte was troubled by the pursuer, who could tell fortunes. He did not try to bribe him with money. The 2 detectives from the detective agency had already indicated that they wanted to eat the cash on him. It would be too naive to use this method again. Charlotte calmed down in an instant and launched the inside without hesitation. The holographic perspective covered the entire street, and the blood-sucking hand axe flew out of the air and chopped at another detective. The blood-sucking hand axe hit the target, making a dull sound. The detective named Addison was covered with blazing flames, and the blazing flames formed a whirlwind. The blood-sucking hand axe chopped into the flames, but failed to break through the flame whirlwind and hurt the detective. Addison showed a cruel smile on his face and said, "I am the Flame Dragoon of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency. Your little tricks can't break my superpowers at all." Without seeing him make any move, a flame swept the blood-sucking hand axe away. The blood-sucking hand axe fell to the ground, and the remaining force was not weakened. It bounced up powerfully and flew dozens of steps in the direction of Wells, before the force was exhausted and fell on the street. Charlotte was slightly determined in her heart, but her face deliberately showed panic and shouted, "Level 3 Transcendent." The fighting spirit used by Addison is the knight's signature skill. There is a saying in the old world that knights are the most open and easiest to become extraordinary people. The threshold is so low that even a commoner can have the opportunity to learn a secret method to cultivate fighting spirit. In the Fars Empire, the National Academy has a complete knight system teaching. As long as you are admitted to the National Academy, you can learn the breathing method. The best students among them condense the seeds of power, awaken the life force, break out of the cocoon, and possess fighting spirit, and then they can get the title of knight. Even if you fail to enter the National Academy, many folk societies in the old continent will teach some breathing methods. For example, the Fiery Horse Detective Agency is popular with the Flame Dragon Breath breathing method. With this method, you can awaken your fighting spirit and call yourself a Flame Dragon Knight. Charlotte failed to awaken his fighting spirit in the National Academy. After entering university, he completely gave up practicing in this area, but he still knew a lot of common sense. From Addison's performance, he could judge that the other party's fighting spirit was probably level 3, which was a third-level extraordinary among the extraordinary people. Wells strode forward with a rapier in hand. Lang smiled and said, "You should choose me as your opponent. I am a fortune-teller who is not good at fighting, and my strength is only the 2nd level. According to the information, Charlotte is a civil servant with no practical experience. Judging from his performance, he is at most a 1st-level extraordinary. And the bloody glory he is proficient in is similar to fighting spirit, but the power is weaker, which is well known to everyone." The 2 detectives of the Lima Detective Agency had a 3-point game mentality, and did not take this battle seriously, just like an old cat playing with a mouse, and even a little lazy. Charlotte calculated silently, and when Wells stepped into a certain range, he said in a voice that only he could hear, "Whether it is the East or the West, whether it is immortal heroes or myths, there has never been any kind of divination that can be omniscient and omnipotent without paying a price." The blood-sucking hand axe that fell to the ground flew up leisurely like a clever bird, and hit West's neck from a strange angle. Under the control of the blood flame, this blood-sucking evil weapon devoured the detective's blood and vitality. Wells stretched out his hand several times, trying to pull out the hand axe on his neck, but every time he raised his hand to the middle, he was powerless and fell down. In just a few dozen breaths, his vigorous vitality was completely devoured by the blood-sucking hand axe. He was like a dead leaf in the autumn wind, withering in an instant. His young and vigorous body withered like an old man in his twilight years. Addison was horrified. Faced with such a sudden change, he did not rush forward immediately, and missed the fleeting opportunity to save his teammates. Next, he made a decision that surprised Charlotte. His whole body was surging with flames, and he burst into fighting spirit and ran away at the fastest speed. Charlotte is a college student who has undergone a complete and professional study of supernatural knowledge at the University of Sheffield. When the 2 detectives took action, he spotted the flaws and designed targeted tactics. The 2 detectives of the Lima Detective Agency did not even get into the National Academy. They only had the opportunity to learn breathing techniques in the Detective Agency. Although they are strong and have rich combat experience, their knowledge is much worse. They did not see through Charlotte's details at all. Although Addison knew about bloody glory, He did not know much about the 13 wonders of bloody glory. In his cognitive system, this method of operating weapons remotely was a supernatural power that only high-level supernaturals could possess. Especially Charlotte took the initiative and killed Wells with one move. The blood-sucking weapon killed people, and the momentum of the villain devil made the detective Addison misjudge his strength and choose the smart man approach to escape alone. Although Addison is a formal detective of the formal detective agency, his weekly salary is only 2 vor and 40 centimes, which is only slightly higher than a first-level clerk by less than 1 vor. Why would he risk his life for such a small amount of money? Chapter 36. Charlotte had no intention of chasing after him. She shook her head, walked to Wells, took out his wallet, and took out a brand new Magnum hand spear and a cowhide bullet bag from the detective. As for the other party's rapier, although it looked valuable, he did not take it. First, he was not good at swordsmanship, and second, it was not easy to get rid of it during the escape. Charlotte also picked up her second-hand Magnum hand spear, and then left. Having devoured the vitality of Wells, a second-level extraordinary being, he needed to find a place to digest it. After Charlotte left, the entire street gradually became populated again. This kind of murder in the street is common in small places, and it is not rare even in the capital Strasbourg. Not many pedestrians even planned to report to the patrol army, but someone kindly notified the municipal corpse collector. Wells's death was too hideous, making the nearby residents feel uncomfortable, so it must be cleaned up. Charlotte did not leave directly. He returned to the upper 7th district, hurriedly passed through the central city of Strasbourg, and entered the Franche-Comté district, which was far away from the Marne district across the city center. Although he had no experience in counter-reconnaissance, he had read many similar posts on the internet in his previous life, which could confuse the pursuers to some extent. As long as they left the upper 7th district, the prison army would generally not catch up, and the patrol army would become weak. If they were misled by him, and searched in the direction of the Marne and Lucavaro districts, it would be safer. Although there are troops stationed in the outer 15th district, they are generally not very interested in such small cases. He is not worried about a citywide search. He had a falling out with the new warden. It was a personal feud, and there was no clear crime. Even if the crime was confirmed, because of his low status, it was not a big crime. How big a crime could reselling the extraordinary weapons in the prison be? It was not enough to cause such a big scene. The Empire did not have so many patrol troops to waste. This is really not Earth. Although Charlotte worked in the Marne district, she could still clearly feel the difference between the outer city and the upper 7th district when she entered the Franche-Comté district. It was dirtier and messier here, and the buildings were more messy. People walking on the street had no expression on their faces. It was obvious that they were under too much pressure in life and had no vitality at all. He had no time to sigh like a time traveler. He hurriedly found a decent tailor's shop, entered the shop, and said straight to the point, "I'm going on a long trip, and I need a set of durable clothes." This tailor shop named Wild Lily only has one old tailor, and he doesn't even have an assistant. The old tailor glanced at Charlotte and said lightly, "It will take 5 days." Charlotte smiled and said, "I want it now, and I add 30% to your price." The old tailor said slowly, "There are indeed several sets of finished clothes, but they are not suitable for your size, so they need to be altered." Charlotte said, "Then please do it as soon as possible." The old tailor brought several finished clothes in the store. Charlotte chose a pair of calfskin boots, a thick hunting suit, and bought a suitcase that had been in the store for a long time. He was going to travel a long distance, but he didn't bring any gifts, which would make him look strange. The old tailor had good skills, and he altered the clothes in about half an hour. When paying, Charlotte chose to mortgage her old clothes to the old tailor. The clothes he was wearing were all made in a tailor's shop in the upper 7th district. They were made of good materials. Although they were not high-end and were second-hand goods, they were more expensive than the clothes in the old tailor's shop. The old tailor was quite honest in doing business. He estimated a suitable price, and gave Charlotte 2 centimes in change. The two of them happily completed the transaction. Although it was wrung out, Charlotte still felt a little wet and uncomfortable. He borrowed a towel from the old tailor, dried himself, changed his clothes, and immediately felt much more refreshed. Carrying his cane and the newly bought suitcase, he walked out of the tailor's shop, and suddenly remembered that not long before he traveled here, there was a robbery in Hangzhou Mixk. The criminals didn't even last 10 minutes before they were arrested by the police uncles. Compared with the efficiency of handling cases on Earth, the prison soldiers and patrol soldiers of the Fars Empire are probably not even as efficient as the foot hares. Of course, he didn't want the Fars Empire's case handling efficiency to suddenly improve. Encountering a fortune-teller detective was enough for him. Charlotte walked for a while, and found a public carriage for guests. After he got on the carriage, he gave the coachman the address of a famous manor outside the city. He didn't want to go to that manor, but it was far enough away. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours to get there. Such a long time was enough to digest the vitality he had swallowed. As a second-level extraordinary, Wells had an extremely strong vitality. The bloody glory in his body was almost exploding. The coachman was overjoyed. This was a good job. He immediately urged the horses to get on the road. Charlotte adjusted his breathing, circulated the bloody glory in his body, and began to refine the vitality he had swallowed. A few hours later, his left leg shook violently, and the third bloody vortex condensed into shape. Although he was on the run, Charlotte was still slightly happy. According to the normal progress of cultivation, even a genius like Miss and would have to wait 5 or 6 years after graduation before he could be promoted to the third level. He opened his hands, and bloody glory gushed out from his palms, which was at least 3 or 4 times stronger than before. After a little trial, Charlotte restrained the bloody glory, thinking to himself, I don't know when I can condense the bloody vortex on my right leg and successfully meditate on the 2 runes of lightness and spirit spider. He chose to condense the bloody vortex on his legs, hoping that he could meditate on these 2 magic runes as soon as possible. Lightness can make people as light as a swallow, as fast as a galloping horse, as agile as a monkey, and as flexible as a Suzuka. The spirit spider technique can allow people to fly over eaves and walls, climb mountains and cross ridges as if on flat ground, and even condense spiritual power threads to escape into the air, with a little bit of special stress inspiration. Once he has mastered these 2 magics, his body movements and running speed will no longer be at the level of ordinary people. Even if he encounters a high-level extraordinary person, he can escape calmly, and he is not afraid of ordinary pursuit. Charlotte digested the life essence she swallowed, and finally had the mind to turn out Wells' wallet. This detective should have just received the reward from the new warden Magri teller. There was a huge amount of 5 ECU in his wallet, and a few francs of change. The purchasing power of 1 ECU is equivalent to 18,000 to 19,000 renminbi, so Magri's offer was considered generous. There was also a delivery receipt in the wallet, which said a rapier. Charlotte guessed that this detective, who was good at swordsmanship, had ordered a new weapon, but had not yet taken it back. He took the cash and the delivery receipt, and threw the wallet out of the window. At this time, the carriage had left the city, and there were wilderness on both sides of the road. The wallet rolled into the grass, and would probably never be found again. Chapter 37. When the carriage passed a village, Charlotte left the fair, and got off the carriage quietly without disturbing the coachman. Watching the carriage gallop away, Charlotte relaxed a little. He didn't want to go to the manor in the first place. After digesting the life essence he swallowed, he chose to slip away halfway, which would make it more difficult for the pursuers to figure out his whereabouts. This village has a small population, probably only dozens of households, and a small street runs through the whole village. At this time, it was already dark. Although Charlotte was extraordinary, he didn't dare to travel in the wilderness in the middle of the night. The wilds of this world are not safe. Even near the capital Strasbourg, there are man-eating demons, ferocious beasts, and various inexplicable dangers. Charlotte tried to knock on the doors of 2 villagers. The first one gave a rude voice, and rejected his request for lodging. The second one was much more talkative. Although it also rejected him, it directed him to the home of old John at the head of the village. Old John was a hunter, and occasionally he did some business of hosting strangers. When Charlotte found the old hunter's house, it was completely dark. He knocked on the door, and asked for lodging. A tall and strong old man opened the door and said, "Come in." What surprised Charlotte was that the old hunter was not alone. There was a small adventure team in his room. The team consisted of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The leader was a middle-aged warrior who used a giant axe. He was very alert, and did not speak to Charlotte. The other 2 men were slightly younger, in their 30s, with sabers hanging from their waists. The rapier was a great weapon in a street duel, but in the wild, and in the army, sabers with thick spines were common weapons. These 2 people were obviously experienced adventurers. In addition to weapons, they had a lot of miscellaneous items on them. They looked at Charlotte with a bit of caution. Both ladies were very young and of average appearance. One was a typical Farsian with outstanding wavy blonde hair, and the other had short brown hair, probably of the southern part of the old world. Both women were in their early 20s, only a few years older than Sylvie. The public society would teach various martial arts, and the National Academy would teach breathing techniques, so even women could develop good skills. For example, Charlotte's ex-fiancé, Miss Sylvie Martin, was better at swordsmanship than him. Many women chose to give up government work after graduation and became adventurers with their skilled martial arts or knowledge from formal training. Because the Empire does have some gender discrimination in assigning jobs. Sylvie was sent to the countryside to be a registrar, which was not an exception. Other countries in the old world were not much better. The blonde young lady was very interested in Charlotte and asked, "Are you going to Yorktown for the White Wolf?" Charlotte smiled and said, "I was just passing by and didn't hear about the White Wolf. What kind of beast is it?" Several adventurers laughed, and the blonde young lady said, "The White Wolf is not a beast. He is the best demon hunter, and is very good at killing monsters. Recently, he said that he had obtained the heart core of a monster, and wanted to choose a successor." Charlotte was slightly surprised. Demon hunter is a very common supernatural profession. Whether it is employed by the government, or hired by nobles, or merchants, or even working alone, it is a good choice. It is very profitable, and a super high-paying industry. He has 2 college classmates who chose the profession of demon hunter. Before graduation, they successfully opened the supernatural and became demon hunters. Now their weekly income is at least 10 florins, which is very enviable. However, although the demon hunter has a wide range of employment prospects, this extraordinary profession has 2 major flaws. Employment requires the heart core of a demon, which is very rare and extremely expensive. Ordinary people can't find it at all. Facing the demon, you need to fight all the time. Although the income is lucrative, it is also extremely dangerous. Charlotte also considered whether to choose to be a demon hunter, but finally chose Bloody Glory. He really has no talent for fighting. After taking a look at the 5 adventurers, Charlotte immediately judged that none of them had been promoted to extraordinary. He immediately had an idea and smiled. "I am not interested in becoming a demon hunter, but I am very curious about the visit. I wonder if I can go with you." "Don't worry, I won't compete with you for the chance to become a demon hunter because—" Charlotte pinched his fingers lightly, and the air made a crackling sound. He smiled and said, "I have chosen the path of a knight, and I am already a transcendent." Charlotte certainly doesn't know how to fight, and his power seed is still a seed, but it is not difficult to simulate fighting with Bloody Glory. After all, Bloody Glory is similar to fighting. The 5 adventurers were immediately moved, and the middle-aged warrior with the giant axe hesitated a little and said, "My name is Mason. Welcome to join the Giant Axe Adventure Group." The other 2 slightly younger men also gave their names. The blonde was called Hannah, and the short brown-haired lady was called Himengsha. It was a name that was a bit like the old world Southern customs. This name was a bit weird for the authentic Fars Empire people. Charlotte couldn't give his real name. He got inspiration from Himengsha's name, and made up a name that was also a bit like the old world Southern customs, Jianin. If you are alone, you will be more eye-catching and easy to be found by the pursuers. But if you act with an adventure team, no one will notice you, and you can hide your identity better. After joining the Great Axe Adventure Group, Charlotte threw out a copper centime and called out, "Mr. Old John, do you have any wine? I buy my teammates a drink." The centime coins of the Fars Empire are dark red in color, and look very much like copper coins. They are also considered to be copper coins, but they are actually an alloy. Charlotte doesn't know the formula of this copper coin, but it is very wear resistant, and not easy to deform or fade. Old John grabbed the copper coin, and said lightly, "1 centime is not enough." Charlotte shrugged and threw out 2 more centimes. Old John grabbed the copper coin, and turned to get the wine. Charlotte knew that 1 centime was not enough to buy wine, so she deliberately created an image that he was not very rich, but very generous. Although poor, he was generous, which made it easy for people to distinguish him from the former first-level clerk, who had a high salary and few friends, and the former first-level clerk chief. Old John quickly brought 6 large cups of beer, and handed them to 6 people. Mason took the beer and immediately had a lot of good feelings for Charlotte, shouting, "Chen Nan, you are the best new member I have ever seen." He raised his glass and took a sip, with an indescribable satisfaction on his face. Charlotte raised her glass, and clinked it with the other 4 team members, and also took a sip. Old John's beer was much worse than the sparkling cider he usually drank. It was slightly bitter, and tasted more like beer, but the alcohol content was obviously much higher than beer. Chapter 38. The Great Axe Adventure Group was obviously not a wealthy group, and they rarely had spare money to buy wine. Charlotte invited them to drink. Not only the 3 male team members, but even the blonde Hannah and the short brown-haired Himengsha were very happy. Old John also sent a piece of roasted wild boar elbow as a gift for Charlotte's wine purchase. Everyone used a knife to cut a thin slice to accompany the wine, and the atmosphere quickly became warm. More than 2 hours after Charlotte entered the village, a team of 7 people also entered the small village. These people wore the same black coats as Wells and Addison. This is the iconic clothing of the Wild Horse Detective Agency. These black coats have extremely strong waterproof and windproof properties, and can even withstand some sword stabs. There are also multiple hidden pockets inside the coats, which are very convenient for long-distance travel. Winterbourne said, "It's too late, we can't go on, let's stay in this village for one night." Addison, "Go ask who in the village can stay overnight?" Winterbourne is the leader of this team. He is 48 years old this year, a 4th-level extraordinary, a middle-level cadre of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, and is well known among his peers, and has great prestige in the detective agency. Addison hurried away, and came back soon, saying, "You can stay overnight at old John's house, at the head of the village." The team quickly took action. When they knocked on the door of old John's house, Charlotte, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by the sound. He immediately turned on his insight, and covered old John's entire house. The Fiery Horse Detective Agency? How did they catch up? Charlotte was shocked and hesitated for a moment. She did not run away immediately. If she did anything now, it would be like confessing. The Fiery Horse Detective Agency team obviously did not realize that the target they were chasing was right under their noses. Winterbourne asked if the previous lodging was an adventure group, so he did not say anything more. He asked for some food, ate hurriedly with the detectives, and slept in another room arranged by old John. Charlotte didn't dare to sleep anymore. He closed his eyes, and slowly ran Bloody Glory, and survived until dawn with great difficulty. The people from the Fiery Horse Detective Agency set off at dawn. Charlotte was greatly relieved. After a while, the people from the Great Axe Adventure Group woke up one by one. After all, they were an adventure group, so they still had basic vigilance. They all knew that another group of people came last night, but the other party did nothing, so they didn't react at all. Charlotte got together with everyone, had a simple breakfast, and set off for Yorktown. Charlotte felt a little uncomfortable. He rarely walked in Strasbourg, and had long been accustomed to taking a public carriage. This time, he had to walk the entire way to Yorktown, because the road was all mountainous and carriages could not go there. Even if they could, the Great Axe Adventure Group would not hire a carriage because it was too expensive to hire a carriage for a long journey outside the city. Although he was promoted to the 3rd-level extraordinary, Charlotte still felt very hard and thought to himself, "I have to work harder to cultivate and condense the bloody vortex on my right leg, and cultivate the runes of the light and spider arts as soon as possible. Or maybe you can buy a carriage and drive yourself." The team led by Winterbourne had already arrived at the manor that Charlotte had designated yesterday. They stayed in the manor for more than an hour, asked around, and confirmed that Charlotte was not there, then continued to set off and chased along the road. Although there were many detectives in the Wild Horse Detective Agency, there was only one extraordinary person like Wells, who took the path of a fortune teller. Before they set off, they asked a wizard to try to track down Charlotte. The wizard only gave directions without too many details. Charlotte didn't know that she had escaped for the time being. While complaining secretly, she finally arrived at Yorktown. This is a large town with nearly 1,000 people. The famous demon hunter White Wolf built a huge wooden house with logs in the center of the town. There were already 40 or 50 people in front of the wooden house, divided into more than 10 small teams, whispering to each other. The arrival of the Great Axe Adventure Group was unanimously hostile. After all, there was another group of competitors. Charlotte had become very familiar with the 5 teammates along the way. He knew that it was the leader Mason who wanted to become a demon hunter, and the other 4 team members came with him. As a low-level adventure group, they all learned some breathing techniques, but only Mason and Himengsha condensed the seeds of power. Himengsha was younger, and had a chance to break through, but Mason was already over 40 years old, and it was difficult for him to break through and become a knight with fighting spirit. Hannah was very interested in Charlotte, and it was the blonde who chatted with him the most along the way. Charlotte knew why. He at least showed his extraordinary cultivation, and was a knight with fighting spirit, which was a good dating partner for Hannah. Of course, the priority is that Charlotte is quite handsome. Otherwise, he would not have won the favor of Enda Brittany. After all, the result of a hero saving a beautiful woman is sometimes a promise of marriage, sometimes a promise of marriage in the next life. The Giant Axe Adventure Group took a seat in front of the giant wooden house. Amazon went to ask an acquaintance and came back to say to everyone, "The White Wolf will not appear tonight. He is still a day's journey away, and will not be back until tomorrow. Most people have found a place to stay in the town. These people can't find a place to stay, so they stay here. I'm afraid we will have to sleep here tonight. Except for Charlotte, the other 5 people had experience living in the wild. Besides, the open space in the town was much safer than the real wild. Several people quickly made a small fire, sat or lay down, and rested for a while to relieve the fatigue of a day's journey. Charlotte had no interest in becoming a demon hunter, and Hannah didn't think she had a chance. When Hannah suggested that they go find a place to have a drink, Charlotte readily agreed. What he didn't expect was that Michal wanted to join them. Charlotte said hello to the leader Mason, took the 2 girls and left, which made the other 2 male teammates complain. Although Charlotte had been traveling for a whole day, he was at least a 3rd-level transcendent, and a little bloody glory relieved most of his fatigue. The 2 ladies obviously didn't have his ability, and the tiredness on their faces could no longer be concealed. Charlotte found 2 hotels in Yorktown, but both were full. There were too many adventure teams in the past few days. He didn't go to a 3rd hotel, but simply bought a lot of food and a large barrel of beer at the 2nd one, took the 2 girls, and returned to the giant wooden house. When Charlotte shared the food and beer with the team members, the slight unhappiness between the 2 men just now disappeared. After Hannah came back, she ate a little, then fell asleep with her backpack as a pillow. Michal was a little better, and talked with everyone for a while, but she seemed to be a little exhausted. Mason and the 2 male teammates were not much better either. Charlotte simply suggested that he guard the first half of the night, and everyone would take turns in the second half of the night. Even in the town, you still need to guard the night. Chapter 39. The long journey was very tiring. Everyone was so tired that they didn't drink much beer. They ate a little and fell asleep. There was still half a barrel left. Charlotte leaned against her suitcase, took out her diary, and activated her supernatural insight. While pondering the first Agmara's maze, she was alert to anyone's tampering. She poured herself a glass of beer and drank it with the jerky she had just bought. She felt quite comfortable in the night breeze. Outside the giant wooden house of the White Wolf, although there were many people, it was quite quiet. Occasionally, there were snoring sounds, which added a bit of tranquility. When the sky was slightly brighter, Charlotte felt that his spiritual energy was consumed a lot. He turned off his insight, rubbed his eyes, looked around, and was thinking about which companion to wake up to replace him when he heard noisy footsteps, and a group of people came in from outside the town. Soon the group arrived in front of the giant wooden house. The 2 people in the lead, one was tall, more than 2 meters tall. Even on Earth, even in Strasbourg, it is rare to see such a tall person. He carried a giant sword on his back, and a pair of meteor hammers on his waist. The other person, Charlotte unexpectedly recognized, was the merchant Louis Simi, who had met at the magic item auction of the Duchess of Mezu. The 2 had also done a multi-headed flail business. Charlotte was slightly startled, but she quickly figured it out. Louis Smith seemed to have just returned from afar, so he must not know what happened in Strasbourg recently. This is not the information age. Even the most explosive news spreads slowly. Instead of deliberately avoiding him, it is better to take the initiative to talk to him. As for whether Louis Smith would report him when he returned to Strasbourg. Firstly, this matter involves a lot of things, and a shrewd businessman like Louis will definitely weigh the pros and cons. Secondly, he would have already fled by then. Charlotte stood up and walked towards the group. She nodded slightly to the senior demon hunter White Wolf, opened her arms to Louis Simi and said, "Louis, I didn't expect to see you here. I'm Qianan. We talked once at the magic item auction of Duchess Mezu last time." Louis Simi was slightly surprised, but as a successful businessman, he didn't ask a bad question like you seemed to be Charlotte Mecklin last time. Instead, he smiled and said, "Life is wonderful. Do you also want to be a demon hunter?" The 2 hugged each other and put their cheeks against each other. This is a formal etiquette that only occurs when men have a deep friendship. Charlotte smiled and said, "I can't take the second extraordinary path, otherwise I really wouldn't want to give up such a good opportunity." The 2 chatted for a while, and Louis Simi introduced Charlotte to the demon hunter and said, "Qianan, my good friend, we have done several magic item businesses together." White Wolf stretched out his hand and shook hands with Charlotte. "This is the etiquette for strangers in the old world to meet for the first time," he said lightly. White Wolf, a demon hunter. Louis Simi was very good at livening up the atmosphere, and he said, "I just came back from Byron, and I bought a batch of special goods from there. On the way, I hired Mr. White Wolf, who is a very reliable demon hunter." Charlotte was immediately relieved. Louis Simi, who had just returned from the Bion Empire, certainly didn't know what happened in Strasbourg recently. White Wolf is not his real name, but a nickname, but Charlotte herself also uses a fake name, so of course she doesn't mind this, and smiled and said, I just got a treasure map, so I joined an adventure team and prepared to explore it. I hope to have some small gains. White Wolf's eyes lit up slightly, and he asked, what treasure map? Charlotte smiled and said, I bought it at a thrift store. It is said to be the treasure of the ancient Orc kingdom. White Wolf immediately lost interest and said lightly, this kind of treasure map is not reliable. Charlotte made up nonsense, mainly to cover up why she appeared in a place like Yorktown. White Wolf's attitude change was expected. A few people chatted casually and entered the giant wooden house. Charlotte did not forget to wave to her adventure team members and brought the people from the Great Axe adventure team in. White Wolf obviously didn't care about this and didn't stop the giant axe adventure team from taking advantage of the situation. He entered the giant wooden house and pointed at a strong man and said, I'm going to take a bath. You can ask Sam for anything you want to drink, but remember to pay. And then he left. Only 2 people in this team are White Wolf's assistants, and the rest are Louis Simi's men. Seeing White Wolf leave, Louis smiled and said, you need more equipment to explore the treasure. I just happen to have some suitable goods for the wild. If you like it, you can take it away. Just give me a friendly price. Louis Simi raised his hand and gestured, and his men brought up a bunch of equipment, including several extraordinary weapons. Charlotte was on the run, and wanted to travel as light as possible, so how could he be interested in buying any equipment? As for those extraordinary weapons, although he had some savings, he really couldn't afford such high-end stuff. He pretended to look at it for a while, and found that there was a black iron ring mixed in this batch of goods. This iron ring was black and inconspicuous, but it had the family crest of a branch clan of the Arthur family. The Arthur family is one of the 37 clans of the blood race, and is also one of the 3 royal families, with a status higher than the 6 royal families. Although Charlotte could not recognize which branch of the clan this black iron ring came from, it was undoubtedly a blood-sucking weapon. He picked it up curiously, and played with it for a while. Just as he was about to put it down, Louis Simi smiled and said, Mr. Mecklin is also interested in blood race weapons? This weapon has an extraordinary origin, but I have never figured out how to use it as a weapon. If Mr. Mecklin knows, please tell me. I am willing to pay for the knowledge. White Wolf had already left. The people from the Great Axe didn't dare to come over. They watched them chatting and laughing in the corner. There were no strangers around, so Louis Simi called Charlotte by her real surname. Charlotte had something on her mind, so she smiled awkwardly and asked, I wonder how much you are going to pay, Louis. Louis Simi pondered for a moment and said, I bought this ring for 95 ECU, and I thought I had found a treasure. You also know that the Arthur family is one of the 3 royal families of the Blood Clan. It is definitely worth the price. But after getting it, I couldn't figure out how to use it, so I could only sell it for 110 ECU at most. If Mr. Mecklin has a way to find out how to use it, I can promise that no matter how much it sells for, I am willing to pay 30% of the net profit as a reward for your appraisal. Charlotte asked curiously, Louis, didn't you find someone who is proficient in bloody glory to appraise it? Chapter 40. Louis Simi smiled bitterly, and shook his head, saying, Bloody glory is an ancient, and very unpopular supernatural power. Not many people take this path. I found 2 people, one of whom was not interested in the price I offered. The other gentleman hoped that I could recycle another blood-sucking weapon he had, but the price was too high, and I couldn't accept it. Charlotte certainly knew how unpopular bloody glory was. In his class at Sheffield University, he was the only one who chose this path. He was the only one in the 3 classes before him. He developed some interest, and the bloody glory gathered and poured into this blood-sucking weapon. Louis Simi's eyes lit up slightly. Charlotte was interested in blood-sucking weapons. He had guessed that this young man was on the path to transcendence, and he was looking forward to it. The black iron ring did not reject Charlotte's bloody glory, but it was not as hungry as the blood-sucking hand axe. It silently swallowed a certain amount of bloody glory, made a slight vibration, and bloomed blood light in Charlotte's hand, turning into a golden spear of more than 2 picometers. The spear has countless patterns engraved on it, and there is a faint blood flame flowing, revealing an extraordinary momentum. Louis Simi showed a surprised look and blurted out, Shanlunchi's spear. It is actually the extraordinary weapon of Shanlunchi Arthur's family. Charlotte was also surprised. He did not recognize the family crest of the Shanlunchi family, nor had he heard of the name of Shanlunchi's spear, but he knew that this family was famous for making magic weapons, and he also knew that magic weapons that can change their shapes are of extraordinary quality, and especially expensive. Few people can control blood-sucking weapons, which makes the price of blood-raised supernatural objects abnormally lower than ordinary magic weapons, But this kind of top-grade items that can change form will be more expensive than magic weapons of the same quality. This is determined by the supply and demand of the market. Business principle? It was impossible to explain it clearly for a while. Louis Simi hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Mecklin, you really gave me a big surprise. I have a very difficult matter now, and I want to discuss it with you. Shenlunchi's spear is a top-secret treasure. If I rush to auction it and can't get a suitable price, I plan to wait for a top auction next year and then send it to auction. You will have to wait a long time this way. I am willing to pay a sum of money in advance, which may cause you a small loss, but you will get paid today. I am not forcing you. If you are willing to wait, I will keep my promise." Charlotte deliberately pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, "I wish Mr. Lewis unprecedented success in that top auction. I don't want to wait that long." Charlotte didn't think it was a good idea to wait for next year's auction. Louis Smith was a businessman, and profit determined his attitude. When he returned to Strasbourg and learned that Charlotte Mecklin was a wanted criminal in the Empire, he would definitely not pay a centime. Getting a sum of money for nothing was a good deal. Louis Smith was overjoyed. He picked out a rapier from the goods and said, "I am willing to give this extraordinary weapon to Mr. Mecklin and pay an additional 200 ECU. This rapier is also a blood-sucking weapon from the Asilo family. Although the blade is slightly damaged, it is still worth more than 150 ECU. The Asilo family is one of the 3 royal families of the Blood clan, on par with the Arthur family. They are proficient in martial arts, and are the best swordsmen among the 37 Blood clans. The clan also produces many famous swords." Louis Simi turned the hilt upside down, and showed it to Charlotte. There was a special inscription on the guard of the hilt. He said, "This Blood clan extraordinary weapon also has a very nice and elegant name, Blood Rose. It's a perfect match for you." Louis Simi showed the inscription on the hilt as clearly as possible, but he had no intention of pulling out the rapier. Charlotte was shocked. He knew that the Shenlunchi spear would be very expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Louis Simi promised 30% of the net profit. He wanted to pay the reward in advance, so 30% of the net profit must be higher than a blood-sucking weapon plus 200 ECU. The price of blood-sucking weapons is abnormally lower than that of ordinary extraordinary weapons. Louis Simi quoted 150 ECU, which may be slightly inflated, but not too much lower. That is to say, this spear of Shenlunchi may be auctioned for a sky-high price of more than 1,200 ECU. This price is equivalent to more than 20 million renminbi, which can buy a second-class luxury house in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and is enough to buy a medium-sized manor in the Fars Empire. Charlotte grinned and said, "Louis, you are such an excellent businessman. It's so comfortable to get along with you." He took the blood-sucking weapon and remembered a poem he had read in his previous life. One night, like thunder fell thousands of silk threads, and the clear light floated on the tiles. The affectionate peony contains spring tears, while the powerless rose lies on the branches in the morning. The blood rose is not a famous sword. At least Charlotte does not know its origin, and he does not intend to inquire about its history. This blood-sucking thorn sword is destined to remain unknown in his hands. Charlotte did not intend to continue to make achievements. Louis Simi took out another purse, and handed it to Charlotte. The purse was heavy, and it was obviously not filled with banknotes. Charlotte took the purse, and was surprised that Louis Simi actually paid with gold coins in ECU instead of banknotes in 4. Louis Simi seemed to know his doubts, shrugged his shoulders and said, "I just went to Byron to do business. They don't accept Fars banknotes, only gold and silver. I didn't bring Fars banknotes, so I could only pay with gold. ECU has 2 denominations, 1 and 5, which are habitually called small and large by the Fars people." Louis Simi paid gold coins in both denominations. Charlotte took the purse and the blood-sucking rapier. Because of this transaction, the friendship between the two seemed to have deepened. The 5 members of the Great Axe Adventure group saw that Charlotte and Louis Simi seemed to have made a deal, but they were a little far away and did not hear the content of the conversation between the two. They only saw that Louis Simi not only gave Charlotte a rapier, but also a bag of coins. They didn't know what the two were doing. Mason whispered, "Xian Nan is not like an ordinary person." The 4 team members nodded together. Charlotte was not only not like an ordinary person, but her performance from the beginning was simply amazing. Hannah's eyes were slightly hot, and she started to think more and more. More than 10 minutes later, White Wolf came out in clean clothes. He glanced at the members of the Great Axe Adventure group and said to Charlotte, "None of your companions are suitable for being demon hunters. Even if you know Louis, I won't open this back door." Charlotte was fine, But Mason was extremely disappointed. He knew there was little hope before coming here, but he still felt terrible when his hope was directly shattered. Chapter 41. Louis Simi smiled and said, "Qianan, you want to go find the treasure? I have an idea. There are many adventurers out there. They are not expensive, experienced, and much safer than a team like yours. Louis Simi is in the business of magic items, so he has a good eye. He can see that none of the 5 people in the Great Axe Adventure Group are extraordinary. When they encounter danger, they can only serve as cannon fodder and cannot protect Charlotte, so he suggested that he recruit more people. Although there are probably no extraordinary people in the adventure teams outside, after all, those who have embarked on the extraordinary path will not come to accept the test of White Wolf and want to obtain the power of demon hunters, but it is always safer with more people." Charlotte's eyes lit up slightly and said, "Thank you for your advice, Louis. I will recruit some new members after Mr. White Wolf selects the successor." White Wolf did not intend to rest. He ordered his men to prepare breakfast, invited Louis and Charlotte to the restaurant, and also sent food to Louis's men and the people of the Great Axe Adventure Group. After breakfast, the 3 chatted for a while before the sky became completely bright. White Wolf left the giant wooden house in high spirits and shouted, "Young man, who of you wants to get my inheritance?" There was a thunderous roar outside the wooden house. Obviously, many people came at this time. Many people had left their accommodation and came to the wooden house to wait. Travelers, more or less, have some dreams. Charlotte originally planned to be a stable civil servant in the government. If there was a chance, she would try to marry a white, rich and beautiful woman like Miss Enda Brittany to improve her social class. She didn't have too much ambition. But he did not expect that Miss Mendelman, whom he regarded as a backer, would be involved in a political storm, and he had to flee because of the new warden Magri Teller. If he hesitated at that time, he would definitely be pressed step by step, doing many things he did not want to do, and his final outcome would not be good. At least, he would be thrown into prison and sentenced to decades. After all, the new warden was planning to thoroughly investigate his case of misappropriating extraordinary weapons from the prison. If he got involved in such a case, he would be dead or skinned. Louis Simi's unintentional words violently opened a door for Charlotte. This world has not yet come up with the concept of talent is the highest resource. But Charlotte knew that if he could create a team of adventurers with hundreds of people, what a powerful force that would be. He even thought of several ways to cultivate the land, raise the flag of rebellion, or other ways to make money. As long as there is enough time, he can expand his power like a snowball. The selection of the successor by the White Wolf is not complicated. He just announced the standard first. Must be under 20 years old. Let the young people who are interested in becoming demon hunters duel with each other, and finally a tall, strong, and muscular candidate was born. When the other failed adventurers were about to leave, Charlotte walked out of the giant wooden house and shouted, "I am Qianan, the leader of the Great Axe Adventure Group. I need a group of people, 1 4 per week. I wonder if anyone is willing to join." 1 4 per week is not a high salary, but it is definitely not low, which is very attractive to adventurers, especially since they have made a wasted trip to Yorktown and need to fill a hole in their income. The income of the bottom adventurers is not stable, and is generally far less than that of government officials. They basically will not give up any opportunity to make money. Someone immediately asked, "What kind of people do you need?" Charlotte smiled and said, "I need to move some things this time. The more people the better. Anyone who thinks they are strong and healthy can join us. But let me make this clear first. I will temporarily withhold your first week's salary. I will pay you in the second week. Before payday, no one will be paid no matter who leaves. On payday, you can freely choose whether to continue to travel with me or leave the team. Deducting part of the salary is a common practice in any industry in the old world. After all, in this era, any employer who pays first will bear the risk of not seeing the employee the next minute." The members of the Giant Axe Adventure team who followed couldn't help but look at Charlotte. Mason wanted to know how he became the leader. But after hearing the weekly salary of 1 4, Mason hesitated for a moment and chose not to say anything. He also gave the 4 members a hint that he also wanted to make this money. Hannah and Mengshaw had no objection. They even hoped that Charlotte, who had extraordinary power and looked handsome and rich, would become the leader of the team. When they came here yesterday, there were 40 to 50 people in front of the giant wooden house. Now there are 150 to 60 people. They are all small adventure teams. These adventurers discussed with their companions for a while, and soon more than a dozen adventure teams expressed their willingness to accept Charlotte's employment. In order to recruit more people, Charlotte added a wait and said with a smile, "I will probably hire you for more than a month, or even 2 months. As soon as this sentence came out, 7 more teams agreed to join. The number of adventurers hired by Charlotte has expanded to nearly 100. It is difficult for adventurers to get a stable income for 2 months. This kind of long-term employment is quite attractive. Charlotte looked at these adventurers who accepted the employment and said loudly, "I am from the south, and my ancestors had orc blood." Many adventurers laughed out loud. It was not a glorious thing to have orc blood in the old world, especially since the orc kingdom had long been annihilated and its people were displaced. They were inferior people in any country. However, the adventurers did not care much about this. After all, they were paid to do the job, and no one cared about the employer's blood. As long as they were paid, most adventurers would even work for the Black Phoenix dynasty, the mortal enemy of the Fars Empire. Charlotte continued, "I just inherited the legacy of an uncle and found a treasure map of the Orc Kingdom in his relics. This time, I am going to find those ancient treasures. I swear to the goddess here that if I can find the treasure, I will give 5% to those who find the treasure with me." This time, even the remaining adventurers were moved. Many people had greed and fire in their eyes. Many people even thought in their hearts, if the treasure is really found, killing this young man will not get more? The White Wolf glanced at Lewis and whispered, "Your friend is very good at deceiving people." Lewis shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. When Charlotte met them, she said that the treasure map was bought from a thrift store. Now it has become her uncle's relic. Even if he wants to cover up for Charlotte, he doesn't know how to explain it. Moreover, he is 100% sure that Charlotte has no orc blood from the southern continent. It is impossible for a lady from the Breton family to make friends with orcs, even if she has only a little orc blood. Chapter 42. Back then, the Orc Kingdom and the Sherlock dynasty fought for supremacy in the Old World. The war lasted for more than 300 years. In the end, the Orc Kingdom was destroyed by the Sherlock dynasty, and millions of orcs were slaughtered. The Sherlock dynasty also exhausted the country's potential due to hundreds of years of war, and was defeated by the rising Fars Empire. But no matter what, the Orc Kingdom was once the top power in the Old World. Those orc nobles who were slaughtered in blood would hide a lot of wealth before they died. It is also a famous legend in the Old World. There are also people who have found the treasures hidden by the orc nobles and become rich. Experienced people like White Wolf and Lewis can sneer at a treasure map whose authenticity is unknown, but these low-level adventurers do not have this determination. They can gather in Yorktown for the inheritance of a demon hunter, so they will naturally believe in an illusory treasure map. After all, someone has paid for it, so it is not a loss even if it is a wasted trip. In particular, Charlotte was rejected by White Wolf, and cleverly changed the source of the treasure map from a thrift store to her uncle's relic, making it more credible. The remaining adventurers were also incited to join Charlotte's new team. Only 2 teams refused the invitation. They did not even stay and left Yorktown soon. Charlotte turned around with a smile and said to White Wolf, "Mr. White Wolf, sell me all your beer. I treat everyone here to a drink together." The adventurers cheered loudly, and the giant wooden house suddenly became lively. Charlotte drank a glass of beer in one breath, suddenly threw the glass to the ground, and roared to the sky, "He has always behaved politely, and he is indeed a polite person, whether he was a math teacher in his previous life or a civilian office worker after traveling through time." But Magri Teller signed the dismissal order, arbitrarily wiping out Charlotte Mecklen's life's hard work, and forced him to betray Milan, and made an undisguised gesture that he would throw him away like a rag afterwards. This breath was really suffocating. Before, Charlotte just wanted to be patient and wait. Maybe Milan could get out of the political struggle and save him, but at that moment, Charlotte suddenly thought of being hunted by 2 detectives from the Wild Horse Detective Agency, and a sense of anger arose in her heart, and she shattered this fantasy with her own hands. He wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, looked at the more than 100 adventurers he had fooled, and a thought that he had heard since childhood, but had never thought of putting into practice suddenly emerged in his mind. Since we have all fled, we can no longer continue to be a salary thief in the government sequence and spend our lives leisurely. Why not just make a big scene? Fuck. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? The king is just a person with strong soldiers and horses. I am weak now, and these adventurers are useless, but sooner or later, I will have thousands of warriors, kill back to Strasbourg, chop off Magri Teller's head, and let him know that bullying a time traveler will not end well. Huang Haishan was born in a peaceful era, and had never experienced war in his life. Therefore, he never thought about taking revenge himself. Even if he was hunted, it was just legitimate defense. Just at that moment, Charlotte suddenly understood what carrying a sharp blade, killing instinct arises. He fooled these adventurers. Was it really for the treasure of the ancient Orc Empire? He really didn't have any treasure map. Even if he had, what's the use of a treasure map? Even if he could find the treasure, wouldn't he still be a wanted criminal in the Fast Empire? Even if he went to live in another country, wouldn't he still be oppressed by the officials? Charlotte's thoughts came to light, and a sense of momentum rose from his body. He glanced at the adventurers who were drinking, pointed his finger at the sky, and shouted, "For those who come with me to search for treasure this time, I, Qian Nan, swear by the Orc ancestors that their future wealth will not be less than 100 gold ECU. Let's go!" He kicked the suitcase used to conceal his identity, and there was nothing valuable in it anyway. He carried the magic alchemy staff, and the blood-sucking rapier given by Lewis, and strode out of Yorktown. The adventurers were impressed by his aura, and some of them dropped their glasses and followed him. With the leader, the rest of the adventurers followed Charlotte in twos and threes. The team suddenly had a little cohesion. White Wolf glanced at the messy ground in front of his cabin and said, "Lewis, your friend is amazing. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. But why do I see the temperament of a desperado in him? You won't deal with desperados." Louis Simi smiled bitterly. "He is an Imperial civil servant. And he is a very promising one." White Wolf asked curiously, "What kind of promising one?" Louis Simi replied, "His female companion is the daughter of a certain earl." White Wolf was stunned for a moment and whispered, "No wonder. If he wants to marry the daughter of an earl, he must have the temperament of a desperado." Louis Simi spread his hands. "That's not what he meant." After leaving Yorktown, Charlotte asked loudly, "Who knows the ruins of Machupi?" An adventurer immediately shouted, "I have been to Machupi." Charlotte smiled and said, "Very good. Please lead the way for us, sir." Machupi is a fortress of the ancient Orc kingdom, known as the Machupi that will never fall. The Sherlock dynasty used a trick to capture the fortress and set fire to Machupi, turning this fortress of the ancient Orc kingdom into ruins. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and it has become extremely desolate, and even many terrifying rumors have emerged. Only a few adventurers will try their luck. Hearing that they were going to Machupi, some adventurers hesitated slightly. There were too many terrible rumors about the fortress of the ancient beast kingdom, but when they thought that this was not a small team, but a large team of more than 100 people, led by a supernatural person. It is said that Mr. Qian Nan still has a treasure map in his hand, which may help him avoid danger. With a warm heart, they continue to follow. There are two reasons why Charlotte chose Machupi. One is that this group of rabble could not travel long distances. Even for elite troops, long-distance marches are a big problem. Machupi is very close, only more than 200 kilometers away from Strasbourg in a straight line. For this group of adventurers, it is only a 2 or 3 day journey, which is a sweet spot. Goal? And in a week, he will pay the first salary. Although he can afford it, but I don't want to pay it. Chapter 43. There is another reason. He has recently gained some experience in studying the Agmar's labyrinth, and needs to find a place to verify it. Machupi is a good experimental place. In order to control this group of adventurers with complicated origins as much as possible, Charlotte adjusted the team structure on the road, with the reason being, there may be danger on the road, and we need a battle formation. He gathered the leaders of more than a dozen small adventure groups, and divided the remaining people into 2 teams according to gender. The male adventurers were responsible for the baggage, and the female adventurers were responsible for food and water. Charlotte's personnel adjustment was not radical, and it was a temporary adjustment, and there was no opposition. In a small adventure team, the leader is usually the highest combat power, and the core of the team, and the team members are quite dependent on the leader. Charlotte temporarily separated the leader from their team members, which naturally weakened the leader's influence and slightly improved his own authority, giving him a little control over the team. An adventure team of more than 100 people is already considered a medium to large adventure group, and there are many aspects to worry about. Charlotte constantly took advantage of various opportunities to enhance his position along the way. After walking for a day, this makeshift adventure group chose to rest temporarily in a place called Maple Leaf Village. Maple Leaf Village was not very big, and there were not so many empty houses. They also refused to allow so many people to enter the village for fear of being robbed. Charlotte once again showed her mature social skills. After discussing with the people in the village, she let all the female adventurers enter the village to rest, and he and the male team members camped outside the village. Just as Charlotte arranged all this, a team wearing black windbreakers appeared from the direction they came from. People from the Fiery Horse Detective Agency. The detectives from the Fiery Horse Agency were very eye-catching in their iconic black coats. They once ran into the great axe adventurers in Charlotte's village, and then they went their separate ways. Charlotte thought she had escaped, but she didn't expect these detectives to catch up with her. Charlotte thought to herself, these adventurers are not reliable. Once a conflict occurs, they may not stand on my side. I must strike first, and give them sufficient reasons to fight. He waved his hand and gathered the leaders of the small adventure groups together, whispering, these people are detectives hired by my cousin. They also want to go to Machupi. If they find the treasure first, we will have to return empty-handed and watch them get rich. I can't allow this to happen. That's our wealth. We have more people. We can capture these detectives alive and imprison them in the team. We will release them after we find the treasure. Generally, adventurers are reluctant to provoke powerful forces. The Fiery Horse Detective Agency employs more than 100 detectives, 200 to 300 detective assistants, a large number of trainee detectives, and even more than 10 extraordinary people. Small adventure groups dare not conflict with them. Moreover, the president of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, Aubrey Tootin Atwood, is not only a high-level extraordinary person, but also very skilled and well-known in the entire Fars Empire. The leaders of these small adventure groups would never dare to kill the people of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, but Charlotte instigated them to capture these detectives alive and temporarily imprison them, and some people were ready to move. After all, there are indeed many people here. An adventure leader named Yas said, although they only have 7 people, there are at least 2 extraordinary people. Especially the leader Winterburn, I know him. He is a 4th-level extraordinary person, a genuine flame dragon knight. Charlotte smiled and said, I will deal with this person. You send 5 people to assist me. Charlotte was willing to take on the most difficult battles, and the leaders of these small adventure groups were immediately interested. Under the leadership of this temporary leader, they summoned the best players of their respective teams, and quickly divided up the battle targets. Winterborn had a grim expression. He was actually very annoyed. The wizards in the detective agency were far inferior to the fortune-teller Wells in finding people. He was very sure that this mission had failed, and he had lost the target. Not only did they fail to catch Charlotte, but they also lost an important extraordinary detective. This business was a loss for the Sharp Horse Detective Agency. Wells's position in the Sharp Horse Detective Agency was irreplaceable. Many cases relied on his fortune-teller profession, and there was no way to add extraordinary people in this area in a short period of time. He also noticed that there was a medium to large adventure team in the distance, but as a senior detective of the Detective Lima, he was not afraid of these rabble, not to mention that there was no conflict between the two sides. Winterborn was about to bypass the group of adventurers when he heard someone calling out, "Is that Mr. Winterborn?" Although Winterborn had a strong fighting spirit, he did not have the ability to see in the dark, and he was not familiar with the person who was speaking. He did not recognize the person who was speaking, and was slightly stunned for a moment before answering, "It's me." After all, he was a senior detective with rich experience, so he did not relax his vigilance. But then he heard the other party say, "So you seduced my wife?" More than a dozen men rushed out, and Winterborn was shocked, thinking, "When have I seduced so many men's wives?" Although Charlotte patted her chest and said that she would be the main force to challenge Winterborn, after the more than 10 people surrounded the 7 detectives, he pulled out the blood rose and stabbed Addison with a sword. Even the Fiery Horse Detective Agency couldn't have superhumans everywhere. Of the 7 detectives who came to hunt him down this time, only Winterborn and Addison were superhumans. Charlotte was a Xia Chinese after all. He had read comic books like the 36 Stratagems since he was a child. Before he made his move, he had made up his mind to kill Addison first. Without this superhuman knight, Winterborn would be left alone, which would save him a lot of trouble. Addison didn't expect that someone would actually attack him. He was a 3rd-level knight, and had a very fast reaction. He drew his sword and blocked Charlotte's sword, but he didn't expect Charlotte to be unscrupulous. She drew her magnum hand shuttle, and fired 12 shots in a row, forcing Addison to roar wildly. Flame fighting spirit burst out, and formed a tornado of flames around him, blocking the bullet at the critical moment. Before Charlotte made his move, he had already calculated this step. Although the knight's fighting spirit can protect himself, it must be distributed in different strengths when facing the enemy. Addison tried his best to resist the bullets from the front, and the defense behind him was 80% insufficient. While he fired, he stuck the blood rose into the ground, activated the inside ability, and threw the blood-sucking hand axe at the weakest part of Addison's protective fighting spirit. Under the control of the blood flame energy, the blood-sucking hand axe drew a strange arc and broke through Addison's protective flame fighting spirit. After only a few days of absence, Charlotte was promoted to the 1st level, and the power of the blood flame energy was several times greater. The power of this attack was far greater than the last time, and it hit the back of the extraordinary detective's head heavily, and the axe blade penetrated 3 points into the skull. Chapter 44. Addison had just activated his fighting spirit to block the bullets with all his strength, so how could he have any strength left to block the blood-sucking axe? Under the violent increase of the blood flame energy, the vitality of this extraordinary detective continued to flow like a tide, and was swallowed by the blood-sucking axe. Addison's strength was far superior to Wells, and he was still able to fight back. Crazy Valley activated his fighting spirit to resist the devouring power of the blood flame energy. He also recognized Charlotte and shouted, "It's you." Charlotte smiled but did not answer, and pulled out the thorn sword. Blood rose again, shook it lightly, and attacked 3 times. If it was a normal sword duel, 10 Charlottes might not be Edison's opponent. His swordsmanship was quite mediocre. He had only learned it, but he was not proficient. However, Edison's swordsmanship was very powerful, ruthless and experienced, and had been tempered by actual combat. But Edison fell into the trap, and was seriously injured. How could he resist Charlotte, who was holding an extraordinary blood-sucking weapon, and had the ability of insight? Charlotte easily pierced Edison's body. Even if Edison had the flame-fighting spirit to protect his body, he could no longer resist, and collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of resentment and hatred. The 2 blood-sucking weapons absorbed the essence of life at the same time, which suddenly lifted Charlotte's spirits. She shouted, "Don't do it yet." At his urging, another 20 or 30 adventurers swarmed out to join the battle. Winterbourne was shocked and angry. Although he was surrounded by 5 adventurers, he still had a sense of measure. Seeing Addison being killed in an instant, how could he not know that these people were coming for them? Is this a targeted trap? This 4th-level knight knew the danger and burst out his fighting spirit without reservation. His cultivation was even higher than Addison's, and he immediately forced the 5 adventurers who were besieging him away. At this time, while Charlotte absorbed the life essence sent back by the blood-sucking thorn sword, she pulled out the blood-sucking hand axe, activated the blood flame, and threw the hand axe again. The small blood-sucking hand axe fluttered and slashed. Winterbourne saw with his own eyes that Charlotte killed Addison with this strange weapon. He did not dare to underestimate it. With the flames of fighting spirit rolling, combined with his strong swordsmanship, he broke the flying blood-sucking hand axe with one sword. After the blood-sucking hand axe was broken, it circled in the air and chopped down again, as flexible as a flying bird. The old world had never seen such a strange fighting technique. Winterbourne did not dare to advance for a moment. He stabbed his sword and circled, defending himself from the wind and rain. The adventurers saw that Charlotte had such a supernatural power, and their confidence increased. They were excited and threw themselves into the battle. Charlotte manipulated the blood-sucking hand axe so elusive that she attracted most of Winterbourne's attention. While manipulating the blood-sucking hand axe, he quickly digested the life essence he swallowed. At this moment, if he could improve his strength a little, he would have a better chance of winning. Addison was a 3rd-level extraordinary being, with a life force as blazing as fire, stronger and more vigorous than Wells. Charlotte used Bloody Glory to wrap Addison's life essence, and activated the Protagoras breathing method. After 35 breaths, the blood-sucking rapier stopped vibrating, and no more life breath came. He drew out the blood-sucking rapier, letting Addison's body fall to the ground, and casually glanced at the weapon in his hand. The craftsmanship, quality, and design of this newly acquired magic rapier were all extraordinary, but there were countless tiny gaps on the blade. It was not as Louis Simi said, the blade was slightly damaged, but it was seriously damaged. The former owner of this blood rose must have fought countless battles in his life, otherwise such a magic weapon would never be damaged to this extent. Charlotte remembered the scene where Louis was very enthusiastic about showing the inscription, but he didn't even draw the sword, and cursed in his heart, "He is indeed a profiteer." Subconsciously, he poured Bloody Glory into the blade, but saw a strange scene. This magic rapier was silent for a while, and then it made a clear whistle. The blade showed a slight liquefaction, and the broken gap repaired itself, as if it was newly sharpened and bright as water. His heart was shaken, and he had no time to think about what this change meant. The next second, the magic rapier heated up slightly, turned into a blood-colored stream of light, and merged into his left arm, and the 4th bloody vortex quietly took shape. Charlotte's mood at this time could no longer be described as shocking. Each magic weapon that can change its form is of extraordinary quality, and especially expensive. Shenlunchi's spear can be transformed into a ring, allowing the owner to carry it with him, which is already top-notch stuff. This magic thorn sword can repair itself, and can also generate a bloody vortex, allowing Bloody Glory to break through to the 4th level. It must be more precious. For a moment, if Charlotte was not on the run at this time, there was no channel to sell this extraordinary weapon. She wanted to sell it again, and make a lot of money. However, this blood-sucking thorn sword blood rose can repair itself and hide in the bloody vortex. It is really a perfect self-defense weapon. Charlotte is not willing to sell it. He shook his wrist slightly, and the blood rose reappeared in his hand. He thought to himself, what a pity, my swordsmanship is too mediocre. Even if I have a magic weapon, I can't be a swordsmanship master. Although Winterborn was besieged, he was entangled with a mysterious blood-sucking hand axe. After all, he was a 4th level knight, and was still able to gain the upper hand. The other 5 detectives were no match for this group of adventurers. Under the siege of dozens of adventurers, 2 people were shot dead, and 3 were captured alive. This is how battles are. It is difficult to guarantee that no one will die. Winterborn did not expect the situation to deteriorate to such an extent, and could not help but shout, "We are detectives from the Sharp Horse Detective Agency." "Aren't you afraid of the Sharp Horse Detective Agency?" Charlotte immediately responded, "Sorry, we are from Barrow." Winterborn shouted in horror, "Are you spies?" This time, Charlotte did not need to answer, and all the adventurers agreed, "Yes, we are spies, spies from Barrow." No one wanted to offend the Sharp Horse Detective Agency. Charlotte talked nonsense, and the group of adventurers admitted it, hoping to lead the conflict to the Barrow people. Winterborn's heart suddenly sank, and he believed 80% to 90%. Charlotte used the secret method of the vampires, and the blood-sucking weapon. Wells and Addison were both drained of their vitality. They really had some vampire style. He dared not hold back his strength. The flames of his fighting spirit surged, and the rapier once again broke the blood-sucking hand axe and circled around, killing the 2 leaders of the small adventure group who besieged him. With one move, Winterborn broke through the encirclement by force. Under the urging of the fighting spirit valley, he was as fast as a galloping horse and left the battle in the blink of an eye. Charlotte watched this man escape, and could only sigh inwardly and give up chasing him. Although he swallowed Addison's life essence, broke through the 3rd level, and was promoted again, and had several superpowers, he was a civilian after all, and was not good at fighting. If he chased him alone, his end might not be very good. Chapter 45. There were no extraordinary people among Charlotte's adventurers. A 4th level knight wanted to escape, and ordinary people could not catch up. Besides, Winterborn would run away. When he came back to find reinforcements, Charlotte would have gone to who knows where. Just as Charlotte was about to finish and continue to fool her adventurers, she heard a sharp whistle that broke through the air. A knight's lance, like an evil dragon from outer space, brought a huge force and pierced Winterborn's body. The lance's remaining force carried the 4th level knight's body dozens of steps away and nailed him to the ground alive. Charlotte saw this scene and felt a chill. The person who attacked was so strong that he had never seen it before. If this person was an enemy, even if more than 100 adventurers followed him to fight to the death, the end would probably be nothing more than a massacre. The adventurers were also stunned. Although they were all low-level adventurers, they lived in the wild all year round and often fought. Although their strength was average, there were almost no people with poor eyesight. Many people exclaimed, "High-level extraordinary." Charlotte took a deep breath, knowing that it was useless to hide or escape. Holding the blood-sucking hand axe in one hand and the magic rapier in the other, she strode forward and shouted, "Who?" A steady voice said calmly, "The Empire's plan cannot go wrong this time. Fortunately, I happen to be there. Otherwise, if this person escapes and leaks the Empire's plan, you will be a sinner. Tell me your name and position. I will complain to the military." These words were spoken in the Byron language. Most adventurers could not speak Byron language, but after all, Fars and Byron were both one of the 5 major empires in the Old World. They could tell that the other party was from Byron. Many people felt desperate. They had just pretended to be Baron's spies. This is what I met a real Byronian. Almost everyone can imagine what the outcome will be. Charlotte secretly said, "Thank the goddess, thank Sheffield University, thank higher education." She replied in pure Byronian, "Sorry, I am on a secret mission and cannot reveal my identity." Charlotte Mecklin is proficient in 7 languages, including Byronian, and her answer is clear and fluent, without any Fars accent. The most essential difference between him and this group of adventurers is that he has really received the highest education in the Empire. A tall, handsome middle-aged man with 2 followers came out of the darkness. He had fair skin, golden eyes, and a layer of blood in his eyes. He was a typical vampire. He said approvingly, "Not bad, don't give up your principles just because of authority. I can consider giving up the complaint temporarily." You use blood flames? Are you from the Adonis clan? Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief and replied, yes. At the same time, she threw the blood-sucking rapier in her hand and pierced Winterborn's body, shouting, I need you to work together to give these Fars people a second blow. If you are willing, I will treat you as my own. If you are not willing, I am afraid. I will apologize. Sorry, you know too much. The mysterious middle-aged vampire glanced at the group of adventurers, and a heavy pressure like a mountain appeared on his body, just like an ancient beast staring at a group of little white rabbits, making everyone feel fear and trembling. The group of adventurers looked at each other, and soon someone made a smart choice and stabbed a detective from the Lima Detective Agency. To put it bluntly, Charlotte's plan has no technical content. It is just like the letter of surrender in the water margin. This group of adventurers came from all directions, and was divided into more than 10 small adventure groups. There was no team at all, and they could abandon him at any time. With the pressure of this mysterious Bion high-level extraordinary, Charlotte forced these people to hand in the letter of surrender, which could greatly increase the cohesion of the team and his personal prestige. At the same time, it could also explain why he, a Bion spy, was followed by a group of low-level adventurers from Fars. He is proficient in blood flame chi, knows the Bion language, and can disguise himself as a Bion person. This group of adventurers, who can't even speak Bion, can never pretend to be vampires. They can only be blood servants that he temporarily subdued. This is an old tradition of the vampires in the Bion Empire. Under the mysterious Bion high-level extraordinary tyrannical power, more than 100 adventurers, whether willing or not, pinched their noses and came up, stabbing the 7 detectives of the Fiery Horse Society one by one with a knife, a sword, a dagger, or a hammer. That's right, even the dead Addison and Winterborn, as well as the 2 detectives killed in the battle, were not spared. The 3 captured detectives died miserably. He pulled out the vampire rapier and put it in his left arm, and then pulled out the knight's lance, handed it to the mysterious middle-aged vampire with both hands, and then ordered a search of the bodies of the dead detectives. The body search yielded more than 7 acres in cash, 5 of which were found on Addison, which was normal. Who else would carry all their wealth on their body except for a fugitive like him? He converted the equipment of the 7 detectives into a price, and distributed it to the adventurers fairly along with the cash. After threatening, giving rewards can make the adventurers feel at ease. This kind of approach of combining kindness with force is common sense on Earth. The adventurers were indeed relieved, diluting the tense atmosphere. The tall and handsome middle-aged man nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with Charlotte and said, not bad, some of the style of the Byron soldiers. I am Lord Leo, and I have a special mission like you. I have temporarily recruited you and your subordinates. Please tell me your name. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Chen Nan. You can call me Chen Nan. Lord Byron casually touched the knight's spear and turned it into a rapier, which he casually put into the scabbard at his waist. Charlotte had just seen this advanced weapon that can change between 2 forms not long ago, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Sean Lunchy's spear? You are actually from the Arthur clan. Lord Leo's knight's lance is more gorgeous than the one in Louis Simi's hand, and its value must be higher. It can be sold for at least 1,500 gold ECU. The Adonis clan is one of the 6 royal families, but Arthur is one of the 3 royal families, and his natural status is higher than all the blood clans. Lord Leo nodded slightly, hiding his arrogance without leaving any trace, and said, Archduke Ferdinand of the Principality of Behemoth is going to Strasbourg to meet Julius VI. I need his route and detailed information. Chainan, you entered Fars before me. What information can you provide me? Charlotte was startled and thought to herself, why do these Bayons want to know the route Archduke Ferdinand took to enter Strasbourg? He answered casually, I am going to Machupi, which is only 200 kilometers away from Strasbourg. It is said that Archduke Ferdinand will pass by the ruins of this ancient Orc kingdom fortress. Chapter 46. Lord Leo showed a happy expression and said, Xian Nan, you are indeed an excellent soldier. I don't care about your mistake just now. My 2 servants and I have been traveling for a long time, and need to rest. Please help me keep watch. Charlotte welcomed Lord Leo into the adventure camp. The middle-aged vampire chose a big tree, and took a nap with his back against the trunk. His 2 servants were divided into 2 shifts to guard their master, and did not trust this group of adventurers. Charlotte wiped the sweat from her forehead, hid from Lord Leo, found a remote place, and sat down. After a day's journey and a battle, the incident was so thrilling that it made her adrenaline rush, but she was even more exhausted afterwards. Charlotte felt sore all over, and didn't even want to move a finger. Although she managed to escape the crisis temporarily by improvising, Lord Leo would find out sooner or later that he was not one of them. Once Lord Leo found out that he was not a member of the Adonis clan, but had practiced the bloody glory that the vampires hated the most, how could he save his life under the wrath of this high-level transcendent? Charlotte hadn't figured out a solution yet. He knew that although it seemed safe at this moment, it was actually full of dangers. If he wasn't careful, he would die. After recovering his strength for a while, although he was still very tired, he still forced himself to concentrate and practice the Protagoras breathing method to digest Winterborn's life essence as soon as possible. Lord Leo shot through Winterborn's body, but did not devour his vitality. High-level vampires value the purity of blood energy more. Unrestrained and crazy devouring of vitality could easily degenerate into monsters, so they would not casually devour prey with a lower level of extraordinary than themselves, but only replenish it occasionally. But for Charlotte, the life essence of a 4th-level knight is too precious. He has not grown to the level of needing to be picky, so he made up a sword. After more than 100 breaths, when all the life essences turned into bloody glory, Charlotte did not open the 5th bloody vortex, but chose to condense a bloody rune angel thorn. The reason why he made such a choice. It was because of the blood rose. Angel thorn is one of the 13 unique skills of bloody glory, and it is also the foundation of the secret method of the Asilo blood clan. The Asilo clan is one of the 3 royal clans of the blood clan. They are good at martial arts, and are the best swordsmen among the 37 clans of the blood clan. As the foundation of the Asilo clan's secrets, the Angel's Thorn is not only an extraordinary secret, but also an extraordinary swordsmanship, and is famous in the Old Continent. In the secret scroll of bloody glory, the record of the Angel's Thorn is vague. No one knows how the great philosopher Protagoras learned the secret method, and integrated it into bloody glory. There are few students who practice bloody glory in the 4 universities of the Empire. Since the death of the great philosopher Protagoras, the rest of the magic runes have been cultivated, but no one has ever successfully cultivated the Angel's Thorn. After studying the Protagoras scrolls and the customs of the Asilo clan, many scholars came to a conclusion that practicing the Angel's Thorn requires the blood race's inheritance. The elders of the Asilo clan will condense their cultivation into a special seed. Only the blood race who obtains this seed can cultivate the Angel's Thorn and step into the practice of the Asilo clan's secret method. Although Protagoras gave the scrolls to 4 universities, he did not accept any disciples. Later, Fars and Byron established diplomatic relations and announced that human beings who practiced bloody glory would not be allowed to enter the country, so no human race could obtain the inheritance of the Angel's Thorn. The blood rose could forcefully break open the 4th bloody vortex, which means that it contains the previous owner's understanding of the secret method of the Asilo blood clan. Charlotte didn't want to waste this opportunity. He stretched out his hand and wiped it, and the blood rose heated up slightly, turning into a blood-colored stream of light and merging into his left arm. In the bloody vortex on his left arm, this magic thorn sword turned into a rune structure like a sword, trembling constantly and stabbing gracefully. Charlotte closed her eyes slightly, and countless strange and cruel swordsmanship emerged in her mind. Each move was incredible and as fast as lightning and thunder. Fortunately, he had experience looking directly at the evil god twice, and his spirituality was comparable to that of a high-level extraordinary person, so he could deeply imprint these swordsmanship in his mind and completely accept the inheritance of the Asilo family. About a few hours later, near dawn, Charlotte opened his eyes, with a faint blood-colored lightning lingering in his eyes. He exhaled deeply, shook his hand, and the blood rose appeared out of thin air. He held the blood-sucking thorn sword in his palm, rubbing it carefully, and secretly thought, "I'm afraid that this extraordinary weapon given by Lewis has some origin. He can be said to be lucky to get the spear of Shenlenchi, but he can also get this blood-sucking thorn sword. I'm afraid there is another hidden story. Lewis probably doesn't know the origins of these 2 weapons, otherwise he would never give me one of them. I have a feeling that this matter may be a little troublesome." Charlotte heard someone calling the name of Qian Nan, and stood up in a hurry, without time to comprehend the newly cultivated supernatural power, and ran to Lord Leo. The vampire lord of Byron had already woken up. Seeing Charlotte, he smiled and said, "I brought blood bait. Do you want 2 pieces? Blood bait is a kind of blood food made by magic. It is one of the favorite foods of vampires. It can be carried with you, and is convenient to store for a long time. Because the raw material of blood bait is 100% human blood, Charlotte is a human being, and has been a human in all his past and present lives. He is not interested in this kind of food. He has a psychological barrier." Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "I brought a blood servant." Lord Leo nodded slightly, and did not continue to persuade. Instead, He had a simple and luxurious breakfast served by 2 servants. The 2 servants spread a picnic tablecloth on the ground, took out exquisite tableware, and placed blood bait and some cakes on the tin plate. They also took out an exquisite wine pot, and a wine glass made of the same tin. Lord Leo finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a red napkin, and said, "We can set off." The 2 servants neatly put away the tablecloth, tableware, wine jugs, and wine glasses, and stood behind their master, not saying a word from beginning to end. Charlotte asked someone to go to Maple Leaf Village, called out all the female adventurers, packed up the camp, and surrounded Lord Leo to set off for Machupi. After a morning of long journey, Charlotte complained bitterly, he really had never experienced such hardship. None of the adventurers he gathered had mounts because of their low income. Lord Leo did this because high-level vampires could ride on ordinary mounts for long-distance raids or short-distance sprints. It was inconvenient and unnecessary to bring a mount when sneaking into another country as a spy. He was too embarrassed to get a horse by himself. Besides, he didn't pass by any large towns during his escape, so he couldn't buy a horse at all. Charlotte missed the rune of agility that she had never been able to cultivate. Chapter 47. Unfortunately, opening the 4th bloody vortex and practicing the Angel's Thorn consumed all of Addison and Winterbourne's life essence. The rune of the agility spell will probably take more than 10 days to work on. However, there are better choices than the agility spell and the spider spell. Page 1 of Vampire Secret Scroll 28 records the Blood Flame Chi, the foundation of the secret spell of the Adonis blood clan. Page 2 records the Blood Flame Deformation spell. As the name suggests, the Blood Flame Deformation spell cannot be transformed, but can only be transformed into a ball of blood flame. Charlotte didn't care whether he could transform into various animals or different people, but if he could transform into a ball of blood flame, he could float in the air. It was not as good as flying, but it was enough for traveling. During the lunch break, Charlotte was called by Lord Leo. The first sentence made him feel cold all over. "We, Byron, have signed an alliance with the Black Phoenix dynasty, so this time we want to lure the restorationists of South Seraph to assassinate Archduke Ferdinand, thereby igniting the war." Charlotte looked directly at the evil god, her soul shattered, and then reunited, activating all the memories of her 2 lives as a human. Charlotte Mecklin remembered the knowledge she learned in her early years, and of course she knew the historical grievances between South Seraph and the Principality of Behemoth. Simply put, South Seraph resisted the invasion of the Fars Empire, and was on the verge of victory, but was stabbed in the back by the Principality of Behemoth and lost the country. South Seraph was destroyed almost 200 years ago. The South Seraph people were still respectful to the Empire, and recognized the Empire's rule, but they always hated the Principality of Behemoth. There was a rumor that someone got drunk in a tavern and shouted, "I am from the Principality of Behemoth." He was beaten to death by a group of South Seraph people. The hatred between the 2 countries can be seen. If the South Seraph restorer assassinated Archduke Ferdinand, the Fars Empire royal family would avenge him no matter what. The South Seraph restorer simply could not withstand the full force of the Imperial army, and would inevitably seek help from outside. The slight flapping of the wings of the little butterfly may cause a devastating storm. However, sometimes the storm is manipulated by people. Although Charlotte is a time traveler, and has no feelings for the Fars Empire, she still shudders when she thinks of how many innocent people will die in the outbreak of war. Before he crossed over, he lived in a country that had been peaceful for decades. It was because he had enjoyed a long period of peace that he knew the value of peace and the horror of war. He whispered, "I didn't receive this order." Lord Leo said, "Your position is too low, so it's not surprising that you don't know the full inside story of this plan. However, you must fully cooperate with my actions. After completing this mission, you can be transferred to my command, and I promise to promote you at least 1 level." Charlotte expressed her gratitude respectfully, but secretly thought in her heart, "We should find ways to destroy the plan of the Byron people. It's ridiculous that I, a fugitive, still want to help the Fars Empire maintain peace." Lord Leo was very satisfied with Charlotte's attitude. He said a few more words, waved him away, and prepared to set off again. The team moved very quickly along the way. After more than 2 days, they arrived at Machupi. Although this fortress of the ancient Orc dynasty was breached and burned by the Sherlock dynasty, it was still majestic even if only ruins remained. The buildings of the Orc dynasty are huge and beautiful. Each building is tens of meters high, especially the gates of the fortress, which are even more majestic. Even though the city has been destroyed for hundreds of years, it is still shocking. Charlotte was exhausted, but she still volunteered to go and check the situation in person. Both the adventurers under him, and Lord Leo thought this man was very reliable. The adventurers thought this leader was very brave to personally deal with things, and Lord Leo thought this future subordinate was brave and hardworking, and was a good material for a personal follower. Only Charlotte knew that he entered Machupi alone to verify the results of his recent research on the first page of the Agmara's Labyrinth. Holding a magic alchemy staff in one hand, and an old magnum hand shuttle in the other, Charlotte walked into Machupi with great momentum. When he entered the collapsed fortress gate, the ruins blocked the view outside, so he immediately put away the two weapons, took out his diary, and turned to the page of Agmara's Labyrinth. He opened the first page, pressed the diary on the ground, and whispered for a while, but there was no movement. He was slightly disappointed and thought that his research had gone wrong, when a consciousness emerged. Charlotte Mechlin found the ruins of the ancient Orc kingdom, Machupi, and met the requirements for arranging the first maze. Machupi is about to become a maze. Charlotte watched the first page of Agrimla's labyrinth disappear with her own eyes, and then she felt the diary under her palm, which seemed to emit an invisible force that expanded and eroded the ruins of the fortress of the ancient Orc kingdom inch by inch. The first thing to be eroded was the entrance of the fortress behind him, and based on this, it spread to the depths of Machupi. That consciousness emerged again. It will take 18 days for Machupi to complete the maze. During this period, you are not allowed to leave this place. Charlotte took a deep breath, put away the diary, turned around and walked towards the fortress gate, stood inside the gate, and shouted, "There is no problem inside. I also found a clean place to set up a camp and wait for Ferdinand Highway to pass." Lord Leo smiled slightly and said, "Okay." Although he had heard that there were some legends about Machupi, he was a high-level extraordinary person and had no fear at all. He took 2 servants and walked into the ruined fortress. Charlotte immediately sensed a thought. 3 more NPCs in the maze, and the erosion progress increased by 1.5%. He was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. The adventurers also followed into the ruined fortress. The thought kept giving out reminders. The number of maze NPCs increased by 15, and the erosion progress increased by 0.8%. The number of maze NPCs increased by 21, and the erosion progress increased by 1.3%. The number of maze NPCs increased by 34, and the erosion progress increased by 3.3%. The total number of maze NPCs was 136, and the erosion progress increased by 16.5%. Charlotte let out a long breath. He was finally sure that his research direction was correct. This ancient Orc kingdom's fortress was extremely huge. It once housed 270,000 troops. Although it was less than 20% maze-like, it was enough to prevent anyone who entered it from getting out. Lord Leo was a high-level transcendent after all. He was alert and looked around, but he didn't find any clues. He certainly couldn't imagine that it wasn't that there was any danger lurking, but that they had already entered. Danger? Chapter 48. The place Charlotte found was an Orc meeting hall, where Orc officers held meetings. It was indeed quite clean. The adventurers were quite satisfied with this camp, and cleaned it up a bit, clearing out a large area. Although Lord Leo was a little wary, he thought it was because he was too suspicious. He was confident in his own strength and did not care. He asked 2 servants to spread a thick blanket and prepare to rest for a while to recover his energy. His 2 servants stood by their master very faithfully, separating Lord Leo from the group of adventurers. No one noticed that Charlotte was missing. At this time, Charlotte had already gone deep into the Machupi fortress, standing alone on a deserted road, staring at the deeper fortress. This deserted road was the boundary of the maze of Machupi. He could sense that because of the maze of Machupi, something was being pushed deeper into the fortress. There are some weird things in the Machupi fortress. I wonder if we can capture a few and use them to strengthen the power of the labyrinth. Charlotte looked up some information at the University of Sheffield and consulted some professors, and figured out a little bit of the truth. The 2 evil gods probably lost some of their power during the battle, and merged it into the diary. If he could swallow the power contained in Agmara's Labyrinth and Vampire Secret Scroll 28 before the 2 evil gods found it, and use it for himself, they would no longer be able to sense this part of the lost evil energy, because this power no longer belongs to them. But if Charlotte fails to digest this part of the power within the limited time, Agmaras and Karnstein will sense their lost evil energy again, and they will be able to lock the coordinates and come again. Although the time limit is tighter for Vampire Scroll 28, Charlotte is proficient in Bloody Glory, and it is not difficult for her to learn the secret method of the Adonis blood clan in the Vampire Scroll. The time limit of Agmara's Labyrinth is longer, but there will be no extension. Once the time limit is up, Agmaras will definitely come back and will be unstoppable. Humans can't resist the evil gods. Only gods can fight against gods. This is the consensus of the old continent. Charlotte is more eager to master the 15 labyrinths. Charlotte is cautious and did not step out of the labyrinth, nor did she plan to take risks, but some existences that were secretly watching could not hold back. A whisper suddenly sounded in his ears, as if his dearest lover was calling him over. This whisper had infinite magic power. Within the range of influence, dozens of wild beasts rushed out from their hiding places, taking stiff steps and hesitating towards the depths of Mechupi. Charlotte pressed his forehead, hesitating whether to activate insight. He was not sure what kind of monster was whispering, but he was not afraid. He thought, I have even looked directly at the evil god twice. How can a mere enchantment affect the mind? Charlotte was sure that as long as he did not leave the scope of the maze, this monster hiding in the dark would not be able to do anything to him. Qian Nan. I'm here. Just as Charlotte was sitting on the fishing island, a lady with wavy blonde hair called out in a low voice, and ran quickly into the darkness. Hannah? Come back soon. Charlotte exclaimed, but it was too late. This young lady of average appearance had a good impression of him, but Charlotte had never thought of having any intimate relationship with her. After all, he was still on the run. If the escape was over, he would have someone else to date. He didn't expect Hannah to follow him, and be tempted by the monster hidden deep in Mechupi. Charlotte flew out the blood-sucking hand axe without hesitation. Under the control of the blood flame, the blood-sucking hand axe, which should have been flexible and free, lost its sense after flying dozens of steps, and sank into the darkness deep in Mechupi, never looking back. Charlotte's heart was trembling. He had traveled through time and space to the famous seaside resort of Sainis, Fars, and later returned to Strasbourg, the capital of the empire, where countless important people lived and even the gods watched. He had hardly encountered monsters or dangers. Except the time when he participated in the auction, and was drawn into the maze. And the time when 2 evil gods were summoned. Okay, I haven't encountered monsters, but I have faced evil gods. In short, Charlotte couldn't guess how terrifying those things in the depths of Mechupi were, and what kind of evil power they possessed. Charlotte looked at the dark ruins of the fortress, whose foundation was unknown, and Miss Hannah, who had disappeared, and suppressed the urge to rush into the darkness to save people. Although he was already a 4th-level extraordinary person, and had 2 extraordinary weapons, he was still not good enough to face the monsters hidden deep in Mechupi. If he rushed in to save people, he would definitely fail, and would have to sacrifice himself. Charlotte closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and used the Protagoras breathing method to suppress the reluctance that was rising. The whispers continued. The invisible force eroded the darkness inch by inch, and the maze continued to spread. After dozens of minutes, Charlotte's spirit was slightly shaken, and he shouted, and a small blood-sucking hand axe flew up and fell into his hands again. At the same time, Charlotte also saw that Hannah had turned into a dry skeleton, just like Hannah, who had been weathered for hundreds of years. This poor female adventurer had been devoured by the monster hidden in the darkness. On her face, which was wrinkled like old tree bark, there was still a slight sense of happiness, which was weird and terrifying. Near Hannah's body, there were dozens of animals that had died in the same strange way and turned into dry bones. Charlotte stretched out his hand and pressed it, and countless soil was turned up, burying Hannah and the animals' bodies. Within the scope of the maze, he could slightly manipulate the terrain, change the road, and even slightly distort the space. This is not a power that ordinary extraordinary people can master. This is the lost evil power of the overseas evil god, the god of the maze, Agmaras. After doing this, Charlotte turned around and walked away without looking back. Although he had no feelings or close relationship with Hannah, he was still full of anger and secretly swore in his heart, no matter what kind of ghost you are, after 18 days, I will find you, expose you to the sun, and watch you turn into ashes. No, 15 days may be enough. The moment Charlotte turned around, she stopped whispering. More than a dozen vines crawled, passed through a certain intersection, and entered a remote road. These magical vines that seemed to have life seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force, and suddenly pulled straight, even making a creepy squeak, but they could no longer stop, until even the roots were pulled out, and the whole root was immersed in the field of the maze. Chapter 49. Lord Leo opened his eyes, and 2 servants silently took out a kettle, put 3 pieces of blood bait in the water, and shook it vigorously, then poured it into a tin cup and handed it to the master. Lord Leo drank a cup of blood water, and was a little more energetic. He whispered a short spell, and more than 10 small bats the size of a palm flew out of his body, and soared into the sky. In the past 10 days, He would use this secret method every day to scout far away. The 37 clans of vampires each have different secret methods. As one of the 3 royal families, the Arthur family's basic secret method is the Blood Clan's mantra. The Arthur family is proficient in spells. This blood bat technique can be used to attack the enemy, and can be transformed into countless bats to escape, but it is mainly used for scouting. Lord Leo didn't completely trust Charlotte. More than a dozen little bats flew out for 2 or 3 hours, but only 2 flew back. They flew into Lord Leo's body, which made the vampire lord suddenly refreshed and whispered, "Ferdinand will pass by nearby." Qianan didn't lie, he is still trustworthy. Charlotte said that Grand Duke Ferdinand would pass by Machupi, and it was not nonsense. When he was sorting out the documents for Senior Sister Melman, he happened to see a document about a newly imprisoned South Serbian restorationist, who was arrested for conspiracy and riot. It mentioned which route Grand Duke Ferdinand would take to Strasbourg. Charlotte was about to go to Machupi, so she casually mentioned that Grand Guild Ferdinand was passing by, but she didn't expect that this would gain more trust from Lord Leo. When Lord Leo sent out blood bats to scout the nearby situation, Charlotte was tactful, and didn't come over, continuing to study Vampire Secret Scroll 28. When he saw Lord Leo's blood bats coming back, he quickly took Vampire Secret Scroll 28, walked over respectfully, and said, "Do you still need me to send someone to scout?" Lord Leo shook his head and said, "The South Seraph restorers have already ambushed, and your people going over will only alert the enemy. The 2 of us can go." Charlotte was relieved when she heard that she didn't need to send anyone, but she didn't expect Lord Leo to go with her. She was slightly surprised and said, "Me?" Lord Leo smiled and said, "The South Seraph restorers are not very powerful. Their assassination may not succeed. Our task is to add a shot when necessary. How is your shooting skill?" Charlotte hesitated for a moment and replied, "It's okay. I can put out a candle within 20 steps. Lord Leo reached into his collar with his backhand and pulled out a huge gun. It was more than 1.5 picometers long, which is about 1.8 meters in metric system on Earth. The barrel was slightly thinner than the arm, but it was terrifyingly thick for a gun. More than 90% of the parts were metallic, and the whole body exuded a sense of ruggedness, solidity, and heaviness. Not only could it shoot, but it would also be powerful as an infantry weapon. The old world did not have a sniper rifle branch, but it had rifles. The design style of this rifle was completely different from that of the Blood Clan. It was obviously from the high-level alchemy workshop of the Fars Empire, and it was a special model. Lord Leo smiled and said, "You're getting a bargain. This is the signature product of the Firewell Workshop, one of the 6 alchemy workshops in Fars. It's an anti-space long-range rifle. Space equipment is about storage, and anti-space is about hiding. You can hide it in any daily object, which is very easy to carry. This gun comes with a space magazine. When you take it out of the hidden object, its anti-space will be converted into a space magazine, but the space is not compatible, so when it is hidden in other objects, the space magazine will be converted into anti-space and will spit out the ammunition. The bullets need to be carried with you at ordinary times. In addition, it can also convert various energies such as fighting spirit, blood energy, and magic power into bullets, but low-level extraordinary people can't fire many shots, so it can only be used as a temporary emergency. Its effective range is 3,700 picometers. Of course, unless you are an extraordinary shooter, no one can shoot that far and still be accurate. This time I brought 2 anti-space long-range rifles, and this one is yours. When the time comes, you can also try to fire a few shots. Anyway, the Yugoslav restorers will bear the blame. There are not many chances that you will not be hanged even if you openly shoot at a lord, even if you kill him." Charlotte swallowed his saliva. He initially thought that Lord Leo had space equipment on him. Otherwise, how could such a thick and long rifle be hidden in a mere piece of clothing? He was even more surprised when he heard the word anti-space. Anti-space extraordinary items are unique to this world. Magic equipment with anti-space characteristics can be hidden anywhere, which is equivalent to temporarily turning ordinary items into special space storage equipment. This characteristic is incredible and very creative. The magic equipment in the old world is not all cold weapons, but hot weapons are rarer and more expensive. This anti-space long-range rifle is a magic equipment, plus the anti-space attribute. Its price will definitely not be lower than the Sanlunzi spear in Luisimi's hand. According to Lord Leo, this long-range rifle will not be taken back. What kind of good fortune is this? However, Charlotte is a time traveler after all, and she woke up in just a few seconds, thinking to herself, if the weapon that killed Archduke Ferdinand is an anti-space long-range rifle, then whoever has this weapon is suspected of being a murderer. You're making me take the blame. Vampires are really no good. Bah, they're not human. Charlotte pretended not to understand the key point, and took the anti-space long-range rifle with a happy face, and slapped it on the alchemical cane that she never left. The name of the anti-space long-range rifle was indeed well-deserved. This rough-shaped rifle was integrated into the alchemical cane without any hindrance, only making the cane a little heavier. Lord Leo handed over another pack of bullets and said, "This is a pack of special demon-breaking armor-breaking bullets. One shot is enough to kill the Titan demon. Although Ferdinand is also a high-level extraordinary, he can definitely not withstand a shot." Charlotte took the bullet bag and opened it to take a look. The armor-breaking bullets were 7 or 8 times larger than ordinary bullets. There were only 20 rounds in this bag, but they were very heavy, and could not be carried with him. He waved at an adventurer and said, "I remember you have an empty backpack?" The adventurer took out a leather shoulder bag, took out the sundries inside, and said, "I changed to a new backpack and couldn't bear to throw it away. Except that it is a little old, it is still quite sturdy." Charlotte put the bullet bag in and said, "Lord, let's go." Lord Leo smiled, and walked out of Machupi Fortress. He walked faster and faster as if someone was pointing the way, and finally ran wildly like an old horse, who knew the way. Chapter 50. Charlotte held the magic alchemy staff, but did not move. He was hesitating whether to shoot at Lord Leo right now. A thought entered his mind. Machupi has completed the maze. He smiled slightly, activated Bloody Glory, but deliberately suppressed it to the second level, and followed out of the fortress. However, he was pulled far behind by Lord Leo. He pretended to run desperately while keeping an eye on the sky. Sure enough, he saw a few black spots hovering in the sky. Charlotte thought to herself, that should be Lord Leo's bloodbat. With this thing guiding the way, no wonder he ran so fast. Every time Charlotte was about to lose him, Lord Leo would stop and wait for him. The two ran for more than 2 hours, and heard the dense gunfire from afar. Charlotte was quite worried. He didn't have Wells's ability to cut bullets with a sword. Although Bloody Glory was pushed to the limit and could resist bullets, it couldn't last too long. This is also a common problem for low-level knights. When fighting alone, fighting spirit can resist a few or a dozen bullets. On the battlefield, there are stray bullets flying from all directions, and that little fighting spirit is not enough. Charlotte thought secretly, it would be great if I could master the blood flame transformation technique. When I turn into a ball of blood flame, the physical damage will be reduced to a very low level. It would be fine if I could master the light agility technique and the spirit spider technique. Maybe I can dodge the bullets. Lord Leo jumped onto a cliff, looked at it intently for a while, and said to, panting. Charlotte, who caught up with him, said, "The South Seraph restorers have failed." Charlotte looked down, and saw that the two groups were fighting fiercely. He was a layman in war, and could not see the situation. He asked, "Why do you say that?" Lord Leo said lightly, "Ferdinand's 6 guards are not on the battlefield." Charlotte was born in the Principality of Behemoth after all, and she immediately realized that Archduke Ferdinand's 6 guards were very famous. It was said that they were all mid-level extraordinary people. The 6 of them could fight even high-level extraordinary people together. If they were not on the battlefield, they could only protect the Archduke and retreat. He said, "Since the mission failed, there is no point in us staying here, so let's leave." Lord Leo shook his head, jumped up, and shouted, "I'm following." Charlotte looked up at the sky and saw those black spots. She knew that Lord Leo must have discovered something, so she had no choice but to follow. Both of them were moving fast. Although Charlotte deliberately slowed down a bit, she was still much faster than ordinary people. After turning around a mountain pass, they heard shouting. Leo waved his hand, and Charlotte immediately lay on a stone next to her, took out the anti-space sniper rifle from the alchemical staff, and loaded the bullets into the space magazine. The space magazine of this anti-space sniper rifle is not small, but when it is hidden, the space magazine will turn into anti-space and spit out the ammunition. It is the limit for ordinary people to carry 20 rounds of magic armor-breaking bombs. Charlotte set up the gun and pretended to start looking for the target. Lord Leo nodded slightly and thought, "Qian Nan is an excellent soldier, but for this war, he has to be sacrificed. This is for the future of Byron. Every citizen of Byron must be aware of sacrifice." There were more than 10 people fighting in the valley, and 6 or 7 bodies were lying on the ground. The smaller party was trying their best to protect a little old man in his 50s. His silver hair was slightly messy, but his small beard was still clean and tidy. He was dressed very gorgeously, without any weapons on his body. He was squatting beside a female corpse with a panicked look on his face, wiping his tears sadly, and refused to leave even though his men urged him desperately. Charlotte had seen Archduke Ferdinand during the festival, and recognized this little old man as the master of the Principality of Behemoth and the target of the South Seraph restorationists. The female corpse lying on the ground was the Duchess of Ferdinand. It was said that when they were young, they had a sad and beautiful love story. The Archduke and his wife had a deep relationship, and they were well known in the Fars Empire. Charlotte muttered, "He is unwilling to leave his wife at this time. Archduke Ferdinand is really in love." Lord Leo chuckled and said, "The South Seraph restorers are still a little short of the fire. Nan, you can help them. Aim at Ferdinand and send him on his way." Charlotte took a few deep breaths and familiarized himself with the gun in his hand. He hadn't touched it twice, and he couldn't make mistakes in what he was going to do next. After confirming that he could fire as long as he hooked his finger and pulled the trigger, Charlotte suddenly twisted his waist and pointed the anti-space sniper rifle in his hand at Lord Leo. He knew that he only had one chance, so he fired 3 shots without hesitation. The magic-breaking armor-piercing bomb pierced the sky, emitting a shrill whimper, and it was unknown how far it flew. Charlotte looked at Lord Leo, who suddenly jumped high for some unknown reason, and was a little stunned. Lord Leo suddenly jumped up, and the 3 shots he had expected to hit all hit the air. Charlotte gritted her teeth, and was about to draw out the blood rose for her life, when she saw a ray of night rolling towards Lord Leo. The person who made the move was his respected senior sister Milan Sume. The first rose of the Empire was dressed in military uniform, and the rapier in her hand seemed to be fused with the night, blooming in the sky. Lord Leo was indeed a high-level transcendent. He had sensed the sword in advance. While he was struggling to jump into the air and fight with Milan, he also accidentally avoided Charlotte's sneak attack. He didn't expect Charlotte to shoot at him, and thought this loyal Imperial soldier would help him stop Milan. Lord Leo's rapier didn't have time to transform into a knight's lance, and he fought Milan tooth and nail. After only one move of the 2 rapiers, Lord Leo let out a long scream. He was hit by a sword in the chest. The deep wound continued to leak blood energy. He hurriedly performed the blood bat technique, and his whole body turned into hundreds of small bats, clustered together, and flew back the way he came. Before leaving, he did not forget to use the blood clam mantra technique. He cast a charm spell, Nan, help me stop this crazy woman. Charlotte was not affected at all. After all, he was a man who had looked directly at the evil god. Resisting the charm spell was a piece of cake. Just as he was about to fire 2 more shots to kill 2 small bats, he heard Milan's voice, which echoed in his ears, saying, "You reacted so quickly just now. If you had coordinated with me a little more, this vampire from Byron would not have been able to escape." Charlotte blushed. If he had acted earlier or later, he would have had a chance to severely injure Lord Leo. Milan's angle was different from Lord Leo's, so Lord Leo would misunderstand that Charlotte was helping him and shoot at Milan, but Milan would not. Milan put the rapier into the scabbard at his waist and said, "Let's go and see Archduke Ferdinand." Chapter 51. My purpose of this trip is to protect Archduke Ferdinand's safe entry into Strasbourg. Let the vampire go for now. We will have a chance to kill him later. Charlotte nodded and followed this senior lady master. To be honest, he felt much more relaxed after meeting Milan. He wanted to ask, "How is your matter going?" But Milan had already fought with the assassins, so he could only put away the anti-space sniper rifle in his hand and join the battle with his magic alchemy staff. He was not good at swordsmanship, and his staff skills were the same as swordsmanship, so he was not good at them either. He joined the battle just for show. The real main force in the battle was Milan Sume, the first rose of the Empire. Milan was indeed a high-level extraordinary person. He ended the battle in just a few minutes. He stood beside Archduke Ferdinand and waited silently for a while, but didn't know how to persuade him. The love story of Archduke Ferdinand and his wife spread throughout the old continent. Although Milan no longer believed in love after his fiancée became a pervert, he still respected this couple who shared life and death. Charlotte walked to Milan's side, observed his expression for a while, and said in a low voice, "Respected Grand Duke, the ground is too cold, we can't let the Duchess lie like this." Archduke Ferdinand, who could not be persuaded by anyone, responded to this. He put his hand on his chest and whispered, "You are right, the ground is too cold, help me lift Josephine into the carriage." The guards hurriedly lifted the Duchess into the carriage, and Archduke Ferdinand just held his wife's hand, like a clay sculpture, motionless, just crying silently. Milan gave Charlotte a gesture of approval, and directed the men to leave the valley, and head straight for Strasbourg. Not long after they walked, reinforcements continued to arrive, and several patrol troops set out. Charlotte finally found an opportunity on the road, and approached Middleman and asked, "Senior, which department are you transferred to now?" Middleman glanced at him and said, "I know everything about your performance this time." The lady's irrelevant answer made Charlotte feel relieved. Middleman looked into the distance and said, "You have two choices. One choice is that I will transfer you from Kilmainham prison to help run a position and continue to do civilian work. The other choice is to transfer to the military, but the destination is uncertain. Maybe it is far away from Strasbourg." Charlotte put her hand on her chest and said, "I am willing to transfer to the military." With such a long thigh like Middleman, how could she not hug it? If she continued to work as a civilian, she would not have such a powerful backer, and the chance of promotion in the future would be equivalent to slim. Middleman whispered, "No matter what you saw this time, don't tell anyone, including me. Don't say a word. Otherwise, I can't protect you." Charlotte also thought about whether she could get a promotion and a raise by discovering the information that Byron colluded with the Black Phoenix dynasty and intervened in the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. After hearing Middleman's warning, it was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, and she immediately replied, "I will keep in mind the teachings of my senior sister." Politics is a very complicated thing. Charlotte knew that she was a political novice, so she chose to believe Middleman, be honest, never be smart, and say nothing. When they reached Strasbourg, at least 200 patrol soldiers escorted Archduke Ferdinand into the capital of the empire. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. It was not an easy job to escort the Archduke. He was worried that a group of thugs would suddenly jump out and shoot him without knowing right or wrong. Although he was from the Principality of Behemoth, he was not so loyal to Archduke Ferdinand. After entering Strasbourg, Middleman handed over the patrol soldiers to an officer who came in a hurry, and did not continue to escort Archduke Ferdinand. Charlotte naturally followed the team that the senior sister left, and was about to ask, "What should I do next?" He still had the dismissal order on him. 3 gunshots were heard, and people kept shouting, "There is an assassin, Archduke Ferdinand has been shot dead. There is an assassin, the Archduke has been shot dead. Quickly catch the assassin, Archduke Ferdinand has been shot dead, quickly shoot." Then, there was a noisy gunshot, and it was obvious that the assassin had been shot to death. Charlotte suddenly felt cold in her heart. Archduke Ferdinand would be shot dead after entering Strasbourg. I'm afraid that among those who hope he will die, it's not just Mrs. Nancila and the people of Byron. As for who else, he didn't dare to imagine. Middleman was obviously relieved and indifferent to the death of the Grand Duke. He said, "It was not assassinated by us, so it has nothing to do with us. By the way, more than 100 extraordinary weapons lost in the prison should have been secretly sold by the new warden Magri Teller. It is said that none of them have been recovered. Because of you, the reception secretary Mrs. Pascal and several people who handled it insisted that it was the new warden who ordered it." "Thank you." Charlotte bowed slightly, thinking of the time when Mrs. Pascal came to see him. He seemed to have said something casually, but what did it have to do with this lady biting the new warden to death? He did not delve into it. While he was relieved, he was also a little angry. He thought to himself, "I wanted to take revenge myself, but I didn't expect that the new warden Magri Teller would fall like this. This is not a good breath to let out." Middleman patted him on the shoulder and said, "I will hand this case over to you. It's a small reward." Charlotte was immediately pleased. He smiled and said, "I will definitely handle this impartially and strictly abide by the law, and I will not let Mr. Magri Teller suffer any injustice." Middleman smiled and said, "I believe in your character. I will give you 3 days off, and then go to the prison to handle this case, and wait for the transfer order. The Empire is about to go to war. The empires of the Old World will be involved, and even the countries of the New World will be involved. You are ready to make achievements." Charlotte nodded, watched the senior sister go away, and whispered, "I don't know how many people will die." He sighed slightly. He was an eyewitness of this incident, watching the fuse of war being lit, but he could do nothing. This feeling is not good. Although he also knows that he can't stop the war at all. The conspirators have put the war on the table, and he is just an ordinary time traveler, and he can only go with the flow. Charlotte sighed again, called a carriage, and went back to number 58, Élysée Country Street. Chapter 52. This house had obviously been searched, and the door was kicked in. Fortunately, there were no valuables in the house. After Charlotte checked, although some property was lost, it was not serious, and the total amount was less than 1 crown. Fortunately, this was the Champs-Élysées, and he quickly found someone to repair the door for him. He also hired a few middle-aged maids to clean the room again, and hired 2 errand boys to deliver safety letters to Miss Enda Breton and Miss Sylvie Martin respectively. He only had 2 social connections in Strasbourg, and they were completely cut off from someone's past. Apart from his senior sister Milan, there were only these 2 ladies left. In the evening, Enda and Sylvie both had people reply to their letters. Because it was too late, no one came, but they both said in the letters that they would come to visit early tomorrow morning. Charlotte did not go back to the room upstairs, but fell asleep in the small study on the first floor. This escape did not last long, but it made Charlotte very tired. He never wanted to have this experience again. The next morning, as soon as Charlotte opened her eyes, she remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something. He left all those adventurers in Machupi. Machupi has been completely turned into a maze. In other words, without his permission, almost no one can step into this fortress of the ancient Orc kingdom, and the people, monsters, evil spirits, and weird things inside can't leave. Should I take some time to go back to Machupi? I don't know what it would look like if an ancient fortress was turned into a maze. It happens that there are 3 days of vacation. After I receive Enda and Sylvie, I will set off to Machupi. Miss Enda Breton arrived very early. She was even a little out of breath when she knocked on the door. Obviously, although there was a carriage along the way, it was still a long distance. Seeing Charlotte, Miss Enda almost threw herself into his arms, her eyes full of affection, and she choked and shouted, "Why didn't you tell me? A mere warden is not qualified to cover the sky with one hand. I can help you." As a time traveler, Charlotte really didn't dare to put her life and property on a noble lady with whom she had not really dated. Maybe Enda was simple enough, but the family behind her was a political animal, and they would never care about feelings, but only about interests. He was not familiar with the high-level officials of the Fars Empire, and didn't know who was an ally and who was an enemy. What if the Brittany family and the Sume family had a grudge? But he wouldn't say that to spoil the mood. Charlotte was very moved and hugged her back. She didn't follow Enda's words, but brought up another topic. "Miss Enda, I have been panicking these days, thinking I would never see you again." And was deeply moved, and the 2 hugged each other, obviously breaking through the boundaries of friendship and stepping into. Before the 2 could do anything else, they heard Sylvie's energetic voice. "Charlotte, are you really okay?" And was startled, and hurriedly struggled out of Charlotte's arms, took a handkerchief, wiped her tears, and handed it to Charlotte. Charlotte was overacting, and also squeezed out a few tears, but her tears were far less sincere than Miss Enda's. Sylvie Martin and Winnie Arzino walked in together. The head of the cat detective agency saw Charlotte, and her eyes sparkled. She said, "Mr. Mecklin, I must admit that I underestimated you. You were able to kill 8 detectives from the Wild Horse Agency while on the run, including 3 extraordinary ones. It's really amazing. What kind of practical ability is this? I have been in the detective industry for many years, and I have only seen 1 or 2 extremely vicious criminals with such a strong fighting power." Oh, sorry, I know Mr. Mecklin is innocent and cannot be compared with those criminals." And was shocked and asked, "How is it related to the Wild Horse Agency?" Charlotte put away her handkerchief casually and replied, "Mr. Magri Teller wanted me to report senior sister Milan, but I didn't want to be involved in the conspiracy and tried my best to escape. He was afraid that these dirty deeds would be leaked, so he framed me for stealing the extraordinary weapons seized by the prison and hired the Wild Horse Detective Agency to hunt me down all the way. I actually wanted to explain to these detectives, but they didn't give me a chance." And he was surprised. "You killed 8 detectives from the Wild Horse Society while they were chasing you." Not to mention Enda, even Miss Sylvie Martin, who already knew about this, couldn't help but look at Charlotte with a new eye, and felt that this ex-fiancé was indeed a bit heroic, and she almost didn't recognize him. Vinnie Arzino said vividly, "Wells is a fortune teller, who is said to be able to predict ballistics and cut bullets with a rapier." Addison and Winterbourne both practiced the flame dragon breathing technique of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency. One was a 3rd-level flame dragon knight, and the other was a 4th-level flame dragon knight. If they joined forces, even I might not be able to easily defeat them. "Mr. Charlotte, are you practicing dark breathing? What level of knight are you now?" Charlotte was a little embarrassed and whispered, "My journey as a knight has not been smooth." Sylvie knew that I had taken the Lamia breathing technique at Behemoth National Academy, but until graduation, I had only managed to condense the seat of power and could never break the cocoon. During college, I gave up the dark breathing technique and chose bloody glory. Now I have barely broken through to the 4th level. Charlotte said to and again, "I'm sorry, I lied to Miss Enda that day." And Brittany still remembered that when they first met, Charlotte claimed to be a 1st-level extraordinary, but she didn't mean to blame anyone at all. She covered her red lips with her small hands and whispered, "I don't blame you." Charlotte had no choice. He had known Anne for only a short time. No matter how much he boasted, he couldn't explain how she could break through from the first level to the fourth level in such a short time. As we all know, in such a short time, there is only one possibility to break through the power level with such a big span, summoning the evil god. This matter must not be said at all. This is a serious crime that will get you burned alive. The image of Charlotte in the minds of the three ladies has changed dramatically, and it is still a very positive one. He invited the three ladies to the small study, and Winnie also asked her calico fat cat to buy some fruit wine and cakes. The four of them talked happily for a whole morning before the three ladies said goodbye together. And didn't want to say goodbye, but she couldn't do it so obviously. After all, she was a girl from Brittany's family. As a noble lady, she had some reservations that could not be removed. Chapter 53. Sylvie left number 58, Élysée Country Street, and wanted to say something to her president, but after thinking it over, she decided to keep it a secret. Charlotte didn't want anyone to know that they were engaged, and she didn't want anyone to know about it either. A girl who was once engaged was discriminated against in society, and there was nothing she could do about it. She was secretly amazed and thought, how did Charlotte, this dandy, suddenly change? It seems that he and Miss Anne really have something going on. Could it be that? Love makes people excited. Speaking of which, it is also infuriating. This guy is such a scumbag, but he can still meet a girl as good as Anne. If I hadn't broken off the engagement. Sylvie shuddered. Her impression of Charlotte was too deep and too bad. Although Charlotte had changed a lot, she still couldn't accept it. Sylvie had seen with her own eyes that this former fiancé was chased by a lady's husband with a sword, running naked on the street. That disgusting look made Sylvie Martin feel like she needed to wash her eyes. Vinnie Arzino suddenly said, what a pity. If I had known about this a few days ago and stepped in to help, I might have been able to recruit a good detective. But I heard that his boss, that powerful lady, has settled the matter. He should be able to rise to prominence, and will never be a detective again. Sylvie Martin then realized that her president had actually thought of winning over Charlotte. Charlotte sent the three ladies away, and hired a carriage to go to Machupi. He had to be responsible for those adventurers. Those adventurers didn't bring much food. If they couldn't get out, they could only support themselves for a few days at most. If they stayed that long, they would starve to death. In the carriage, Charlotte tried the dark breathing method and tasted failure again. She sighed and gave up practicing. Sheffield University was protected by Lady Black Moon. The orthodox night practice secret method of this university was the dark breathing method and the advanced Black Moon meditation. Milan achieved extraordinary success with this method, which is one of the top night practice methods in the old continent. Charlotte failed in his attempt, but he was not too depressed. After all, it was not the first time he failed in his attempt. He asked the carriage to go around and went to the Marne district and returned to Kilmainham prison before leaving the city. Charlotte would not go to work until 3 days later, but it did not affect his return to the prison. As the saying goes, glory does not return home. It is like a walk in the night in brocade clothes. He really wanted to know how the warden Magri Teller was doing now. Just go and take a look and leave. It won't take up much time anyway. When Charlotte reported her identity at the prison gate, several prison guards looked at her differently, with a particularly respectful attitude. He entered Kilmainham prison and first visited the reception secretary, Mrs. Pascal. The lady had several scars on her face, and was not very mobile, but she looked radiant and in good spirits, and was particularly enthusiastic to see Charlotte. The two chatted for a few words, and Charlotte said goodbye and left. He didn't see anyone in the warden's office. Magri Teller was dismissed, and the new warden had not arrived yet. He knew that the warden, who had just taken office and had a setback, was now in the prison. Inside, but he had no interest in meeting him. Let Mr. Magri Teller hold out for a while. He might get scolded if he goes now, but after a few days, the former warden's temper should be much better. He was about to go back to his office to revisit the old place. He probably won't work in this office again in the future. The less he remembers, the less he will miss. But he met an unexpected person. The middle-aged soldier with a full beard guarding the weapons room came over, and handed over a heavy purse without showing any emotion. He said, Mr. Mecklin, these are the belongings you left in the office. I have been keeping them for you. It's great that I can exchange them with you in person. Charlotte was slightly surprised. He didn't leave any property in the office. The middle-aged soldier with a beard whispered, Magri Teller resold the extraordinary weapons confiscated by the prison, which angered some people. They promoted the spit dirt operation. Although Miss Middleman asked you to try this case, but I personally suggest that you don't interfere. After saying this, The middle-aged soldier saluted and left silently. Charlotte was clear in her heart, and she almost laughed out loud. Magri wanted to investigate him for reselling the extraordinary weapons confiscated by the prison. This matter was quite outrageous. After all, this was a secret way to make money, and countless people had passed through it. As a first-level clerk, although he was only the lowest-level dignitary, he was also a dignitary, and was qualified to do something. Taking away 3 extraordinary weapons was equivalent to taking responsibility for the loss of these weapons. After one of them flowed into the black market, it would be converted into florals and centimes, and would be divided up by countless people in the prison. The middle-aged soldier was just a low-level soldier, a black glove, but he didn't have the courage to swallow an extraordinary weapon. He couldn't earn an extraordinary weapon in his 8 lifetimes. This is an unspoken rule. Whoever breaks the unspoken rule will bear the counterattack. Middleman has established a firm foothold, and Charlotte has risen with him. Then the extraordinary weapons that have been borrowed over the years have been coldly and ruthlessly attributed to Magri. It doesn't matter whether he took them or not. What matters is that everyone must let him take these extraordinary weapons. Magri was promoted to the warden, so his family must be rich, and he can spit out most of the stolen goods. Anyway, Magri money is 100% dirty. As a member who maintains the unspoken rules, Charlotte can get a sum of black money, which is what everyone expects. If he is not compensated with this sum of money, everyone will feel uneasy. You know, this case requires Charlotte to prove that Magri embezzled the prison's extraordinary weapons in order to complete the procedure. He was clean and didn't take a centime, so what should I do if the case is incomplete? Should I return the stolen goods that Mr. Magri vomited? That would be too tiring. Charlotte didn't open the purse and put it in her arms. He suddenly lost interest in going back to take a look at the office. He wanted to go back to number 58, Champs-Élysées, to count the gold ECU. When Charlotte was about to leave, there was a commotion in the prison, and soon the prison soldiers lined up to welcome a gentleman. Charlotte did not expect that her luck was so good that she actually met the new warden. He did not meet him last time. When Magri took office, he skipped work to date Miss N. He has now resumed his status as a first-class clerk and is still a member of Kilmainham prison. It is not easy to hide, so he followed the middle and senior levels of the prison to welcome the new warden. Chapter 54. The new warden was a handsome man, very young, only in his early 30s. When he saw Charlotte, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Mr. Mecklin, you shouldn't work here anymore." Charlotte didn't know him, but he knew him. This was quite interesting. Charlotte could only answer, "I haven't received the transfer order yet, so I have to be loyal to my duties." The new warden smiled and said, "The first thing I will do when I take office is to issue a transfer order to Mr. Mecklin." As expected, the new warden called Charlotte to the warden's office and issued a transfer order to him. Charlotte received the transfer order and realized that she had become a glorious chief of the city patrol army. The civil clerk and the military sergeant are both commonly known as the lower-level dignitaries. At this level of position, there is a certain chance to become a manager and have a political identity. The chief of the city patrol army is a political identity, and Charlotte's new position is a third-level clerk. In other words, Mr. Charlotte Mecklin has been promoted again, and he is now an official of the 35th rank of the empire. According to the Imperial law, the patrol troops of the whole country are divided into districts. Each district patrol troops have a general leader, a civilian, and a general patrol, a military officer, who work together to handle daily affairs. The patrol troops of the whole country are nominally under the direct command of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and have no direct superiors, but in fact, no Crown Prince has ever intervened in the affairs of the patrol troops. The patrol troops of various districts in the Fars Empire have poor case-handling capabilities, and are in a state of disarray. The fundamental reason is that there is almost no one to supervise them, and they do not need to be responsible to any superiors. The new job location is Lukavaro district. Someone's current identity is Charlotte Mecklin, the general of the Lukavaro District Patrol Army. After receiving the transfer order, Charlotte thanked the new warden and said goodbye. He left Kilmainham prison. After getting on the carriage, he hesitated for a moment, and decided to go to his own patrol army office first. Anyway, those adventurers can still hold on for a few days, so these few hours are not a big deal. Charlotte was very curious about the situation of the Lukavaro District Patrol Army, because he lived opposite number 58 Élysée Field Street, which was the Lukavaro district. In his impression, there seemed to be no patrol army in this outer city. More than an hour later, he looked at the deserted manor, and repeatedly confirmed that this was number 1 Yanswan Street. Only then did he believe that he had found the right place. The office of the Le Cavallo District Patrol Army is located at the first place on the west side of Yinsuan Street. Opposite is the Le Cavallo District Government Bureau, which has multiple departments working together. If we only look at the area, it is very impressive, almost the same as the District Government Bureau opposite. It is a medium-sized manor covering an area of more than 6,000 square meters, which is almost the size of a standard football field. After all, the outer 15 districts are larger than the upper 7 districts, and the land and houses are even less valuable. But it has been abandoned for who knows how many years. No one has been here for a long time, and there is no sign that anyone has worked here. Charlotte covered her forehead and said to herself, "My impression is correct, there is no patrol army in Le Cavallo district." He was very sure that he was being targeted. He did get promoted from the 37th grade first-level clerk to the 35th grade third-level clerk, and his salary also increased a lot, from 6 foires and 15 centimes per week to 7 foires and 25 centimes per week, and he also became the chief of the patrol army, which sounded very impressive and powerful, and was in charge of the entire Le Cavallo District Patrol Army. The status of the chief and chief patrol officers of the patrol army is based on their job level. The chief of the patrol army generally has a higher job level, so his status is usually higher than that of the chief patrol officer. However, a completely abandoned and empty office not only shows that the chief is a lone commander, but also shows that someone must have done something wrong. He came here for exile, not promotion. Charlotte even got off the carriage and walked into the abandoned manor to confirm that there was indeed no one here, and that there were more than one nest of weasels, and then she got back on the carriage. This time, he did not delay, and went straight to Machupi. Charlotte was not sure whether it would be useful to find senior sister Milan, but he did not plan to find the senior sister. Although the senior sister's thighs were long and straight, he had his own way. A real man should rely on himself rather than others. What Charlotte did not know was that Milan did become a naval officer, as he said. Soon after returning to Strasbourg, he was transferred to a fleet. Today, he is no longer in the capital. He is busy with military affairs. On the way, he opened his purse, and inside was a thick stack of 50 foreign notes. Although Charlotte expected that this black money would be quite a lot, she did not expect it to be so much. He counted it, and there were a total of 150 notes, which is 750 ECU. Charlotte searched Wells, and got 5 ECU, and got 200 ECU from Louis Syme for the appraisal fee. If you don't count the change, you only have 798 ECU on you now. This black money. It was like his wealth had suddenly doubled. Of course, this was not surprising. Given Magri Teller's position, he must be very wealthy, and the stolen money he had vomited out must be several times more than this. What he was given was only a small part of the former warden's wealth. Charlotte thought to herself, with this money, I should also pay off the house at 58 Élysée Field Street. I can consider buying a carriage, or find a way to start my own business. As a time traveler, how can I justify not starting a profitable business? A day and a half later, Charlotte saw Machupi again, and was filled with emotion. After Machupi was completely transformed into a maze, he established a subtle connection with the ruins of the ancient Orc fortress, and could even know what was happening in most parts of the maze purely by perception. This perception is weaker than insight, a bit like a myopic person with 700 degrees of myopia who can watch a movie without glasses and know the complete context of the story, but does not know what the protagonist looks like. Of course, this subtle connection must be within a certain range. He had no sense of Machupi in Strasbourg. Approaching the fortress of the ancient Orc kingdom, Charlotte connected with Machupi again. He chuckled and said, "Interesting, Lord Leo is also trapped." Charlotte asked the coachman to wait outside, and entered Machupi alone. There was no one in the conference room. It was in a mess. There were traces of swords and knives on the ground and walls, as well as pits made by weapons such as giant axes, hammers, and clubs. There were also 2 unfortunate corpses, but the dead were not people Charlotte knew. Obviously, there was a battle here. Charlotte stood in the conference room for a while, turned around and walked into the depths of the fortress. He walked calmly without even taking out his weapons, as if he was strolling in his own home. Chapter 55. Mason held a giant axe in his hand and breathed hard. He wanted to protect the team members behind him. In front of him was a monster that looked like an upright goat. It was strong and powerful, holding a huge stick, and its eyes were full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. Hannah, who was a member of the former Giant Axe Adventure team, had disappeared, and several other team members were also injured. Mason now regretted letting Charlotte join. Otherwise he and his companions would not have encountered such danger. The goat monster rushed over with big strides, and Mason's eyes were full of tragic and heroic, ready to die. In an instant, the goat monster suddenly disappeared into the air. Charlotte strode out of the darkness, showing a relieved smile, and shouted, "Fortunately I came in time. Mason, he Meng Sha, everyone follow, I will take you to a safe place." It was the first time for him to manipulate the maze. He deliberately created a crisis, and appeared in front of several acquaintances at the most critical moment. The hatred in Mason's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. With the relief of surviving the disaster, he led the team and strode after Charlotte. Charlotte quickly found the members of the adventure group, and brought them back to the conference hall. Fortunately, the casualties of this makeshift adventure group were not heavy, with only 7 or 8 people dead, and the group still maintained a size of more than 100 people, but most of them were injured, but fortunately not too serious, and with timely treatment, none of them would be in danger of life. Mezu was a maze, and the animals, monsters, weirdness, and evil spirits that roamed in this ancient fortress were also swallowed up. They wandered around and somehow came into conflict with the adventurers. Under normal circumstances, the adventurers should be wiped out. But because these adventurers became maze NPCs during the maze process, and were favored by the maze rules, there were no large-scale casualties. The leaders of more than 10 small adventure groups gathered together, and they were somewhat hostile to Charlotte. They were all experienced adventurers, and guessed that everything they encountered was related to Charlotte. The leader of a small adventure group named Yas stood up and said, "We are not spies of Byron, and we don't want to be associated with those vampires. Let us go, and we can promise not to say anything and not ask for any reward." Charlotte did not answer him, but said loudly with a smile on her face, "First of all, I want to thank everyone. I have found the family treasure." This sentence suppressed all the voices, and almost every adventurer was attracted by the topic of finding the treasure. These adventurers no longer had any other thoughts in their minds. Treasure, wealth, money, it is always more attractive than any other topic. I swore to the goddess that if I could find the treasure, I would give 5% to the person who found the treasure with me. I will keep my promise. The enthusiasm of the more than 100 adventurers was immediately ignited. No one wanted to find out why they were abandoned in Mezu and encountered so many dangers. Everyone only thought about how much money they could get. Charlotte's eyes swept from left to right, and then from right to left, making sure that everyone was tempted by him, and then said in a devilish voice, "But unfortunately, the treasure I got is not the legal currency of Fars. So, I can't distribute the money to everyone now. As you know, this batch of treasures belongs to the ancient orc nobles. They need to be cashed in Strasbourg to become gold ECU, silver vodka. As for centimes, what are they? Everyone here, you will all be rich in the future." His words immediately won the cheers of more than 100 adventurers. Charlotte spread her hands, shrugged her shoulders, and said loudly, "So, I trouble you to go to Strasbourg with me to get back the wealth you deserve. No problem. We go to Strasbourg with you. Your generosity is truly unparalleled. Can I ask how much money we can get? Is going to Strasbourg considered as employment?" The adventurers asked noisily, and Charlotte patiently answered them one by one. He waited until everyone calmed down a little before leading the adventurers out of Mezu. Before leaving, he glanced into the depths of Mezu and muttered to himself, "Last time, I said I would find you, expose you to the sun, and watch you turn into ashes. I made a slip of the tongue. I was in a hurry to do some personal business at that time. Now," Charlotte found that the monster that killed Hannah, although trapped in the maze, was still able to resist the maze, and had not yet transformed into a maze NPC. As for why Lord Leo could easily transform into an NPC, but this monster could not, Charlotte had no time to study it for a while. "I will come back sooner or later, fulfill my promise, expose you to the sun, and watch you turn into ashes." Lord Leo is in a very miserable state now. He just wanted to take his servants with him, but he didn't expect that this ancient orc kingdom's fortress suddenly turned into an endless maze, and he couldn't get out. Fortunately, vampires have a strong ability to survive. Although the Blood Clan usually pays attention to elegance, they can eat anything in this predicament. Lord Leo even ate several moles alive. In any desolate ruins, there are the most fat little creatures. Charlotte didn't know how to deal with this Lord of Byron, so she gave up meeting him for the time being. Anyway, it's difficult to raise to death vampires. He brought a lot of food, water, and wine on his carriage, all of which were bought when he left Strasbourg. The adventurers who left the Mezu labyrinth had a big meal and regained their spirits. They returned to Strasbourg with Charlotte full of expectations. Charlotte certainly would not bring so many adventurers back to number 58, Champs-Élysées. He sent them all to number 1, Falcon Street, the office of the patrol army in the Lucavaro district. Although it has been abandoned for who knows how many years, the basic buildings are still intact. As long as it is slightly repaired and cleaned, it will be no problem for people to live there. This group of adventurers often slept outdoors, and they were not very picky about their living environment. They also had the prospect of sharing the money, so they had no complaints about Charlotte's arrangement. After Charlotte dealt with this group of adventurers, she did not have time to go home, and went straight to the central government office to find her old leader Mrs. Aldegund, a senior government worker who was old-fashioned and dignified. Mrs. Aldegund was very surprised by Charlotte's visit and asked, "How are you doing in Kilmainham prison? Is the work going well?" Charlotte smiled and said, "I have been transferred to the Lucavaro district and joined the patrol army." Mrs. Aldegund was slightly puzzled and asked, "There are patrol army there? I remember the patrol army in the outer 15 districts. You know, they are all empty salaries." Charlotte knew, of course. Even if she didn't know it before, she would naturally know it after going to number 1 Falcon Street in Lucavaro district. He smiled and said, "So, I need to re-establish the file, otherwise I won't be able to collect the salary." Mrs. Aldegand nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. Charlotte was once her subordinate, and she was willing to give this little favor. She immediately gave Charlotte a document, and her help ended there. More chores still needed Charlotte to run by herself. Chapter 56. Charlotte certainly didn't do it for himself. His resume was intact. If he wanted, he could even be a real salary thief. After all, Charlotte's legal boss, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Empire, would not interfere in the affairs of the patrol army. Whether he went to work or not would not affect the payment of salary. He did it to provide an organization for the group of adventurers. Since he was forced to flee, Charlotte was determined to do something. Once he turned these adventurers into patrol soldiers, he would no longer be a commander without troops. As for the adventurers, there is no need to worry. The patrol army is a formal military position. Although the income of the lower-level patrol army is meager, it is stable and safer. Generally, no one will attack the patrol army, and their life is much more stable than that of adventurers. If Charlotte can handle this matter, it will be a blessing from heaven for these adventurers, and few people will refuse. Charlotte got the documents from Lady Aldegund, used her to open the way, ran to several departments, and was familiar with the way. Makeup. He spent 2 years in the general office of the central government, and did not waste his time. He was deeply familiar with the procedures of the empire. It was very difficult to recruit a new batch of civil servants, even at the lowest level, through the formal process. But if the original civil servants' files were lost, it would be much easier to replace a batch of low-level clerks in the patrol army. There was no need to report to the superiors, just to get through a few key low-level clerks. Of course, the most crucial part of all this is that he is the leader of the patrol army. He holds considerable power. Charlotte got the identities of more than 170 people in the Lucavaro District Patrol Army by paying more than 54, and more than 30 of them were tricky. Of course, this is not all the tricks. He nominally has more than 700 people under his command. As for the other 500 or 600 people, Charlotte dare not investigate. Because this group of patrol soldiers lacked the long-term status, the relevant departments also supplemented a salary, which would never be paid to the Lucavaro District Patrol Army. As for which department or which person would intercept it, Charlotte did not care. This money is also one of the passes for doing things. It was dark when Charlotte returned to number 1 Yanhui Street in Lucavalo District. These adventurers didn't know yet that they all had new identities, and were eagerly waiting for Charlotte to come back and bring them good news. As soon as Charlotte entered the office, she was surrounded by these adventurers. Some people kept asking her how the treasure was handled, and when they could get the money. Charlotte smiled and said loudly, "Everyone, be quiet, and listen to me carefully tell you about the auction today. I auctioned off the first batch of treasures today. No, there is no way to share the money for the time being." Hearing that there was no money to be taken, the atmosphere became tense. If these adventurers had not known that Charlotte was a superhuman, someone would have taken action directly. Charlotte stirred up the emotions of these adventurers with a few words, and then changed the subject and said, "But I did not return empty-handed. I got a long-term small payment contract, and you can get 35 to 40 centimes every week. It lasts for life." The adventurers were all stunned. Mason couldn't help but get angry and said, "Aren't you lying? Where can there be such a long-term small payment contract? This long-term small payment contract that sounds unreliable. Anyone would think it is a new and clumsy scam." People kept saying, "Pay. We want to pay directly." Who would fall for this kind of scam? We have never heard of it. How could there be such a contract? Dozens of centimes a week, valid for life. How much money would that be? That's a dozen florins a year. If I can live for decades, wouldn't I be able to get dozens of crowns? Charlotte raised her hands, pressed them down, and said, I know you don't believe it, but please listen to me tell you how to pay. You will get a job and become a patrol soldier in the Lucavaro district. Most people are first-class privates of the 53rd grade, and a few are second-class privates of the 52nd grade. As long as you continue to serve in the Lucavaro District Patrol Army, you can continue to receive this salary. However, if you plan to leave, it will be a pity that this long-term small payment contract will be terminated immediately. This is the first batch of treasures. Please remember that this is only the first time. I promised. For those who participate in the treasure hunt this time, I, Qiannan, swear by the orc ancestors that their future wealth will not be less than 100 gold ECU. I will not break my promise. You can come forward now and receive your identity certificate for the Lucavalo District Patrol Army. This is a formal official document issued by the General Office of the Central Government. It cannot be forged. You can go to the relevant government departments to verify it. Yas whispered to a companion beside him. Do you really think he can get so many of us into the patrol army? Many adventurers have participated in the selection of the patrol army, but the selection of the patrol army attaches great importance to identity. Innocence, that is, you need to have an internal gate, and most of them can't pass it at all. Although this group of adventurers came from different teams, they also established some friendships during this period. The man questioned by Yas whispered, Anyway, this matter is easy to verify. He can't deceive us for long. Yas nodded, and watched everyone go to get a new identity document. He also went up to get one, and got a second-class private identity document. The 53rd level job sequence of the Fars Empire generally recruits people who have received a complete secondary education or higher education. The weekly salary is 35 centimes, which is also the minimum salary officially stipulated by the Empire. Of course, in reality, many people cannot reach this minimum salary. The weekly salary of the 52nd grade position is 40 centimes. With only secondary education, you can no longer get this position when you start working. You need to wait for promotion every 5 years. This low-level government employee cannot be compared with outstanding students who graduate from universities. The promotion period is 2 years longer. Public school graduates start at the 49th grade. As for graduates of national colleges, such as Mrs. Aldegund, Charlotte's direct superior in the central government office, they start at the 45th grade, the first assistant. Originally, his ex-fiancée, Miss Sylvie Martin, should have started her career as an assistant, but some things never follow the rules. After Charlotte handed out the identity documents, she said loudly, Today I will treat you, Mason, yes, he Méchant. He named a few adventurers and said, Go buy some things nearby and have them deliver them. I will pay the bill. Chapter 57. The adventurers who were named gathered together and left the patrol army office in Lucavaro district. Charlotte used the spring tongue again to let the remaining adventurers work together to clean and repair the office. There are 2 office buildings at number 1 Falcon Street, one of which is a dormitory and the other is an office, which can accommodate nearly 1,000 people to live and work. There is also a stable, but it is now empty, without a horse or a carriage. After all, this is the outer city area, and the living facilities are not as good as those in the upper 7th district, so there is no piped water supply, only a well. When the people sent out bought food and beer and came back, this office had been tidied up by Charlotte's adventurers. After eating and drinking, the adventurers opened their minds, and even a few female adventurers danced happily in public. After all, their life outside the city was not so comfortable. Although most people still did not trust Charlotte, their emotions had stabilized. Charlotte did not accompany these adventurers. She called a carriage and returned to her residence in Picardy. He opened the door and saw 2 letters. There was a delivery port for letters and newspapers beside the gate of number 58, Champs-Élysées. There was a storage box in the room. This was a standard design for a slightly higher-end residence. One letter was from Senior Sister Middleman, and the other was from Miss N. Charlotte was not in Strasbourg these days. He guessed that the 2 of them had left letters for him, because they could not find him. He first opened Middleman's letter, which simply said, Please be patient, and try to endure whatever position you are in now. You will be transferred to the Navy in a while. Charlotte smiled and thought to herself, It seems that there is something wrong with the position arranged by my senior sister. I should not be the commander-in-chief of the patrol army in Lucavaro district. Middleman hinted that he would transfer to a military position and might be transferred to a far place, away from Strasbourg, probably to join the navy with her. Now, it can only be said that the government of the empire has too many shady hands and many shady plots. Even a lady like Middleman, who comes from a top noble family, cannot do whatever she wants. Miss N's letter was much longer. She also asked him if he had time recently, but the most important thing was, the Principality of Behemoth has declared war on the territory of South Seraph. Please be careful, reduce going out, and it is best not to leave the upper 7 districts easily. Although Charlotte was a time traveler, he still sighed. War was inevitable. He could predict the next situation. Lady South Seraph would ask for help from Byron and the Black Phoenix dynasty, and the Fars Empire would also be involved in the war. 3 days later, it was Monday again. The Fars Empire's government departments pay salaries every Monday, so in the Fars Empire, Monday is affectionately called the Empire's payday by all workers. Although non-government employees may not receive salaries on this day, the city patrols in the Le Cavallo district all received their weekly salaries. Charlotte was truly relieved that his efforts had finally gone well. However, a small incident still occurred on this day. Charlotte met a familiar person. He met Dubin, who was supposed to work in the Alexandria district, the handsome young patrolman in charge of the murder of young Mill's wife. Dubin did not come alone. He brought more than 100 patrolmen to report, and saw Charlotte's surprised face, and shouted, "Aren't you Mr. Mecklin? I remember you work in the general office of the central government. How come there are patrolmen here? And like me, you were sent to the Le Cavallo district?" Charlotte smiled and said, "There is an old saying in the New World. It is called life is everywhere. We just met again. Let me introduce myself again, Charlotte Mecklin, the commander of the patrol troops in Le Cavallo district, the 35th grade, the 3rd level clerk, your direct superior." Dubin was stunned, his mouth open wide, and after a long time he asked, "Can I ask, which noble family's illegitimate child are you?" The last time he met Charlotte, the other party still claimed to be a 1st level clerk, and now he has become a 3rd level clerk. The speed of promotion is too fast. This promotion speed is shocking. Charlotte smiled and said, "If I meet you on the street, I'm still a 1st level clerk." Dubin mistakenly thought that Charlotte didn't want to show off, and didn't tell him her real position last time. He was slightly relieved. Although she was already a 3rd level clerk at such a young age, it was still too fast to be promoted, but it was barely acceptable. As for the question of her origin, he didn't expect Charlotte to answer. Such private matters should not be asked unless they were too surprised. Charlotte also had some doubts and asked, "Why did you and your colleagues come to Le Cavallo district to report?" Dubin replied, "The news I got is that a group of people who were earning money without doing anything were worried about being liquidated, so they jumped up and down and fought for this transfer. They were transferred from Le Cavallo district and replaced by patrol troops in various places in the upper 7 districts. Because our brothers did not have a strong enough background, they were kicked out and filled a gap for these people who were earning money without doing anything. The good news is that we were all promoted 1 level. The bad news is that according to the normal career advancement period, we should be promoted in half a year at the earliest. I am Doberman Alger. I graduated from Habas Public School, and I am a 3rd level sergeant at the 47th level. I am the captain of your 1st patrol team." Charlotte was surprised. Habas Public School, the Habas Public School, where Zimmerman Axel Robin graduated? How come you can't get into the National Academy? Habas Public School is the best public school in the Empire, and there is no other school. Although those who can get into Habas Public School may not be able to go to college, they will not be unable to get into the National Academy. Dubin shrugged his shoulders and said, "Because I got into a fight at school, I was punished and not allowed to take the National Academy entrance exam." Charlotte spread her hands and said, "That's really a loss for the National Academy." Dubin was originally unhappy about this transfer, but he was quite happy to meet an acquaintance. At least Charlotte, the new boss, didn't seem to like to make things difficult for others. He introduced Charlotte to the more than 100 patrol soldiers he brought with him. Most of these patrol soldiers came from civilian families. There were patrol soldiers in various places in the upper 7 districts, not all from the Alexandria district. Dubin is obviously a veteran in the patrol army system, and is very familiar with people in other districts, so he has become the leader of these people. Charlotte accepted this group of patrol soldiers. He was also quite emotional. He became the chief of the patrol army in Le Cavallo district. Someone must be worried that he would find trouble with a group of people and run away in advance. Chapter 58. Dubin and his men didn't know that the culprit for their transfer out of the upper 7th district was this guy in front of them with thick eyebrows and big eyes, seemingly honest. Charlotte dispersed the adventurers according to the positions of this group of patrol soldiers, and transferred them to their subordinates. There was no other way. Dubin and his men had higher positions, the lowest of which was a private soldier of level 4 or 5, and some of them were even sergeants. These adventurers were all private soldiers of level 1 and 2, and could only serve as subordinates. The military positions of the Fars Empire, from the bottom up, are private, sergeant, non-commissioned officer, sergeant, sergeant major. Each major level is divided into 5 grades, and the 5th grade of the next level overlaps with the 1st grade of the previous major level. For example, a private soldier of level 5 and a sergeant of level 1 are both level 49. Just like the 5th level clerk and the 1st level clerk are both level 37. Dubin and his team came to report, making this group of adventurers feel confused after they were assigned to this group of real city patrol soldiers as subordinates. They suddenly felt that something seemed wrong. Why do I feel like I'm a real city patrol soldier? Isn't it a long-term small payment contract? By the way, his name is not Xian Nan. Big liar. Charlotte also received his salary today, and his salary is higher than everyone else's, rich and powerful. The chief of the patrol army immediately announced that he would welcome the new colleagues. Dubin volunteered to take 7 or 8 colleagues out to buy, and soon brought back a lot of food and beer. The patrol army office in Le Cavallo district was probably so lively for the first time. Whether it was the adventurers or the newly transferred patrol soldiers, they were all infected by this atmosphere. After a few glasses of beer, everyone became lively. Charlotte didn't like to drink this kind of beer, but this kind of beer was cheap, and it was sold in large quantities on the market and easy to buy. If it were fruit wine, it would be even more expensive. It would be hard to buy enough wine for more than 200 people unless you were in a busy and bustling place like the Élysée country street. He drank a few glasses, and was about to find a chance to leave early, and then go meet, and to watch an opera, when suddenly his eyebrows jumped and his insight ability was automatically activated, not only covering the entire office, but also expanding, allowing him to see a man in hunting clothes, unarmed, but murderous, striding into the territory of the patrol army. Aubrey Tootin Atwood. Charlotte currently has only 2 enemies. One is Magri Teller, the former warden of Kilmainham prison, who is currently in prison, and the other is the Fiery Horse Detective Agency. After all, he killed 8 detectives of the Fiery Horse Agency. After he came back to Strasbourg, he inquired about the intelligence of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency many times. It seems that the powerful president of the Fiery Horse Agency, Aubrey Tootin Atwood, is this image. Charlotte made a wise choice in an instant. He gave up the blood-sucking hand axe, and the blood rose. Although the blood rose brought him the swordsmanship of the Asilo family, he still did not think that the 4th level extraordinary could fight against the high level. He chose the signature anti-space sniper rifle from the Firewell workshop, one of the 6 alchemy workshops in the Fars Empire. Charlotte had no talent for close combat, but he had some achievements in shooting. He knelt on one knee, set up the anti-space sniper rifle in a standard shooting posture, and loaded the bullets. Dubin and others didn't know why he suddenly reacted like this, but they quickly formed a circle. Facing danger, they first tried their best to protect themselves. This was the old tradition of the patrol army. The man in hunting clothes, barehanded, murderous, seemed to sense something. Before he stepped into the shooting circle, he suddenly stopped and turned around without hesitation. A quarter of an hour later, Charlotte put away his anti-space sniper rifle in a cold sweat. He didn't know who would live and who would die if that man broke in. Maybe he would be blasted to pieces by a magic-breaking armor-blasting bomb, or maybe the other party would resist the shooting or dodge the bullets. Once the high-level extraordinary rushed to him, he would have no chance of luck. If only we were in Machupi. Or get Lord Leo out, he should be able to deal with this guy. The only problem is that Lord Leo won't listen to me. I don't know if he has seen through my true identity. If he has, I'm afraid he will kill me the next time we meet. Charlotte unloaded the bullets, and put the rifle into the alchemy staff. The magic armor-breaking bomb was too heavy. He usually only carried 3 bullets, but with the speed of a high-level extraordinary person, he probably only had the opportunity to fire 3 shots. No matter how many bullets he had, he couldn't fire them. He said to Dubin, "You will be responsible for the daily affairs of the patrol troops in the Le Cavallo district. I have something to do." Dubin also felt that something big was going to happen just now. Although nothing happened in the end, Charlotte must have something urgent to do. He couldn't intervene in the battle between these extraordinary people, but he was still a little overjoyed to be able to take over the affairs of the patrol army. Dubin was conceited and talented, but he was always suppressed by his stupid superiors. If no one was in charge, he believed that he could improve the public security of a district and let the residents of this district live and work in peace. Charlotte left the patrol army office with a gloomy face. Although he knew that he had made enemies with the Fiery Horse Society, he was a government official after all, and he didn't think that the Fiery Horse Society would send anyone over again. But the scene just now made him realize that this was a society with little rule of law, and he had a strong sense of crisis. Charlotte didn't dare to be careless and turned on the inside, but she didn't sense the crisis again along the way. When he passed the Picardy district, he didn't go back to number 58, Champs-Élysées, but crossed the Picardy district and went to the Cat Detective Agency at number 22, Mardil Street, Alcatraz. Only the extraordinary can fight against the extraordinary. Senior Middleman went to a fleet of the Navy. The only helper he could find in the extraordinary world was the cat elf detective Winnie R. Zeno. Alcatraz is a typical residential area, with old houses that are a bit old, elegant, and have a sense of design everywhere, and the overall atmosphere is very warm. The middle class of Strasbourg lives here. They have a very high demand for security. The Empire's patrol army is also lame, so this area has a strong demand for private detectives. 3 of the 7 major detective agencies are in Alcatraz. In addition, there are 20 to 30 small and medium-sized detective agencies, which is a paradise for detectives. The Cat Detective Agency at number 22, Rue de la Mardille, is a building with a distinct Sherlockian style. It has 3 floors, with about 20 to 30 rooms on each floor. As a detective agency mainly for women, although the Cat Detective Agency is not as large as the Ricardo Detective Agency, Miss Arsenault also employs nearly 100 people, including 20 to 30 formal detectives. Chapter 59. After knocking on the door of the Cat Detective Agency, Charlotte saw a girl about the same age as Sylvie in a small room on the side of the door. She smiled and said hello. "Excuse me, sir, what business do you want to handle?" Charlotte glanced at the nameplate on the other party's table. Apprentice Detective Miss Mimey, graduated from Enda National College. She smiled and said, "I have something to ask Miss Arsenault. We don't have an appointment, but we know each other. My name is Charlotte Mecklin." Mamie pulled a rope in the room. The Fars Empire did not have telephones or telegraphs, so indoor communication was a little bit strange. For example, this rope-pulling communication technique, different codes can convey different messages. However, the powerful countries in the old continent have magic alchemy communication devices. Long-distance communication is not as convenient as telegraphs and telephones, but the transmission distance is far enough. After a while, a small bell in the room rang, and Miss Mamie smiled and said, "I take you up." A clear and beautiful voice rang out, saying, "Sister Mimey, I take him upstairs." Sylvie Martin trotted downstairs, nodded slightly to Mimey, and added, "Charlotte is my cousin." Mimey showed a look of realization, pulled her long skirt, lowered her head slightly, and performed a daily lady's salute. Charlotte stroked her chest with one hand, returned a standard Imperial salute, and followed Sylvie upstairs. Sylvie chirped, "Sister Mimey is a good person. She graduated a year earlier than me, and is already a very good trainee detective. Maybe she can become a detective assistant next year, but you can't have any ideas about her." Charlotte was slightly embarrassed and said, "Can we not mention the past?" Sylvie turned around and said, "Okay, my dear cousin, you have really changed a lot." Charlotte thought, it is a smart choice to completely break off the social relationship with the past. Fortunately, this former fiancé is not so careful, otherwise it would have been exposed long ago. Sylvie took Charlotte to the president's office, bowed her head and bowed, and then left. Charlotte noticed that there was another person in the room. A man who looked unusually young, but definitely not a young man. His eyes were so sharp, full of wisdom and years, these eyes made people even ignore his appearance. Charlotte came to her senses a few minutes later and thought to herself, how come they look the same, but have such different temperaments? He is not the one who wanted to kill me at number 1 Falcon Street. Winnie Arsenault's lake blue eyes showed strange surprise, and said, "Don't fight in my office." Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, "I don't think I'm a reckless person. Why did Miss Arsenault give such instructions?" The man smiled and said, "Winnie is talking about me. Mr. Mecklin, this is the first time we meet, but I've heard a lot about you. I'm Aubrey Tootin Atwood, the president of the Wild Horse Detective Agency. Mr. Mecklin killed 8 of my men. He's really good." Charlotte suddenly had a feeling. Should I fight? Summon the evil god again? Aubrey Teutonic had no intention of taking action, and it was obvious that Vinnie Arsenault said, "Don't fight in my office." This sentence worked. Charlotte sighed, sat on a sofa in the office, and said, "I don't want to do this either, but the price offered by the former warden was too high, so your detectives are too brave. Please allow me to make a formal self-introduction. Charlotte Mecklin, the commander of the patrol army in the Lukavaro district, the third-level clerk of the 35th grade. The loyal lackey of Senior Milman Sume. Vinnie Arzino couldn't help laughing. Her laughter was soft and pleasant to the ears. Even Aubrey Tootin Atwood smiled and said, yes, if it weren't for this identity, I should kill you now instead of hiring another assassin. Since you have arrived at number 22, Mardil Street, did the assassin I hired fail? Did you kill him? Charlotte shrugged and said, no, he looked at me from a distance and turned away. Vinnie Arzino was slightly surprised and said, Aubrey Teutonic invited a mid-level extraordinary person. How could you force him to retreat? Charlotte said calmly, he went to number 1 Falcon Street and happened to meet the patrol troops of the Lukavalo district who were training. More than 200 people seemed a bit excessive. After all, Mr. Atwood only paid 1 share. Charlotte's answer was humorous and implicit, without revealing her edge. Aubrey Teutonic Atwood looked thoughtful, and after a while he said, I know. Although Mr. Mecklin's strength is average, his actual strength far exceeds his performance. So, when we first investigated, you were still a first-level extraordinary person. When I sent Wells and Addison, you were no longer a first-level extraordinary person. When I sent Winterbourne, you performed better than the 4th level. Miss Arsena asked me to come here to help us resolve the feud, but the lives of my 8 men cannot be let go. I have a suggestion. How about using a duel to solve this matter? Charlotte asked, will you do it yourself? He has made up his mind to choose Machupi as the venue for the duel. Although Aubrey Teutonic Atwood is a high-level extraordinary, he may not be able to get out of the maze. If he can be guided to fight with Lord Leo, he may be able to solve this problem. Aubrey Teutonic Atwood shook his head and said, I promised Miss Arsena that I would not do it myself. But at that time, I thought you had been killed by the assassin. Now that I think about it, I still underestimated Mr. Mecklin and agreed too early, but I don't plan to regret it. The one who attacked would be Wells, Addison, Winterbourne, or a relative of a detective who died at your hands. Blood revenge, and an open duel, no one can say it's unfair, right? Charlotte nodded. He probably understood that this Aubrey Teutonic Atwood was still a little afraid of Senior Middleman, otherwise he would never have taken such a big detour. And it was not easy to get away with openly killing the 35th rank civil servant of the Empire. After all, according to the Imperial law, Charlotte did nothing wrong. Aubrey Tootin Atwood smiled and said, then please wait for the duel book, Mr. Mecklin. The famous detective stood up with his hat, nodded slightly to Winnie Arson, and walked out of the office calmly. Chapter 60. Charlotte let out a long sigh of relief and said, I haven't thanked Winnie yet. Winnie Arzino whispered, I originally wanted you to pay a sum of cash to support the families of those detectives and resolve the matter peacefully. I didn't expect that Aubrey Teutonic Atwood had already sent out assassins, and in the end, I had to use a duel to solve the problem. Charlotte asked, who will my duel opponents be? Winnie pondered for a moment and asked, Mr. Mecklin, can you honestly tell me whether you are a low-level, mid-level, or high-level extraordinary? Charlotte answered without hesitation, Level 4. In the old world, levels 1 to 6 are low-level supernatural beings, levels 7 to 12 are mid-level supernatural beings, levels 13 to 18 are high-level supernatural beings, and those above level 18 have other titles. Vinnie Arzino shook her head and said, then you'd better avoid duels. As far as I know, your challengers include at least 2 mid-level ones and 1 high-level one. Charlotte couldn't help but curse angrily. Aubrey Teutonic is simply a rogue. How can I possibly defeat a challenger above the mid-level, not to mention the high-level ones? Vinnie Arzino couldn't think of a solution either. She suggested, I heard that you practice bloody glory. Maybe you can buy a blood-sucking weapon for a large sum of money. However, blood-sucking weapons rarely appear. If you want to buy one now, you must hide your intention to buy it, otherwise someone will maliciously increase the price. Charlotte didn't think this was worth hiding, and said, I have 2 blood-sucking weapons. Vinnie Arzino breathed a sigh of relief and said, with extraordinary weapons, maybe you can fight with 2 mid-level extraordinary people, but that high level. He is Addison's brother, there is no way to bribe him. Charlotte thought, I must choose Machupi as the duel site, so that these Avengers will never return. He originally wanted to ask for help from Vinnie Arzino, but it was no longer necessary at this time. He stood up and said goodbye. Thank you, Vinnie, I will go back first, and I will ask you to take care of Sylvie in the future. She is too upright and too kind. Vinnie Arzino nodded and said, Sylvie is a good detective, I will take care of her. Charlotte pushed open the door, but saw Sylvie Martin standing outside. She couldn't help but smile and said, I'm leaving first. Sylvie asked anxiously, "What about the duel?" Charlotte was stunned for a moment. He didn't open his insight, so he didn't know that Sylvie was standing outside the door. At this time, he could only say, "It's okay." He brushed past Sylvie Martin and said, "It's not that easy to kill me." He walked out of the cat detective agency calmly. After Charlotte left, Vinnie Arzina whispered, "Come in." Sylvie walked into the president's office, still a little anxious. Vinnie smiled and said, "Your cousin still has a trump card. Don't worry too much about him. Go out and work." Sylvie left the president's office and returned to the filing room. As a new trainee detective, she has been reading files these days to gain knowledge. She thought to herself, "Am I really too honest and too kind? Bah! Charlotte is not qualified to say such a sacred word." Charlotte suddenly felt relieved. She returned to the Élysée and went to the Cat and Clover Café to pick up her 3 kittens. These 3 clever kittens were furry and not afraid of strangers. Their little eyes were full of liveliness and a desire to explore the world. Even though they were taken away from their mother, they did not struggle much. They curled up in the arms of their new owner and looked very happy. Charlotte bought some goat milk for the 3 kittens. Although cat milk is better, the clever female cat could not bear this kind of milking. He also ordered a batch of coffee. During the raid last time, everything in the house was thrown away. Coffee and fruit wine, which are easy to steal, were thrown away most thoroughly. Not even the empty bottles were left. The elderly lady in the coffee shop happily gave a few blessings. Charlotte was pleased and gave an extra tip of 1 centime. As soon as he returned to 58 Champs-Élysées and came to visit. Their relationship has made great progress recently. Charlotte was overjoyed and asked, "I just bought coffee. What flavor do you want?" And replied, "Frothed coffee." Charlotte asked with a smile while brewing coffee, "What are you going to eat later?" And took a deep breath and said, "You are about to duel with someone. How can you be so calm?" Charlotte was slightly surprised. She wanted to ask how, and knew that he was going to duel with someone, but then she wisely gave up and asked with a smile, "It's just a duel. It's not a big deal." And stole a glance for a while and whispered, "In Fars, you can ask for help in this kind of multiplayer duel. I can help you contact a high-level extraordinary person, who is one of my cousins. He is a knight of the 17th level. Aubrey Teutonic is only a knight of the 14th level. I guarantee that you will win." Charlotte knew that the Brittany family was the top noble family in the empire, but she didn't expect, and to find a great knight of the 17th level. Looking at the entire empire, high-level extraordinary people are very rare, and each one is a big man with an extraordinary status. Middleman, the first rose of the empire, is just a high-level extraordinary. The knight is the extraordinary with the broadest path and the easiest to achieve, but it is also the most difficult to be promoted to a high-level extraordinary. Once the fighting spirit reaches level 10, there is no way to improve it by hard work. No matter how mysterious the breathing method you learn is, how exquisite the meditation technique is, how hard you practice, and how high your talent is, you can't improve it by hard work. All knights must comprehend the knight's certificate in battle. Only by obtaining the knight's certificate can you be promoted. A knight of the 17th level is only 1 step away from collecting all 8 knight certificates. Any knight who has collected all 8 knight certificates can have a saint prefix added to his name, and his status is unparalleled. In those days, Zimmerman Axel Robin traveled across the 7 seas and killed the pirate king before he was crowned saint and was hailed as the youngest knight king in the empire. This cousin of, and must be very important in the political arena of the Fars Empire. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and said, "Should I explain this to your cousin in person for such a big thing?" Charlotte would not refuse foolishly. He really needed help. He could not beat a high-level extraordinary at all. Even if there was a Machupi maze, he might not be able to pass it 100%, unless he summoned the evil god again, but that was a dead end. Chapter 61. If she had a chance to meet Anne's cousin, Charlotte thought to herself, she would definitely be able to expand her network of contacts and perhaps even win a strong supporter for her and Anne's marriage. As for whether it would offend the other party, that was not within Charlotte's consideration. A serious person would never give up or shrink back and do nothing just because of the possibility of failure. He would only make full preparations, and then bravely bear the consequences of failure. And nodded vigorously and said, "My cousin will return to Strasbourg in a few days. I will help you invite him to have afternoon tea." Charlotte handed over a cup of brewed coffee and said, "Miss N, you are really my lucky star." And was slightly shy and took the coffee, drinking it in a very ladle-like sip. Charlotte invited Anne to the terrace on the 3rd floor to enjoy the scenery of the Lucavaro River. And readily agreed, and the two spent an afternoon on the terrace on the 3rd floor. Charlotte still failed to get the privilege of having dinner with the beauty, and sent Enda away before dinner. He sent Enda to the alley, watched the girl's carriage leave, and was about to find a place to eat when he suddenly felt a chill, and his insight was automatically activated. A strange man with murderous intent on his body was approaching him, quickly disguised as a passerby. The man was very close, and Charlotte immediately judged that it was too late to use the anti-space sniper rifle at such a close distance. This rifle still needed a procedure to load bullets. He shook his wrist, and the blood rose cut through the air and was directly thrown out. The assassin did not expect Charlotte's reaction to be so direct and fierce. He originally thought that he was well hidden and the target could not discover him. Facing the blood rose that broke through the air, he had no time to make extra responses. He leaned back and used a move similar to the iron bridge, and his upper body was almost parallel to the ground. The blood rose brushed his nose and was about to fly away, but the blood-sucking thorn sword turned lightly and returned, circling the assassin's neck. Ding ding ding, 3 consecutive crisp sounds. The assassin had a dagger in his hand, and it collided with the blood rose 3 times in a split second, breaking Charlotte's fatal move. Charlotte activated the blood flame energy, controlled the blood rose, to continue to change moves, and at the same time showed the blood-sucking hand axe, and threw it fiercely at the assassin's thigh. The assassin didn't care about hiding his identity. His fighting spirit burst out, and he kicked away the blood-sucking hand axe. The dagger in his hand changed several times in a row, swept away the blood rose, and then turned around and ran away. The assassin had come to the door. How could Charlotte let him live? This assassin had endless tricks, and was stronger than Charlotte. He retreated last time because he sensed the danger, and this time he could change his appearance. Although he was temporarily frightened by the skill of the blood flame to manipulate the weapon, it was just the assassin's caution. If he fought regardless of everything, he would be able to defeat Charlotte. If the assassin is prepared and comes back, the newly promoted 3rd-level clerk may not have a chance to survive. Charlotte stuck the alchemical staff into the ground and took out the anti-space sniper rifle. The opponent was too close just now, and he didn't have time to take out the rifle. The opponent ran away, just giving the shooting distance. Charlotte half squatted down, put his upper arm on his knees, and took a standard shooting posture. He didn't expect that his hand would be so steady when he fired. The first magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet flew out and hit the assassin's left shoulder. A special armor-breaking bomb was enough to kill a Titan demon with one shot. Even high-level transcendents like Ferdinand and Lord Leo could not withstand a single shot. Half of the assassin's body was gone, and the remaining half was blown far away by the residual power of the armor-breaking bomb. Charlotte slammed the anti-space sniper rifle into the alchemy staff, recalled the blood-sucking hand axe and blood rose, and ran quickly to the assassin. The assassin looked at him viciously and wanted to say something, but died before he could say it. Charlotte fumbled around a few times and found a wallet, a dagger, and an alchemical pistol from the assassin. Just as she was about to get up to inform the patrol army, a thin object fell from the assassin's face. A thin human face. Under this thin human face was another unfamiliar face. Charlotte suddenly realized something and thought to herself. It turns out that he used this magic item to change his appearance. He disguised himself as Aubrey Tootin Atwood at number 1 Falcon Street, and this time he transformed into another face. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that I have insight. He doesn't even know that insight can automatically activate itself against murderous intent. This ability has saved my life again. Charlotte waved to several little boys selling newspapers on the roadside and said, anyone who is willing to go to the patrol army office at number 1 Yanhu Street, Lukavaro district to report the news can set off now. Let Dubin bring at least 50 people. I will give 5 centimes to the first place, 4 centimes to the second place, 3 centimes to the third place, 2 centimes to the fourth place, and 1 centime to the 5th place. There will be no reward after the 5th place. Several newspaper boys ran away, all wanting to grab one and get the 5 centimes reward. In less than an hour, Dupan came over with a patrol army. Seeing the assassin on the ground, he couldn't help but said, "Boss, did you use the rifle from last time? This thing is too powerful." Charlotte shrugged and said, "Send the body to the mass grave outside the city, no need to register. The patrol army is responsible for the city's security." Although this is Picardy, the Picardy patrol army didn't come, so it was not a problem for Charlotte to secretly do her job outside the jurisdiction. After he got the spoils, he didn't want to investigate the case anymore. Anyway, the culprit was the detective agency, and the hatred between the two sides was getting deeper and deeper. Charlotte believed that a duel could not solve the problem. Even if the detective agency was willing to give up temporarily, he would uproot the detective agency when he had the strength. The group of newsboys also followed back. Charlotte called them over and asked about their rankings. As expected, they gave tips and gave each of them an extra consolation prize of 1 centime. Even the children after the 5th place could get 1 centime. He lived on Champs-Élysées Garden Street. These newsboys were sharp-eyed. With this heroic move, it would be much more convenient to ask these children to do things in the future. Dupin had handled such cases before. He used a shroud to take the assassin's body away. When the patrol troops left, Champs-Élysées became lively again. This was the era. No one cared about the life and death of strangers. Many residents were used to such murders in the street. Charlotte returned to number 58 Champs-Élysées and took out her new loot. There were 15 $10 bills in her wallet, as well as a little change. In addition, there was a note with an address written on it. Number 5 Lomberg Street, Alcatraz District, Chelsea Detective Agency. Chapter 62. Chelsea Detective Agency is a small detective agency, but it is obvious that they have other businesses besides detective business. Charlotte memorized the address and activated Bloody Glory to shatter the wallet and the note into powder. The dagger was not bad. After checking it, Charlotte confirmed that it was an extraordinary weapon. What was surprising was that this dagger was also an anti-space equipment with 2 attributes, sharpness and solidity. The sharpness allows this dagger to emit a small section of aura when it is infused with fighting spirit, magic power, or other extraordinary energy, which is sharper than steel. The sturdiness makes this dagger difficult to damage, so it can fight with blood rose without losing. This dagger can be sold for more than 200 ECU at an auction, which is already a top-grade extraordinary weapon. That alchemical pistol is just an ordinary weapon, similar to Charlotte's magic alchemical cane, but it is more sophisticated than ordinary pistols, with a slightly longer range, faster firing rate, and higher accuracy. Charlotte has 2 Magnum hand shuttles, and it happened to be replaced with 1. The final harvest is that thin human face. He touched it lightly with his fingers, and a thought entered his mind. Cat mask. It can transform into the images of 6 different creatures, and randomly extract a skill from the transformed target. It is only limited to those who have had contact with it. Wearing it can increase a small amount of agility, and is also an identity certificate for the Orc Assassin League. Charlotte was slightly surprised. The cat mask could not extract the target's powers, but only skills. This was indeed a pity, but if it could extract the basic target's power, this strange item would be too powerful. Even so, the value of this cat mask is probably higher than that of the assassin's dagger, but he is not a professional, so it is difficult to estimate. He knows the Orc Assassins Union. There are 5 major assassin organizations in the Old World, and the Orc Assassins Union is one of them. It is said that the members of the Orc Assassins Union are all descendants of the ancient Orc Kingdom, with many special abilities from their blood. They have always been active in the southern continent, and rarely come to the Fars Empire. As an ordinary government employee, Charlotte Mecklin has never come into contact with any assassin organization, but has read some documents in college. Charlotte was very curious. Why would Aubrey Tootin Atwood go to the south to find an Orc assassin to kill him? There is clearly a bloody brotherhood in Fars. I heard that once the Orc Assassin Alliance accepts an order, it will ensure that it is completed. If an assassin dies, another assassin will be sent, and the supply will continue until the target is killed. Aubrey Tootin Atwood is an insider. As long as this guy informs me, I will not be able to live in peace. Thinking of this, Charlotte immediately wanted to kill. If it wasn't difficult to operate, he would have wanted to go to the door of the detective agency to summon the evil god. Charlotte put away the spoils, and decided not to think about it. It was useless to think about it anyway. He silently operated Bloody Glory, and began his daily practice. Since returning to Strasbourg, Charlotte has become more eager to practice. Facing the evil god twice has enhanced his spirituality to an incredible level, and the speed of practice is also advancing by leaps and bounds. It is easy for ordinary extraordinary people to increase their energy intensity, but it is very difficult to improve their spirituality. They must be tempered and trained in order to make a slight progress. Charlotte was the opposite. His spirituality was comparable to that of a high-level transcendent, but his energy intensity was not enough. Most people who practice Bloody Glory condensed 7 or 8 bloody vortexes before they began to practice the Blood Feast meditation method. Many people failed to successfully meditate on any rune in their entire lives. Charlotte almost condensed the corresponding bloody rune at the same time as he opened up a bloody vortex. Now only the swiftness rune on his left leg is not yet mature. The insight rune on his brow, the blood flame rune on his chest, and the Angel Thorn rune on his left hand have all been cultivated to great success, so his actual combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary 4th level rune. This is why Charlotte was able to defeat the strong with the weak in several battles. There are 2 reasons why Bloody Glory is the nemesis of vampires. One is that it can cross clans and practice several secret methods, and the other reason, which is also the fundamental reason, is the Blood Feast meditation. Bloody Glory only practices the Protagoras breathing method, and is mediocre, with only a slight improvement in speed. However, when combined with the Blood Feast meditation, Bloody Glory becomes extremely domineering. Charlotte has not encountered enemies many times, and each time the situation is relatively special. He always thinks that he wins by strategy, and does not know that he is already very strong. Charlotte didn't know how long he had been practicing, but suddenly his heart started pounding. He didn't know if there was such a thing as being possessed by the devil in this world. He was a little panicked, but he knew that this kind of emotion was not good and would only bring bad things, so he forced himself to remain calm. What happened? There's something wrong with the rune of the blood flame energy. Is there something wrong with my recent practice? But I'm practicing according to Vampire Secret Scroll 28, so there shouldn't be any problems? After all, Charlotte is not a vampire, and Bloody Glory is an unpopular extraordinary path. There are not many scholars at Sheffield University who are proficient in this method. If he practices alone, he will inevitably encounter various situations. At this moment, he could only force himself to remain calm and run Bloody Glory over and over again, trying to suppress the changes in the blood flame rune. However, this bloody rune, which was like a small heart, became more and more agitated. Charlotte was distracted, and the bloody rune exploded, flowing along the blood to all parts of the body. Charlotte felt that her body seemed to be deformed, and her heart became more panicked. She didn't know whether to continue to suppress it by force or find a way to guide this energy out. The next second, he exploded. A ball of blood flame replaced Charlotte. After a dozen breaths, Charlotte realized it belatedly, and floated around the room, surprised to feel the changes in her body. Am I a ball of blood flame now? It's not a problem. I have practiced the blood flame transformation technique. He reversed the Protagoras breathing method, and countless tiny golden runes gathered together again, turning into a small golden heart composed of countless runes. As expected, he returned from the state of a ball of blood flame to a flesh and blood body. Charlotte raised her hands and observed her body. It was still the same as before. She couldn't help but marvel at the mystery of magic in this world. Charlotte had always wanted to open the 5th bloody vortex. To put it another way, she also hoped to cultivate the rune of the light agility technique as soon as possible, but she didn't expect that it was the blood flame chi that broke through first and cultivated the high-end skill of blood flame transformation. Charlotte once again used the Protagoras breathing method, and her flesh and blood body once again turned into blood flames, floating around in number 58 Élysée Countryside Street, and the taste was very wonderful. Although he had superpowers before, it was the first time he felt that he was no longer an ordinary human being. Chapter 63. Charlotte's lifelong scientific knowledge could not support this kind of physical abnormality, and could only blame it on the magic of this world. He tried 7 or 8 times, transforming from flesh to blood flame, and then recovering from blood flame. This helped him improve his proficiency, and he was able to change forms within a few seconds. The blood flame state was immune to most physical attacks, and he could also float around, which could barely be considered a flying technique. Limited by Charlotte's still only level 4, the blood flame's flying speed was not fast, only a little faster than a normal person running, and it could not rise to a high altitude, and it was a bit difficult to float to the ceiling. However, the body can change shape, and it can pass through many places that ordinary people cannot pass. At least, I don't have to worry about being locked up in the prison in the future. It's not as unrestrained and unruly as the evil sect in the Shushan swordsman legend imagined, turning into a streak of fire and flying into the sky. Charlotte returned to his human form. Although he complained and disliked, he still smiled. He really didn't expect that he had first mastered the blood flame deformation technique. The blood flame deformation technique is a secret method that Bloody Glory has never had. After all, Protagoras was not a vampire. Although he had learned countless secrets from the vampires through fighting, he was limited to the entry level of each race, and could not peek into the advanced secrets. Charlotte took out the diary, and turned to the 3rd page of Vampire Secret Scroll 28. The first page of this secret scroll was about blood flames, the second page was about blood flame deformation, and the 3rd page recorded the secret of the Adonis blood clan, the Burning Hand. The Burning Hand was to condense the blood flames into a palm that could grow or shrink. A maximum of 18 could be cultivated, and each burning hand had the ability to absorb life essence. Under normal circumstances, the Adonis clan would not use the flaming hand to attack the enemy directly. They would let the flaming hand hold weapons. Using cold weapons was fine, but it could even be used with firearms to kill a small army. When Charlotte was reading the flaming hand's secret method, he also noticed that the countdown for the arrival of the Blood Clan evil god Karnstein had been extended to 71 days, 8 hours, and another 20 minutes and 17 seconds, which made him feel a little more relieved. The kerosene lamp suddenly went out, and Charlotte snapped his fingers, and a ball of blood flame burned on his fingertips. He checked the oil lamp and found that the kerosene was gone, so he added some kerosene and relit the lamp. It was already dim outside the window. Charlotte did not continue to practice. She put away her diary, and went to feed her 3 clever kittens some goat milk. After playing with them for a while, she felt much better. She took a few pieces of bread and ate the coffee she had brewed last night. He walked to the window and looked at the sky. The weather should be good today. The sky is very blue. When I opened the window, I could feel the fresh air blowing in. The temperature was also very comfortable and pleasant. Charlotte thought to herself, I won't go to work today. I should also prepare a carriage. As the commander-in-chief of the Lukavaro District Patrol Army, his only superior was in name only, and would not interfere with specific matters. If Charlotte wanted to skip work, she didn't even need to ask for leave, because the supreme power of the Lukavaro District Patrol Army to approve leave slips was in his hands. Charlotte brewed another pot of coffee, and read the latest newspaper for a while. The original Charlotte Mecklin had the habit of subscribing to newspapers. Wang Haisheng came through, and did not cancel the 3 newspapers subscribed by the original owner. He just changed the delivery location from the Savings Association apartment to number 58 Élysée Field Street. After reading the newspaper for a while, the Élysée Avenue began to get busy. Charlotte estimated that the carriage and horse business had also started working, so she went out calmly with her cane. When he goes out now, he will carry the following things with him: a magic alchemical cane, a savings union deposit certificate, a wallet, a diary, keys, an alchemical pistol, a magnum hand shuttle, a blood rose hidden in his left hand, and a blood-sucking hand axe on his back. He added another weapon today, and the assassin's dagger was hidden in the blood-sucking hand axe. The magic alchemy staff was held in his hand. As a gift for men, it was not noticeable. The wallet, keys, and banknotes were fine, and the blood rose was non-important. However, the diary, 2 pistols, and blood-sucking hand axe were indeed a bit bloated. Charlotte also hesitated whether to buy a space equipment, but the price of this thing was much more expensive than the anti-space extraordinary items, and it could easily exceed thousands of ECU. With Charlotte's current wealth, it would be better not to buy it. His total property was only more than 1,000 ECU. Charlotte even went to the Gate of Glory on purpose. Coincidentally, the direction he came out from was right at the largest horse and carriage shop on Élysée Country Street. He didn't hesitate and went straight there. This horse and carriage shop is very large, with dozens of carefully trained draft horses waiting for sale all year round. It not only has new horse and carriages, but also second-hand horse and carriages, and is responsible for providing experienced coachmen. When Charlotte entered the horse and carriage shop, someone immediately came out to greet her. A senior broker of the horse and carriage shop asked with a smile, "Sir, are you planning to rent a horse and carriage, or do you plan to buy one?" Charlotte replied, "I want to buy a carriage. You don't need to recommend new ones to me. Just recommend a second-hand one. Second-hand carriages are cheaper than new ones. Most of them are around 30% off. Moreover, many second-hand carriages have been decorated. Unlike new carriages, you don't have to buy some small things such as cushions, carriage lights, reins, and ornaments." The carriage agent smiled and said, "Coincidentally, a noble gentleman just wanted to change to a brand new model recently and sold his original carriage. This second-hand carriage was also purchased from our carriage shop when it was brand new. The original owner had only used it for half a year, and it is almost the same as a new one." Charlotte nodded, and under the guidance of the carriage shop agent, she soon saw the almost new second-hand carriage. It was a noble 4-wheeled carriage of the Fars Empire standard. In Fars and several major empires in the old continent, carriages were built according to 8 standard models: single, double, practical, comfortable, elegant, luxurious, extravagant, and noble. On Earth, it is probably electric bikes, old man's car, A0, A, B, C, D, E, or mountain bikes, off-road motorcycles, small, compact, medium, medium-large, large, full-size, except for single and double carriages, which are two-wheeled, the rest are four-wheeled. The noble carriages generally use large wheels, with a diameter of 1.5 picometers, with a coachman's seat, with a sunshade in the front and a luggage rack in the back. The carriage is generally 2 by 6 or 2 by 8 picometers, and the space is very spacious. Charlotte checked it, and even used insight to find nothing wrong with the second-hand carriage. She asked casually, "How much does this carriage cost?" The carriage dealer smiled and said, "When it was new, it cost 5 ECU and 3 francs. Now it's only 4 ECU. Charlotte said decisively, "Please help me change it." Chapter 64. The purchasing power of 1 exu is equivalent to 18,000 to 19,000 renminbi on Earth. 4 exu on Earth can buy a BYD Qin Plus Honor. What technical content does a mere carriage have? It only has a carriage but no horses, and it doesn't even have a car system. Is it worthy of being sold at the same price as a BYD Qin Plus Honor? The most important thing is that although Charlotte has never owned a carriage, she often rides in public carriages and often rides in the private carriage of the Brittany family. Of course, she knows that this thing is not that expensive. The coachman smiled and said, "Such a good carriage is hard to come by, sir. Would you please consider it again?" Charlotte immediately raised her voice and said loudly, "Please change my agent for me." This voice immediately attracted a lot of attention. The coachman who received him blushed and lowered his voice and said, "Sorry, sir, please allow me to apologize. This carriage can be traded for 3 equins and 8 forays." Charlotte said coldly, "I don't want to repeat it." The dealer lowered his voice again and said, "It's only 3 crowns." Charlotte shook her head and said, "This is the last chance to make an offer." There was a long time on Earth when car buyers were masochists, who could endure the indifference, contempt, price increases, and wait for months to buy a certain brand of car. Charlotte couldn't understand it. In her opinion, they were all products of industrialization, and no car had epoch-making technology. She could just change a car. Why did she treat herself like a dog? The carriages of this era had little technological content. A carpenter could take care of the entire process from logging to making carriages. The city was surrounded by forests, and wood was almost free. Labor was even less valuable. The most valuable part of a carriage was the decoration. Even in Strasbourg, not many people could afford a carriage. In addition, carriages made of wood were extremely durable, and could often be used for decades, or even passed down for 3 or 5 generations. It often took several months to find a buyer for a brand new carriage. The market for second-hand carriages is even smaller. Many people would rather spend a high price to buy a brand new carriage than a second-hand carriage. After all, it is something that will be used for decades, and no one is willing to compromise. There are very few pragmatists like Charlotte. As a financial sponsor, he doesn't want to be treated as a fool. The carriage and horse agent gritted his teeth and whispered, 2 francs and 8 francs, plus a lantern, a cushion, and a rein. Charlotte nodded and asked, "Please recommend a draft horse for me." This time the transaction went much more smoothly. Charlotte did not choose the Argento horse, which was pure golden and shiny, and looked as beautiful as a divine horse from heaven, nor did she choose the pure white blonde-eyes horse, which was known as the white marble horse, nor did she choose the tallest Shire horse. Instead, she chose a 2-year-old Brabant horse. In this world, because horses are too expensive, the cost of raising horses is too high, and because of extraordinary power, knights who represent high-level combat power have appeared, but large-scale cavalry has not appeared. Almost 90% of horses have been trained as heavy draft horses. There is a proverb in the Inglaima Empire: there are more horses for pulling carts than for riding. Brabant horses are considered medium-sized among draft horses, and their strength is also average, but they are still more than 2 picometers tall, far taller than most ordinary horses on the earth. They are hardworking and not picky about food, and it is okay to go hungry occasionally. Although they are weak in strength, they have high endurance and are fast. The only flaw is that most Brabant horses have mixed colors: reddish-brown, brown, chestnut, gray, and black. They are typical spotted horses, and their appearance is not good, so their prices are relatively low among draft horses. This 2-year-old Brabant draft horse cost Charlotte 2 crowns, and the coach and horse shop also gave him a year's supply of fodder. Generally speaking, horses in the old world can live for 30 to 50 years. As long as they are well fed, they have a higher durability than carriages, and can even serve more than 3 generations of owners. Charlotte's choice of carriages and draft horses has long been noticed. A middle-aged woman in her 30s, with a strong body and a resolute face like a man, wearing slightly old but clean clothes, stopped him and said, "Sir, do you need a coachman? I am a good horse driver. The salary is low, and I can help you do some odd jobs and clean up. I need this job. Can you hire me? Charlotte hesitated slightly, and the middle-aged woman whispered, The gentleman next to you can vouch for me. The coachman hesitated for a moment and said, This Lady Nancy is better than many male coachmen. Her last employer was very satisfied with her skills and even gave her a lifetime contract. But because of the investment in the gold mines in the New World, he lost all his money and had to sell his personal property to get through the difficulties, and also terminated the contract with Mrs. Nancy. Charlotte asked, Madam, how much is your weekly salary? Mrs. Nancy gritted her teeth and said, 85 centimes. This price is a bit expensive, but Charlotte did not raise any objections. She smiled and asked, Will you accept a short-term trial? Mrs. Nancy replied hastily, I can. Sylvie Martin's weekly salary is 85 centimes, but Sylvie graduated from Behemoth National College. As a highly educated person, it is natural for her to receive this weekly salary. Mrs. Nancy is a coachman, and the price is so high. There is only one possibility, that she was originally a senior coachman specially trained by a noble family. Ordinary people would not use female drivers, and this Lady Nancy might be the designated item of a noble lady. It is naturally difficult for a coachman with such a high weekly salary to find a new job in the market. You should know that Charlotte's weekly salary was only 1 vor and 70 centimes not long ago. The weekly salary of this Lady Nancy is almost half of the income of a 41st class Imperial civil servant. Charlotte chose old carriages and cheap draft horses because it is meaningless to buy these things at a high price. Apart from face, they cannot bring any improvement in enjoyment. But the enjoyment brought by a senior coachman is not comparable to that of an ordinary coachman, so even though Mrs. Nance's price is a little expensive, he plans to try it for a week. After paying all the fees, Charlotte happily sat in her own carriage. Mrs. Nancy put on the coachman's hat, flicked her wrist lightly, and drove the Brabant draft horse away from the carriage shop. Mrs. Nance's driving skills are really good, driving the carriage fast and steady. Charlotte half lying on the carriage, looking at the decoration inside the carriage. This noble four-wheeled carriage should be a custom-made one, slightly longer than an ordinary carriage, definitely more than 8 picometers. The interior is divided into 2 cabins. The front cabin is about 6 picometers long and is a typical master cabin. The rear cabin is 2 picometers square and is used for servants and luggage. It adopts a fully enclosed structure and does not have the open luggage rack of ordinary carriages. The 2 sides of the master cabin are made of high-level alchemy and are outrageously expensive crystal glass windows, which make the carriage very bright. The carriage agent said that it was originally priced at 5 ECU and 3 foires, and it is likely that he did not lie. In addition to the 2 rows of seats facing each other, the original owner also whimsically designed a small study behind the master cabin. Although it is cramped, it has a desk, bookshelf, sofa chair, and even a fixed kerosene lamp. Charlotte likes this design very much, but in general, nobles will put a soft bed in this position. Charlotte wanted to go home, but her thoughts changed slightly, and she turned on the copper tube of the call and said, Mrs. Nancy, go to Gorgias University. Chapter 65. In the old world, dating is not a convenient thing. After all, this is a world without telephones and the internet. Every time, either Em was waiting outside Kilmainham prison, or Charlotte went to Gorgias University to find someone. To be honest, after so many years of graduation, Charlotte went to Gorgias University more often than she went back to her alma mater, Sheffield University. Charlotte sat in her carriage, looking at the scenery of Strasbourg, feeling different. Before, he always felt that the roads built in this ancient country were too wide, even wider than many roads on the earth, but at this moment, he realized that without such wide roads, the carriage could not run at all, especially the noble four-wheeled carriage. Although this thing is only 2 picometers wide, it is much longer than a private car or SUV on earth. The size of the carriage is only slightly larger, but what about the horse pulling the carriage? In addition, the turning radius of the carriage is much inferior to the flexibility of modern vehicles with various technologies. If there is no such wide road, the carriage cannot run to many places. Moreover, the old continent of this world, including the 5 major empires, probably has less than 100 million people in total, but the area is far larger than Europe on Earth, which is roughly equivalent to Europe plus Africa. There are many nobles in the upper 7th district of Strasbourg. Many of the nobles have huge mansions. A family occupies an entire block. Each mansion is built like a beautiful garden, and the scenery along the way is quite pleasant. After entering the Val d'Oise district, the buildings are generally taller. Although the upper 7th district is on a par, the Val d'Oise district is obviously more special than the other 6 districts. From a distance, you can see the roofs of the palace and various government agencies. When passing by the central government office, Charlotte's heart was slightly rippled. If he had been in the central government office, he would probably become a second-level clerk next year, and his salary would increase by more than 10 centimes. Maybe if I work hard for a few more years, I can consider buying a small apartment, but I will never have to think about a private carriage. Mrs. Nance's voice came from the copper pipe buried in the carriage. Mr. Mecklin, we have arrived at Gorgias University. Which teaching building are you going to? Charlotte pushed open the sliding door of the carriage, got off the carriage calmly, and said, just wait for me here, I will probably be back very late, don't worry about me. The 4 universities in the Empire do not allow outsiders to enter casually. Mrs. Nancy asked which teaching building to go to. This detail means that her original owner may have some special power. Charlotte is a graduate of Sheffield University, and she has a permanent pass to her alma mater. As a nobleman at the bottom of the empire, it is not difficult for him to get a multiple entry pass to Gorgias University by spending a little money and going through some connections. In fact, he had already applied for a multiple entry pass to Gorgias University. But the permanent pass has not been obtained yet, which is a bit difficult. Charlotte does not need a permanent pass to Gorgias University, after all, and will graduate in another year. Multiple entry passes can only be used to enter the university alone, and cannot bring other people or drive a carriage. Charlotte had been here many times, and found the place where Breton was taking classes. He knew that Miss N had classes this morning, and had no intention of breaking into the classroom. He found a bench outside the teaching building where N was taking classes, and sat down to continue studying his diary. Charlotte was very interested in both the light art and the hand of fire, but he preferred the light art. The light art could improve his running speed, jumping, agility, dexterity, and reaction in all aspects, which was more fundamental to improving his combat effectiveness. I don't know if I can condense the rune of the light agility before receiving the dual book. Charlotte flipped through the diary for a while, feeling a little depressed, closed the diary, and put it in her arms. Just then, a girl passed by in a hurry and seemed a little worried. She had a pair of blue eyes and a very beautiful face. She was wearing a hand-embroidered tea dress, which set off her slender figure, and her graceful demeanor was like a daffodil. She was beautiful enough to become a big lady with millions of fans on major short video and live broadcast platforms on Earth purely by her appearance. Charlotte often comes to Gorgias University, and she knows this lady because she is so famous. Gorgias University has a tradition of selecting 12 goddesses from all the female students in the school. By the way, Sheffield University also has this tradition. And Breton is the Zephyr goddess of this year, and Dorothy Sume is the Laurel goddess. Yes, this beautiful girl is Milan's cousin, and the Sume family is a big family. Charlotte knows each other, but she doesn't think Dorothy knows her, and she doesn't have any intention of greeting, just appreciating the scenery passing by. But he didn't expect that when Dorothy passed by him, she stopped slightly and asked, "Is it Mr. Charlotte Mecklin?" Charlotte nodded in surprise, and said, "How do you know me?" Dorothy said lightly, "It is not a compliment to be able to date the goddess of Zephyr, and say that everyone in Gorgias University knows it." Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "Miss Sume, excuse me, what can I do for you?" Dorothy seemed to be thinking for a long time before saying, "My brother and Anne's cousin are good friends in the army. Not long ago, Anne's cousin came to my house and mentioned you. Well, I won't repeat the original words. Just tell you, 2 high-level extraordinary people will challenge you soon." Charlotte was shocked and her expression was slightly out of control. He never thought that 2 high-level extraordinary people would challenge him out of nowhere. He was about to ask what was going on. Dorothy had already turned around and walked away. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, Miss Sume." Dorothy replied calmly, "I just wanted to see your shocked expression. Don't thank me." Also, the 2 of them are also at Gorgias University today. Charlotte wanted to turn around and leave immediately, but, out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Anne leaving the classroom with a group of classmates, waiting at her from afar. Charlotte certainly couldn't just turn around and leave, because that would be much more serious than facing 2 high-level transcendents head-on, so she had to bite the bullet and walk over. And asked curiously, "What did you say to Dorothy?" And was indeed very curious. When she came out, she saw Dorothy Sume, her lifelong rival, talking to Charlotte. She really wanted to know what they said. Charlotte didn't dare to lie, so she said honestly, "She said that her brother and your cousin are good friends, and they are planning to duel with me." Anne's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 66. "Annie, is this Mr. Mecklin?" Before Anne could figure out how to comfort Charlotte, she heard an unusually gentle voice. Two young officers came side by side. Both were in their 20s, looking very proud and high-spirited. One young officer was extremely handsome, with short pure golden hair and jade-like eyes, and a slightly feminine temperament, and looked a bit like Anne. Charlotte joined the patrol army, and her subordinates were all military positions, so she had to learn some military knowledge from the old continent. She recognized the other party's shoulder ribbon rank, and it turned out to be a first-class warrant officer of the 24th grade. The 24th rank was considered an insurmountable rank in the Empire. Ordinary civilians could not reach this rank even if they followed the routine promotions throughout their lives without making any mistakes or receiving additional awards. Another young officer, with a warm and sunny face, strong and vigorous, black hair and black eyes, was born with a compelling pressure. He was a 25th rank, a 5th-level military commander, 10 levels higher than Charlotte's 3rd-level clerk. Without external help, Charlotte would have to endure at least 30 years before she had the opportunity to reach such a rank. Charlotte awkwardly gave an imperial salute and said, "I am Charlotte Mechlin. Good afternoon, gentlemen." The young officer who looked a bit like and stepped forward and said, "And asked me to help you duel with someone." Although I agreed, I also have a small request. If you can take 3 of my moves, I will help you unconditionally. If you can't take it, I will still help you, but please stay away from Anne in the future. Anne's face changed slightly and said, "Cousin Claire, I don't need your help." Claire Brittany smiled and said, "Mr. Mechlin, what do you think?" Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "I respect Anne's opinion. But I personally really hope to fight with a high-level extraordinary person like you, Mr. Brittany." Charlotte knew how to earn points in front of the Brittany family. He couldn't let Anne think he was a coward, nor could he back down in front of Anne's cousin Claire and give him a bad impression. The most important thing is that there is absolutely no danger to life in a duel with Claire. He is about to face the duel invitation from the Fiery Horse Society. The experience of fighting with masters will be of great benefit to the upcoming duel. Charlotte is not in the habit of putting all her hopes on others. He still made preparations to fight in person. Claire raised his eyebrows and said to Annie, "I won't hit too hard." The 5th-level military commander beside Claire stepped back and gave up the venue. Anne was a little anxious, but after looking at the two men, she finally stepped aside. This is Gorgias University. Almost all countries in the old world are martial. If Charlotte avoids this duel, it won't take long for her to be nicknamed a coward. On the contrary, losing a duel is quite common and does not harm her reputation. She also believes that her cousin will not hit too hard. Someone wants to duel, which is quite attractive in the university. Soon, dozens of students gathered here, and more students came one after another. Claire Brittany and Charlotte were more than 10 steps apart, but he did not act immediately. He slowly took out a pair of white silk gloves and said, "Do you mind?" Charlotte shook her head and said, "No." Claire put on the gloves and said, "I personally have a little mysophobia. When dueling, I like to wear gloves to avoid direct contact with the enemy." Seeing that the other party had no intention of using weapons, Charlotte slowly activated Bloody Glory and said, "I washed my hands when I came here just now." Claire smiled and said, "Please take it." He looked gentle and elegant, and had a bit of feminine temperament, but once he moved, he was as fast as the wind, his hands were like sharp blades, and he stabbed dozens of times in an instant, and the sky was full of phantoms of fingers like knives. Charlotte opened her insight in the first instant, and he judged in the second instant that he would definitely not be able to keep up with the hand speed of this blonde young officer, and his body turned into a ball of blood flame in the shortest time. Claire was born in Hattingen Thunder and Storm University. This university is different from the other three. It is the school with the most great knights. Whether it is Thunder Knight or Storm Knight, they are the top knight inheritance in the old continent. Although Sheffield University has dark breathing and Black Moon meditation, the most authentic inheritance of Lady Black Moon is not knight, but Dark Moon sorcerer. Gorgia University is favored by the god of elves, and the most orthodox inheritance is astrology and card magic. And Brittany chose the Dream Walker, which is the extraordinary path of this series. By the way, the cat elf magic that Winnie Arseno is proficient in also comes from Gorgia University. The Blood Flame state is immune to most physical attacks, but the knights from Hattingen Thunder and Storm University have more or less thunder or storm attributes. Charlotte also did not intend to resist Claire's hand knife, but tried to empty her body as much as possible. The Blood Flame, under the excitement of the fighting spirit, was like a flexible feather, sticking to Claire's stabbing hands and floating lightly. Charlotte used her two superpowers, Insight and Angel Thorn, to the fullest. Although Claire attacked with bare hands, he used the authentic knight swordsmanship of Hattingen Thunder and Storm University. Charlotte relied on her insight to sense the changes in airflow, and the swordsmanship of the Asilo family brought by the Angel Thorn to judge the changes in the opponent's swordsmanship. She survived a round under the attack of this 17th level knight. Claire was very surprised. Although he did hold back, he did not expect Charlotte to be able to walk through danger and avoid his fatal thunderstorm swordsmanship. He changed his thrust into a flick and slapped out with his palm. Charlotte was unable to react and was immediately bounced back dozens of steps. After all, the difference between the two sides was more than 10 levels. If Claire was serious, he could definitely kill Charlotte in an instant, but after he bounced Charlotte away, he did not attack again. He took off his gloves, activated his fighting spirit, and shook it into fine dust, and asked, "Did you choose bloody glory in college?" Charlotte recovered her human body. Her face was a little pale. Claire was worthy of being a 17th level knight. Although he avoided the opponent's thrust with insight and Angel's Thorn, it was like dancing on the tip of a knife. The blood flame transformation was still affected by Claire's fighting spirit and suffered a little injury. If we meet on the battlefield, my insight will be of little use. Even if I predict the direction of the opponent's attack, I will not be able to resist. Although the Angel's Thorn contains the swordsmanship of the Asilo family, and the moves are exquisite enough, my level is too low. Charlotte took a deep breath, and the bloody glory slowly flowed, trying to expel the remaining fighting spirit in her body, and replied, "Yes, I chose bloody glory." Chapter 67. Claire glanced at Annie, waved his hand, and said, "Let's talk somewhere else." He pointed to another young officer and said, "Abner Sume, my best friend, is a 25th rank 5th level military commander, a 17th rank great knight, and the only man who forced me to take off my gloves to fight." The young officer, who was warm, agile, strong, black-haired and black-eyed, and had a natural sense of oppression, smiled and said, "I have heard of you, my cousin's loyal subordinate." Charlotte laughed awkwardly, and didn't dare to answer the question. He couldn't say in front of, and that he was an admirer of Milan, the first rose of the Empire. That would be too low of an EQ. Claire and Abner, and in Charlotte, the four of them left side by side. The students of Gorgia University, who were watching, couldn't help but whisper. Many of them were not extraordinary. Charlotte was able to calmly dodge the attack of Claire, the 17th level knight, and use the extraordinary skill of blood flame transformation. Many students actually didn't understand the key point, misunderstanding. After seeing Charlotte's strength, his reputation spread all over the campus in an instant, with a different status than before. After leaving the Gorgia University campus, Claire opened the door of a military carriage and boarded the carriage first. Charlotte had no choice but to follow. The interior of this carriage was different from ordinary family carriages. It looked like a small conference room. Obviously, it was used as a small command post during war. Claire continued the previous topic and asked, "Annie told me that you are only a 4th level?" Charlotte nodded and replied, "Yes." Claire asked again, "Have you awakened the ability of blood flame?" The 4 universities have the inheritance of bloody glory. Claire must have read the secret scroll of the great philosopher protégé of the human race. Charlotte did not think it was necessary to hide this matter and replied, "Yes." Claire smiled and said, "Since you can comprehend the blood feast meditation technique at the 4th level and cultivate a blood rune, you don't have to try the next 2 moves. Abner and I will take the duel for you. But if you want to marry, and a 4th level extraordinary person is not enough. Mr. Mecklin, please keep working hard." Anne's cheeks flushed immediately, and she said angrily, "Cousin Claire, what are you talking about? Charlotte and I are just friends." She said this, and she felt guilty. After all, they are just friends. The young lady of the Brittany family would not ask her cousin for help. Claire Brittany is a rising star in the army. If he was not still young and had not established enough achievements, he would have been able to lead an army on his own. Claire shrugged his shoulders. He would not let him down. He said, "Well, we should go back to the army. We won't bother you too." Watching Anne and Charlotte get off the carriage, Claire said regretfully, "I wanted to introduce Anne to you, but someone got there first." Abner Sume smiled and said, "Don't worry about my feelings. You have met Dorothy. Are you interested?" Claire shook his head and said, "Your sister has a weird temper, and she doesn't seem to be interested in me." Abner Sume laughed and said, "I suddenly felt balanced." Claire suddenly sighed and said, "It's a pity that I still don't have a certificate of war, so I haven't had time to challenge that man." Abner Sume also said with regret, "I heard that he has been executed. I also hate myself for not being strong enough and not having the opportunity to challenge that scum for Miss Middleman." Neither of them mentioned the man's name, Zimmerman Axel Robin. The military carriage slowly drove away, and Charlotte asked, We just bought a second-hand carriage today. Shall we go for a ride? And said excitedly, okay. Mrs. Nancy had seen Charlotte come out a long time ago, but she also saw Charlotte, a very beautiful girl, and two young officers get on a military carriage. She was experienced and knew that at this time, she should just wait there obediently, and not greet the employer without permission. Charlotte brought him back, she smiled slightly, and said, Sir and Miss, please get in the car. And he reached out, and pulled the brass button beside him, and the carriage door slid open. This is a small feature that many high-end carriages have. There is a mechanism to open the door next to the coachman, which makes it convenient for the owner to get on and off the carriage elegantly. Charlotte asked Anne to get on the carriage, and then she stepped on the carriage, and only took a glance, and no longer paid attention to the carriage. The young lady of Brittany family always took a high-end carriage when going out. In the eyes of this noble lady, this mass-produced carriage is just a means of transportation without any luxury attributes. She whispered, You also condense the rune of blood flame? Charlotte spread her hands and said, Yes. I really didn't hide it on purpose, I just felt that this insignificant achievement was not worth showing off to you. Annie didn't care that Charlotte didn't tell her that he condensed the rune of blood flame, but she was a little excited and happy. Although she saw Charlotte use the blood flame transformation technique with her own eyes, and heard him answer her cousin, she still wanted to ask again. After receiving the official answer, and whispered, With a blood rune, your real combat power may be comparable to that of a mid-level extraordinary. If, and pondered for a long time, and did not continue the topic. Charlotte said to Mrs. Nancy, Go to the Rose District and take a walk. Mrs. Nancy agreed, drove the carriage, and slowly went along the street to the Rose District. The upper 7 districts of Strasbourg have different functions. The Val d'Oise district is the location of the Royal Palace and 4 universities, with various government office buildings and the residences of great nobles. Alexandria is a high-end commercial district, a medieval version of CBD, and a favorite of the top wealthy class. Alcatraz is a middle-class residential area with the most detective agencies and various private companies. Picardy is a commercial and handicraft area and the largest market, where everything is sold. Garonne, Rosette and Marvinsado are all old districts from the Sherlockian dynasty, with many scenic spots, such as the Rose River that almost runs through Strasbourg, with famous old shops on both sides, the famous Bridge of Love, and the Sherlockian Square of Destiny, the Gate of Stars, the Lighthouse, etc. Of course, it is also a bit old, so the emerging nobles of the Fars Empire don't like to live in the old city. When passing by a famous coffee shop on the Rose River that has been open for nearly 300 years, Charlotte asked Mrs. Nancy to go down and buy 2 cups of coffee. Chapter 68. Don't mention it, this kind of time accompanied by a beautiful girl, riding in a noble carriage, drinking coffee, and watching the scenery on both sides of the Rose River is particularly wonderful. When on Earth, Mr. Huang, an ordinary mathematics teacher, has never had such enjoyment. On modern Earth, humans are too crazy, and it is difficult to get out of it, while chatting with, and Charlotte had some spare time to practice bloody glory. Perhaps this relaxed environment has some special bonus. When passing by the lantern tower built to commemorate the old man with the lantern, the bloody vortex on his left leg suddenly trembled slightly, and a bloody rune quietly took shape. Charlotte couldn't help but smile, secretly saying, Great, I finally succeeded in practicing the rune of the light art. Charlotte felt as if his whole body had become half lighter, but in front of Annie, he couldn't jump around like a toad to try out his new superpowers. He suppressed the impulse in his heart and remained calm, accompanying Annie along the way to enjoy the scenery. Occasionally, the two of them would get off the car and visit a stylish shop on the side of the road. If there were no threats from the evil god, no upcoming duel, and no grudges with the Lima Detective Agency, this kind of life would be the favorite of the unambitious time travelers. The ambition that Charlotte had aroused when she fled was also extinguished by 1 or 2% in this atmosphere. When he sent and back to Gorgias University, Anne's carriage was still parked at the school. When he returned to number 58, Champs-Élysées, it was already evening. Charlotte specifically asked Mrs. Nancy if she would go home. Mrs. Nancy said that she could stay at home, and she only needed to take half a day off every week. Charlotte was a modern person after all, and she noticed the problem sharply and asked, Mrs. Nancy, do you have any family members who need to be taken care of? Mrs. Nancy said with a little embarrassment, I have another son. Charlotte asked, Is he still in school? Mrs. Nancy's eyes dimmed and said, He has dropped out of school for more than half a year. Charlotte smiled and said, I am still in need of a little errand boy. Let your son help me with some chores. Mrs. Nancy was overjoyed, and said a lot of words of thanks. After asking Charlotte if she would go out, she drove the carriage away from number 58 Champs-Élysées to move her gifts. Charlotte was not afraid that the newly hired coachman would never come back. The coachman provided a guarantee service, and he was a senior member of the patrol army. Usually, the patrol army had a low efficiency in solving cases, but for his superior's case, the efficiency would definitely be high, and the patrol army in other districts would also cooperate. After all, this was an internal case. Being alone, Charlotte could no longer hold back. She went to the yard, activated the rune of the light agility spell, and jumped lightly, and actually jumped to a height of 7 or 8 meters. This height is already very scary. Even some antelopes, which are known for their jumping skills, are only this high. Charlotte bent his body, and quickly turned around in the yard. His speed was so fast that it was almost as if his feet were not touching the ground. He came to a world dominated by fantasy, but it felt like he had the ability of lightness. Charlotte repeatedly practiced the lightness skill in his own yard, and became more and more satisfied with this ability. The lightness skill consumed very little blood glory. He was a 4th level extraordinary, and could use the lightness skill for almost a whole day. Mrs. Nancy returned soon. As a coachman, she certainly would not have a residence upstairs, but found a place in the basement and placed a bed. Although Charlotte was a little reluctant, this was not Earth. If he let Mrs. Nancy live upstairs, I am afraid that the gossip about his preference for strong female coachmen would spread like wildfire, and even affect Enda Brittany's impression. And this kind treatment did not substantially improve Mrs. Nancy's situation. At most it satisfied the time traveler's slight discomfort. Charlotte was not a weird person, so he just felt uncomfortable for a while, and then followed the local customs. Having a carriage was indeed much more convenient. It happened to rain the next day, so Charlotte took a carriage to number 1 Yinhu Street, looking at the rain outside the window, and felt very happy. Of course, if there was no carriage, he would definitely not go to work today. After all, in the Le Cavallo district, he was the boss of the patrol army. Charlotte nominally had more than 700 people under his command, of which more than 100 were adventurers recruited by himself, and Dubin brought more than 100 patrol soldiers. The actual number of people that could be mobilized was 260 to 270. When he arrived at number 1 Yinhun Street, there were more than 190 patrol soldiers, and 70 to 80 of them asked for leave or were absent from work. Charlotte knew that it was not the time to worry about this matter yet. He had obtained documents for more than 170 Le Cavallo district patrol soldiers from the general office of the central government. Although the quota of more than 30 of them was a trick, there were still a few extra documents after completing the procedures for the adventurers under his command. Charlotte first helped Mrs. Nancy get a patrol soldier identity, but Mrs. Nancy could only handle the lowest level position. As a private soldier of the 53rd rank, he joined the patrol army with a weekly salary of only 35 centimes, which could not fully cover his salary expenses. Charlotte had to pay 50 centimes out of her own pocket. Ordinary coachmen would definitely not be so expensive. Charlotte didn't know why Lady Nancy was so expensive, but who cares? After the probation period, if you are not satisfied, you can just fire them. Whether it is a private employee or an imperial civil servant, they are not people who cannot be fired. The Fars Empire has no laws and regulations to protect workers. Just like he was still a first-class clerk at the time, considered a low-level noble in the empire, but was still dismissed from his public office by Magri Teller. Charlotte handled some official business a little. As an outer city, the public security in Le Cavallo district has basically collapsed, and it mainly relies on various gang members to maintain a delicate balance. Originally, the patrol army here did not actually exist, but now that there is a patrol army, it will conflict with the original gangs. However, at present, except for Dubin who is more active in doing things, the rest of the patrol army is muddling through. There have been 2 or 3 small-scale conflicts, and no big things have happened yet. Dubin did get to know the gangs in Le Cavallo district. As an outer city, it is a mixture of urban and rural areas. There are more than 20 gangs in total, but the 5 largest ones account for more than 90% of the underground forces in Le Cavallo district. Charlotte had no interest in these things, and only learned about them. After all, he had a lot of bad debts now, so how could he manage the business of the patrol army? Charlotte stayed in the patrol army for a while, and called a dozen people to have a snack. This was his experience as a teacher when he was dealing with naughty students. The adventurers who were recruited were still thinking about the money he promised, and the patrol army that came with Dubin was actually quite panicked and needed some comfort. Chapter 69. Charlotte happily left work after lunch. Strasbourg had just rained, and the road was very muddy. After all, this is not Earth. Even the palace is not all hardened, let alone the streets. This road condition is not suitable for a date. After all, Miss N is an aristocratic girl and cannot get dirty on the ground. Charlotte was going to go home directly and continue studying her diary. He no longer had the excitement he had when he first bought the carriage. On the way back to number 58, Champs-Élysées, he no longer appreciated the scenery and took a nap for a while. Suddenly, the bloody vortex between Charlotte's eyebrows vibrated, and his insight was automatically activated. He saw a familiar fat man with a big belly a few dozen steps away. His large military uniform was bulging and a little torn. His face was full of anger. He raised his left arm high and crossed it in front of his chest. He held a thunder gun in his right hand and placed it on his left arm, aiming at himself and preparing to shoot. Fuck. Magri Teller? Why is he out? The former warden of Kilmainham prison should be locked up in the prison, not working here part-time. Assassin. Charlotte didn't have time to think. She stretched out her hand to push open the door of the carriage, hooked the upper edge of the carriage, and turned over like a cat to climb onto the roof of the carriage. She took out the anti-space long-range rifle from the alchemical staff, threw the staff down, stepped on it to prevent herself from falling off the carriage, knelt on one knee, took a standard shooting posture, and pressed the magic-breaking armor-blasting bomb at the same time. With the light agility technique she had just practiced yesterday, she completed the whole process in 1 second, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Although Magri Teller was the one who ambushed Charlotte, with her insight, and the 3 times faster hand speed brought by the light dexterity technique, fired first. He did not use the magnum hand shuttle and alchemical pistol on his body. After all, the former warden was also a 7th level knight, and had touched the entry level of the middle level extraordinary. Ordinary bullets might not be able to break his protective fighting spirit. The magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet was like a divine fire, hitting Magri Teller fiercely. Charlotte was not good at close combat, but her shooting level was quite reliable. With just 1 shot, she broke half of the body of the former boss. Magri Teller, whose abdomen was shattered by the armor-piercing bomb, rolled on the ground and struggled to get up. His face showed no pain, but was full of ferocity. He shouted loudly, "You destroyed my family. I want you to go to hell with me." Charlotte couldn't help but complain, "It wasn't me who confiscated your assets." Although he divided the money, he didn't force Magri Teller to spit out the stolen money. He didn't even know who did it. Anyway, Kilmainham prison is full of prison soldiers, and there are so many people to interrogate. Charlotte also murmured, "Why is this guy still alive? Half of his body is rotten. Could it be that he also summoned the evil god?" Charlotte was frightened whenever she thought of the evil god. There was no way. He now had the buff of 2 evil gods, who could come at any time. Charlotte was about to give this former boss another shot. Half of his body was rotten, but he was still alive. It was really terrifying. Although the life essence of the 7th level extraordinary was extremely sweet to Charlotte, he did not try to use blood-sucking weapons, and it was safer to use them from a distance. Magri Teller seemed to sense the danger, and suddenly countless flesh threads grew on his body. The flesh threads touched the ground, and the whole person suddenly jumped up and quickly approached Charlotte. Charlotte aimed 3 times, but could not lock the target, so he had to give up shooting. After all, he was not an extraordinary shooter, and he really had no ability to hit such a high-speed moving target. He stretched out his foot and hooked the alchemical staff, slapped the anti-space long-range rifle into it, and threw the blood-sucking hand axe. Under the control of the blood flame, the blood-sucking hand axe drew a strange route and intercepted Magri Teller 3 times in a row, but every time the blood-sucking hand axe hit the former warden, it would be bounced away by a strange force. The flesh strands growing on Magri Teller's body quickly turned into 8 thin legs. The 8 long legs moved like a half-human, half-spider monster, moving several times faster than ordinary people. Charlotte was worried that the fight would hurt Mrs. Nancy and passers-by, so she jumped up in advance and stepped onto the roof of a building on the roadside. Magri Teller immediately caught up with her, and he could even run on vertical walls. The two jumped back and forth between the houses, chasing and fighting. Mrs. Nancy did not show any panic. She touched a pistol in her arms, but finally gave up the idea of participating in the fight side, and said to herself, "Sorry, Mr. Mecklin, I still have a child." Charlotte's agility was a beginner's skill after all, so she was soon closed in. Magri Teller raised his thunder gun and fired 8 shots in a row. Although the thunder gun was larger than the magnum handgun, in order to ensure its power, the magazine was much smaller, and could only hold 8 rounds of bullets. Charlotte fired back a few shots with the magnum handgun, but the ordinary bullets used in the Magnum handgun were of average power. Even if they hit Magri, they were bounced away by a strange force, and could not break through his defense at all. Although the alchemical pistol was more sophisticated, had a longer range, a faster rate of fire, and a higher accuracy, it was not more powerful. Charlotte knew there was no need to try, so she put the Magnum handgun back into the holster, and prepared to switch to the Blood Rose for battle. Magri had used up all his bullets, and he took out a box of special bullets from his body, and with a grim smile, he pressed the bullets into the thunder gun. Charlotte secretly complained, "I am a civilian who is not good at fighting. Why do I have to fight with people in the street?" Although the patrol army is not a main combat unit, it is also a unit. In the military sequence of the Empire, it is the main force of street fighting and cannon fodder for filling the pit. However, Charlotte is a civilian general, and does not belong to the combat sequence. Magri fired 18 rounds in a row, and Charlotte was surprised and said belatedly, "This guy has a space bullet bag. Otherwise, how could he carry so many bullets?" Charlotte originally wanted to use the method of mobile fighting to consume Magri combat power. After all, he graduated from Sheffield University, and had long seen through the source of the combat power of the former warden. This is a kind of spell armor, from the classical alchemy of Kabbalah magic system. If Protagoras is called a great philosopher, Kabbalah is the great philosopher among great philosophers, the founder of a school of learning, not the level of creating a secret method. Kabbalah is a follower of the old man with a lantern, who studied the Dead Sea parchment scrolls, and created a magic system named after himself. He is also the founder and ancestor of classical alchemy. Spell armor is the pinnacle product of classical alchemy, and is also the highest masterpiece of so-called self-alchemy. Chapter 70. There are two popular alchemy schools in the Old World. One is called classical alchemy, also known as magic alchemy. Charlotte's cane is a work of this series. The highest achievement is called self-alchemy, which turns oneself into a strange thing. For example, Magri is now half man and half spider. Even though his lower body has been blown to pieces, he still refuses to die. The followers of the old man with the lantern did not establish a university. This school is passed down in secret. Although Charlotte has read some documents, she does not know much about the Kabbalah magic school, and does not know how to break the cursed weapon. Another faction is called classic alchemy, which was founded by another great human philosopher, Hermes. Hermes is a believer of the god of machinery and alchemy, so classic alchemy is also called mechanical alchemy. Anti-space technology and long-range sniper rifles are all works of classic alchemy. The highest work of this faction is artificial gods. Although the believers of the god of machinery and alchemy did not establish a university, the great philosopher Hermes was a professor at Hattingen Thunder and Storm University, so all four universities have courses in classic alchemy. When Charlotte was in college, he had admired the splendor of alchemy. However, although he was born in a merchant family, it was his eldest brother who managed the family finances. Alchemy was a well-known bottomless pit of cash, and his family could not provide him with a huge amount of money to learn such a wasteful thing. Moreover, he had never shown his talent in the extraordinary path, and he could not even practice fighting spirit well. His family did not believe that he could achieve anything in alchemy. Fortunately, even in the four universities, there were not many people who could afford to study alchemy. When Charlotte was in school, he was still quite calm. Seeing the high-end products of classical alchemy at this time, he was being hunted, but it was a pity that he couldn't take the spoils. The spell armor is rooted in the user's body and soul. In a sense, the user's body and soul are also one of the materials of the spell, and they cannot be separated at all. If the user dies, the spell armor will be destroyed. Magri understood very early that he couldn't go far on the extraordinary road. The 7th level knight might be the upper limit of this life. Therefore, he spent all his money to ask the alchemist master, Secret 13, to tailor this set of spell armor for himself. Seeing that Charlotte was very agile and missed his shots, he threw away the thunder gun in his hand and took out a huge axe. He laughed fiercely and rushed forward with a howl, and his speed was even faster than before. Charlotte didn't want to be passive all the time. He concentrated his bloody glory and swung his alchemical staff, which brushed the huge axe that was chopped down. He didn't take it head-on. Although Charlotte was also a 4th level extraordinary person, he had refined 4 bloody runes and was proficient in 4 magic arts: insight, blood flame, angel's thorn, and lightness. However, his arm was still numb from the huge force, and he couldn't help but shout inwardly, "How strong is this guy?" Magri had completely transformed into a half-man, half-spider monster, wielding an axe like the wind. Although his axe skills were not very sophisticated, His unparalleled strength made Charlotte sweat profusely. He swung the axe in a circle, slashing and slashing fiercely, while shouting, "Do you know, once the spell armor is activated, it will never be restored in this life. I can never restore my human form. This is all your fault." Charlotte pointed her alchemical cane, performed the light agility technique, and jumped more than 10 meters away. She thought to herself, "Without the spell armor, you should have died by now." But there was no need to play tricks on him at this moment, so he shouted in a deep voice, "Why are you seeking revenge on me? I have no hatred against you." Magri Teller was furious and shouted, "If you hadn't shouted that I framed Milan, how could I have been abandoned by the higher-ups, removed from my position as warden, and imprisoned in the prison? The people imprisoned in Kilmainham prison are all garbage, and those damn prison guards are also garbage. I shouldn't be there at all. They forced me to spit out the wealth I had accumulated for a lifetime, and they also humiliated me, tortured me, and threatened me. I have killed them all, only you are left." Magri Teller's physical strength seemed endless. He swung a huge axe and fought for more than half an hour, but he still did not feel tired at all. Although the fight between the two had attracted the attention of countless people, and even destroyed many houses, Charlotte tried her best to avoid destroying the surroundings. But the battle was not so controllable. But there was still no sign of the patrol army. Charlotte herself was the general leader, so of course she knew what the patrol army was all about. He didn't expect anyone to stop Magri Teller, so he could only think hard about how to deal with this opponent with his current combat power. Charlotte was 70% to 80% sure that as long as Magri Teller didn't move, he could blow him into pieces with at most 2 magic-breaking armor-blasting shells. But the former warden moved too fast, and he didn't have many magic-breaking armor-blasting shells in his hand. Lord Leo had only given him 20 shells in total, and once they were all used up, there would be no more, so he didn't dare to shoot randomly. The blood-sucking hand axe was blocked by the strange energy on Magri Teller's body, and could not be chopped or broken through the opponent's defense. The blood rose was probably not able to do it either, and the magnum hand shuttle and alchemical pistol were even less effective. Charlotte thought of 7 or 8 strategies in an instant, but none of them seemed to be really useful. Charlotte only felt that she was at a disadvantage, and could not win despite all her efforts, but she didn't know that 2 spectators 100 meters away were already stunned and surprised at his tyranny. Reggie Asu and Kalenda Modi were both mid-level extraordinary people, who worked for the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, and were also the second candidates to duel with Charlotte this time. The two of them brought the duel book drawn up by Aubrey Tootin Atwood, and came to number 1 Falcon Street to deliver it, and also wanted to observe this opponent. Although according to the information, Charlotte is only a 4th level extraordinary, and she is still taking the bloody glory route with relatively mediocre combat power in the early stage, but after all, she had a brilliant record before, killing 8 detectives from the Fiery Horse Society, including Winterbourne, who is also a 4th level extraordinary. The two of them did not expect to see Charlotte being assassinated in the street by someone, and the person who shot her was a mid-level extraordinary. Magri Teller and Charlotte sniped at each other on the long street. Half of his body was destroyed. The two of them just sighed that this kid actually had an extraordinary rifle, and was decisive. He was really good. When Magri Teller used the spell weapon, and turned into a half-man, half-spider monster, the two were really surprised. Charlotte had too little combat experience. He didn't know that Magri Teller in this state was equivalent to the middle-level high-level combat power, at least comparable to the 10th level knight. They were able to fight back and forth with Magri Teller, who was using spell-armed weapons, but they were only slightly at a disadvantage. Reggie Asu and Kalenda Modi looked at each other, and decided to go back and persuade the president to remove them from the duel list. After all, they were not real relatives with the 8 dead detectives. Chapter 71. Charlotte didn't know that the 2 detectives from the Fiery Horse Detective Agency were spying on him. He was very happy at this moment, because he had mastered the rune of the light speed technique yesterday. Unfortunately, I haven't broken through the 5th level yet. If I can master the rune of the spirit spider technique, this monster won't be able to outrun me. At this time, in Charlotte's mind, Magri Teller was already a monster. Anyway, this former boss used the spell weapon, and could never return to human form. Charlotte didn't use the blood rose. In his opinion, the blood rose could not turn the tide of the battle, but would expose a trump card. It was better not to use it for the time being. He held an alchemical staff in his right hand, and a blood-sucking hand axe in his left hand, and occasionally threw out a weapon. Although he was rarely at a disadvantage in the battle, his style was very fancy, and the scene was not bad. Reggie Asu watched the battle from a distance. He was also a master of swordsmanship. He had once admired Wells's swordsmanship and recommended him, as one of the top 3 swordsmanship in the detective agency. However, Charlotte moved around freely. The blood-sucking hand axe was fine, but it could be manipulated remotely. The alchemical staff in his hand was exquisitely changed, which was actually the best swordsmanship, obviously better than Wells. Although this fortune teller was killed by Charlotte in a single encounter, he is a rising star in the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, and is highly regarded by the old detectives. He is not only a fortune teller, but also has a second job, and is also a second-level knight. Just like his most proud skill is to predict the trajectory of bullets, but in fact, he can also predict the changes in swordsmanship, but his better side covers up the relatively less excellent side. Wells even beat the 4th-level old detective in swordsmanship in the Fiery Horse Detective Agency. Reggie ASU whispered to his companions, Charlotte has at least 2 superpowers, blood flame and light agility. Even if it is not considered a superpower, his swordsmanship is enough to challenge and defeat many 5th and 6th level knights. Kalinda Modi took a deep breath and said, luckily we came and saw this fight. If we were on the duel field, neither of us would be a match for this guy. What's more, he has several extraordinary weapons. It's infuriating, our government employees so rich, we have to save up for several years to buy an extraordinary weapon, and the quality may not be that good. Reggie ASU watched the fight intently and said with some confusion, why does the other party in the fight seem to be the warden? Didn't he hire our detective agency? Kalunda Modi was reminded by his companions, and also saw that the person who assassinated Charlotte was Magri Teller, and replied, it was indeed the warden. I heard that he lost his power, and was extorted of most of his wealth. Why did he run away again? Maybe Charlotte's extraordinary weapon is Magri Teller's wealth. The 2 detectives were not well-informed people, and their random guesses were naturally far from the truth. Charlotte used the alchemical cane continuously to swing Magri Teller's giant axe. The bloody glory in her body was boiling like blood, and she wandered back and forth between the bloody whirlpools. He even felt his whole body getting hot, and his fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. Charlotte thought that this was a normal phenomenon in battle, until he accidentally blocked it, and his power was not pure, so he failed to remove Magri Teller's axe. His whole body was shaken by a huge force, and his chest was nauseous. He secretly said that it was not good, and was about to retreat desperately, but the bloody vortex in his heart suddenly spit out a bloody glory, which penetrated the other 3 bloody vortices. A strange feeling suddenly arose, and the blood-sucking hand axe was driven by the blood flame. With a whimper and a tremor, the speed suddenly increased by 30%, breaking the protective fighting spirit of the former warden in one fell swoop. Magri Teller's life essence poured out like a torrent, he roared, and his fighting spirit burst out, shaking away the blood-sucking hand axe. He was about to hit Charlotte hard with an axe, but he slowed down by 3 points and slashed a high wall, rubbing her cheek, smashing the thick high wall into pieces, and the whole wall collapsed. Charlotte escaped death, her heart was pounding, but the feeling just now was deeply imprinted in her mind. The rune of blood flame vibrated, and once again sent out bloody glory, which was injected into the other 3 bloody whirlpools. Sure enough, that feeling came again. The control of the blood-sucking hand axe was nearly twice as flexible as normal, and the power was 40% to 50% greater, and it was even stronger than the previous attack. So this is the true use of bloody glory. Changing the bloody glory control mode, the blood-sucking hand axe once again broke through the strange power of Magri Teller's bodyguard. When the former warden reached out to pull it out, Charlotte summoned the blood-sucking weapon back to prevent it from falling into the hands of the enemy. Controlling weapons remotely is not without disadvantages. Once the enemy grabs it, the weapon will change hands. In order to avoid this situation, Charlotte attacked the neck and back. Magri Teller was furious and swung the axe in his hand like a windmill, leaving Charlotte no chance for the time being. After Charlotte succeeded twice, he calmed down and suppressed the desire to attack. He began to think, since the blood flame can be operated in this way, then can the other 3 blood runes work? He took a deep breath, and a bloody glory gushed out from his left leg and poured into the other 3 bloody whirlpools, and his body suddenly became 3 points lighter. Charlotte jumped up, jumping 1 or 2 picometers higher than when she activated the lightness technique normally, and her speed was also 30% faster. Magri Teller pursued angrily, but each axe could only hit the phantom. Charlotte was overjoyed, and secretly exclaimed, so this is how bloody glory is used. I activated it the wrong way. Why didn't I find this trick in the Protagoras scroll? Charlotte didn't know that the apprentices who practiced bloody glory generally had to open 6 or 7 bloody vortexes before they could start practicing the blood feast meditation method and comprehend the bloody runes. Practitioners at that level naturally knew the techniques to connect many bloody vortexes and increase bloody glory. Every time he opened a bloody vortex, he cultivated a bloody rune. His path was different from others, but he didn't know this entry-level trick. After realizing the trick of using the bloody vortex to increase superpowers, Charlotte's combat power suddenly increased. Seeing the opportunity, he swayed and moved closer to Magri. The blood rose spit out from his palm and pierced through the head of the former boss from a strange angle. Although he was armed with a spell, such a vital place was pierced, and the blood rose was a blood-sucking weapon. Magri's cheek collapsed visibly, and his whole head exploded into a ball of blood mist. Charlotte put away the magic rapier and watched Magri's headless body fall to the ground. The curse backfired and his body disintegrated inch by inch until it turned into ashes. She couldn't help but sigh secretly. The other party didn't have to die, or even fall into this situation, but he insisted on joining one side and intervening in the fight between the nobles. Chapter 72. If Magri had not wanted to investigate middlemen behind the scenes, and had not forced Charlotte to betray her senior, no one would have been able to shake his position, and he could have stayed in the lucrative position of warden. Charlotte did not understand why there were always people in this world who would do anything to climb up. That was fine. They always only saw the possible benefits, and did not consider how miserable they would be if they were backfired. Magri did not have a good background. If the former warden had a little background, he would not have been left without help after he lost power, and would not have been treated so badly by a few prison soldiers. He was able to climb to the position of warden of Kilmainham prison. I wonder how much he paid, and how much hardship he went through. Now his family is broken up. It is hateful, but also a bit sad and lamentable. Charlotte had only a concept of the nobles of the feudal dynasty from books, but after meeting Anne's cousin Claire Brittany and Abner Sume, she knew completely that reading is shallow, and you must practice to know it well. It is indeed a wise saying. In this world, nobles and commoners are completely different. He really didn't believe that these two young officers could become the 17th rank Grand Knights solely by their own strength. One was a 24th rank first-class warrant officer at a young age, and the other was slightly inferior, but was also a 25th rank 5th class commander. Although they were enemies, Charlotte knew deeply that Aubrey Teutonic Edwood, the president of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, and Magri, the warden, were the upper limit of what ordinary people could achieve. After Magri died, his body was backfired by the curse, and turned into ash, leaving only a small black mass on the ground. Charlotte walked up and kicked it twice, but didn't recognize what it was. He had little exposure to alchemy in college. Just as he was considering whether to crush the last remains of Magri with one foot, or pick it up and ask someone to identify it, to be honest, he was somewhat resistant to such things that were extracted from the body of a dead person. An anxious voice said, "Sir, can you sell me the remains of the spell under your feet?" Charlotte looked up and saw two men. He didn't know them, but he recognized the black coats they wore. It was the symbol of the Fiery Horse Society. Charlotte said with some interest, "How much do you want to pay?" The person who spoke was Reggie Asu. He recognized the wreckage of the spell at a glance. Although the spell-like weapons were all destroyed, the wreckage could be processed to obtain some spell materials. He had wanted to ask the alchemy master to help him build a set of spell weapons for a long time, but he had not yet collected all the materials. Even if he couldn't use this thing, he could use it to trade with others. Alchemy materials were in short supply, and many people did not accept ECU at all, only bartering. Reggie also pondered for a while, and replied, 10 ECU. Charlotte pretended to smile, and said, "I graduated from the University of Sheffield." Charlotte was certainly not showing off her alma mater, but implicitly telling the other party that he was very knowledgeable, even though he really didn't know this thing. The golden signboard of the University of Sheffield really worked. Reggie also pondered for a moment, and said, 25 ECU, this is the highest price I can offer. Maybe you can sell it to those merchants at a slightly higher price, but they still have to identify and evaluate it, which will be very cumbersome, and you may not get the money within half a month. Charlotte agreed with the other party's statement and said, "Cash." Reggie Asu nodded, asked his companion to stay, and turned away. Half an hour later, he came back with a purse containing banknotes that had just been taken out from the savings union. Charlotte counted them, and verified the authenticity of the banknotes, using the method taught in school. She said with satisfaction, "This thing is yours." The two completed the transaction, and left with what they needed. Kalundamodi looked back at Charlotte, who had already returned to the carriage, and whispered to his companion, "He should have recognized us." Reggie Asu smiled and said, "But he pretended not to recognize me, didn't he?" Kalundamodi said with some indie, with this pile of spell debris, you should be able to complete the spell-like weapon. Reggie Asu nodded excitedly and said, I may need some money in a few days. Can you lend me some money to make ends meet? Kalundamodi spread his hands and said, we have been colleagues for many years, so there is no problem with borrowing money. Charlotte returned to the carriage and said to Mrs. Nancy, go back to 58 Champs-Élysées. The carriage started slowly, but Charlotte was immersed in the study of Bloody Glory. After combat verification, he found that Bloody Glory was not directly activated, but was activated through each bloody rune and transported to another bloody vortex, each of which could increase the power by 10%. He opened 4 bloody vortexes, which meant that each magic triggered by a bloody rune could increase the power by 30%. He finally understood why Protagoras was undefeated and became the nemesis of the blood race. This great human philosopher must have opened 13 bloody vortexes. In other words, each of his magic arts increased by 120% in an instant. Who can resist an enemy whose power suddenly doubled in the same realm? Charlotte, who had comprehended this secret method, tried to digest the life essence he had absorbed with a new method, and it was indeed much faster than before. Magri Teller was a 7th level knight with strong vitality. When he returned to number 58, Élysée Countryside Avenue, Charlotte's right leg trembled slightly, and he finally activated the 5th bloody vortex. In other words, Charlotte finally became a 5th level extraordinary person. The next morning, Charlotte had just gotten up when she heard a knock on the door. Mrs. Nancy came up from the basement in a hurry. After asking about the situation, she opened the door and rushed into the house, like a whirlwind, and rushed to the 3rd floor without any ladylike reserve. Before Charlotte put on her clothes, she saw Anne rushing into the room. The noble lady was panicked and said, oh no, my cousin's army was temporarily mobilized and has already set off to the front line. He sent someone to apologize to me and said he couldn't fight for you. Charlotte was also surprised, but she calmed down immediately. After all, she didn't rely on external help. She smiled and said, thank you for telling me, Miss N. Although I am also very sorry, I can understand Claire and Abner. After all, they are soldiers and must obey the orders of the country. My matter is just a private duel. It cannot interfere with the safety of the country. Their choice is right. And also knew that the mobilization of the army was unreasonable, and her cousin and Abner had no choice. But she didn't want Charlotte to be in danger, and said worriedly, what should we do? You can't deal with a high-level extraordinary. Charlotte also knew that she would never be able to beat a high-level extraordinary in a duel, unless the duel was in Machupi Fortress. He now missed this fortress that had completed the maze. Chapter 73. Charlotte put on her clothes first. Although she was a civilian, she was the commander of the patrol army after all, so she also received several sets of military uniforms. She had been wearing both casual and military uniforms these days. Yesterday, Mrs. Nancy washed several casual uniforms, and they were not dry yet, so she wore military uniforms today. Military uniforms on Earth are mainly practical. Military uniforms in the Fars Empire are divided into 3 levels. The uniforms of the lower-level soldiers are simple and cheap and durable. For those above the 37th level, who are called the lower class of the rich and powerful, the military uniforms are mainly beautiful. The Fars Empire has a team of professional fashion designers in charge. In terms of style, they are extremely handsome. Level 24 and above are considered insurmountable classes, and their uniforms are all extraordinary sets, and each piece can be called a family heirloom. Although Charlotte was not a military fan in her previous life, she still liked the Imperial uniforms after traveling to the Fars Empire. When he changed into the uniform, Anne's eyes lit up. When Charlotte went to date him, she usually wore casual clothes. This was the first time she saw Charlotte's uniform skin. Charlotte, who was already extremely handsome, looked even more heroic and majestic after changing into the uniform. Anne was only slightly obsessed with Charlotte's beauty for a short while, and she couldn't help but start to worry again. Charlotte asked Mrs. Nancy to prepare coffee first, and took Anne to the terrace. Instead, he, the one who was going to duel, comforted the noble lady and helped her build up her mentality. Without Krell and Abner, it's not the end of the world. I have cultivated several bloody runes, mastered the magic of bloody glory, and have 2 extraordinary weapons. Even ordinary mid-level extraordinary can't do anything to me. There is another good news for Miss N. I just got promoted to the 5th level. Charlotte did her best to make and relax a little. She was surprised to hear that Charlotte had been promoted to the 5th level, and shouted, how could you be so fast? Charlotte shrugged and said, maybe it's too much pressure. I'm not talking about duels. It's the desire to continue to associate with Miss and forced me to move forward and not stop. Anne's pretty face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head slightly, revealing a charming girl's posture. After a while, she still couldn't let it go, and whispered, "I will also find a way to help you win, Charlotte." She stayed with Charlotte for more than an hour, and then hurriedly said goodbye, obviously to find a way. Charlotte couldn't keep her, so after sending it away, she asked Mrs. Nancy to go to number 1 Falcon Street to find her patrol soldiers, and ask what happened in Kilmainham prison. Those adventurers are fine, but the group of people Dupin brought here are all geographical ghosts in Strasbourg, and they are good at getting information. Charlotte doesn't plan to go to work today, and she doesn't need to ask for leave. She wants to hone her skills at home and get the bloody glory of the new breakthrough. Mrs. Nancy came back soon. Her face was a little solemn, and she said to Charlotte, "The news from the patrol army is that the former warden Mr. Teller suddenly attacked during the interrogation, killed more than a dozen prison soldiers, and escaped from the prison. It is said that the scene was tragic." Charlotte could not help but mourn for his former colleagues. He did not know if any of his acquaintances died in the disaster. Luckily, he did not have many acquaintances in Kilmainham prison, not even more than 3, and it was not so coincidental that they were all killed by Magri Teller. Charlotte practiced at home for a day, and in the evening, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was the president of the cat detective agency, Winnie Arson, who was known as the cat spirit detective, and the employer of his ex-fiancée Sylvie Martin. The female detective had a complicated expression on her face, and she said straight to the point, "I'm here to deliver a duel book for someone. Your duel with the former warden was seen by 2 detectives from the Fiery Horse Detective Agency. They happen to be one of the original duelists, but now they have given up participating in the duel. This is a new duel book." Charlotte thought of the 2 detectives who bought the curse wreckage and was slightly surprised. He thought they were just passing by, but he didn't expect there was such a connection. He smiled and said, "It's a good thing to have 2 fewer duel opponents." Winnie Arzino shrugged and said, "I guess you've received bad news too. Addison's brother has been promoted to the 14th level." Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "Thank you. I really haven't received this bad news." He had always planned to set the duel in Machupi, and later, and help to ask her cousin to fight on his behalf, so Charlotte really didn't pay attention to her duel opponent. Winnie was slightly surprised, and then smiled and said, "You really stay calm in the face of adversity." While the 2 were chatting, 3 clever kittens came over with staggering steps. Charlotte took them home and let them move freely in the room, letting them play out their nature of exploration and adventure, but she only sealed some places where the kittens could easily fall in to avoid any accidents. Winnie Arzino was very happy to see the clever kittens, and she also took out a small bag of special soft cat food to feed the 3 little things. "Mr. Charlotte, how did you think of raising 3 clever cats?" Charlotte replied, "The house is too empty, I need some vitality." Winnie laughed and said, "Mr. Charlotte, are you interested in learning some cat spirit magic?" Charlotte was about to refuse. He was a student at Sheffield University, and was not very interested in the spirit magic of Gorgia University. Although he had thought about learning it before, it was just a flash of thought, and he lost the urge afterwards. Winnie Arzino smiled and said, "The entry level of cat spirit magic only has 2 small spells, namely psychic and cat transformation. With your spirituality, it will probably only take a few hours to learn. The psychic technique can communicate with your pets and make them more obedient. The cat changing technique is also a very interesting little magic." Charlotte thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Then I leave it to Winnie." He had also raised pets in his previous life, and knew how perverse these rebellious children would be when they were disobedient. He should learn the magic that can make cats obedient, well-behaved, and not do bad things. There are 3 reasons why Winnie Arzino wants to teach Charlotte cat elf magic. In fact, she also knows that if Charlotte wants to learn cat elf magic, she doesn't have to learn from her. Although Anne's extraordinary path is a dream walker, she is a student of Gorgias University, so it is not difficult for her to find a textbook on cat elf magic. Chapter 74. Charlotte's recent record is too strong. Winnie Arson is very curious about how much background Mr. Mecklin has. The speed, performance and results of learning cat spirit magic can test many things, such as spirituality, understanding and talent. Also, although the Cat Detective Agency is a large detective agency in Strasbourg, it is a female-oriented agency after all, and 70% of its members are female employees. In many cases, it is relatively weak and not known for its combat power. Winnie Arson has been committed to attracting external aid for the detective agency, so that in critical moments, it can invite strong combat power. Although Charlotte is still a low-level extraordinary, she has unlimited potential, and Winnie wants to invest in advance. As for the third reason, it is more complicated. She always feels that Charlotte has many secrets. Charlotte has faced the evil god twice, and his spirituality is comparable to that of a high-level extraordinary. It is easy for him to learn entry-level magic. He quickly used the 3 seals of cats to raise his spirituality, and sensed the life movements of the 3 clever cats. Charlotte comforted the 3 clever cat cubs according to the rituals of cat spirit magic, and soon sensed that these 3 cute little cats were quite dependent on him, and opened the spiritual shield to allow him to explore their still tender hearts. After Charlotte had some communication with the 3 clever kittens, she withdrew from the psychic art. When he opened his eyes, the 3 clever kittens were indeed more intimate with him, and could even vaguely understand some simple instructions. In the old world, psychic art is divided into at least hundreds of schools. Cat spirit magic is the orthodox magic handed down by the god of elves. Although this school of psychic art is only an entry-level magic, it has characteristics that evil god spells and ordinary spells do not have. It comes with a layer of protection. Any cat that has been cast with psychic art will be protected by the caster, and others will be excluded from casting psychic art on them again. Charlotte succeeded in performing the psychic art for the first time, and she was overjoyed. She said to Winnie Arzino, "Cat spirit magic is indeed a very cute magic." Winnie Arzino smiled on her face, but was shocked in her heart. Charlotte practiced the psychic art as if it was a leisurely stroll in the garden. This talent is almost as good as the most famous geniuses in the Empire. He can perform the psychic art immediately after practicing. His spirituality is comparable to that of a mid-level extraordinary person, or even higher. His comprehension and talent are even rarer. I had already overestimated Mr. Mecklin before, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated him. He is more talented than I thought. Although Charlotte had quit the spiritualism, she could still vaguely feel the emotions of the 3 clever kittens. They wanted to eat. Charlotte smiled and took some goat milk. The 3 kittens immediately licked it and ate it in a cute manner. Vinnie Arzino accompanied Charlotte to play with the cats for a while, and then tempted him to try the cat transformation. Charlotte did not refuse and tried it happily. After about half an hour, his spirituality vibrated slightly, and a clever cat image composed of countless pure white runes appeared between his eyebrows. The whole person suddenly shrank and turned into a young clever cat. Smart cats are born with weak spiritual power. About every few thousand smart cats, there will be one that gathers a weak spirituality due to a certain opportunity. Once this smart cat is discovered, it can be sold at a very high price and become the best spiritual pet. This kind of cat with weak spirituality, if it falls into the hands of people who practice cat spirit magic, may even have the opportunity to open the road to transcendence under the blessing of spiritualism. Charlotte, who turned into a smart cat, suddenly understood why Vinnie Arson encouraged him to practice cat spirit magic, because his spirituality was raised to a higher level after he turned into a cat. I can't use Bloody Glory in cat mode. The Bloody Vortex is gone too. All superpowers. No, Insight is still there. Why is only Insight still there? Charlotte's spirituality surged all over his body, gathering on his forehead, forming a circle of light golden stripes, adding a bit of cuteness. No, the lightness technique is still there. It's just a little different. Charlotte made a great leap, and his small body soared into the air and jumped directly onto the roof. He stretched out his foot and stepped lightly on the roof, and then jumped to the corner of the house. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, and there was no sound at all. The clever cat version of the agility technique is lighter and faster when used by humans, and the jumping ability is also stronger. Winnie Arzino screamed in surprise. She didn't expect that Charlotte learned the cat transformation technique more easily than learning the psychic technique, and the clever cat she transformed into was directly promoted to the extraordinary level. You know, she learned the cat spirit magic, and it was only after learning the cat transformation technique for a month that her cat body was promoted to the extraordinary level. Of course, at that time, she had just been promoted to the extraordinary level, unlike Charlotte, who was already at the 4th level. Of course, she didn't know that Charlotte had just been promoted to the 5th level. Even so, Winnie Arzino understood that Mr. Mecklin's background was indeed extraordinary, and must be hiding a huge secret. She did not continue to test, but waited for Charlotte to run around in the room, have fun, and regain her human form, and then she said goodbye. Charlotte tried to keep her, but Winnie Arzino refused the invitation to dinner. Winnie Arzino also came in a carriage. When Charlotte sent her out, she saw the calico fat cat from last time. When the fat cat saw Charlotte, it was lying lazily on the carriage, but suddenly it became energetic, jumped off the carriage, circled around Charlotte a few times, meowed a few times, and then followed its owner to get on the carriage. Winnie Arzino smiled and picked up her spirit pet. After waving goodbye to Charlotte, she sat in the carriage and pondered for a while. After a long while, she whispered to herself, "Mr. Mecklin will become a big man in the future." Charlotte was very excited to learn the art of spiritualism and cat transformation. She repeatedly tried these two cat spirit magics at home and had a lot of fun. She got up late the next day. He had just gotten up when Mrs. Nancy brought up the prepared breakfast and placed a letter with a black cover on the dining table. Charlotte was slightly stunned. In the Fars Empire, only obituaries for relatives and friends were sent in black envelopes. He opened it and took a look. He couldn't help but sigh. It was the obituary of Mrs. Pascal, the reception secretary of Kilmainham prison. He remembered the news that Mrs. Nancy brought back yesterday. He was 80% to 90% sure that Mrs. Pascal died in Magri Teller. Otherwise, it would be a coincidence. He hesitated for a moment and said to Mrs. Nancy, 3 days later, a friend of mine will hold a funeral, but I can't go because of something. Please go there for me and send a gift of 1 franc. Chapter 75. Charlotte did not want to get involved in this matter. Besides, he and Mrs. Pascal did not have a deep friendship, but just an ordinary colleague. Giving a gift of 1 veil and asking a private coachman to go there was already a very good etiquette. If he went there in person, it would mean that the two of them had a relative-friend relationship, which would be a kind of etiquette transgression. Mrs. Nancy agreed and took the 1 veil from Charlotte. Charlotte also gave her 2 centimes as the cost of running errands. Charlotte took a look at the weather outside. It was gloomy and still raining. He decisively absent from work again. Anyway, as the commander-in-chief of the Le Cavallo District Patrol Army, no one would check his attendance. Letting go of this matter, Charlotte ate while reading the duel book sent by Vinnie Arzino. He was so addicted to learning cat elf magic yesterday that he had not read this first duel book in his life. The duel book is in standard format and has legal effect. Like a house contract, it is made in triplicate, one for each party in the duel, and the other will be sent to the local patrol army office. Save. The duel is 3 days later. The witnesses of the duel are Winnie Arson and Aubrey Tootin Atwood. The 2 parties in the duel are Charlotte Mecklin and Harriet Alva. According to the rules of the duel, the time is decided by Harriet Alva, who proposed the duel, and the location should be decided by Charlotte Mecklin, who accepted the duel. Addison's full name is Addison Alva. The Alva family is considered a middle-class family. Both children were sent to school. Harriet even went to the National Academy and successfully entered the army. When she joined the army, she was a 44th class second-class non-commissioned officer. Now she is 32 years old. Because of her bravery in the army, her promotion speed is not slow. Now she is a 41st class 5th class non-commissioned officer, and her job level is equivalent to the 5th class assistant of the civilian position, and is also equivalent to the 1st class sergeant and the 1st class clerk. If Charlotte hadn't had an accident, she would probably still be a 41st class clerk. Harriet had more than 10 years of training than Charlotte, and she was in the frontline army with rich combat experience. If she had a choice, Charlotte would never want to duel with such an iron-blooded soldier. After breakfast, Charlotte signed 3 duel letters, set the duel location at Machupi Fortress, and kept 2 copies. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the patrol army. He asked Mrs. Nancy to send the remaining copy to the Lima Detective Agency. After breakfast, the sky was still not clear, and it was unknown how long the rain would continue. Charlotte got up and returned to her room on the 3rd floor, where she began to study her diary and practice Bloody Glory. Since turning Machupi into a labyrinth, Charlotte's mastery of the Labyrinth of Agmaras has been improving day by day. It's a pity that he can't find a second suitable ruined city for the time being. As for a city with people like Strasbourg, it is impossible to turn it into a labyrinth unless he is the owner of the city. Fortunately, the labyrinth evil god from the Agrelsia will come in more than 8 months, which is not too urgent. Charlotte's main focus now is still on studying Vampire Secret Scroll 28. He has completed the first page and mastered the Blood Flame energy. He has also completed the 2nd page and completed the Blood Flame transformation. Recently, he has also made great progress in the Burning Hand recorded on the 3rd page. After cultivating the Rune of the Light Agility technique, although Charlotte opened the 5th Bloody Vortex, the need for the Spirit Spider technique is not so urgent. After weighing the cost-effectiveness, he chose to make every effort to break through the Burning Hand. Unknowingly, a day has passed. When the room was slightly dim, Charlotte got up and lit the kerosene lamp. He felt a little hungry. He looked at the weather and saw that it had cleared up a long time ago. He went downstairs and said to Mrs. Nancy, who came up from the basement, I'm going out to eat. You don't have to worry. Mrs. Nancy bowed slightly and watched him leave number 58, Champs-Élysées. At this time, Champs-Élysées was still bustling. Although some shops had closed, others had lit kerosene street lamps. The richest shops even lit magic lamps. The light shone through the outrageously expensive crystal glass, showing the luxurious goods in the shop to every passerby. Charlotte chose a restaurant she had never been to before and ordered a set meal. He was eating elegantly with his knife and fork in hand. A man with deep eyes, a straight nose, brown hair and gray eyes pulled out a chair and sat opposite him. The most eye-catching thing was the man's ears, which were not on the sides of his head, but slightly tilted to the top of his head, with fine hair, and were a circle larger than normal humans. This was a typical orc appearance, and his bloodline was quite pure. This behavior was very rude, but Charlotte did not get angry. Instead, she immediately picked up the alchemical staff and pulled out the magnum hand shuttle. The brown-haired, gray-eyed man smiled slightly and seemed to be joking about Charlotte's tense attitude, and made a gesture to be quiet. "Mr. Charlotte, don't be so nervous when you see the orcs." Charlotte replied, "According to custom, you should call me Mr. Mecklin. I am indeed very nervous." "Are you from the Orc Assassin League?" Charlotte's insight ability was frantically warning, but this time the insight failed to issue a warning in advance and was forced to be activated after the brown-haired, gray-eyed man sat down. Strong, orc blood, sudden appearance. Charlotte can guarantee that this brown-haired, gray-eyed man is an assassin from the Orc Assassins Union. As for why the other party did not suddenly attack, it is probably because he has some special hobbies. There are not many normal people in the assassin-killer industry, but there are a lot of abnormal people, and they all have some mental quirks to a certain extent. The brown-haired, gray-eyed man smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Mecklin, I am indeed from the Orc Assassins Union. A colleague didn't complete the task. I'm responsible for finishing it for him." Charlotte took a deep breath and was about to make a full effort when she heard the man opposite her say, "I have a little quirk. I like to kill the lover of the person being assassinated before he is killed." Charlotte was overjoyed and shouted, "My favorite person is Senior Middleman." The atmosphere was strangely quiet for a while. The man with brown hair and gray eyes took a deep breath and said, "Change your lover, for example." Charlotte answered first, "Duke Mezu. I like this kind of older ones, they are interesting." The man with brown hair and gray eyes was silent for a while, and said lightly, "It's not that I can't give up this little hobby." Charlotte held the alchemical staff horizontally in her mouth, shook her body, and turned into a young and clever cat. She jumped hard and rushed to the roof, then stepped on the roof, twisted her waist, dodged 3 flying knives that were chasing her, and jumped out of the restaurant like lightning. Chapter 76. The man with brown hair and gray eyes rushed out of the restaurant, but he could not find Charlotte anymore. He turned the flying knife in his hand and put it into his sleeve. He smiled and was about to say something, but the next second, there was a roar like a dragon, and a magic armor-breaking bomb was fired from a distance. Charlotte fired this shot with resentment in her heart. He was just a math teacher who traveled through time. His highest life goal was to marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, get promoted and make a fortune. Why was he being hunted down continuously? In Kilmainham prison, the new warden, Magri had selfish motives and forced him to report Milan. He escaped, but Magri refused to give up and spent a lot of money to hire the Wild Horse Detective Agency to hunt him down, revealing a series of misfortunes. He killed 8 Wild Horse detectives and was bribed by the Wild Horse Detective Agency's president, Aubrey Teutonic Atwood, to hire an assassin from the Orc Assassins League. The trouble suddenly became endless. "Magri, you deserve to die. Aubrey Teuton Atwood, I will definitely kill you, destroy your Fiery Horse Detective Agency, and destroy your family, your descendants, and your entire clan." Although Charlotte is a time traveler, she still has some of the old traditions of the Xia people in her bones. Yes, she loves to destroy the entire family of her enemies. The brown-haired and gray-eyed man reacted very quickly. He shook his body and left a residual image in the air, and he dodged the magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet. The magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet was shot on the ground, making a deep pit as big as a wash basin. The remaining force of the bullet drew a deep groove of 7 or 8 picometers on the ground. The assassin's eyes tightened, and he suddenly ran, as fast as a cheetah. Charlotte missed a magic armor-breaking bomb, and was about to shoot again, but when he saw the assassin's speed, he knew he had missed the opportunity. He put the anti-space long-range rifle into the alchemical staff, threw it casually, inserted it into the nearby wall, and showed the blood rose. Although Charlotte was not a combatant, she made the most correct choice in an instant. Facing the brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin, the anti-space long-range rifle was temporarily useless, and the alchemical staff had no combat value, so he could only abandon it temporarily and ambush a back move. The lethality of the blood-sucking hand axe is limited. If the opponent's speed is similar to his, he can still play a long-range attack, but the speed of the brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin is even faster than him, and he can't pull away at all, and there is no room for him to distract himself to operate the blood-sucking hand axe. So Charlotte chose the swordsmanship of the Asilo family. His inside ability is fully activated, and the blood rose emits a slight vibration after being infused with bloody glory. He is so nervous that he can't be more nervous. Charlotte has never chosen to confront the enemy head-on. Although this is the most perfect tactic he came up with in just a few breaths, how can he be relaxed in the face of such a powerful enemy? The brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin took a step and leaped into the air. The flying knife in his hand was changing in all directions, and Charlotte also used the sword to fight back. In a tenth of a second, the two sides exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Charlotte had the light agility technique and the secret amplification created by Protagoras, so his speed was still slightly inferior, but he had the inside ability, and the magic thorn sword was longer than the opponent's flying knife. He could predict the enemy's attack with every sword, and actually blocked every sword of the brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin. The brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin exclaimed softly and said, "Asilo's angel thorn? You don't look like a vampire." Charlotte was not as calm as her opponent. Even if he tried his best, it was still not enough. How could he dare to distract himself and answer? The magic rapier in her hand circled continuously, fighting with the flying knife in the hand of the brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin for 17 times. The whistling sound of the sword, and the blade was continuous, like a movement. Swordsmanship can be used so elegantly, not Charlotte's style, but the style of the Asilo family. This angel's thorn sword technique is divided into 12 movements. Charlotte can only use the first movement now, Dawn Fire. The assassin with brown hair and gray eyes originally planned to assassinate a 4th-level person. The intelligence he got was slightly outdated, so it was just a piece of cake. He didn't even make a plan. He originally planned to break into number 58, Élysée Field Street, and kill Charlotte at home. When Charlotte went out for dinner, he changed his plan and followed her to kill Charlotte in the restaurant. What do you mean by liking to kill his lover before the person being assassinated? It's just a psychological tactic he plays. He likes to watch the target of the assassination betray his lover in order to survive. When he cuts the other person's throat with a knife, he says a few more words. "I am a person who advocates love. If you would rather be killed to protect your lover, I might let you go." Watching the other party gradually despair, extremely regretful, emotional and personality collapse. Yeah, it's also a perverted hobby. He didn't expect that Charlotte was even more perverted than him. Could he kill Milan? Not to mention the Duchess of Mezu, the 7 leaders of the Orc Assassin League combined might not be able to deal with this Grand Duchess. In fact, Charlotte also overestimated this assassin, and is the daughter of the Imperial Earl. How could he, a mere assassin, have the courage to assassinate her? If someone places an order, the Orc Assassin Alliance may not dare to accept it. The two fought fiercely for dozens of moves, and the magic rapier and the flying knife fought hard. Then they separated and secretly used secret methods to recover their energy. The brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin chuckled and said, "I underestimated you." Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "You are mid-level, not high-level. You just know at least 2 superpowers." Charlotte was frightened by this assassin. He had always mistakenly thought that his opponent was a high-level extraordinary, but after fighting for so long, he realized that this brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin was not as strong as he imagined. This brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin has a way to conceal his breath, so he can hide from the inside, and he also has an ability to speed up, but although this ability speeds up quickly, it cannot last long. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the opponent long ago. How could he fight for so long? The brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin was slightly surprised and said, "Your observation is very sharp. But unfortunately, it can't let you escape the fate of death." Charlotte smiled and said, "That may not be the case." A few hundred meters away, where Charlotte threw the alchemical staff, 3 clever cat cubs climbed over the wall. Under the inspiration of psychic magic, these 3 clever cat cubs worked together to pull the anti-space, long-range rifle out of the alchemical staff. The 3 little guys were panting with exhaustion, but they refused to rest. Instead, they used the nearby wall to set up their anti-space, long-range rifles. The 3 young kittens huddled together, meowing, and their 6 little paws pulled the triggers with all their might. The magic-breaking, armor-piercing bomb pierced the air, like a divine fire, spanning hundreds of meters and pointing directly at the brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin. This veteran assassin of the Orc Assassin League was jumping up and rushing toward Charlotte. Chapter 77. The martial arts learned by the Orc Assassin include many fierce and deadly moves such as high leaps and pounces. In midair, at a critical moment of life and death, he sensed the crisis, flipped his body, and changed direction in midair against all odds. The magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet flew past his shoulder and shot into the distance. Before the brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin could rejoice, he felt a pain in his waist and ribs, and blood gushed out. Charlotte succeeded in one move, but before she could further expand the victory, the brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin suddenly broke free from the sword of blood rose, let out a long and shrill howl, and suddenly increased his speed and fled towards the outer city. Charlotte communicated with the three clever kittens. After all, they were born not long ago. After firing a shot, they fell down exhausted, sticking out their tongues and lying on the wall. They had no strength left, and could not send the anti-space long-range rifle to him. They could only watch the assassin escape with regret. There are too many spells that can conceal the breath and sneak attack. It is impossible to guess which one it is, but the spell that can suddenly speed up can only last for a short time each time. It is also commonly used by orcs. It should be panther hunting. This ability is not as long-lasting as the lightness technique, but it bursts out instantly. If it weren't for the fact that each burst can only last for 2 or 3 breaths, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Charlotte also keenly discovered during the battle that this brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin would make a few sarcastic remarks after each round of quick attack. He initially thought that the opponent had a bad temper and liked to tease the opponent, but soon found out that it was not the case. The opponent just couldn't sustain a violent storm of attacks. He seized the moment when the opponent recovered his breath, commanded 3 clever cat cubs to sneak attack, and counterattacked at the same time. Sure enough, he was only a step away from killing the opponent. Charlotte watched the assassin disappear and said to herself, "What a pity." He jumped a few times and found 3 clever kittens lying on the wall. He first put the anti-space long-range rifle into the alchemical staff, and then took the 3 little ones into his arms, smiling and saying, "Thanks to you, please prepare delicious food." He first went to the restaurant to pay the bill, and gave 20 centimes to compensate for the damage in the battle. Then, he chose another restaurant. In addition to ordering a new meal for himself, he also asked for the tenderest raw beef for the 3 clever kittens, and asked the kitchen to cut it up and send it up. This restaurant doesn't have fruit wine, but beer as a side dish. Charlotte took a sip and her brows relaxed slightly. The beer here has almost no bitterness. It is refreshing and dry, very suitable for drinking. Charlotte couldn't help but smile as she watched the clever cat cubs happily eating beef. He didn't expect that the 3 little things would make a great contribution in this battle. If the 3 clever cat cubs hadn't fired that shot, they would never have been able to force back the terrible assassin. Although this brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin was also a mid-level transcendent, his strength was much stronger than the previous assassin and the former warden Magri Teller. Charlotte finished her dinner comfortably, and the 3 clever kittens were lying on the table with round bellies. Charlotte called the waiter and said, "Your beer is good. I want 3 barrels. Please send them to me later." Charlotte picked up the 3 kittens, left the money for the meal and beer, and walked back to number 58, Elysée Field Street. He greeted Mrs. Nancy, who was waiting on the first floor, and said, "I bought 3 barrels of beer. The waiter from the restaurant will deliver them later. You carry 2 barrels to the basement and bring the other barrel up to me." After Charlotte gave this instruction, she went straight to the 3rd floor. He put down the 3 clever kittens, fed them some water, and let the little guys play by themselves. He went to the terrace facing the Look-of-Aro River, pulled over a lounge chair, and looked at the scenery on the other side of the river while taking out the cat mask. This extraordinary artifact can transform into the images of 6 different creatures, and randomly draws skill from the transformed target. It is only limited to those who have had contact with it. Wearing it can improve a small amount of agility. It is also an identity certificate for the Orc Assassin League. Charlotte came into contact with the brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin today, and she was a little curious. She wanted to know whether the cat mask could transform into the other person's appearance. Touching this thin human face with a finger, 6 different images emerged one by one, 3 of which were ordinary people. The skills drawn by the cat mask were cooking, driving a car, and patrolling at night. Charlotte's consciousness moved slightly, and one of the images of an ordinary person was replaced by the brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin, and more than 10 kinds of flying knife techniques were transmitted to his mind. Charlotte smiled slightly, and he didn't expect to extract this skill. The cat mask could not extract the target's power, but only skills, which was indeed a pity, But if it could extract the basic target's power, this strange item would be too powerful. The flying knife technique is naturally not a power, but a skill. It is purely composed of skills, proficiency, talent, and mysterious knife sense. Composition. The brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin has put in a lot of hard work in the art of flying knives. He not only has the skills of throwing, but also the skills of close combat with a short flying knife. Every move and every style is refined, and is a simple killing skill. In terms of exquisiteness and complexity, the flying knife skills of the brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin are far inferior to the angel thorn of Asilo. The angel thorn is not only an extraordinary secret method, but also an extraordinary swordsmanship, which is famous in the Old Continent. There are 6 or 7 versions of peerless swordsmanship in the Old Continent, including the 5 sacred swordsmanships, the 7 divine swordsmanships, and the 12 overlord swordsmanships. Each version has the angel thorn of Asilo. Each version also has the eagle swordsmanship of the Robin family. Yes, that Robin family of Solos is Robin, and that Robin family of Zimmerman Axel Robin. But the flying knife technique of the brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin is more practical. It has very sophisticated response plans for actual combat, assassination, street fighting, close combat, and hasty combat. This is a typical assassin swordsmanship. Charlotte didn't have a flying knife, but he had a dagger. He put on the cat mask and flew the dagger. After the dagger flew away, he activated the blood flame to summon it back, and had a lot of fun. He didn't like this dagger taken from the previous assassin. Charlotte tried it many times, and found that blood flame energy could also control ordinary extraordinary weapons, but it was far less flexible than blood-sucking weapons, so he didn't use it in several battles, but this dagger was perfect for practicing flying knife skills. After practicing for more than an hour, Charlotte seemed to be a flying knife master, with all kinds of fancy moves, and the flying knife could always hit the target accurately. After taking off the cat mask, the flying knife skills disappeared. He tried to continue throwing the dagger, and found that although the flying knife skills had greatly declined, they were not as bad as he had imagined, and the accuracy was higher than expected. Chapter 78. Charlotte practiced for a while, and put on the cat mask again. With this strange mask, he felt like he had the best instructor. He could experience the most sophisticated techniques of throwing knives and close combat. Every knife was refined and perfect. Charlotte believed that as long as he was willing to put in some effort, he could truly master the art of throwing knives. Even if he took off the cat mask, he could still use it skillfully. I guess I have a talent for shooting and throwing this long-range attack mode. Charlotte played until it was completely dark, and collected the cat mask and the assassin's dagger. He was very satisfied with his practice, and expected that in more than 10 days, the flying knife technique would be able to be used in actual combat. However, he also discovered a shortcoming in his flying knife technique. He always had to use blood flame energy to control the flying knife, and recall the flying knife. The blood flame energy also had a distance limit for controlling weapons. If the distance exceeded, the connection would be lost, resulting in the inability to use all the strength to attack, and the flying knife would be much slower. Of course, the solution was also very simple. Buy a batch of ordinary flying knives, and don't plan to recycle them at all. The blood flame energy can increase the power of the flying knives and increase the speed. A better way is to order a set of superb flying knives that can automatically return. Charlotte was reluctant to spend the money, and there was no need. He also had an anti-space long-range rifle. Charlotte practiced flying knife skills, half because he thought this skill was interesting, and the other reason was, when he used blood flames to manipulate blood roses and blood-sucking hand axes, he could add a lot of skills. The 3 other images that the cat mask can transform into, one of which is naturally Aubrey Teutonic Atwood, and the skill extracted is shooting. The shooting skills of the president of the Wild Horse Detective Agency are much better than Charlotte's. The shooting skills that Charlotte learned in college are only enough to extinguish a candle within 20 steps, while the shooting skills of the president of the Wild Horse Detective Agency can shoot down flying birds in the sky. For Charlotte, Aubrey Teutonic Atwood's pistol skills are amazing, and she looks up to him. The other 2 are strangers to Charlotte, and the skills extracted are night gun skills and swordsmanship. Charlotte only watched them briefly, and lost interest completely. Although his martial arts skills are not very good, he also learned orthodox academic swordsmanship in the National Academy and University. The night gun skills and swordsmanship of these 2 people are common goods, not worth mentioning at all, and there is no need to practice them. It was already late at night, and Charlotte didn't go back to the room. He just closed his eyes on the recliner, and soon seemed to fall asleep. More than an hour later, Charlotte still didn't move. A figure quietly swept up, and just as the 3 throwing knives in his hand were revealed, there was a gunshot. The brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin wielded the knife like lightning, ding ding ding, and cut the bullets continuously. He exclaimed softly, "You have already noticed it, I'm hiding aside?" Charlotte was not interested in answering. When he was playing with the throwing knives, he turned on the insight, and didn't expect that it was so coincidental that he swept the assassin lurking on the roof. Insight will automatically turn on when in danger, but this assassin has special abilities that can perfectly hide his murderous intent, so insight cannot warn in advance. But if he turns on insight actively, he can't hide it. Charlotte deliberately waited for him to come. He also knew that ordinary bullets could not hurt this assassin, but the anti-space long-range rifle was too long to shoot secretly. After firing the bullet, Charlotte dropped the magnum hand shuttle in her hand, jumped up, and shouted, "Senior sister, attack together." The brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin was startled. He knew the name of the Empire's #1 rose. Metalman was not just famous for her beauty. She was a genuine high-level extraordinary person, with swordsmanship, and was ruthless. The assassin swung the flying knife in his hand, and fought with Charlotte for more than 10 moves. He was about to retreat to recover his breath, but he didn't expect that there was a gust of wind behind his head, and a blood-sucking hand axe flew at him. He barely turned his head to avoid it, but the blood-sucking hand axe suddenly jumped and hit the back of his head with an axe. Charlotte was originally very afraid of the assassin's super speed, but after guessing that the opponent's ability was leopard hunting, he was no longer so cautious. Although leopard hunting speeds up quickly, it consumes too much energy and cannot last long. After each round of attack, you have to recover and regroup. Originally, Charlotte did not dare to be distracted, but now he can be at ease, and use the blood-sucking hand axe to attack boldly. The brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin was hit hard by the blood-sucking hand axe. Although he felt dizzy, his IQ. But he came back and shouted, "There is no middleman at all." Charlotte smiled and said, "Of course, if I were here, I would only need 1 move to kill you. Why would I need to make an extra move?" The assassin was furious and launched a violent attack. Charlotte countered the moves, and the Asilo's swordsmanship in his hands once again played the prelude of the 12 movements of the angels, the fire of dawn. With the advantage of insight and magic rapier, he firmly guarded his body. The two sides fought for more than 100 moves. Although Charlotte was always at a disadvantage, she was much calmer than the last battle. Half of the reason was that he had just learned the flying knife technique a few hours ago, and habitually used the swordsmanship of the Asilo family as a comparison. Although he could not improve his own combat power in such a short time, he understood more about swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of the Asilo family was known for its weirdness, cruelty, unimaginable changes, and its speed was as fast as lightning and thunder. Although Charlotte had experienced several consecutive battles, he did not understand many subtleties of swordsmanship at all, and just used it according to the inheritance. After a long battle with the brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to him, and his swordsmanship became more varied. A magic rapier fluttered like a flame, and suddenly brought a bit of the charm of the morning fire. The brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin swung 6 swords in a row, knocking away Charlotte's magic rapier, stepped back, and rushed onto the roof. As soon as Charlotte threw out the blood-sucking hand axe, 2 flying knives shot at him. He could only use his sword to knock away the flying knives, and his control over the blood-sucking hand axe was weakened a little. The brown-haired, gray-eyed assassin easily dodged the blood-sucking hand axe, and disappeared into the night after a few ups and downs. Charlotte changed to an anti-space long-range rifle, and jumped onto the roof, but even Insight couldn't find the enemy. It was obvious that the assassin had fled far away. Charlotte sighed. He didn't want to be targeted by such a powerful assassin. But the opponent had the ability of lurking and panther hunting, which was too difficult to deal with. Twice, he either severely or slightly injured the opponent, but the killer of the Orc Assassin League still escaped. According to the rules of the Orc Assassin League, if we kill this assassin, they will continue to send people. How can we solve this problem? I can't do anything now. Get rid of this assassin organization. Chapter 79. Charlotte held the anti-space long-range rifle and pondered for a long time in the night. She also hid the anti-space super rifle in her collar like Lord Leo, went back to her room to get all the magic armor-breaking bombs, and did not go through the main door. She used the cat-changing technique to transform into a young and clever cat, and went straight to number 5 Longbow Street in Alcatraz, Chelsea Detective Agency. He didn't know what was there, but he knew he had to go there. How could he never fight back when he was always assassinated? Alcatraz is a middle-class residential area not far from Picardy. Many middle-class people in Alcatraz like to go shopping in Picardy. There are many roads connecting the two areas. Charlotte transformed into a young and clever cat, jumping continuously on the roof like a flash of lightning. After he performed the cat transformation, he only had insight and agility. Although his spirituality remained the same, he could not perform bloody glory because it was sealed by the cat body. In other words, after performing the cat transformation, he had no combat power except speed. Charlotte didn't care. After all, a cat running around on the roof in the dark would attract less attention than a person running around. A few minutes later, Charlotte looked at the road sign. He had already reached Longbow Street. Following this street, he soon saw the sign of Chelsea Detective Agency. In Strasbourg, all detective agencies will hang signs to facilitate people seeking help to find the right detective agency. It was late at night, and most of the windows of Chelsea Detective Agency were dark, but the detective agency, which should have been silent, had lights on the second floor. Charlotte relied on her transformation into a clever cat and her light body to leap onto the roof of the Chelsea Detective Agency and found a chimney to get in. The Chelsea Detective Agency's office is a 3-story building, but there are not many rooms, only 3 rooms on each floor. Charlotte walked around the 3rd floor and found nothing that was annoying or anyone, so she went downstairs to the 2nd floor. He arrived at the door of the house with the lights on, quietly lay down, and heard someone talking in the room. "Frederica, be gentle." "I was already very gentle. How could you be so embarrassed? Did someone fight back with a near-death attack?" "No." "No. Then how could you be injured like this?" The opponent was also a master of swordsmanship, and the sword was poisonous and fierce, a bit like the swordsmanship of those vampires. "Yes, no. There was no near-death attack. The opponent was not injured, only I was injured." "Algernon, what are you talking about? You were injured by someone, but you didn't kill the target." Algernon, with brown hair and gray eyes, spread his hands, his ears with fine fur drooped, and said, "I didn't expect the target this time to be so difficult. I assassinated him twice. Once I was stabbed with a sword and forced to retreat. This time I was hit by an axe." He showed the girl in the room the big bump on the back of his head that was hit by the blood-sucking hand axe. It was round and big and full of blood. The girl couldn't help but said in surprise, "Are you sent to assassinate a high-level extraordinary?" This group of intelligence teams is getting more and more outrageous. Even basic data investigations make mistakes. Algernon sighed and said, "It should not be high-level or mid-level. The data says it is level 4. Although it is not accurate, it will not exceed level 5 at most. It's just that he practices bloody glory." The girl called Frederica is a typical cat-eared girl with a pretty face, a slim figure, a pair of big and round ears, and green eyes full of enthusiasm and vitality. There are some faint dark spots on her healthy brown skin, but she is not a cat girl, but a real leopard girl. Frederica couldn't help but say, "Bloody glory? That kind of useless supernatural art? There aren't many people practicing it in the old world, right? After all, no great empire allows random killings. If you can't kill people randomly, practicing bloody glory is as slow as a turtle. The only country that doesn't care about killing ordinary people is Byron. But the group of vampires in Byron hate bloody glory so much that if they find someone practicing it, they will execute them without any mercy." Algernon whispered, "His bloody glory cultivation is indeed not high, but he has comprehended the blood flame and angel's thorn. This guy is an expert swordsman and extremely powerful. He has a terrifying intuition that allows him to see through my swordplay at any time and counterattack with the most restrained moves. And he is extremely cunning. The second time he tried to assassinate me, he set a trap for me and almost blew my head off with one move." Algernon was embarrassed to tell the details. After all, being fooled by the simplest trick was not an honorable thing. Charlotte stretched her back and thought, "So this guy's name is Algernon. It's time to kill him. Kill the orc girl too. Although she is innocent, I am innocent too. I hope that killing these 2 guys can temporarily cut off the tentacles of the Orc Assassin Union in Strasbourg and delay the time for them to send the 3rd wave of assassins. Or I can set a fire, burn their account books and other things." Charlotte was thinking about how to kill the 2. The brown-haired and gray-eyed assassin Algernon was stronger than him, and the strength of the other girl Frederica was unknown. If he failed, he would definitely not be able to resist the counterattack of the 2 together. Kill Frederica first. Charlotte made up his mind, exerted his strength on his 4 claws, and the whole cat flew into the air. In the air, the cat turned into a handsome young man. He pulled out the extraordinary sniper rifle from his collar, and got into a shooting position before landing. The moment he landed, he decisively pulled the trigger. The magic-breaking armor-piercing bomb penetrated the door of the room, blasting a huge hole in the door. Charlotte fired a shot, feeling a little bad, because he did not see the girl through the big hole in the door of the room. Missed. Charlotte did not hesitate, and put the anti-space long-range rifle into his collar. He instantly jumped up and rushed to the 3rd floor. As soon as he jumped up, a straight and slender thigh kicked him hard on the ground. If Charlotte had reacted a little slower, this blow would have broken all his ribs. The leopard girl Frederica twisted her waist and jumped up, shouting, "Die!" What responded to her was a hand axe that broke through the air. Frederica was in the air, but she was so flexible that she seemed to be able to fly. She dodged the hand axe that was thrown at her sideways, and grabbed the axe handle with her hand. The hand axe suddenly changed direction as if it had life, and chopped at the wrist of the leopard girl. Frederica's wrist turned flexibly, and the hand axe that could turn was slapped away. The blood-sucking hand axe spun around, and with a whistle, it also rushed to the 3rd floor. Chapter 80. Although Charlotte forced the leopard girl Frederica to retreat, he was also very shocked. This beautiful girl with a pair of green eyes was even faster than Algernon with brown hair and gray eyes. If he didn't have the ability of insight, which could cover the entire number 5 Dragon Castle Street in Alcatraz, he would have been kicked to the point of vomiting blood in one encounter. I don't know what race the guy who assassinated me is, but he is definitely not a leopard. This leopard girl is using the authentic leopard hunting skill. The speed of the explosion is really too fast. Charlotte just rushed to the 3rd floor, and saw Algernon with brown hair and gray eyes. He smiled warmly like the sun and said, "Good morning." Algernon couldn't help but curse, "Psycho, it's night." Charlotte popped out the blood rose, and the magic sword instantly pointed out 12 cold stars, covering Algernon's whole body. She didn't forget to explain, "I'm afraid that you won't see the sun tomorrow morning, and you will regret it when you die, so I kindly ask you good morning." Charlotte used the dawn fire to its fullest, and forced Algernon to retreat with one move. He was too late to find a window. The leopard girl Frederica behind him could catch up at any time. Once the two enemies joined forces, the situation would be over. He broke through the roof and fled to the street. As soon as he smelled the fresh night air, 2 murderous intentions locked on him. Charlotte did not hesitate at all, collected the blood rose, and transformed into a young and clever cat. Relying on her small body as a cat, she jumped into the chimney of a nearby building. The next moment, Algernon and Frederica broke through the neighbor's window and accurately determined the location of the stove, and joined forces to catch the cat. Charlotte relied on her insight and agility to get out of the house under the attack of 2 enemies, and the 2 of them, and the cat began a crazy pursuit and escape. Charlotte climbed onto the roof of a house, released the cat transformation spell, drew out the anti-space long-range rifle, and took a shooting stance. Algernon and Frederica had just lost Charlotte's trace and felt the crisis. Almost at the same time, the 2 jumped in 2 directions, and the magic-breaking armor bombs passed through the night sky and shot into the air, like a dazzling firework. After missing the target, Charlotte immediately put the anti-space long-range rifle into her collar, turned into a clever cat again, and jumped into the nearby alley. Algernon and Frederica chased after him, but lost sight of Charlotte again. Frederica said bitterly, "He must have some other superpowers, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape so easily every time." Algernon also felt that the 2 top assassins of the Orc Assassin League had chased and intercepted Charlotte for half the night, but still couldn't catch him. This guy must have other superpowers besides the Blood Flame and the Angel's Thorn. He pondered and said, "It will be difficult for us to catch him tonight." Frederica was also a professional assassin. She knew that in this situation, the best thing to do was to withdraw from the battlefield and look for another opportunity. Assassins should always hide in the dark, and should never fight head-on. She nodded and said, "Let's leave Strasbourg first." Algernon nodded in agreement. The 2 of them simultaneously used the panther's hunting and ran away for several hundred meters. Charlotte regained her human form. When the 2 assassins slowed down a little, she was moved, but then she shook her head and didn't even take out the anti-space long-range rifle. The 2 were in a non-combat state, and their breathing speed was extremely fast. They quickly accelerated again and flew a few hundred meters. With such a long distance and such a fast-moving target, Charlotte's shooting skills were barely average and excellent, and it was just a waste of precious magic-breaking armor-blasting bombs. Charlotte followed the 2 people slowly until she saw them disappear into the night, and then turned around and went to number 5 Lombau Street in Alcatraz District. Since she had already made a move, it would seem a bit of a loss if she didn't touch anything. He broke into the Chelsea Detective Agency again and searched it carefully. He didn't find any cash, letters or contracts. He only found a batch of weapons, dozens of pistols. This is understandable. Assassins need to be hidden when they attack, and pistols are the most suitable weapons. However, what surprised Charlotte was that there was no third person in this detective agency. He thought there should be at least 7 or 8 staff members here. Charlotte packed up all the valuable things in this detective agency and took them to number 1 Falcon Street. He would not take the things back to his home. Then he set the detective agency on fire. He didn't know whether the 2 assassins would come back. Although there were no extraordinary people in the patrol army of Lucavaro district, they were numerous and could be very useful in battle. Charlotte hadn't come to work for several days. Her arrival in the middle of the night surprised her subordinates. Although the patrol army didn't look good, they still had basic military qualities and had colleagues on patrol. Charlotte asked her subordinates on night patrol not to alarm others, and took the spoils back to her office. He didn't take the spoils too seriously. After all, Algernon and Frederica wouldn't keep the real valuable things. After throwing the things in the corner of the office, Charlotte lay down on the soft bed in the office. He was really a little sleepy. Although it was not very comfortable, after a night's sleep, Charlotte was refreshed when he woke up the next morning. He washed up in the office. Since everyone was here, he took some time to deal with some official business. What surprised Charlotte was that the patrol troops in Lucavaro district had a big job today. Archduke Ferdinand's body was to be transported back to Behemoth Principality for burial. The coffin had to pass through Lucavaro district, so the court issued an order for the patrol troops along the way to be responsible for vigilance. Charlotte thought to herself, Archduke Ferdinand is dead. No one will assassinate him again. This job must be very safe. Should I join in the fun? I have traveled through time and space, and I haven't had a feast yet. Dubin had already arranged this matter, and it didn't matter if he was there or not, but Charlotte was still prepared to lead the team in person to protect the coffin of Archduke Ferdinand, which was also a farewell to the Archduke. After all, he was also from the Principality of Behemoth, and Archduke Ferdinand was his old master. Charlotte gathered his subordinates and found that very few people skipped work today, and there were more than 180 people. The main reason was that the superiors had allocated a sum of money for this operation. Charlotte asked a few of his men to buy some drinks, because they had to go on an escort mission, so they didn't buy beer. Before departure, more than 180 patrol soldiers were given a full meal, and the pistols brought back yesterday were distributed as rewards. Dubin was quite moved. He was more and more satisfied with Charlotte as his superior. He basically did not make trouble, and often invited his subordinates to eat and drink together. On Earth, such bosses, who did not give bonuses and only used worthless dinners to fool their employees, were black-hearted ghosts. In the old continent, such bosses were already very conscientious and virtuous. Chapter 81. There is a gun ban in all major countries in the old world. Only soldiers, detectives, nobles, and some people with special identities have gun licenses and can openly own guns. This is why the adventurers recruited by Charlotte used cold weapons when they besieged the 7 detectives of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, because low-level adventurers could not get gun licenses, and it was very difficult to obtain guns. Charlotte became the commander-in-chief of the Lucavaro District Patrol Army for only a few days, and had not had time to apply for equipment from the Military Affairs and Logistics Department of the Central Government Office. The more than 100 veteran patrol soldiers who followed Dubin were equipped with rapiers and pistols, but the adventurers had no guns. Fortunately, the gun license is not a separate document, but an attachment issued with the patrol army documents. If it is a detective, it will be issued with the detective's documents. All the newly recruited adventurers under his command can legally own guns. Charlotte led the team to the Victory Bridge by the Lucavaro River. This is also a bridge connecting the upper 7th District and the outer 15th District. The Victory Bridge itself is a small fortress, which can be closed during wartime. After waiting for several hours, it was almost afternoon when a convoy came from the opposite Picardy district. As patrol troops, they spontaneously divided into 2 teams to protect both sides of the convoy. Charlotte followed the team on foot. He went out last night without the alchemical staff, the alchemical pistol, or the magnum hand shuttle. The blood-sucking hand axe was hidden under his coat. With his hands empty, he was quite free and unrestrained. The core of this convoy was naturally the coffin of Archduke Ferdinand, but in front of the convoy, there was a young noble in his 30s who attracted more attention. He was the nephew of Archduke Ferdinand, the new Duke of Behemoth, Franz Joseph, who declared war on South Seraph. Behind the convoy, there was another carriage, in which was the warrior of South Seraph who assassinated Ferdinand. He used an extraordinary pistol and shot Archduke Ferdinand in the chest 3 times, killing the Duke on the spot. It is also said that the Archduke was absent-minded and holding his wife, and did not use fighting spirit to protect himself, so he was killed. In any case, it was a tragedy. Charlotte sighed secretly in his heart. After accompanying the convoy for 2 hours, he was about to leave his jurisdiction. Seeing that the escort mission was about to be completed, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was planning to meet, and after completing the escort, his insight suddenly opened up. A beautiful girl with green eyes was standing on the roof of a nearby street, ready to go. Charlotte was startled and stopped for a moment, leaving the main group, activating the light speed art, and jumped onto the roof. After a few jumps, she approached Frederica. The leopard girl did not flee, nor did she take a fighting stance. Instead, she chuckled and asked, "Are you going to stop me?" Charlotte sighed and said, "Can you leave my jurisdiction?" He wanted to kill the female assassin, but not at this time. If a war breaks out at this time, it will be a big deal. When Archduke Ferdinand's coffin leaves the Lucavaro district, he will take the initiative to attack even if the other party does not take action. Frederica showed a playful smile on her pretty face and asked, "What price are you willing to pay?" Charlotte spread her hands and said, "What do you need?" Frederica said quickly, "I heard that you are the commander-in-chief of the Lucavaro District Patrol Army. If we move the detective agency to the Lucavaro District, what policy benefits will we get?" Charlotte sneered and said, "Are you still trying to assassinate me and asking me for preferential policies?" Frederica said, "The Orc Assassins Union has many rules, but there are ways to get around them. For example, I can let Algernon announce the failure of the mission 3 months later. Assassins are underground businesses, unlike legitimate businesses such as detective agencies that can conduct business openly. They cannot be exposed in broad daylight." Charlotte made a big fuss last night and set fire to the Chelsea Detective Agency. The Orc Assassins Union can no longer stay in the Alcatraz area. They must move out of number 5 Dragon Castle Street and rebuild a base. Algernon thought it was too difficult to assassinate Charlotte. He was an assassin for money, not a life-and-death warrior. There was no need to risk his life for a business deal. He chose to give up the mission and left Strasbourg that night. As the head of the Orc Assassin Union in Strasbourg, Frederica couldn't be so carefree and had to clean up this mess. Charlotte was the chief of the patrol army of a large region. Although the patrol army had no experts, it was still responsible for managing the entire city. Public security. The army is not short of manpower. Once targeted, Frederica will be very uncomfortable, so she got Algernon's promise to make a deal with Charlotte. Charlotte herself didn't know that he had already played an important role in Strasbourg, and many things had to be promised by him before they could be carried out quietly. He only needed to say a word to have a lot of power in the Lucavaro district. On Earth, the chief of the patrol army, in the absence of the chief patrol for a long time, is equivalent to the chief of police, and the captain of the criminal police, and the captain of the local armed police detachment, and there is no direct leader above. Deal with internationalization. This kind of card is not enough to deal with the assassination organization, but it is easy to deal with the local branch of this organization. Charlotte asked, "Is there no way to completely erase the assassination mission?" The leopard girl said, "I don't know if there is a way to completely erase the mission, but at least no one has succeeded before, and the Orc Assassin League has never broken this rule. However, the Orc Assassin League has many old missions that have existed for hundreds of years. So," Frederica shrugged and said, "You don't need to care about this rule. Organizations that don't know how to make adjustments have long disappeared in the long river of history. I want to rebuild the branch in Strasbourg, and you have to deal with the duel tomorrow. The third assassin will come in 3 months, and you can fight him again." Charlotte sighed and said, "Let's fight again in 3 months." Frederica got the promise and left quietly. Charlotte watched the convoy leave the Lucavaro area, and her men withdrew one after another, and she breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that the leopard girl was not here to assassinate anyone, but to negotiate conditions. Charlotte was a little overwhelmed now, so it was better to take a temporary truce so that he could deal with the duel first, and then the matter of the Orc Assassins Union. When he was thinking about miscellaneous things on the roof, a huge roar came from afar, and a black-gray fire cloud rushed into the sky. Charlotte stared at that direction in amazement. That should be the convoy transporting Archduke Ferdinand's coffin. Chapter 82. Who did it again? They used alchemical explosives. The black powder technology of the old world is only at the level of World War I on Earth. Since this is a world with supernatural powers, the technology is a bit biased. Alchemical explosives directly push the power of explosives to a higher level, and it is already at the level of high explosives in World War II. The magic-breaking armor-piercing bomb in Charlotte's hand is a masterpiece of alchemical explosives. If alchemical explosives are used to directly make explosives, the power will be quite amazing. Charlotte sighed, secretly thanking that the explosion did not happen in his jurisdiction, and mourning for the victims. He rushed down from the roof and said to his subordinates, "Doberman, pick 10 swordsmen to go with me, and the rest of you will guard the jurisdiction." Doberman excitedly agreed and took 10 people to follow Charlotte. Charlotte did not let everyone go, because he was worried that the assassins, who caused the explosion, would rush into his jurisdiction. If someone escaped from the Lucavaro area, it would be a black pot. Charlotte led his men out of the jurisdiction, and saw that half of the street had been blown up, and it was black everywhere. The streets were full of broken limbs and incomplete dead bodies. Although Charlotte felt sorry for it, she passed by quickly without staying. However, she also noticed a detail. There were not only rapiers on the ground, but also several broken canes. A thought quietly came to her mind: why don't assassins use guns? Soon Charlotte saw the coffin that was completely blown open, and the bodies of Archduke Ferdinand and his wife rolled out. Their gorgeous clothes were covered with black ash. The bodies of the couple looked like they had been smoked by kerosene, and they no longer had the usual elegance and nobility. Not far ahead, there was a crystal white ball of light. 12 priests formed a magic circle of radiance to protect the new Duke of Behemoth, Franz Joseph. Although Charlotte was not a student of the Royal Hogwarts University, she had heard of this magic circle passed down by the Lord of Radiance. The magic circle of radiance was named after Radiance, and was known as the first defensive magic circle on the continent, with the reputation of being the chant of the gods. It was said that a great priest of the Lord of Radiance had used this formation to resist the full force of the evil god, and protected the Radiance unmoved. Of course, the Principality of Behemoth does not have a priest of this level, and Duke Franz Joseph is not qualified to call on the Radiant priests to be his bodyguards. These 12 Radiant priests are the personal guards of Emperor Julius VI of the Empire, and their status is extremely high. The Royal Hogwarts University has the prefix Royal because the Lord of Radiance recognizes the authority of the Orthodox Empire, and allows his followers to protect the Emperor of the Orthodox Empire. In addition to the Empire of Byron, which was established by vampires, several emperors of the great empires of the old continent also have radiant priests around them. It's just that the glorious priests of other countries are not graduates of the Royal Hogwarts University of the Fars Empire. Charlotte didn't dare to get close, fearing that these glorious priests would mistake him for an assassin and purify him at will. He gave an imperial salute from a distance. Charlotte asked his subordinates to take off their shirts and spread them on the ground, and first carry Archduke Ferdinand and his wife onto the clothes. This kind of thing, of course, does not help, but it can earn credit. There were Archduke Ferdinand and his wife lying on the patrol soldiers' shirts on the ground. Any officer who came over would ask, "Who did it?" Charlotte opened her insight. There was no one alive at the scene except Duke Franz Joseph and the 12 radiant priests. She didn't know whether the assassin had escaped or died together with the bodies of Ferdinand and his wife, but there was no need to chase him. After a long while, the 12 radiant priests finally lifted the radiant magic circle. One of the young priests walked to the side of Archduke Ferdinand and his wife, and made a complicated gesture. Immediately, a magical wave swept over, making the bodies of Ferdinand and his wife clean again. He said to Charlotte, "Are you the commander of the patrol troops in the Lucavaro district?" Charlotte nodded, trying to pretend to be sad and angry, and said, "We just handed over the mission and saw the change here. So I led the team here to see if I could do anything." The young glorious priest said calmly, "I remember your name, and will describe your loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. But please leave now." Charlotte nodded without hesitation and immediately turned around and left with his men. Dubin couldn't help asking, "We just came here to take a look and lay a few coats for the Grand Duke and his wife? Shouldn't we do something?" After returning to the Lucavaro area, Charlotte said lightly, "If you want your whole family to disappear, you can go back." Dubin was speechless and whispered, "Not really." Charlotte raised her eyebrows and said, "You can take a gamble. If you win, you satisfy your curiosity and the turmoil in your heart. If you lose, you will be buried." Dubin didn't know what the Earth idiom "go to hell" meant, but from Charlotte's attitude, he could tell it wasn't a good thing. He was still a little unconvinced, but this young 47th rank 3rd level sergeant was just young and hot-tempered, not young and stupid, so he knew that Charlotte's approach was right. After a long while, Dubin whispered, "Sir, are you really not curious at all?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Curiosity. But I will only go and see it if it's free. If the tickets are too expensive, Let those with large families enjoy it. Dubin looked at the smile on Charlotte's face, and somehow his heart felt cold. It was not Charlotte who frightened him, but the entire empire. As a veteran of the patrol army, he certainly knew that he couldn't be too curious about some things, because there were many colleagues who died of curiosity than those who died in the line of duty. Charlotte led the team back to number 1 Falcon Street, waited for the convoy for several hours, and performed the escort mission. Everyone was already hungry and tired, so he immediately announced that everyone would have a good meal. Dubin personally led his men out, and bought a cart of food and 20 barrels of beer, not saving any money for Charlotte. When the patrol soldiers under his command were full and in high spirits, Charlotte was about to announce the disbandment of the team when a carriage drove into the patrol army's office. Mason led a few people to stop the other party. He had now completed the transformation from an adventurer to a patrol soldier in his mentality, and asked very diligently, "This is the Lucavelo District Patrol Army office. If you have nothing else, please leave immediately." The driver was a woman with a rough figure, neatly dressed and skilled in driving. She said arrogantly, "My wife is the chief patrol officer of the Lucavero District Patrol Army. Let Mr. Mecklin come over." Mason was surprised and hurried to find Charlotte. Charlotte was also a little surprised to hear that her partner had come. She followed Mason to the front of the carriage, gave an imperial salute, and asked, "Is it Mrs. Mavis?" Chapter 83. Although the Fars Empire allows women to work, the traditional forces are quite strong. Unless the husband's family is really ordinary, and needs the woman's salary, they will ask the woman to resign. Of course, if the woman's family is quite powerful, women will have more freedom. Charlotte knew very early that the chief patrol officer, who was her partner, was a woman. Her name is Kitty Mavis. She graduated from Gorgias University 7 years ago. Her maiden name is Orpheus. She married a high-ranking official of the Empire, and is now a first-class sergeant major of the 37th rank. Madame Mavis has 2 military positions. One is the chief patrol officer of the Lucavero District Patrol Army, and the other is the Inner Court Guard, and she can receive 2 salaries. So it is quite legitimate for her not to work in the patrol army. In 7 years, Madame Mavis was promoted from a first-class sergeant to a first-class sergeant major, and had a formal military position. She could also serve as the chief patrol officer of the patrol army and the Inner Court Guard at the same time. Her career was much more prosperous than Charlotte's. Charlotte was a cheater, so it could not be considered a formal promotion. A slightly hearty voice came from the carriage and answered, "It's me, Mr. Mecklin. I still have a position in the palace. This time, I came here as a palace guard to temporarily issue an oral order from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Charlotte was surprised and thought, "How does the Crown Prince know me?" He bowed his head slightly, made an imperial salute, and said, "I will obey the order of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Mrs. Mavis got off the carriage. She was a tall woman with a heroic spirit that ordinary women did not have. Her facial features were dignified and unique. Although she was a little older, she was still a first-class beauty. Charlotte traveled through time, and among all the women she had seen, the one who had the most similar temperament to Madame Mavis was her senior sister Milan. The lady said, "You are loyal and brave, and have made contributions to protecting the health of Archduke Ferdinand and his wife. You are rewarded with a special first-class position, the 34th level, the 4th level clerk. An additional reward of 5 ECU will be given to the patrol troops in the Lucavero district. The documents from the central government office will be delivered here tomorrow, and the reward cash will arrive later." Charlotte was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, madam." Madame Mavis smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, I like your attentiveness. Although the Duke is dead, his body still needs to be respected." Charlotte was slightly shocked. Madame Mavis' words revealed an important message. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is here." He hadn't figured out what this meant yet. Madame Mavis returned to the carriage without saying anything more. The carriage immediately drove out of number 1 Falcon Street. Doberman came up to Charlotte and whispered, "Have you heard of the rumors about this lady?" Charlotte shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she had never heard of it. Dubin immediately became alert and whispered, "After I took office, I specifically asked my acquaintances about this lady. Almost everyone in the palace said that she was the secret lover of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Charlotte thought about the charm of Mrs. Mavis and thought, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has a good taste." Dubin chattered non-stop and told Charlotte all the gossip he had heard. Among them, there was even that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince took Mrs. Mavis out of the palace in the middle of the night, and the carriage galloped around Strasbourg at night. It is said that all the guards who followed heard sounds that they should not have heard. Although Charlotte did not know whether these rumors were true or not, She felt a sense of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is really good at playing's idea was quite blasphemous to the heir to the throne of the Fars Empire. After a while, someone really sent a small amount of cash, all centime coins, no banknotes. Charlotte opened the purse in front of everyone, and according to their merits, first rewarded Dubin and the 10 patrolmen who followed to investigate the situation, and then distributed a sum to all the patrolmen on duty. He was a math teacher in his previous life, so of course he knew the principle of monkeys sharing chestnuts. After distributing the money, there was still a lot left in his hand. Charlotte pretended to be pretentious, patted his head, and smiled. I didn't expect there would be some left, so I distribute another round. He distributed 3 rounds of money in a row, and finally distributed 90% of the reward, leaving a few hundred centimes. Charlotte said without hesitation, the money left in the end can no longer be distributed fairly to everyone. Why don't we buy some beer and continue drinking? Charlotte's proposal aroused cheers and support from everyone, whether it was the former adventurers or the old patrol soldiers brought by Dubin. No one disliked a generous boss. Although Charlotte often skipped work, he was becoming more and more majestic in the eyes of these subordinates. After handing the money to Doberman, Charlotte didn't want to continue drinking beer with the patrol soldiers. She called a patrol soldier and asked him to go to number 58, Champs-Élysées Avenue, and tell Mrs. Nancy to drive the carriage over. She also prepared some fruit wine, beer, food, clean water, blankets, clothes and other supplies on the carriage, and then sent the 3 clever kittens to the Cat and Clover coffee shop, ready to set off for Machupi. When Charlotte returned to the office and waited for Mrs. Nancy to drive the carriage over, Méchain, who had short brown hair, walked in. Charlotte smiled when she saw her and said, "What's the matter?" She joined the Great Axe Adventure Group and escaped a crisis. Later, she got along well with the 5 members of the adventure group. Although Hannah died in Machupi, the rest of the team members were treated well by him. Méchain took out a pistol from his arms and put it on Charlotte's desk, saying, "I picked this up at the explosion site. This pistol has a strange shape, similar to a revolver on Earth, the Chiappa Rhino, which is silver in color, with sharp edges and corners, and countless strange runes painted on the barrel. The handle is covered with some kind of animal skin, which is thick and feels good." Charlotte reached out and touched it, and she knew it was an extraordinary weapon. Thinking about what happened today, and where Méchain had picked up this pistol, he felt a headache. This extraordinary pistol was definitely the weapon used by the assassin who killed Archduke Ferdinand. Méchain whispered, "I know it can't be cached safely, and I don't dare to use it. Can you help me change it into money? I want to be promoted to a knight, and I really need money." Méchain has condensed the power seed, but condensing the power seed does not mean that he can break out of the cocoon and become a knight with fighting spirit. Charlotte also has a power seed, which he obtained from practicing Lamia breathing in Behemoth National Academy. Lamia breathing, also known as water fairy breathing, can replace sleep and make practitioners proficient in water. However, Charlotte has not awakened the power seed yet. Half of it is because his qualifications are not suitable for the knight's path, and the other half can only be attributed to the illusory luck. Méchain looked nervous. She knew that this matter was taboo and dangerous. Chapter 84. This pistol was used to assassinate Archduke Ferdinand. It is considered an ominous omen in the Empire. If you are caught stealing it, you are likely to be hanged. If Charlotte turns against him, she will die. If Charlotte wants to keep this extraordinary weapon for herself, she will also die. Charlotte pondered for a long time, sighed, and said, "You have never picked up anything. Don't mention this matter in the future, otherwise no one can save you. As for your promotion to knight, I will do my best to help." Charlotte only gave Méchain a promise. He couldn't give anything else for the time being. As for whether Méchain was willing to accept this result, Charlotte had no right to care. This pistol that shot Archduke Ferdinand was a deadly thing. If there was a choice, Charlotte would never want to touch it. But since Méchain took it out, Charlotte would not let Méchain take it away. She would definitely continue to choose to sell this extraordinary thing. Once this extraordinary pistol appears and is exposed in any underground black market, it will attract attention, and Charlotte will definitely be implicated. Who makes Méchain his subordinate now? Besides, he was involved in this matter before. To be honest, if Middleman hadn't protected him, Charlotte would not only not be able to resume his original position, but also be promoted 2 levels. It is hard to say whether he would be alive, and the probability of being killed is quite high. After all, this involves the declaration of war between 2 great empires. Méchain wanted to say something, but finally looked gloomy and prepared to leave the office. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't mention this to Mason and the others, or you will kill them." Her mancha was slightly shocked, and quickly lowered her head and walked out of the office. Half an hour later, Mrs. Nancy arrived, and those who came with her included Anne, Sylvie, and the cat spirit detective Winnie Arzino. The three ladies met at number 58, Champs-Élysées, and all gave up their carriages and followed Mrs. Nancy. Winnie Arzino was a witness to the duel, so she naturally had to go. As for Anne and Sylvie, one was a half-step girlfriend, and the other was a cousin. Both had the right identities and reasons to observe this duel. Charlotte had nothing to say, so he took the extraordinary pistol and followed the three ladies on the road. He put the pistol that shot Archduke Ferdinand together with the diary, hoping that the power of the two evil gods could make some divination-type extraordinary people make mistakes. When they arrived at Machupi, Charlotte was going to throw it in the maze fortress. The anti-space long-range rifle that Lord Leo gave him was thick and long, with a huge gun body, and could shoot magic-breaking armor-blasting bullets, which gave it the power to kill high-level extraordinary people. This pistol was so powerful that it could kill Archduke Ferdinand. It must be something extraordinary. But Charlotte had no intention of checking its quality. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist taking it for himself. Greed is the enemy of life. Just like money is the root of all evil. Along the way, Miss Anne was very quiet, with a resolute face, as if she had made up her mind. Sylvie was worried, and repeatedly advised Charlotte to be careful and cautious, and to surrender as soon as she was at a disadvantage. Generally speaking, gentlemen are willing to let go of the surrenderer in a duel. Of course, Charlotte believed that the big Mr. Alva would not let her go. Being a gentleman was not as important as avenging her brother. Winnie Arzino was calm, and didn't say much along the way. She just looked at the scenery outside the window, thinking. Strasbourg is more than 200 kilometers away from Machupi. It is too troublesome to convert it into the mileage unit of this world. Charlotte is a math teacher and doesn't like the measurement of the old world. Charlotte spent 2 ECU to buy this 2-year-old Brabant draft horse. It is relatively tall and strong among this type of draft horses, but its color is a mixture of gray and black, a typical spotted horse. It doesn't look good, but it is very hard-working and can easily pull a 4-wheeled carriage and run at full speed for more than an hour at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. If it is the most energy-saving jogging, it can run for 4 or 5 hours at a speed of about 8 to 10 kilometers per hour. The draft horses of the old world are much stronger than the horses on Earth in terms of physical strength and endurance, but they are still flesh and blood and cannot run all the time. However, as long as they have enough rest on the road, they will set off in the afternoon and leave Strasbourg. Charlotte and her friends will arrive at Machupi on time tomorrow. Charlotte was well prepared. After leaving Strasbourg, she opened a barrel of beer and invited the 3 ladies to drink. Winnie Arzino was very generous and drank a few cups with Charlotte, but Anne was so nervous that she couldn't drink anything at all. Sylvie refused to drink at first, but soon she couldn't help but drink too much. Towards evening, Charlotte asked Mrs. Nancy to stop the carriage. They didn't see any villages to rest along the way, but Charlotte didn't plan to continue the journey. First, the horses couldn't bear it, and second, the road conditions at night were too dangerous. He gave the front cabin to the 3 ladies and planned to go to the back cabin. There were no tents in the old world, and the wilderness of the old world was full of dangers. No one would choose a tent as a sleeping tool that had no protection and would hinder a quick escape. Charlotte had just gotten off the carriage when she saw a lady standing in front of her. She was about 40 or 50 years old and elegant, but her clothes also clearly revealed her identity. She was not a noble lady, but a housekeeper. Charlotte was shocked and casually took out the blood-sucking hand axe. The housekeeper performed the lady's daily greeting and said, "Mr. Mecklin, I'm here to take Miss Anne home." Charlotte returned the imperial salute and asked, "Who are you?" The housekeeper raised her voice slightly and said, "And the outing is over." Enda Breton got off the carriage, looking very unhappy, and said, "Madame Karen, can I not go back?" The housekeeper, called Madame Karen, shook her head dotingly but firmly, and said, "And I can allow that thing to be lost for 3 days, which is the biggest concession. The Count will never allow his daughter not to go home at night." And struggled for a long time before she said dejectedly, "I go back with you." She handed Charlotte something wrapped in newspaper and hidden under her skirt, and whispered, "When the duel begins, use this weapon. I wait for you at 58 Champs-Élysées tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow." Aunt Karen nodded to the 2 ladies, who also got out of the car, and said to Charlotte, "Don't lose it, the consequences will be serious." Then she glowed with dazzling light, reached out to help Anne, and flew into the air. Chapter 85. In the Old Continent, levels 1 to 6 are low-level extraordinary, levels 7 to 12 are mid-level extraordinary, levels 13 to 18 are high-level extraordinary, and levels 18 and above have other titles. Any knight who has collected all 8 knight certificates can add a prefix of saint to his name, and his status is unparalleled. Other extraordinary professions that have broken through the 18th level can also add saint before their surnames. The most well-known feature of the saint level is that it does not rely on any extraordinary objects, magic props, or blood secrets, but relies purely on its own strength to break free from the earth and fly into the sky. This Aunt Karen can actually be called Aunt Saint Karen. So when Anne saw this aunt, she resigned herself to following her back, because even if she resisted, she would still be taken back. Even if Winnie R. Zeno, Charlotte, and Sylvie tried to stop them together, they could not change the result. Sylvie watched Aunt Karen and Miss Anne leave, and said to Charlotte, "Cousin, are you under a lot of pressure?" Charlotte glanced at the former fiancé, smiled slightly, and replied, "Not too much. I'm still okay." He is a man who has faced 2 evil gods. The second time, there were 2 again, and only one was a saint level 1. Damn, the pressure is still quite high. Charlotte knew that Anne's family was extraordinary, and that Anne's father was an earl, and that the earl was ranked 5th in the Imperial sequence. But he had never had any direct understanding of it before. Even if he met Anne's high-level extraordinary cousin, he didn't care. He didn't expect that he would actually see the class gap in a nanny. The housekeepers of the earl's family are all saints. What the hell? Sylvie looked at Charlotte with sympathy. She didn't believe that her ex-fiancé was as calm as he acted. She muttered to herself, he should still be an underground boyfriend, the kind that can't be seen in the light of day. No wonder he has changed so much. Hey! If he successfully marries Miss Anne in the future, won't all the little secrets I knew before become big handles? I just need to threaten him to expose his previous scandals. Sylvie hesitated for a moment, and suddenly she felt that this ex-fiancé would most likely kill to silence her. In Sylvie Martin's eyes, Charlotte Mecklin had never been a good person, and she thought he was capable of killing to silence her. Winnie R. Zeno watched this scene with great interest, and felt that she had seen a big play, which was so wonderful that it made people want to watch the second act. Winnie couldn't help but hint, "What did Anne leave you?" Charlotte opened the newspaper, and saw a piece of news. The title was very scary. Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated, and the couple went to hell together. The subtitle was, "The Principality of Behemoth declared war on the territory of South Seraph." Charlotte glanced at it briefly, and didn't read it much. After opening the newspaper, there was a silver pistol inside. The style of this pistol was very familiar. It was similar to the Chiappa Rhino revolver on Earth. It was silver in color, with sharp edges and corners. The barrel was painted with countless strange runes. The handle was covered with some kind of animal skin, which was thick and felt good. He had just seen the same model a few hours ago. Sylvie didn't recognize it. After all, she had just graduated and didn't have enough experience. But Winnie R. Zeno couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the Firewell Silver Rhino. The extraordinary alchemical pistol from the Firewell workshop." It is said that their workshop can only produce 5 per year. After the 13 alchemy masters of the Firewell workshop worked together to design it, no more than 25 were produced in total. This one should have a number. Charlotte turned over the handle of the gun, and saw a 13 on it, which means it is the 13th silver rhino produced by the Firewell workshop. Charlotte vaguely remembered that the silver rhino that he Mingsha picked up was numbered 5, which was the 5th silver rhino produced by the Firewell workshop, and it was produced several years earlier than the silver rhino in hand. Silver rhino can also convert various energies such as fighting spirit, blood energy, magic power, etc. into bullets. The effective range is not as far as the anti-space long-range rifle, but it is also up to more than 2,000 picometers. It can also use the magic breaking armor blasting bullet. It is also an anti-space supernatural firearm. In the newspaper bag that Annie gave, in addition to this silver rhino, there are 6 magic breaking armor blasting bullets. Charlotte was grateful for Annie's kindness, but regretted that this silver rhino could only be borrowed for 3 days. He casually performed some fancy moves. As a third-rate gunman, with a decent shooting level, he practiced these techniques hard in college. The silver rhino flew around his wrist, and pointed at various angles. At the same time, Charlotte also learned through contact that the silver rhino was superior to the anti-space long-range rifle in one aspect. The anti-space long-range rifle only had 1 space magazine, but the silver rhino had an extra psychic magazine, which could store bullets compressed with various energies, such as spiritual power, fighting spirit, blood energy, magic power, and evil energy. Because the psychic magazine did not involve space, the energy bullets would not be ejected when hidden. and he should have asked many people to help. Now there are 35 psychic bullets in the Silver Rhino's psychic magazine, which were fired by about 7 people. The properties of each bullet are different, but the power is quite good. Obviously, the people who fired are quite strong. Winnie Arzino was also very interested in this extraordinary pistol. She took it and played with it for a while, and compressed a few cat spirit magic bullets. They were all the most basic cat-changing magic. If you were hit by a bullet, as long as you couldn't resist Winnie's magic, you would turn into a kitten on the spot. Sylvie was also curious and borrowed this extraordinary pistol. However, although her swordsmanship was extraordinary, and even better than Charlotte Mecklin, she had not yet awakened her fighting spirit, and could not compress extraordinary bullets. The 3 of them returned to the carriage, and Charlotte politely said to the 2 ladies, "Good night. Go to the luggage compartment at the back." Although it is a luggage compartment, it is also 4 square picometers in size. 1 picometer in the old world is equivalent to 1.15 meters on Earth, which is not the same unit as the 1,000th of a nanometer on Earth. Charlotte brought enough drinking water, beer, fruit wine and food this time, but the space in the suitcase was still quite large, enough for him to organize a sleeping space. Charlotte also brought enough blankets. The wool blankets produced in the Angrima Empire were of very good quality, much softer than the cheap blankets on Earth. It was said that the wool there was of better quality than that of other countries in the old world. Mrs. Nancy was also in the driver's seat, wrapped in her own blanket. She was not qualified to enter the front carriage, and it was impossible for her to sleep with Charlotte, so she could only make do with this position. Chapter 86. The next day, early morning. The sun was shining, and birds were singing in the woods. Charlotte rubbed her eyes, got up, got off the carriage, went to the nearby grove to relieve herself, and wiped her face with the dew on the leaves. When he came back, Sylvie opened the carriage and said, "You can get in." Charlotte got on the carriage, and saw that the 2 ladies had already tidied the carriage, and were dressed neatly. Then she let Mrs. Nancy continue to drive the carriage, and head straight to Machupi Fortress. When they arrived at Machupi, another carriage had already stopped in front of the fortress. Aubrey Tootin Atwood, the head of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency, and another young soldier in his 30s stood together. Aubrey Tootin Atwood smiled and greeted Winnie Arzino, who also responded with a standard Imperial salute. As for Charlotte, he didn't think it was necessary to greet Aubrey Tootin Atwood. Anyway, it was a fight to the death, so why bother playing any false courtesy? Seeing Charlotte and the others coming, the young soldier stepped forward and said, "I am Harriet Alva, Addison's elder brother, graduated from the First National Academy, practicing the radiant breathing technique." Charlotte was immediately in awe when she heard about the First National Academy. He graduated from Lehman School and studied at Behemoth National Academy, neither of which was considered the best top school in the empire. Later, he was admitted to the University of Sheffield, which made up for his educational shortcomings. No one can say that a university graduate does not have a solid academic record. But when he heard that someone graduated from the First National College, he was still a little envious. Zimmerman Axel Robin graduated from the First National College, which is an affiliated college of the Royal Hogwitch University. The first choice of university for graduates is the Royal Hogwitch University. Therefore, the First National College can also be regarded as a school under the wings of the Lord of Glory, and students can learn the glory-breathing method. Charlotte asked casually, "What a pity, why don't you apply for university?" Harriet Alva smiled and said, "When I was studying at the First National Academy, I had a good friend named Zimmerman Axel Robin. When I was about to graduate, he suddenly attacked me and beat me up, so that I missed the college entrance examination." Even though they were about to duel and decide life and death, Charlotte couldn't help but show sympathy and asked, "Is your friend a serious friend?" Harriet smiled and replied, "If I could collect the certificates of the 8 knights, the first person I would challenge would be him. Unfortunately, he has been sentenced to death by the Empire, and I no longer have this opportunity." Charlotte hesitated for a moment and thought, "In fact, you still have a chance. As long as you commit an irreparable crime, and are caught in the real Kilmainham prison, you will have the opportunity to challenge Zimmerman Axel Robin. I just don't know if you still remember this incident after the Emerald Secret Scroll extracted your memory." Of course, he didn't dare to reveal this secret. Zimmerman Axel Robin is not dead yet, and it is definitely a big secret that cannot be revealed even if you die. Charlotte now vaguely understands why she was chosen by Middleman to sign the document. She has indeed shown her talent, and is a serious junior. Sharing the secret is exactly the implicit recruitment of this senior. Later, he performed very well. Now he is definitely a loyal subordinate of the first rows of the Empire. Harriet Alva was very restrained, and had no impulse in the face of the enemy, who killed his brother. He waited patiently for the witness to check the weapons of the two and confirm the legality of the documents. He also asked the two whether to cancel the duel, hug each other, and make peace as usual. Charlotte agreed on the spot. For the first time, Harriet Alva showed impatience and refused to cancel the duel. After a set of tedious procedures, under the eyes of two witnesses and Sylvie Martin, the two entered the Machupi fortress and began a confrontation in an open field. Charlotte concentrated and sensed slightly, and the maze-like Machupi responded enthusiastically. He even learned a piece of information. The number of NPCs in the Machupi maze has increased to 1,321. In addition to the group of adventurers, many beasts that originally roamed in the Machupi fortress were judged as NPCs. In addition to beasts, some monsters, evil spirits, and weird creatures that originally lived in the ruins of the Machupi fortress were also judged as NPCs. The weapon Harriet Alva used was the standard military saber. As a 41st rank 5th level non-commissioned officer, his finances were quite tight, and he often needed help from his detective brother, so of course, he couldn't prepare any extraordinary weapons. Charlotte used an alchemical cane, which was made of a magical old scabbard from the Sherlock Kingdom era and made of special wood, and its toughness was no less than that of a metal sword. Both of their weapons had been inspected by witnesses, and they both promised not to use firearms in duels. Sylvie didn't know there was such a rule. She was extremely worried after learning that she couldn't use firearms. Her face was full of worry. Vinnie Arzino was calm and composed. She always felt that Charlotte should have other counterattacks. Harriet raised her saber to her brow, saluted, and shouted softly. Her glorious fighting spirit burst out. With a simple sprint, she crossed more than 10 steps in a moment, and chopped down with a saber with a great force. This slash was not fancy, but the power, speed, angle, and timing were impeccable, revealing the decisiveness that had been tempered through countless life-and-death battles on the battlefield. In terms of pure speed, it is almost as good as Algernon, who uses the Panther Hunt. Harriet did not use any superpowers. Charlotte took a deep breath and stepped back lightly, leaving Harriet's attack range. The two attacked and dodged, showing the high-level knight's strong fighting spirit and the extraordinary superpowers in battle. Harriet Alva changed her moves and slashed 12 times in a row. Each slash was stable and terrifying, completely unlike Algernon, who could only last for a short burst. She said leisurely, "If I can get into college, I can learn the meditation technique of the God of Light. Mr. Charlotte, you are not my opponent in one move." Charlotte thought, that's not true. If Harriet Alva has also practiced the meditation of the God of Light and cultivated various supernatural powers, what can he do? Rush into the depths of the Machupi labyrinth and use the power of the labyrinth to deal with this high-level extraordinary person. Charlotte relied on the light agility technique to dodge all the 12 swords. Harriet didn't care at all, with confidence on his face, and shouted, "I have experienced countless battles in the army, and now I have obtained 2 major knight certificates. Today, please invite Mr. Mecklin to see the certificate of war." A bloody murderous aura suddenly appeared on Harriet's body, and a blood-colored military flag was faintly spread out behind him. Chapter 87. War Certificate. Aubrey Tootin Atwood and Winnie Arson explained together. Aubrey Tootin Atwood was also a high-ranking knight. Of course, he knew that the war certificate was the most difficult of the 8 knight certificates to collect. Although Winnie Arson was not a knight, she also knew how difficult it was to obtain a knight certificate, and it was even more difficult to collect all the war certificates. Annie's cousin Claire Brittany and Dorothy's brother Abner Sume were both rank 17 knights, but because they had never been on the battlefield and had never experienced war, they were unable to obtain the war certificate, so they were one step away from the saint rank. Charlotte's heart was slightly shaken. He had already used the secret method of the great human philosopher Protagoras to activate the rune of the agility technique on his left leg, which released 4 streams of bloody glory and injected them into the other 4 bloody vortices, increasing his speed by 40%. It was impossible to increase it further. Although Charlotte had cultivated 4 bloody runes, relying on insight, blood flame, agility, and angel's thorns, he had a combat power comparable to that of a mid-level extraordinary, but he was still far behind in a duel with a real high-level extraordinary. Harriet used pure fighting spirit, and he could still rely on the light agility technique and the angel's thorn to deal with the opponent. The opponent activated the war certificate of the 8 knight certificates. How could Charlotte be stupid enough to continue to fight? He retreated again and again without hesitation, retreating into the ruins of Machupi. Harriet's glorious fighting spirit also changed, and it was faintly covered with a layer of blood. He strode and chased closely. He never thought that Charlotte could escape from his hands. Harriet used a saber with a variety of styles, opening and closing. Charlotte fought and fled, occasionally using the blood flame to drive the alchemy staff to attack from a distance, and the battle quickly moved to the depths of Machupi. As witnesses, Aubrey Tootin Atwood and Winnie Arzino ran together to catch up with the two. Sylvie also wanted to catch up with them, but she had not yet cultivated Do Chi. Without Do Chi acceleration, how could she catch up with 4 extraordinary people? Especially among these 4 people, there were 3 high-level extraordinary people. Although Charlotte was not a high-level extraordinary person, with a lightness and Protagoras secret method, her speed was not inferior to that of ordinary high-level people. Soon Sylvie Martin lost everyone's figure. The girl ran for a while, and found that she was lost. She was slightly scared. She shouted a few times, but was afraid of disturbing Charlotte, so she didn't dare to shout again. She searched around, but found that every road was so unfamiliar, completely different from the way she came, and soon she couldn't even determine the direction. Aubrey Tootin Atwood and Winnie Arzino were better than Sylvie, but they didn't last long. They lost the 2 figures in the duel, and they even lost each other soon. Aubrey Tootin Atwood was an experienced old detective. When he was left alone, he suddenly reacted, slapped the ground with his hand, and with the help of the aftermath of the fighting spirit, he sensed the environment and shouted in horror, "It's a maze! How could a maze be formed here? Even if the Machupi fortress was occupied by some powerful monster, it is impossible to form such a complete maze in such a short time." Aubrey Tootin Atwood was able to form the Fiery Horse Society. He was a very decisive person. He turned around and ran without hesitation. Although the road ahead was unpredictable, Aubrey Tootin Atwood had a lot of experience in dealing with mazes. Half an hour later, he finally escaped from Machupi. After Aubrey Tootin Atwood rushed out of the Machupi fortress, he looked back, with lingering fear and deep fear in his eyes. Winnie Arzino also quickly sensed something was wrong. Her response was more relaxed than her peers. This was the specialty of cat spirit magic. She used the cat-changing spell, and transformed into a desert cat known for its agility. She jumped onto a nearby building, and quickly disappeared into the ruins of the fortress. Charlotte had to concentrate on fighting Harriet, and had no time to distract herself from manipulating the maze. Although she felt a little regretful that Aubrey Teutonic Atwood had escaped, she couldn't do much. Harriet cast the proof of war, and the blood-red flag behind her was faintly swaying, which had the function of weakening the enemy and strengthening herself. The glorious fighting spirit infected by blood had a fascinating strangeness. Every time Charlotte's alchemical staff fought with the opponent's saber, the bloody glory in her body would boil like desire, her heart palpitated and her mind was shaken, and she felt a sense of disgust. He fought with Harriet again for a few moves, took a long breath, turned around and disappeared. Harriet Alva had been tempered in the army for many years, and experienced dozens of battles. He had honed his unparalleled confidence. No matter what trick Charlotte had, he believed that he could cut them one by one with the saber in his hand. Wherever his saber pointed, the bloody flag behind him rolled up and spread out like a wave, and he found the target immediately. Harriet thrust forward and fought hard with a rapier, but was repelled by a powerful energy. He was slightly surprised and shouted, "Charlotte, you actually hid your strength?" He swung his saber back and shouted, "Even if you have skills that you haven't shown yet, you're doomed in this battle." A rapier swung out and then launched a counterattack. The swordsmanship was fierce and fierce, the blood energy was strong, and he was not afraid of the vision of the proof of war. The person who attacked was Lord Leo. Lord Leo didn't know who Harriet was, but since they were all from Fars, he could just kill them. There was no need to ask in detail. Harriet then saw clearly that the person who attacked was not Charlotte, but a noble from Byron. He guessed the truth and shouted, "Charlotte, you are so shameless that you colluded with the Byron people and became a running dog of the vampire." Charlotte urged the bloody glory, suppressed the disgust disturbed by the evidence of war, and shouted, "My real name is Qian Nan, and I am originally from Byron. You can die at the hands of the Arthur royal family. It is a blessing that you have cultivated for several lifetimes." Harriet cursed Charlotte for being shameless, but Charlotte ignored him, and took out the anti-space long-range rifle, and loaded the magic armor-breaking bomb. Harriet was a high-level extraordinary knight after all. Warning signs flashed in her heart. She hurriedly turned her body. A flash of fire passed by her, and shot on the ground, creating a deep pit. Lord Leo took the opportunity to attack several times, killing Harriet left and right, sweating profusely. Both of them were high-level extraordinary. Lord Leo was good at swordsmanship and proficient in the strange secrets of the Arthur family. Harriet had been in the army for a long time, with a brilliant fighting spirit and a sharp swordsmanship. They were originally a match for each other, but with Charlotte watching from the side, and holding a powerful weapon, like the anti-space long-range rifle, Harriet was completely at a disadvantage. Lord Leo was very confident that he could kill this powerful human within 20 moves. Chapter 88. Charlotte's marksmanship was ordinary. After firing the first shot, she never found another chance to fire the second magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet. He wanted to wait patiently, but the diary in his arm shook slightly, and a thought entered his mind. You can issue the following task to NPC Lord Leo: kill Harriet Alva. Reward him to gain more maze permissions. NPC Lord Leo can issue the following task: rescue him from the maze. Reward: teach the vampire mantra. The following task can be issued to NPC Harriet Alva: kill Lord Leo. Reward her with more maze permissions. NPC Harriet Alva can issue the following task: assist her in killing Charlotte Mecklin. Reward: some insignificant friendship. Charlotte pondered for a while, and then he understood what the characteristics of the maze NPC were. As the owner of the Machupi maze, he can issue tasks to NPCs. All those who enter the maze can receive tasks from the NPCs and get rewards. The reason why the Machupi maze presents this kind of game style is not because of the maze evil god Agmaras, nor the maze itself, but because of Charlotte, the owner. After the maze is formed, it will take on a unique style and characteristics according to the owner's mind. If it were the real Charlotte Mecklin, the Machupi maze would definitely present an ancient temperament, matching the cultural atmosphere of the old continent, but now Charlotte's soul is Huang Haisheng from Earth. In the memory of this math teacher, the world structure that best matches the maze is those games with detailed and rich content. So after Machupi was turned into a maze, it was roughly gamed according to Charlotte's memory, and there were such weird things as NPCs, and even NPC Harriet Alva can issue the following tasks: assist her in killing Charlotte Mecklin. Reward: some insignificant friendship. Such a weird logic, but it was transformed by the power of the evil god after all, and the core was not a game. Charlotte could not fully master it for a while, and could only explore it slowly. Charlotte certainly would not issue tasks to the two NPCs, to let them have more control over the maze. It was really holding the sword upside down, and giving others a handle. It was even more impossible for him to assist Harriet in killing himself. That would be purely sick. The only thing worth doing was to rescue Lord Leo from the maze. There are 37 vampire clans. Each clan has different secrets, and each clan has a fundamental secret. The secrets of each clan are derived from the fundamental secret. For example, the fundamental secret of the Asilo clan is the Angel's Thorn, and the fundamental secret of the Adonis clan is the Blood Flame. The fundamental secret of the Arthur family is the Blood Clan's mantra. As one of the three royal families, the Arthur family is known as the first family of Blood Clan wizards. The Blood Clan's mantra secrets are countless and mysterious. With this secret, the Arthur family has reached the saint level for generations. Among the 13 unique skills created by Protagoras, there is no vampire mantra, and Charlotte is really eager for this secret method. Lord Leo and Harriet are already fighting fiercely. Neither of them knows why they are fighting, but both of them think it is not a big deal, and killing each other is the right thing to do. After all, the two belong to different countries, Fars and Byron, humans and vampires. There are too many reasons to fight to the death. Harriet has to be on guard against Charlotte's sneak attack at all times. Every time he cuts a knife, he has to keep 3 points of strength. He is getting more and more at a disadvantage. He knows that if he continues to fight like this, he will definitely lose. He must find Charlotte hiding in the dark and kill her, so that he can concentrate on dealing with Lord Leo. He roared and opened another kind of knight certificate, the Certificate of Glory. In addition to the bloody flag, a virtual image appeared behind Harriet. It was Solus's Robin, the symbol of the military god of the Fars Empire. Solus's Robin was one of the founding dukes of Fars. He assisted King Axel to ascend the throne from a commoner. He was famous for his loyalty and bravery. The ancestor of the Robin family also represented the glory of the soldiers. The two knight certificates appeared at the same time. The bloody flag behind Harriet rolled up, sending out a ripple that spread out. The saber slashed continuously, becoming more brave. After sending out 3 blood-colored waves in succession, Harriet still couldn't find Charlotte's trace, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Lord Leo fought for a long time and roughly figured out Harriet's background. After all, the glorious fighting spirit is a very popular extraordinary path in the old continent. Although the Byron Empire does not welcome glorious believers because of the power conflict with the vampire clan, it is not completely ignorant. Harriet was anxious and revealed a little flaw. He let out a long whistle, and the rapier in his hand turned into a knight's lance. 2 figures also jumped out from the shadow of his body at the same time. They were the 2 servants trapped in the maze with him. Shenlunchi's spear is a famous weapon of the Arthur clan. It is only when it is transformed into a knight's spear that it is fully powerful. With Lord Leo's knight's spear in hand, the blood energy in his body surged and was upgraded to another level. The spear turned into light and shadow all over the sky, blocking every counterattack route of Harriet. Harriet did not expect that this vampire lord actually had such a method. He had never encountered a high-level vampire on the battlefield and had no experience in dealing with it. He tried his best to resist Lord Leo's knight's spear, but he could no longer care about the sneak attack of Leo's two servants. 2 sharp rays flashed by, and 2 deep scars were cut on his back and ribs. Harriet knew that the situation was hopeless at this time. She was hit by Lord Leo's knight's spear, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fled to the outside of Machupi Fortress without hesitation. Lord Leo would never allow his prey to escape. He gave a light shout and chased after him quickly, with 2 servants following him on both sides like shadows. Harriet ran desperately for half an hour, and then found that he could not find a way out. He was horrified and wanted to rely on his military experience to find a way out, but he never thought that Charlotte was moving the maze and changing the route. Lord Leo had been in the maze for a long time, and knew that he couldn't get out of this ghost fortress. He was not impatient, and slowly followed Harriet. He pulled out an anti-space long-range rifle from his collar. He told Charlotte that he brought 2 anti-space long-range rifles with him, and he was not lying. Lord Leo's shooting skills were much better than Charlotte's. Even if he was running fast, he could still shoot steadily. Harriet's alertness, which he had developed on the battlefield, made him roll over and hide behind a building, so that the shot missed. Charlotte also took out a silver rhino. Although the anti-space long-range rifle had strong firepower, it was far less flexible and convenient to use than the silver rhino. He was quite interested in this extraordinary pistol, but it was a pity that he had to return one of the 2 rifles, and the other could not be seen in public. Chapter 89. Charlotte activated her insight and locked onto Harriet, who was hiding behind a building. When she was about to pull the trigger, she suddenly felt a little regretful. Last time, he shot an assassin with an anti-space long-range rifle, blowing up half of his body, and had no chance to absorb his vitality. Harriet is a high-level extraordinary. If I can devour her essence and blood, I may even be able to break through to the middle level directly. I still have the threat of the evil god. In 3 months, the Orc Assassin Alliance will continue to send new assassins. I must seize every opportunity to improve. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, and decided to take a risk. Machupi was his labyrinth, and this place was already his home ground. There was no better opportunity than this. Lord Leo did not skimp on his ammunition, and fired more than 10 shots, forcing Harriet to flee like a rat. Charlotte held the blood rose in her hand, chose a corner, concentrated on activating the labyrinth, and then stabbed with her sword with all her strength. Harriet just dodged Lord Leo's shooting, and with a diving leap and several continuous rolls, she had just hidden in a corner when a rapier, seemingly predicting his movements, stabbed at his heart. Charlotte attacked first, and then activated the maze. Harriet's soul was surging, and although she tried her best to activate the protective fighting spirit, the sword still pierced through the glorious fighting spirit without any hindrance and passed through her chest. Charlotte gave up the light and quick technique with this sword, and activated the rune of the Angel's Thorn, infusing the bloody glory into the other 4 bloody whirlpools, increasing the power of the Angel's Thorn by 40%. The Blood Rose is a rare extraordinary weapon, and all kinds of conditions converge to make it work in one move. Harriet kicked out with all her strength, but Charlotte had already let go of the sword and jumped away calmly. Harriet reached out to grab the Blood Rose, and when she pulled out the rapier, the hilt flashed red, and it automatically detached and flew into the darkness. It was Charlotte who manipulated the blood flame and took back the Blood Rose. Harriet met the enemy, who was looking for Charlotte, and killed this hateful enemy. Lord Leo adjusted the angle and fired a shot. Although Harriet dodged, a shrapnel rubbed her lower abdomen, and blood immediately flowed. Charlotte took a deep breath and threw the blood-sucking hand axe. Harriet was a high-level extraordinary being, a 14th-level shining knight. In a split second, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the hand axe that was coming at him at a high speed, but then he felt a pain in his lower abdomen, and a rapier pierced through his lower abdomen from the ground. Harriet endured the pain and stepped hard, and the shining fighting spirit blasted through the ground, but there was nothing under the soil. Charlotte moved an underground tunnel for transporting troops from the Machupi fortress over here. After stabbing this sword, she returned the tunnel to its original position. Harriet's attack was just a simple bombardment of the soil. After 2 consecutive successes, although Charlotte only absorbed a small part of his vitality, his bloody glory was still boiling slightly. He adjusted his posture slightly and prepared for the next raid. Lord Leo jumped onto a nearby building and gestured to him. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and approached. "My lord, I completed the mission and killed Archduke Ferdinand. I wanted to go back to the Empire, but I met a few colleagues who said they didn't see you. I guessed that you might be in trouble, so I came back to look for you. I met a few blood servants I temporarily collected, and then I knew that you were also trapped here. I have been wandering around for a while, looking for a way to rescue you. Not long ago, I met a hermit nearby, who told me that I needed to find a high-level extraordinary person and send him into the maze to replace you. I used all kinds of means to trick the senior officer of the Fars Empire here." Lord Leo was slightly happy. He had stayed in this hellhole long enough, but as a great noble, he still waved his hand with reserve and said, "I asked you to come here, not to ask about this matter. I know you're eyeing the strong life and blood of that high-level extraordinary, but I want to remind you that although we vampires can absorb the vitality of the enemy to improve our own extraordinary level, we can't rely on this model completely. High-level vampires value the purity of blood energy more. Unrestrained and crazy devouring of vitality will easily degenerate into monsters, so we will not casually devour prey with a lower extraordinary level than ourselves, but just replenish them occasionally. You are still a low-level vampire, so it's not a big problem, but you should have reached the key point of condensing blood cores and being promoted to Baron. My personal suggestion is not to use the life essence of this high-level extraordinary Fars to upgrade the level, but to try to condense the blood core. Let me tell you a secret, the sooner the blood core is condensed, the longer the life of the vampires will be, and they can stay young for a longer time." Charlotte was slightly surprised. There was no secret method of condensing blood cores in the Protagoras scroll. Although this great philosopher of the human race was also considered to be old, he still died of old age, like an ordinary human. Lord Leo saw the expression on Charlotte's face, and couldn't help asking in surprise, "Didn't you learn the secret method of the vampires of Adonis?" Charlotte took a deep breath and whispered, "Sorry, I am an unorthodox offspring. As we all know, vampires have no reproductive ability, and can only be transformed into new vampires through secret rituals or first embrace. When the Byron Empire was first established, it was believed that the Blood Clan was noble, and did not encourage the Blood Clan to develop new members. It severely cracked down on the wanton creation of offspring. All Blood Clans must pass the review and obtain the first embrace certificate before they can develop offspring according to the specified number. Whether it is the secret ritual or the first embrace, they are both very inefficient methods, which has led to the fact that the population of the Blood Clan in the Byron Empire has always been low. At present, the total population of the 31 clans does not exceed 20,000, and even less than 1,000th of the total population. Although the Byron Empire has very strict rules for developing descendants, there are still blood clans who develop offspring without obtaining them. First embrace certificate, and these offspring are called non-standard offspring. Strictly speaking, these non-standard offspring of blood clans are not allowed to exist at all, and they are not qualified to learn the secrets of their clan. Although the elders of each clan do not strictly review the non-regular descendants, and generally turn a blind eye, these non-regular descendants are very discriminated against, and most of them cannot get the authentic inheritance of their clan. Lord Leo said lightly, "No wonder you always try to hide your extraordinary level in front of me." Charlotte smiled awkwardly. He didn't hide his extraordinary level because of this, but he certainly wouldn't explain it. Lord Leo threw out a book and said, "Although you can't practice our Arthur's blood-sucking secret scroll, the secret method of condensing blood core in it can still be used for reference. The secret method of condensing blood core of the Blood Clan is similar." Chapter 90. Lord Leo said calmly, "Although the blood core you condensed using our Arthur secret method may have some problems, which is not good for future growth, but you shouldn't care." Charlotte showed a look of surprise and said, "I am lucky to be able to condense a blood core. How dare I expect more? Qian Nam will never forget the kindness of the Lord for the rest of his life." Lord Leo waved his hand and said, "According to the Imperial law, you are not qualified to read the blood-sucking secret scroll. I just appreciate your talent and lend it to you. But you must never tell anyone about this, or I will kill you myself." Charlotte nodded repeatedly, thinking, "Sure enough, the maze that I created in my mind is still a classical maze at its core, and it is not truly game-like, and the NPCs are not real NPCs. I just mentioned that I wanted to rescue Lord Leo, but before I actually did it, he gave me the Arthur's blood-sucking scroll. As for Lord Leo, he said, using Arthur's secret method, the condensed blood core may have some problems, which is not good for future growth. Charlotte really doesn't care, he's not a vampire. The reason why bloody glory can suppress vampires is that Protagoras single-handedly slaughtered thousands of blood clans and exterminated 6 of the 37 blood clans. It's really extraordinary. For example, using the bloody vortex to enhance the power of the secret method, such as being able to practice the secret methods of the 13 clans, such as the blood feast meditation method. Charlotte doesn't plan to return the vampire scroll given by Lord Leo. Anyway, Lord Leo will not leave Machupi, and there is no use in taking back the scroll. Charlotte put the blood-sucking scroll into her arms, turned around, and sank into the depths of the ruins. Lord Leo raised his anti-space long-range rifle again, and the battle continued. Harriet was wounded in many places. Under Lord Leo's pursuit, she was already in danger. Charlotte was also targeting her. She knew that she had no hope of survival, so she suddenly shouted loudly, "I am Harriet Alva. Mr. Aubrey Tootin Atwood, Ms. Winnie Arsenault, if you can hear me, please help me pass the message to the Empire. There is a big conspiracy in Byron, and Charlotte is from Byron. Charlotte is a vampire," he shouted repeatedly, his voice echoing in the ruins of Machupi. Aubrey Tootin Atwood had already escaped from Machupi, so he naturally wouldn't hear his shouting. Vinnie Arzino actually heard Harriet's voice, and she was slightly stunned, not quite understanding why this duelist wanted to frame Charlotte. Vinnie Arzino knew Charlotte's background. After all, Charlotte's cousin was in her detective agency, and Charlotte and Sylvie were both talents trained under the standard Imperial education system, and it was almost impossible for them to be from Byron. Especially, she knew that Charlotte was cultivating bloody glory, and people who cultivate bloody glory could never be vampires. Sylvie Martin also heard these words, and she was even less convinced than Winnie Arzino that Charlotte was a vampire. She knew Charlotte's family, and knew what this guy was like since he was a child. Although Charlotte had been a little weird recently, especially because his strength had improved too quickly, Sylvie Martin would rather believe that her ex-fiancé had summoned the evil god than that he was a vampire. Charlotte smiled slightly, not caring about this slander. After all, this is Machupi Fortress, a place where you can't be grabbed even if you scream your throat out. After reaching a tacit understanding, Lord Leo's shooting skills became less accurate. He often shot at 3 o'clock, forcing Harriet to go to a certain angle and actively deliver food to Charlotte. First, he had been in Machupi for a while, and had some understanding of the maze of the fortress. Second, as an NPC, he had some authority. Charlotte seized the opportunity, and hit Harriet hard again. After Harriet forced Charlotte back, she suddenly stopped hiding, with her saber on the ground, and shouted, "You vampires, aren't you just coveting my life? I just won't do as you wish. Mr. Aubrey Tootin Atwood, Ms. Winnie Arson, please help me pass the message to the Empire. Charlotte is a spy of Byron, he is a vampire." While shouting, Harriet suddenly slashed her neck with a knife. Charlotte threw the blood rose far away, and it pierced through the body of the Imperial soldier. A few minutes later, Charlotte drew her sword from Harriet, whose body had become withered, and picked up the other's saber, silently performing an Imperial salute. The other was at least a qualified soldier, and at the last moment of his life, he hoped to bring the information of the Byron people back to Fars. Although Charlotte would never allow the other to return to Strasbourg alive, it would not hinder his respect for the Imperial soldiers who fought to the last moment. Suddenly, the enemy that he had just fought with disappeared from Lord Leo's sight, and he could not see loyal Qian Nan. The road to the ruins of the fortress became clear. He was overjoyed, and his body jumped high, turning into countless small bats. This time there was no more obstacles, breaking through some invisible barrier, flying higher and higher, straight into the clouds. Unlike the previous times, he used the blood bat technique to fly into the air, but he could not fly high. After flying a long way, Lord Leo remembered that his 2 servants and loyal Qian Nan were still in the deadly maze, but he did not hesitate at all, and asked the small bats to speed up their flight, and silently said in his heart, "Your sacrifice is valuable. After I go back, I will report your achievements to the military, and will never let anyone erase your achievements." From beginning to end, this vampire lord never thought of turning back to save people. Charlotte watched Lord Leo fly away, and unfolded the Arthur blood-sucking scroll in his hand. He hesitated for a while, and closed the blood-sucking scroll again. Lord Leo was right. Real vampires should indeed consider condensing blood cores, and preparing for promotion to Baron, but he was not a vampire. The 2 evil gods could come at any time, and he had to face the 3rd wave of assassinations from the Orc Assassin League. He needed to improve his strength quickly. Charlotte activated the bloody glory, slowly digested the life force she had absorbed, and chose to put all of her gains into the Hand of Flame. Vampire Secret Scroll 28 has a total of 17 pages, recording 17 kinds of Adonis blood clan secrets. If he cannot master the Adonis secret scrolls skillfully within the limited time, he will lose his identity as the author, and his soul will be taken away by the returning blood clan evil god Karnstein. Although this urgency has been repeatedly delayed, it is still less than 70 days. In comparison, condensing the blood core is not urgent, nor is it necessary. Chapter 91. Big hands made of blood flames were flying all over the sky, constantly making various gestures. Charlotte's face was full of joy. Harriet was indeed a high-level extraordinary person, with a particularly strong vitality. She could actually condense 7 flaming hands. The flaming hands were on the 3rd page of the Adonis blood-sucking secret scroll. It was not a profound secret method, but it often took 1 or 2 years longer to condense each flaming hand than the previous one. It takes 3 to 5 years for ordinary vampires to cultivate the first flaming hand, and more than 5 years to cultivate the second flaming hand. Therefore, most Adonis vampires, after cultivating 1 flaming hand, will not continue to study the secret method, but continue to break through. Young high-level Adonis vampires usually only have 3 or 5 flaming hands, which is enough for them. Unless they are very old vampires, who have been doing nothing for a long time, they will condense more flaming hands. Charlotte is not a vampire, and the Protagoras scroll does not mention these details. After all, most people will realize that practicing this thing is too time-consuming, and they will automatically stop and choose to break through to a higher level. He swallowed the life essence of a high-level knight, and did not encounter a bottleneck in this secret method. He condensed 7 flaming hands in one breath, before realizing that he seemed to have overdone it. At Charlotte's thought, the 5 fingers of a flaming hand rotated, and a fire-quell silver rhino appeared. The muzzle of this extraordinary alchemical short gun pointed up, down, left, and right in 7 directions in a row, just like using an arm to move fingers, just like holding a real hand. From the other flaming hand, a magic foreign sword blood rose flew out. The blade was as white as snow, fluttering and turning, making Asilo's swordsmanship supernatural, and the changes were 3 times more bizarre than when holding it, and the angle of each sword was incredible, beyond the limit of human imagination. Charlotte thought to herself, isn't this the legendary 3 heads and 6 arms? I have 1 extra hand. The 2 extra heads seem useless, so it doesn't matter if they are gone. He had enough fun, and snapped his fingers. 7 large hands burning with blood flames gradually shrank, flew to his side, and disappeared. Charlotte touched the diary casually, and the thought came to her mind. The time for the advent of the blood god Karnstein was postponed by another 18 days. Page 4 of Vampire Secret Scroll 28 is the Blazing Bomb, which is a supernatural power to fire psychic bullets with bare hands, and can also be pressed into extraordinary firearms, which is much more powerful than firing with bare hands. With my strong blood energy, it's probably not difficult to practice this secret method successfully. It will probably take 1 or 2 months at most. However, I don't lack the means of long-range attack. I'd better practice the Spirit Spider technique first, and then consider the Blazing Bomb. The Spirit Spider technique should take less than 2 weeks. Charlotte patted the mud on her body because of the battle, twisted the maze, and walked to Sylvie Martin's side in 1 step. Sylvie didn't expect him to appear, and stabbed with the dagger in her hand with all her strength. Fortunately, Charlotte was also a 5th-level extraordinary person, and she had the skill of agility. She dodged the attack with a flick of her body, and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, Cousin Sylvie." Sylvie saw that it was him, and she breathed gently, exhaled a breath of air, relaxed, and said unhappily, "Don't call me cousin." Charlotte shrugged her shoulders and said, "I'm afraid that from now on, you will be my cousin. Unless we don't contact each other again in the future. Although I think you don't care, Winnie and I may have a lot of business, and you won't leave the cat detective agency, so try to accept this identity." Sylvie pursed her lips and said, "That's fine. It's easier for me to accept than another identity." Charlotte didn't know why Sylvie hated him. Even the real Charlotte Mecklin didn't know that his ugly appearance of running naked on the street and being chased by people was seen by his former fiancée. Charlotte faced the evil god directly, but it only made her memory clearer, and it couldn't make things that were not in her memory appear in her mind. He didn't really care about it. For a first-level clerk, Sylvie was a pretty good marriage partner. The 2 families were well matched, and the parents of both parties were friends. Sylvie was definitely a little beauty, and she was a graduate of the National Academy, with impeccable character and moral integrity. But for a 34th-level 4th-level clerk, this marriage was very ordinary. Sylvie was of no help to his career, and at most could only be a good wife. But this lady was unwilling to return to her family, and preferred to work outside, which meant that she refused to play the role of a good wife. Teacher Huang Haisheng is a traditional person. If Sylvie had not actively rejected this marriage, he would have been very troubled. But the current situation made him feel much more relaxed. Charlotte smiled and took Sylvie with her. Soon she found Winnie Arzino. Although this cat spirit detective turned into a desert cat and hid well, and found several secret passages, it was still easy for Charlotte, as the master of the maze, to find her. Winnie Arzino saw Charlotte and Sylvie appear in front of her. She couldn't help but meow twice in surprise. When she found that the other party didn't understand, she rolled on the ground and returned to her human form. Winnie asked, "You killed Harriet? Are you really a vampire?" Charlotte took out the blood rose, stretched out her hand, and gently wiped the blade, showing the female detective her palm. Blood seeped out slightly where the blade passed. Of course, he would not give himself a big wound, just a little scratch on the oily skin. Winnie Arzino did not believe this in the first place, and when she saw the wound on his hand, she did not believe it even more. Vampires do not have blood. Even if they are scratched, they will only release mist-like blood energy instead of spilling blood. Sylvie pulled Charlotte's hand away, took a look, and let it go again. The wound was too shallow, and there was no need to bandage it. Charlotte gestured, signaling Winnie Arzino to follow her. He took the two ladies and left Machupi quickly. When the two ladies looked back and looked at the ruins of the fortress, they were slightly moved. They did not feel the horror of this maze, but they did not expect that a high-level extraordinary like Harriet would fall here. Neither of them asked how Charlotte killed Harriet. Winnie felt that Charlotte had countless secrets, and this was just one of them. As a detective, exploring secrets was the ultimate pleasure, but asking directly would be boring. Sylvie was too lazy to ask. Anyway, as long as Charlotte was still alive, who cares how he survived? She didn't want to care too much about her ex-fiancé. Chapter 92. Mrs. Nancy has been waiting outside Machupi. Just as Charlotte was about to board the carriage, she saw Aubrey Tootin Atwood getting off the carriage. The head of the Wild Horse Detective Agency had not left. Charlotte shrugged and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't rescue Mr. Harriet's body. There are some strange things in this fortress ruins." Aubrey Tootin Atwood looked at Charlotte deeply and asked, "Did you choose this place because you signed a contract with a monster?" This is the most reasonable explanation. Charlotte did not refute or admit it, but bowed slightly, handed Harriet's saber to Aubrey Teutonic Atwood, and said, "This is Mr. Harriet's relic. Please return it to his family. Although I don't want this tragedy to happen, I can't do anything about it." After saying this, Charlotte got on the carriage, and after the two ladies were seated, she turned on the copper pipe of the communication and said, "Mrs. Nancy, return to Strasbourg." Aubrey Tootin Atwood stood in front of the ruins of Machupi Fortress, watching Charlotte's carriage go away. He pondered for a long time before getting on the carriage. He could not see through Charlotte Mecklin anymore. If time could go back, Aubrey Tootin Atwood would never accept Magri Teller's order. Because of the profit of a few crowns, he not only lost 8 detectives, including 3 extraordinary people, but also lost military connections like Harriet. Harriet was promoted to a high-level extraordinary at such a young age. Her future is limitless, and she will definitely become a powerful helper of the Fiery Horse Detective Agency. In addition, they also need to face the accusations of the Orc Assassins Union. The Orc Assassins Union will indeed continue to send assassins to pursue targets, but they will also add fees for orders that cause them to lose manpower. If the employer cannot pay the additional fees, they will also be on the assassination list of these killers. Orcs have never been good men and women. There are too many troubles. Back in Strasbourg, Charlotte first sent Vinnie Arzino and Sylvie Martin back to 22 Madel Street in Alcatraz. Then he asked Mrs. Nancy to drive back to number 58 Champs-Élysées. He got off the carriage and felt that something was wrong. This house, where he was usually alone, and at most Mrs. Nancy and 3 clever cats, had 3 carriages parked in front of the door. 2 of them had the emblem of the Brittany family, and the other was a military carriage. Charlotte asked Mrs. Nancy to drive the carriage to the stable, and she stepped into the hall on the first floor. There were 3 people in the hall. One of them was naturally Anne, the other was her cousin Claire Brittany, and the last one was actually that, Sister St. Karen. Charlotte suppressed her shock, smiled and said, "I didn't expect so many guests. Your humble home is really honored." Claire smiled and said, "I have military duties to attend to. I can't stay for long. Please allow me to be brief. First of all, I want to apologize for not being able to fight for you. Although the troop movement is beyond my control, I should have arranged for other friends to help in advance. This is my negligence. Fortunately, you returned safely, and I am also relieved. I, Claire Breton, am willing to be Charlotte Mecklin's friend for life and stand by her side in everything. Claire waved his hand to stop Charlotte from speaking, and continued, "The second thing I want to ask Mr. Charlotte is, do you really want to marry my cousin, and Breton, and are you willing to make efforts for it?" Anne looked anxious, her hands tightly grasped her skirt, but she didn't dare to speak, and her face was full of anxiety. Charlotte put her hand on her chest and smiled. "One of my teachers at Sheffield University once said, 'Life is precious, but love is more precious.' I am willing to do anything for Anne, even if it means going through fire and water." Claire smiled, and Anne was obviously relieved. The elite of the Imperial Army said, "Mr. Charlotte, forgive me for being blunt, but a fourth-level extraordinary person is not qualified to marry a lady from the Brittany family. You are practicing bloody glory. If it were in peacetime, you would have no chance to practice this secret method to a high level. To practice bloody glory, one must kill lives, and they cannot be low-level lives. In the Empire, killing is against the law, and the desire to kill the extraordinary and obtain their vitality is not tolerated by the laws of the Empire and the major families. But now you have a chance. Byron has declared war on your hometown, the Principality of Behemoth. Within a week at most, Fars will also declare war on Byron's group of vampires. Although I cannot represent the Breton family yet, I am personally willing to help you and stand on your side in this matter. It's just that you need to go to the battlefield now." Charlotte took a breath and said, "I'm still a civilian." He probably understood what Claire was here for. This cousin really supported his and Anne's love, so he encouraged him to go to the front. Only on the front battlefield can there be high-level extraordinary people with strong vitality. They can make Charlotte's bloody glory grow rapidly. Only by becoming a high-level extraordinary can Charlotte and Anne be together. Moreover, the battlefield is also the easiest place to make achievements, which can allow him to be promoted quickly. Of course, pure meritorious service does not necessarily lead to promotion, but with Claire's help, no one will steal Charlotte's credit. Claire replied calmly, "Civil servants can also go to the battlefield, and it is not a big deal to switch to military service." Charlotte glanced at Anne and answered decisively, "I am willing to go to the battlefield for Miss and for the Empire, and for the peace of mankind." Claire nodded and said, "I have finished my words. I came back to Strasbourg to urge a batch of supplies. I can only stay for 2 hours. If you don't come back in half an hour, we will have no chance to meet. Next, please Mr. Charlotte, work hard to make achievements." He said goodbye in a hurry. With one less person in the room, Charlotte's pressure increased instead of decreasing. If there was a choice, he really didn't want to face the Sister St. Karen. Sister Karen smiled and said, "I came here just to say one thing. You can borrow the silver rhino indefinitely, and don't worry about it being damaged or lost." The sister pointed to the ground, where a small red box was placed. She said gently, "Here are 120 rounds of magic-breaking armor-piercing bombs." After saying this, Sister St. Karen said to Anne, "Please don't go home too late." She also left gracefully like Claire. Chapter 93. As soon as Aunt Karen left, Anne threw herself into Charlotte's arms, tears falling like pearls, murmuring, "I am a bad woman, I am a selfish woman, I struggled for a long time, but still chose selfishness. Mr. Mecklin, I know this sentence is very immoral, but I still want to say, can you please go to the battlefield for me? I, and of Brittany, swear on the honor of my family that if you can't come back, I will never marry. Or you can refuse me." Charlotte patted Anne's pink back and whispered, "But this is also what I dream of. Please allow me not to refuse this request. You also know that this is the only chance for a poor boy to marry the Earl's daughter." Anne laughed, but then burst into tears. Charlotte was not a poor boy, but he was the son of a businessman, and there was a gap between him and the nobles. If he could not make a fortune by his own ability, even if he made more money, he would not be able to get the Earl's approval to marry his daughter. Charlotte was not afraid of going to the battlefield. He had insight and blood flame transformation, and his survivability was much stronger than that of ordinary extraordinary people. Moreover, he really needed an opportunity to quickly improve his strength. After all, he was in a hurry to face the coming of the evil god. This opportunity could only be on the battlefield. Anne walked out of number 58 Élysée Country Street, wiped her tears, and got on the carriage. When the carriage turned out of Élysée Country Street, there was a carriage waiting. Aunt Karen got off the carriage gracefully and said, "Miss, you won the bet with the Earl." Anne, however, was not excited or happy, and said sadly, "I feel like a bad girl. I am forcing the person I love most to go to the battlefield, and I feel deeply guilty and uneasy." Madame Karen chuckled and said, "Miss, you don't need to blame yourself, you did nothing wrong. Don't blame the Earl either. Even the Earl can't do something. He is worried that the most beautiful rose in his home will be picked by someone without intention, so he has to resort to this last resort and make these tests. And whispered, when he first met me, he rushed into the corridor of the evil god to save me, regardless of the danger to his life. This kind of temptation is totally unnecessary. Madame Karen smiled slightly, thinking in her heart, if he hadn't stood up that time, he wouldn't even have the chance to be tempted this time. The Earl has sent people to the Principality of Behemoth to investigate this young man. The results of the investigation were burned by the Earl on the same day. He didn't show it to anyone, nor did he mention it to anyone. He was just angry for a whole day. He reached for his beloved sword 9 times, and caught Silver Rhino twice. The Earl must want to kill Mr. Mecklin himself. I guess Mr. Mecklin is a very interesting young man. He must have a lot of dark history. And murmured softly, I never expected this war to not start. Aunt Karen said, every empire wants to expand, and small and medium-sized countries are being dragged into the empire. This war is inevitable. Miss, don't worry too much. Your father won't transfer him to a dangerous unit. After all, he is not as ambitious as Mr. Clare. The Earl used Mr. Clare this time. I hope he won't be angry. And wanted to refute this, but thinking carefully about what Charlotte did on weekdays, it seemed that she really didn't have any lofty ambitions, and Charlotte, the son of a wealthy businessman, could never compare to a young nobleman like Clare, who had too many resources. After sending it away, Charlotte couldn't help but whistled. He said to Mrs. Nancy, please go to the Cat and Clover coffee shop and pick up my 3 little cuties. By the way, buy a few pounds of beef, a few pounds of mutton, some pork, and some onions, lettuce, and spices, and buy 2 more barrels of beer. We want to celebrate today. Mrs. Nancy agreed and went out. Not long after, runners from various stores came to deliver things, and Charlotte asked them to deliver the things to the backyard. Charlotte had already prepared a set of barbecue tools that were necessary for time travelers, but he was not so diligent on Earth. After traveling here, he lived in a busy commercial street like number 58 Élysée Country Street, so it was too convenient to go out for meals. Sometimes, when he didn't want to go out, Mrs. Nancy provided a private kitchen service, so he was even more lazy to do it. Although the terrace on the 3rd floor has a better view, it is troublesome to clean up after the barbecue and run up and down the stairs. Charlotte doesn't want to do it herself, but she doesn't feel comfortable asking Mrs. Nancy to do it. When Mrs. Nancy brought back the last batch of things and the 3 kittens, Charlotte had already cut dozens of skewers, put various pieces of meat on them, sprinkled them with spices and fine salt, and roasted them on the brazier. The aroma was overflowing. When the 3 kittens saw their owner, they immediately jumped out of the bamboo basket carried by Mrs. Nancy, meowing, running toward Charlotte, and rubbing on his trouser legs. Charlotte was also very happy to see her cats. She used psychic skills to communicate with them for a while, prepared food for the kittens, and then called Mrs. Nancy, let's eat together. Mrs. Nancy was not polite, and took over the task of grilling meat, letting Charlotte go. Charlotte was a little surprised to see her skilled appearance and asked, Mrs. Nancy, how come you seem to be familiar with grilling meat? Mrs. Nancy grilled meat while answering, I have an acquaintance. She is a cook. She worked with me in the previous owner's house. She is particularly good at grilling meat. My previous employer likes to eat grilled meat very much. I often help and learned a little bit. Charlotte immediately became interested and asked, does the lady have a new job now? Mrs. Nancy shook her head and said, she is different from me. She is not from the old world, but a native of the new world. She came from the Far East, and was captured and brought to Fars because of the war. She is not a free person. The master originally promised to issue her a certificate of freedom, as long as she served for 5 years, allowing her to become a free person. She invested in the gold mines in the New World, lost all her money, and went bankrupt, so he broke his promise and sold her. Charlotte was silent immediately. He knew that there was human trafficking in the old world, and even a human market on the Élysée Field Street, but he didn't want to think about it. Mrs. Nancy seemed to feel that she had said something wrong and fell silent. Charlotte raised a skewer of barbecue, smiled and livened up the atmosphere, and asked, what is the name of that lady? Mrs. Nancy put a string of mushrooms on the brazier and said, her name is too long. I only remember her nickname, Mrs. Wumia Zhejiang. Chapter 94. Charlotte couldn't help but smile and said, what an interesting name, but it's a pity that I can't taste the cooking of this lady. Mrs. Nancy hesitated for a moment and whispered, actually, I was shopping just now and passed by the population market. I met Mrs. Wu Meizijiang. She was not good-looking and fat, so no buyers were interested in her. The situation was very bad. Charlotte poured herself a glass of beer, took a big sip, and said slowly, Mrs. Nancy, if you want to help your old colleague, go to the population market and bring her here. Mrs. Nancy was slightly shocked, and quickly stood up and said, I will bring her back now. Her craftsmanship is really great. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Mrs. Nancy left in a hurry, and Charlotte became a person again. He drank a glass of beer and poured another one. He has been in this world for so long, and he has tried very hard to adapt to this world, but many times he still feels that he is incompatible with the world. I really want to have the same ability as those senior travelers, so that I can change a world. Charlotte had also had fantasies, to make a name for herself in this world with her knowledge and vision. But he was just an ordinary civilian. Although he climbed up like crazy by doing whatever it takes and became a small nobleman in a short period of time, he was still a long way from changing the world. I don't know where the Brittany family will take me. In fact, I am in charge of the patrol army in Lukavaro district. If I work harder and subdue more than 20 gangs in Lukavaro district, I will also be a big force. Do some more business. As a time traveler, it's quite wrong to only earn a meager fixed salary. How about opening a pharmacy? Don't really sell medicine, just sell some herbal tea, flower tea, beauty paste, nourishing and yang strengthening soup and other things in the name of a pharmacy. The good thing about this business is that the cost of raw materials is low, the profit of each product is high, and the market competition is not great. Charlotte ate and drank, and soon she was a little drunk, and the thoughts in her mind became very messy and unsystematic. Mrs. Nancy brought back a fat lady in her 40s. She was not as tall and strong as Mrs. Nancy, but she had the temperament of a person who had worked hard for many years. Following them was a human trader. When he saw Charlotte, he smiled and said, Sir, are you looking for a cook? Please allow me to introduce this lady. She came from the New World and was of noble birth. Because her country was defeated in the war, she was stranded in Fars. She is a senior cook trained by senior professionals with the most rigorous system. She originally worked in a baron family. She was diligent and very much liked by the original owner. Charlotte glanced at the human trader, interrupted his chattering, and said, I am the commander of the patrol troops in the Lukavaro district. Tomorrow I plan to jointly enforce the law with the patrol troops in the Picardy district to clean up the chaotic human market. What do you think? The human trader quickly put 5 ECU. He swallowed the offer and said with a wry smile, You only need to pay the cost price. Charlotte muttered, Let's carry out joint law enforcement tomorrow and sweep the human market. These bastards, if we don't catch a few of them and torture them severely, they won't know what it means to respect the goddess. Mrs. Nancy and Mrs. Wumaizijang stared in amazement. Charlotte just muttered a few words about joint law enforcement, and the human trader wiped his sweat and gave Mrs. Wumaizijang to Charlotte for free. Charlotte is not used to bullying people, it's just. This is only in Fars. If it were on Earth, he might choose to beat the human traffickers to death. Not paying for free is already a great mercy on his part. Although he has compromised a lot, he still can't compromise on this kind of thing. Charlotte knows that he can't help many people, and he doesn't have the ability to change the world, but it's good to help one person. He got the contract of selling the body of Mrs. Wumaizijang, and planned to issue a certificate of freedom when he went to number 1 Falcon Street tomorrow. Although hiring a free cook would cost more than using a free servant, he would rather spend more money to hire a cook. Transfer this lady to patrol the city. An extra salary from the Empire will be used as compensation for Mrs. Wumaizijang. Mrs. Wumaizijang washed up, especially her hands, and then came to help Charlotte grill meat. It must be said that this lady's cooking skills are good, much better than Charlotte, who traveled from Earth. Since Charlotte started practicing, his appetite has become very large. Mrs. Nancy and Mrs. Wumaizijang hardly ate anything, but he ate up dozens of kilograms of food he bought and drank half a barrel of beer. After eating and drinking, Charlotte left the yard to the 2 ladies and went back to the 3rd floor. Mrs. Wumaizijang had been doing a show on the street all day today. She was actually very tired. She was just busy and had been forcing herself to stay busy. As soon as Charlotte left, she sat down, panting heavily, and said, Nancy, thank you. Mrs. Nancy whispered, This new owner has a very good temper. Except that he doesn't like to be disturbed. He can only clean the room after work, and there are no other taboos. Also, there are 3 young ladies coming here often. You must not talk nonsense in front of them. Although Mr. Charlotte usually has a good temper, he is also an extraordinary person. Not long ago, he killed 8 detectives, killed 2 assassins, and had a duel with someone. In short, neither you nor I can bear the consequences of offending this gentleman. Nancy poured a glass of beer and handed it to this former colleague. Mrs. Wumizijiang took the glass, drank it in one gulp, and said, I am really a little hungry. I didn't eat enough yesterday, and I didn't eat anything today. That hateful human trader also told me not to talk nonsense, and wanted me to cooperate with him, and sell myself at a high price. Mrs. Nancy grilled some of the remaining meat, mushrooms, and vegetables with her hands, and handed them to Mrs. Wumizijiang. She watched her wolf down the food and said gently, Suffering will always pass. Don't think about the past. On the terrace on the third floor, Charlotte tapped her brows, turned off her insight, smiled slightly, and looked forward to the new cook. She started her daily practice again. He had to successfully practice the runes of the Spirit Spider technique in the shortest time. With the Spirit Spider technique and the Lightness technique, he could fight and escape even if he encountered a high-level extraordinary. The extraordinary system of the old continent, from low to high levels, is purely divided by energy strength. Many low-level extraordinary people have almost no special abilities, and even many low-level and middle-level extraordinary people have no abilities. The difference between extraordinary people with abilities and those who have never mastered abilities is almost like heaven and earth. Chapter 95. Low-level transcendents like Charlotte, who have condensed 4 blood runes and possess 4 supernatural powers, namely Insight, Blood Flame, Light Dexterity, and Angel Thorn, are rare. Charlotte stayed at home for 3 days before returning to work. Diligently. He arrived at number 1 Falcon Street and made a round of inspection. As a superior, he must be familiar with his subordinates. It was not for diligence, but because Charlotte was worried that an assassin would sneak in without her noticing. Charlotte keenly noticed that more and more people came to work, and there were more than 200 people. He felt a little strange, went back to the office, and called Himeisha over. He promised to help her get promoted to a knight, so he couldn't just do nothing. Charlotte carefully asked the girl from the southern continent about her training. As he expected, Himeisha had dropped out of school a long time ago. She didn't learn the orthodox knight breathing method at the National Academy, but learned the breathing method from a wandering knight who passed by his hometown. This breathing method is not complete. Himeisha has practiced it for 7 or 8 years, but has been stuck at the stage of breaking through the power seed and has never made any progress. The old continent is not like Earth. The culture on Earth is open, and any knowledge can be obtained through the internet and some professional schools. There are academic exchanges within the 4 universities and FARs, but outside the universities, even the National Academy hardly communicates with the outside world, and it is difficult for outsiders to learn the orthodox night breathing method. Charlotte pondered for a while and said, You are practicing the flame demon breathing method, which is very popular in the southern continent, but in fact this breathing method has great flaws. More than 100 years ago, a professor improved the flame demon breathing method and renamed it Golden Forbidden Flame. I can help you find a textbook on Golden Forbidden Flame. After you correct your breathing method, I can also find a senior to try to forcefully infuse fighting spirit to help you break the power seed. Charlotte was trying to find an extraordinary path for Himeisha when she heard a knock on the door. A slightly hearty voice sounded outside the office. Mr. Mecklin, can I come in? The voice sounded familiar, and Charlotte hurriedly said, Please come in. A beautiful woman with a heroic spirit, dignified features, unique style, and a slightly older age walked into his office. She was the Lady Mavis, the chief patrolman of the Lukavaro district and the inner court guard, who should be his partner according to the standard configuration of the patrol army. This beautiful woman, with a complicated identity, smiled and said, Sorry to bother you. Charlotte greeted him according to etiquette, Don't bother you. At the same time, she gestured for Himeisha to leave. Madame Mavis didn't look at Himeisha for a second. She waited until she left before saying, The patrol troops in the Lukavaro district will soon be reorganized into the Free Knights, and may go to the battlefield at any time. I still have the duties of the inner court guards, and cannot leave with the knights, so I will temporarily resign from the post of chief patrol. Your new partner will probably be in place in a few days. Charlotte knew the military system of the empire. The army of the Fars Empire was divided into 5 categories, from high to low status, namely, the royal knights affiliated with the emperor, the private knights of the nobles, the local army, the free knights and the mercenaries. The royal knights, the private knights of the nobles, and the local army are all permanent armies. The free knights are temporary conscripted troops, formed during wartime and disbanded in battle. Mercenaries are outsourced and generally not paid or paid. They can only obtain a plundering certificate issued by the empire to legally rob hostile countries in war. The patrol army is a local army, and is generally not allowed to leave the station. However, when a war occurs, Because the patrol army is originally a government army sequence and does not need an additional salary, it may be given the number of the free knights and have the power to go to the battlefield. Not only the Fars Empire, but also all the countries in the old continent like to reorganize local armies and send them to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Of course, most of the free knights are not part-time local armies, but pure, temporary conscripted armies, and they often face the fate of disbanding after the war. By the way, most detective agencies are officially registered as mercenaries, and the official registration of adventure groups is also mercenaries. The agency responsible for the registration and management of detective agencies, mercenaries, and adventure groups in the Empire is the patrol army in various places. He was slightly surprised and asked, "Who is my new partner?" Mrs. Mavis smiled and said, "I don't know either. However, you should be more concerned about where you will be sent after becoming a member of the Free Knights." Charlotte subconsciously asked, "Where will I be sent?" Mrs. Mavis replied, "You were born in the Principality of Behemoth, and you will most likely be sent to the Principality of Behemoth to fight with Lady Nancila." Charlotte frowned slightly. He really didn't want to go back to the Principality of Behemoth. He was a time traveler, and what he wanted most was to break away from the past, so as not to be killed by the past. Acquaintances. The flaw was seen. But he immediately thought, when I return to the Principality of Behemoth, I don't have to hang out with my old acquaintances. I can just hide in the army. Madame Mavis said, "There is one more thing. Because we have to reorganize into a knight group, and because we may be sent to the battlefield, you have been given the power to expand the Lucavaro District Patrol Army to 3,000 people. There is one more thing. The Empire will give you a group of additional personnel, but most of them need to be recruited by you. I came here this time and brought you a batch of appointment and dismissal documents for the Patrol Army and the Free Knights." Mrs. Mavis smiled and did not move. Charlotte understood the lady's hint and said, "I will not stop anyone from leaving. Many people are afraid of going to the battlefield, so those who are on the payroll will try every means to transfer out of the patrol army in the Lucavaro district. The main purpose of Mrs. Mavis's visit this time is to intercede for these people." Charlotte was so knowledgeable and interesting, so Mrs. Mavis smiled and said, "The documents are too heavy, they are all in the carriage. I will ask the coachman to bring them to you later." Charlotte smiled and nodded, indicating that she understood. She then talked to Mavis about some random things, and the lady left calmly. After a moment, her coachman brought up a large suitcase, which was full of new appointment and dismissal documents. Self-recruitment is a very difficult matter for soldiers in the old world. After all, it is not easy to recruit thousands of soldiers in a short period of time. But for Charlotte, this matter is too easy. He finally knew why more people came to work today. They came to handle the transfer procedures. Charlotte sat in the office for a while, asked Madame Nancy to prepare the carriage, and went to her former workplace, Kilmainham Prison. Chapter 96. The new warden is called Anthony. He is very enthusiastic about Charlotte's sudden visit. The two chatted friendly for a while, and then Charlotte said the purpose of her visit: "My patrol troops will be reorganized into the Free Knights, but the Empire cannot provide me with enough manpower, so I came to ask for your help." Anthony is also a smart man. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Kilmainham Prison holds only serious criminals." Charlotte shrugged and said, "Of course, I know that the prisoners in Kilmainham Prison are not good. You are the warden of Kilmainham Prison. You should know people from other prisons. I wonder if you can introduce me to someone." Charlotte didn't know Anthony's background, but she was 100% sure that he was also a man of her senior sister Milan, otherwise he wouldn't know her and wouldn't sign a transfer order so readily. How could she not use such a network of people? Warden Anthony hesitated, pondered for a moment, and smiled. "If I give you a group of prisoners from other prisons, there would be no problem." "Well, let's do this. Tomorrow I will have the prisoners report to number 1 Falcon Street. I am not sure how many people there will be, but it will definitely be more than 1,000. Charlotte was overjoyed and chatted for a while. Before leaving, she deliberately left 10 crowns on the seat. Anthony did not remind her, and personally sent Charlotte out of Kilmainham Prison. Charlotte returned to the carriage. He finally understood why powerful people are always one step ahead of others. A few days ago, Claire Brittany mentioned to him, within a week at most, Fars will declare war on the vampires in Byron. Today, Mavis told him that the Lucavaro District Patrol Army was about to be reorganized into the Free Knights, and even brought the documents so that he could legally recruit soldiers in advance. Coincidentally, Charlotte used to work in Kilmainham Prison, and the new warden was in the same camp as him, so he could get a group of prisoners in the prison before others and set up his own knights first. By the time the Fars Empire officially declared war, It was too late for anyone to think of recruiting soldiers from the prison. Of course, higher-level figures would know the news earlier, but they would not have Charlotte's worries, and the nobles' armies must be fully staffed. Charlotte pondered for a while in the carriage, and said to Mrs. Nancy, "Go back to number 1 Falcon Street." Although Anthony promised to help him operate a group of prisoners, the number might not be enough, and the quality of the soldiers was worrying, so he needed to find another group of new soldiers. After returning to number 1 Yin Hun Street, Charlotte asked Dubin to invite all the gang leaders in the Le Cavallo area. Dubin took a few people out for more than 2 hours, and invited back 50 or 60 people, a total of 13 gang leaders and representatives. Only 3 of the 5 largest gangs in the Le Cavallo area sent people, namely, the Lone Wolf Gang, the Dark Knight Beast, and the Gulab Brotherhood. The other 2 did not let Dubin see any serious people, and their attitudes were quite arrogant. Although the gangs did not care much about the patrol army, most of them did not want to go against the patrol army. It was rare for Charlotte to send people to invite them politely. Some gang leaders were also curious about what the leader of the patrol army in this area was going to do. However, most of the gang leaders did not dare to come in person, fearing that they would be wiped out by the patrol army, so they only sent their subordinates to represent them. The leader of the Lone Wolf Gang came in person. He called himself Scar because he had been slashed on the face. He was strong and fierce. Although he was not extraordinary, he was strong in martial arts. The second leader of the Dark Knight Beast came, nicknamed Yellow Bear, and was a first-level extraordinary. Yellow Bear was tall, and was not a knight, but a demon hunter. He was even more majestic than the demon hunter nicknamed White Wolf that Charlotte knew. You should know that White Wolf was already a sturdy and strong man, with a height of more than 2 picometers. The Gulab Brotherhood is a gang composed of 3 brothers, but none of the 3 Gulab brothers came. The one who came was an inconspicuous person, thin and small, with a dagger hanging on his waist, calling himself Golden Rat. In addition to the representatives of the 3 major gangs, the most eye-catching one was the leader of a small gang, a slightly stout lady with a good appearance. She called herself the Doll Sister, and was also an extraordinary person. She was also the only extraordinary person among the gang members, who came to the patrol army headquarters this time, and she took the path of a doll maker. Charlotte was very friendly and smiling to these gang leaders, but her words were quite overbearing. The Le Cavallo district must be under the jurisdiction of the patrol army. People from several gangs were in an uproar. If it weren't for the rumors that the leader of the patrol army was not only a superhuman, but also killed 8 superhuman detectives from the Fiery Horse Society in a 1-on-8 battle, these gang members would have definitely rioted. Scar from the Lone Wolf Gang had a fierce look in his eyes, and asked, "Chairman Charlotte, what do you mean by this?" Charlotte smiled and said, "I have a batch of blank documents in my hand. I need you to send a batch of people to join the patrol army and participate in the management of the Le Cavallo district." This time, the gang members were even more agitated. But their attitude was completely different from before. Scar smiled grimly and asked, "I wonder how many documents you have? You can give all these quotas to our Lone Wolf Gang. I will manage the entire Le Cavallo district for you." Among the 5 largest gangs in the Le Cavallo district, only the Lone Wolf Gang had its leader come in person. Although Scar was not a superhuman, he was proud of his strong martial arts. Ordinary superhumans were not his opponents. He wanted to suppress Charlotte and give the leader a warning. Charlotte smiled slightly, raised her voice, and said, "There can only be one voice in the Le Cavallo district, and that is the voice of Charlotte Mecklin. I don't mind being provoked, and I don't mind killing the provocateur." Charlotte took out the silver rhino, pressed the devil-breaking armor bombs into the space magazine one by one, and slapped them on the table. Scar saw this extraordinary pistol, and although his eyes were still fierce, he didn't say anything. He knew that an extraordinary weapon in the hands of an extraordinary person was enough to kill the opponent by 2 or 3 levels. Huang Xiong and Sister Doll also kept quiet. Although they were both extraordinary, they were both at the first level, and had no confidence that they could compete with Charlotte. The restless gang members finally calmed down. Charlotte was also notorious. Although most of the patrol troops in Le Cavallo district were empty-handed, there were more than 200 people working on a daily basis. They were not a small force. Even the 5 most powerful gangs in Le Cavallo district did not have the confidence to swallow the patrol troops alone. Moreover, Charlotte was not trying to embarrass everyone, but to share power with the major gangs. No one wanted to miss this feast. Someone immediately said, "Your Lone Wolf Gang can't eat such a big cake. We, the Dark Knight Beast, are willing to help General Charlotte share some of the responsibilities." Chapter 97. Although Scar from the Lone Wolf Gang was not convinced, He also knew that if he continued to provoke Charlotte, she would dare to shoot him. Scar asked himself if he had the ability to survive the demon-breaking armor bomb. He glared at the person who had just spoken to the Dark Knight Beast and said coldly, "Can you also represent the Dark Knight Beast?" Yellow Bear said nothing, took a step forward, expressed his attitude, and supported the person who spoke. Although Scar was not afraid of Yellow Bear, he did not want to conflict with this demon hunter. He secretly said in his heart, "Humph, when our lone wolf gang joins the patrol army, sooner or later the patrol army will listen to our command. This idiot young man has no idea what society is. Does he think our people will listen to him when they join the city patrol? How naive." No one objected. Charlotte distributed most of the expansion quotas according to the size of the gangs and the status of the gang members who came to participate in this gathering. After Charlotte made the distribution, she smiled and watched these gang members fighting for the quotas. Their faces flushed, and occasionally they would fight and make some adjustments. It took a whole day to roughly determine how many people each gang would send to join the Le Cavallo District City Patrol. He had only one request, that these gangs must actually send people to number 1 Yenshun Street to participate in the daily training of the patrol army. If they refused to come, they would be exempted from the quota. The people of the 13 gangs had no objection to this. Anyway, the people sent here would only be the gang's low-level thugs. It would not affect the leaders if they worked harder and ran more times. The people in these gangs did not know that the patrol army in the Le Cavallo district had been reorganized into the Free Knights, and could set off at any time to fight in the Principality of Behemoth. Charlotte only needs to find an excuse to take everyone away. Once these people are on the battlefield, it will not be so easy to get them back. The battlefield is the place where people can be tempered the most. After a few battles, these people will only listen to their superiors, and will no longer obey the orders of the original gang leaders. Besides, the patrol army is at least a regular soldier of the Empire, and the treatment is not bad. What future can the gang's low-level thugs have? After confirming the quota of 13 gangs to join the patrol army, Charlotte sent these gang members away without saying anything except asking them to send their people over early tomorrow morning. The next morning, Charlotte went to work very diligently in a carriage. This was a rare time for him to work continuously. Warden Anthony was indeed a very trustworthy person. Since the morning, the 6 major prisons in Strasbourg have sent batches of prisoners, and almost all of them are young and strong prisoners, accounting for 70% of them are men. The 13 gangs in the Le Cavallo district have also sent people to report. What Charlotte couldn't understand was that there were quite a few young female gang members. Looking at this group of old-fashioned girls, some dressed in short clothes, some in maple leaf skirts, and some in men's clothes, they were really a bit varied and strange. By the afternoon, Charlotte's men had expanded to nearly 3,000 people, of which 1,200 were from the prison, and the remaining nearly 1,000 were from 13 gangs. Charlotte promoted his old subordinates, including the adventurers he had tricked into coming, and the patrol troops brought by Dubin, to captains and vice-captains, and dispersed the prisoners and gang members, with each team having a full quota of 50 people, and formed 70 to 80 combat teams. Of course, many teams were not full. After the reorganization, it was already evening. Charlotte arranged this group of patrol soldiers with complicated origins into a team, urged the blood flame, and the whole body was boiling red to strengthen the momentum, and shouted, "I think everyone is hungry, I will take you to have a good meal." The local army of the old continent, especially the patrol army, did not have the welfare of providing meals, and they had to solve the problem of eating by themselves. These people have been reporting and dividing into teams since morning. Whether they are prisoners or gang members, they are all troublesome. I don't know how many conflicts they have had. They are already hungry and tired. Hearing that Charlotte was going to take everyone to have a good meal, everyone got excited and followed Charlotte out of number 1 Yenshun Street. Charlotte called Mason, and he Meisha to her side and whispered, "Take your own team, and go buy a batch of food first, and send it to the Black Scorpion gang." Neither of them knew what Charlotte was going to do, but they all obediently took their men to buy food. Soon someone found something wrong, because Charlotte did not take everyone to the commercial area of Le Cavallo district, but went straight to the headquarters of the Black Scorpion gang, one of the 5 major gangs. Charlotte is a 4th-level clerk of the 34th grade. She is a low-level noble, and an Imperial noble. She is also a superhuman. She has fought hard in the recent battles. She is also the chief of the patrol army in Le Cavallo district, and has great prestige. Although there are a few smart people in this messy patrol army who have doubts, no one dares to jump out and question them. Not to mention the group of prisoners, the gang members sent here are all low-level thugs, and have no ideas. When Dubin saw the headquarters of the Black Scorpion gang appear in his sight, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He found Charlotte and asked, "Boss, what are we going to do?" Charlotte did not answer him, but took out the anti-space long-range rifle and shouted, "We 13 gangs have reached an alliance. Why should we share the benefits with those who do not join? I now declare, conquer the Black Scorpion gang, and all the wealth will be divided equally among us." He pointed the extraordinary rifle forward with one hand, and his posture was extremely chic, and he blasted the door of the Black Scorpion gang into pieces with one shot. Madame Karen not only allowed Charlotte to borrow the Silver Rhino for a long time, but also brought him a box of 120 rounds of magic armor-breaking bombs, so he no longer had to worry about insufficient firepower. The backbone of Charlotte's patrol army was the group of adventurers who were deceived into joining the gang. When they heard that they could rob at will, they immediately encouraged their men to charge. The prisoners from various prisons didn't care about the Black Scorpion gang. Although the people from the 13 gangs felt something was wrong, they were also forced to rush into the Black Scorpion gang's base. As one of the 5 largest gangs in the Lucavaro district, the Black Scorpion gang has 700 to 800 people, and is very powerful. Although there are no extraordinary people in the gang, the leader Black Scorpion was a senior mercenary in his early years, with superb martial arts and rich practical experience. He usually controls several streets in the Lucavaro district, and no one dares to provoke him. When Dubin came to invite people in the morning, Black Scorpion didn't want to meet him at all and told him to get out. His attitude was very bad. Dubin only brought a few people with him. He didn't dare to cause trouble in the Black Scorpion's territory, so he could only leave with anger. Black Scorpion didn't take Dubin's expulsion seriously. As a local boss, he knew how many hard-working people there were in the Lucavalo district's patrol army. They were less than 1/3 of the Black Scorpions. Even if they fought head-on, he was not afraid of the patrol army. How could he have expected that Charlotte would expand his patrol army to nearly 3,000 people in one day? Chapter 98. Black Scorpion heard the sound of the armor-breaking bomb smashing the door, and didn't know what happened. He thought to himself, could it be the Lone Wolf Gang, or the Dark Knight Beast? I have no conflicts with other gangs recently. Why would they suddenly attack our Black Scorpion gang? He was confident of his fighting power, picked up an iron chain and rushed out of the room, but saw several times more people than the Black Scorpion gang pouring into the station. The young man in the lead, holding an extraordinary rifle in one hand, was as heroic as a god and aimed at himself. Charlotte didn't know Black Scorpion, but since this gang leader was very imposing, he didn't hesitate to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Even a high-level extraordinary person couldn't just rely on the protective fighting spirit to resist the devil-breaking armor bomb. Black Scorpion was just a gang leader who had never been promoted to an extraordinary person, so how could he resist it? Charlotte shot Black Scorpion to death with one shot. Although he deliberately acted recklessly, and shot with one hand in order to establish his prestige and intimidate this group of messy subordinates, his accuracy was actually quite good. The Black Scorpion gang leader was hit by a magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet, and his whole body exploded into a ball of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body. Charlotte did not expect that the magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet would have such a huge power against ordinary people. Dubin was an old member of the patrol army and knew the Black Scorpion. Seeing that Chief Charlotte was so fierce and exploded the Black Scorpion with one shot, he immediately shouted, "The Black Scorpion is dead. For the Black Scorpion gang, those who are willing to surrender will not be killed, and those who resist stubbornly will be killed without mercy." He shouted several times in a row, but the ragtag patrol army formed by Charlotte had too many prisoners and gang thugs, and there was no concept of discipline. Charlotte had promised that the Black Scorpion gang's wealth would be divided equally, resulting in many Black Scorpion gang members being beaten to death before they could surrender. Charlotte had no intention of restraining his men. He was a math teacher in his previous life and had no experience in this area. Without the leader of the gang, the Black Scorpion gang was not a well-trained combat unit. Under the attack of the patrol army, they collapsed and surrendered one after another. In less than half an hour, Charlotte occupied the Black Scorpion gang's stronghold. There were patrol soldiers everywhere, searching for valuables. Many people even touched the Black Scorpion gang members, regardless of life or death, and took out their money bags and put them directly into their arms. Looking at the chaotic scene, Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. He was not sure before he set out. After all, he had never led an army. He just designed this battle according to people's hearts. For now, the result is not bad, at least it didn't mess up. Dubin led his men to restrain the patrol troops and ordered the surrendered Black Scorpion gang to drop their weapons, squat on the ground and form a circle. When Mason and Mengsha rushed over with a large amount of food, the Black Scorpion gang's base finally restored some order. As soon as the Black Scorpion appeared, he was shot dead by Charlotte. The leaderless Black Scorpion gang hardly raised any strong resistance. Although dozens of people were killed in the conflict and more than 100 people escaped, there were still 500 or 600 people left. Charlotte dispersed the group of people and stuffed them into the various combat teams under his command. He also distributed the food brought by Mason and Hermantia. When everyone was eating with great interest, he jumped onto a statue in the Black Scorpion's base, looked down from above, and said loudly, "I said that the Black Scorpion's wealth would be distributed to everyone. My old subordinates all know that Mr. Mecklin always keeps his word. After everyone is eaten, you can start collecting wealth. I will ask professionals to evaluate it and exchange it for forks and centimes. According to the contribution of today's battle, it will be distributed to everyone." Charlotte did not confiscate the property that his subordinates had hidden privately. Only small items could be hidden privately. Slightly larger items could not be hidden privately. After all, this patrol army had little loyalty, and he would not anger this mob for this little property. It would cause problems if he messed around. Charlotte's call was welcomed like thunder. After all, no one would dislike the taste of money. Charlotte originally wanted to go all out and pick another big gang, but seeing that this group of people showed signs of fatigue after the excitement, he had to give up this plan. After these people had finished their meal, Charlotte did not dare to take them back to number 1 Yen Swan Street. After all, this was a very complex unit, and many people might get separated on the way back. He asked these men to rest on the spot, and he also chose a room. Charlotte was afraid of something happening in the middle of the night, so he did not sleep and practiced bloody glory all night. Early the next morning, the Black Scorpion gang's base was in turmoil. After Charlotte woke up, he came out to ask, and it turned out that several gangs that did not go to number 1 Yen Swan Street yesterday sent people to ask to see him. After yesterday's battle to destroy the Black Scorpion gang, this group of rabble had gained some momentum. No one notified them, but just rounded up the gang members and asked them to wait for Charlotte to wake up. However, so many people made some noise, and Charlotte was still alarmed. He washed his face, tidied up his appearance a little, and made himself look a little dignified, and then asked people to bring the gang members over. Among the gang members who came, the most eye-catching one was a man who was a bit older. He was dressed very decently, and didn't look like a gang member at all, but from the eyes of others, Charlotte knew that this guy was quite influential. The man spoke first and said, "I am Ross Bader from Bader Chamber of Commerce. As the local Chamber of Commerce in Lukavaro District, I am willing to lead all Bader Chamber of Commerce to join the patrol army. The 5 largest gangs in Lukavaro District are Lone Wolf Gang, Dark Knight Beast, Gulab Brotherhood, the recently destroyed Black Scorpion Gang, and Bader Chamber of Commerce. Among them, Bader Chamber of Commerce is the most special. It is not a gang organization in the conventional sense, but a security team with gang colors formed by 17 shops. It rarely conflicts with other gangs, and only protects the business safety of 17 shops. Originally, the Bad Chamber of Commerce did not want to participate in Charlotte's activities, and rejected Dubin, but the battle last night had already alarmed all parties. When Ross Bader knew about it, the Black Scorpion Gang was completely destroyed overnight, and he did not hesitate to persuade other members of the Chamber of Commerce to come and join him early in the morning. He was afraid that if he acted too late, Charlotte would make the Bad Chamber of Commerce the next target. Charlotte did not expect that the Bad Chamber of Commerce would be so tactful, and said with a smile, "Very good. Welcome the Bader Chamber of Commerce to join the big family of the City Patrol Army." He glanced at the rest of the people and asked, "What about you?" The gang members looked pale and hurriedly shouted, "We are also willing to join the City Patrol Army." Charlotte said to Dubin, "Check if there are any gangs in this area who are unwilling to join the City Patrol Army. I will help them join in a decent manner." Chapter 99. Charlotte said this lightly, but the gang members were terrified. The destruction of the Black Scorpion Gang yesterday was too shocking. No one could have imagined that the chief of the patrol army in the Lukavaro district was so cruel and brutal. The Black Scorpion Gang was also a gang that had been established for more than 10 years, but it didn't even last a night and disappeared. Charlotte originally planned to go to his old acquaintance Louis Simi to assess the wealth of the Black Scorpion Gang. Since Ross Bud took the initiative to join him, he handed the matter over to this new member. Businessman. He no longer cared about the subsequent events. In the next few days, Charlotte did nothing but continue to work diligently every day. The destruction of the Black Scorpion Gang overnight made the Lone Wolf Gang, the Dark Knight Beast, and the Gulab Brotherhood much more obedient. Charlotte did not take advantage of the situation to force them, nor did he even wipe out several small gangs that were still hesitating. He was trying to digest the forces he had swallowed. It was another Monday, and it was the Empire's payday again. The Fars Empire finally declared war on Byron. This news immediately caused a stir throughout the Empire. Various newspapers were discussing the upcoming war, but the top leaders remained silent, and it was obvious that they had reached a tacit understanding. The Lukavaro District Patrol Army finally ushered in changes. A document from the Central Government Office ordered the Lukavaro District Patrol Army to be reorganized into the Free Knights, giving it the right to expand, and transferring the original Chief Patrol Lady Mavis to a new Chief Patrol. Charlotte, who received the document, felt relieved. When he saw the resume of the new Chief Inspector assigned by the General Office of the Central Government on the document, he suddenly felt a sense of 100 flowers in full bloom, goddesses dancing. The new Chief Inspector of the Lukavaro District Patrol Army is a 40th grade second-class sergeant. In theory, this military service level is a freshman who has graduated for 1 or 2 years, or even longer. But in fact, this new Chief Inspector is a freshly graduated college student with a very imaginative name, Dorothy Sume, the crown goddess of Gorgia University, the cousin of Milan. Dorothy has graduated and is no longer a student at Gorgias University. She will no longer be the crown goddess. When Charlotte saw this name, she understood why he graduated as a 41st class first-class clerk, while the other party was a 40th class second-class sergeant, and was able to break the rules, obtain a government status, and become a powerful general patrol. He racked his brains to figure out why his new partner would be Dorothy Sume. The former crown goddess of Gorgias University was very efficient. She appeared at number 1 Falcon Street in the afternoon, when Charlotte received the document from the General Office of the Central Government. When this beautiful girl with blue eyes and a daffodil-like demeanor stood in Charlotte's office, her first words were, "I just wanted to see your shocked expression." Charlotte spread her hands and asked, "Why did you come to patrol the city?" Dorothy was very familiar. In Charlotte's office, he found the flower tea, took out a card, put it under the kettle, and quickly boiled the water and brewed a cup for himself. Charlotte's eyes were wide open and she asked, "Is this the card magic of Gorgias University?" Dorothy blew gently on the hot water and answered, "Yes, it is the card magic created by Johann Arthur Conan Doyle, the first president of Gorgia University. This card is a bonfire. It is very convenient to use it to boil some hot water and food in the wild." Although Charlotte envied him, he knew that he no longer had the energy to practice card magic, so he just asked casually, "Dorothy, what level of extraordinary are you?" Dorothy Sume said, "A 3rd-level card magician. A little bit better than N." Charlotte didn't want to continue this topic. With Dorothy's bad character, every word he said might be passed on to N's ears, and it would definitely be a modified version after adding fuel to the fire. Dorothy held the flower tea and drank it slowly and carefully. It must be said that she is worthy of being the crown goddess of Gorgias University and the cousin of Milan, the first rose of the empire. Her appearance is almost impeccable, and her manners are also very elegant. From the appearance alone, it can be said that there is no dead angle without flaws. But in terms of personality, Charlotte didn't want to complain. He also poured himself a cup of coffee. He really wasn't used to the coffee in this world, it was a bit too sour, so he bought a batch of beans, roasted them in a traditional way, and made them charcoal roasted. Although the taste was average and not satisfactory, it was finally palatable. Dorothy's little nose moved slightly and asked, "What kind of coffee is this?" Charlotte gestured, "Do you want to try it?" Dorothy put down the flower tea in his hand, followed Charlotte's brewing steps, added sugar and milk, and heated it slightly with the magic card bonfire. He took a sip and his eyes lit up immediately. "Where did you get the coffee? It's slightly bitter, but just the right amount. After adding sugar and milk, it becomes a rich aroma. I've never seen such a taste before." Charlotte didn't pretend to be profound and explained, "I roasted the coffee beans deeply." She also told Dorothy in detail the precautions for roasting coffee beans. Dorothy memorized it silently and asked, "If you open a coffee shop, you will definitely have good business." Charlotte laughed and said, "I would rather open a chain of milk tea shops. This thing is a profitable big business on Earth, and it is loved by women all over the world." Charlotte thought about many profitable businesses in the old world. In addition to the pharmacy, she also thought about opening a milk tea shop. However, the former is an existing business in the old world, and only needs to adjust the goods sold, while the latter is too earth-shattering. He doesn't know whether the business will be good. Dorothy didn't know what a chain was, nor what milk tea was. She frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Milk and tea together don't look like they will taste good. This business is a sure loss." Charlotte did not explain and asked, "Dorothy, are you really going to work?" Dorothy put away his magic cards and said, "I also brought the soldiers you urgently need. But you seem to have solved this problem yourself." Charlotte then remembered that Madame Mavis mentioned that the Empire would give him a batch of soldiers. In recent days, most of his patrol troops, who were eating empty salaries, had been transferred away, but because a group of prisoners came and recruited local gang members, he didn't think about it for a while. Chapter 100. Dorothy didn't bring anyone here, she just brought a list. In theory, Charlotte needs to take the list and go to these transfer departments to ask for people. After all, this patrol army may go to the front line, and no one is willing to come. Charlotte only took a look at the list and put it behind her. Dorothy was full of curiosity about Charlotte. She knew that this man was her cousin's subordinate, Anne's boyfriend, a humble little person, and a careerist who rose to prominence. As for Charlotte's identity, as a transcendent, Dorothy didn't care much about her recent outstanding achievements. The Sume family was not short of high-level transcendents, let alone young talents. If she were not a girl, she could get the family's support. Dorothy would even be confident that she could be promoted to the middle level at this age, and even be able to touch the edge of the high-level extraordinary in a few years. Normally, among college students and young people who have graduated for a few years, there are more low-level extraordinary people, and among the quasi-middle-aged people over 30 years old, there are more middle-level extraordinary people. Most of the high-level extraordinary people are uncles in their 40s and 50s. All extraordinary roads require time to hone. A very few geniuses can go faster, but that kind of thing is not in the plan of ordinary people. After taking a sip of coffee, Dorothy said, "One more thing. We need to go to the central government office to register the knights together." Charlotte had worked in the central government office for 2 years and knew the procedures there. She said, "Then let's go now. If we are late, I am afraid they will stop working." Dorothy walked out of the office calmly with coffee in hand. Charlotte watched Dorothy get on her carriage and could only follow. Dorothy occupied the small study in the carriage and took a book from the bookshelf and slowly flipped through it. Charlotte was tactful and didn't say anything, but just gave Mrs. Nancy the address. The carriage arrived at the general office of the central government. The two got off the carriage and walked into Charlotte's former workplace side by side. He was quite emotional and thought, "I hope I don't run into acquaintances, otherwise it will be difficult to explain my current identity as the 34th level 4th level clerk and the commander-in-chief of the Lucavaro District Patrol Army." However, things did not go as planned. Charlotte saw a former colleague, Mr. Edgar, walking out with a red face as soon as he entered the general office of the central government. He almost passed by him. Charlotte turned slightly to avoid him, but Edgar recognized his former colleague and called out, "Is that Mr. Mecklin? I heard you went to prison. It's a pity that you missed this promotion because you have to recalculate the promotion period there." Nodding slightly at Charlotte, Edgar said to Dorothy in high spirits, "Are you friends with Charlotte? He is a good person, but he is unlucky. He missed this promotion and has to wait another 3 years. I'm a second-level clerk in the central government office. Maybe I can be promoted to the 3rd level soon." Dorothy is the crown goddess of Gorgias University. There are very few graduates of this level in the central government office. Her beauty has exceeded the upper limit of the appearance of this government department. Edgar was very attentive, and even his mind had already emerged, and the other party had admired him, abandoned Charlotte, and threw himself into his arms. Charlotte had no choice but to interrupt this former colleague, who was like a male peacock spreading his tail, and said, "Let's do something. If we don't hurry up, everyone will have to rest. You also know that the central government office never waits for anyone. There is even an old joke in the central government office that a soldier on the front line came with a warrant to request a batch of weapons, but encountered the central government office closing time. At that time, a civil servant arrogantly said, 'Even if it is a war, it cannot affect our closing time.' He drove the frontline soldier out of the door, and went to have afternoon tea leisurely. The result of the story was not beautiful. The Empire's troops were completely wiped out because they did not get supplies and lost the front line. That arrogant civil servant was also sent to the gallows for dereliction of duty. But this story has been passed down. Almost every civil servant in the central government office has heard it, and almost everyone will keep this proverb in mind. Even if it is a war, it cannot affect our get-off work. Edgar had no choice but to watch the two leave, and did not forget to shout behind them, "This beautiful lady, may I know your name?" Dorothy did not look back at all. After walking away, she complained in a low voice, Don't you have female employees in the central government office? Why does he look like he has never seen a woman before? Charlotte laughed. Of course he has never seen a girl as beautiful as you. Even I don't see it often. Dorothy smiled slyly and asked a soul-stirring question. Who is prettier, me or Anne? Charlotte responded quickly without hesitation. There is a proverb in the New World. In the eyes of a man in love, no woman can compare to his sweetheart. Dorothy chuckled and said, Why haven't I heard of this proverb? Charlotte shrugged his shoulders without explaining. He used the wisdom of the earth to make up a proverb. The two quickly found the Military Affairs Knights Department of the General Office of the Central Government. Charlotte returned to his former workplace and was familiar with the place. He saw that dozens of staff members in the Knights Department looked relaxed, talking and laughing, and seemed to be going off work. He quickly grabbed a rather silent middle-aged man, stuffed a forward in his hand, and said, We are the patrol troops of the Lucavaro district. We want to reorganize into the Free Knights. How do we go about the procedures? The silent middle-aged man squeezed a 4-0 banknote in his hand and said, I can do it. Do you have the documents? Charlotte handed over the documents brought by Dorothy. The middle-aged man reviewed the documents and said, I also need your identity certificates and the application documents for the knights. This document must be marked with the name of the knights, the location, the jurisdiction. Charlotte answered one by one. As for the name of the knights, he reported it without hesitation. The Knights of Favonius. After all, Enda Brittany is the goddess of Favonius at Gorgias University. Although the former crown goddess was right beside him, if he dared to name the order of the crown knights, he would probably be a single toad for the rest of his life. Dorothy did not raise any objections, and whispered in Charlotte's ear in a very low voice, You owe me a favor. Charlotte shrugged her shoulders and acknowledged the favor. It was also an honor to owe a favor to Miss Su Mei. At the end of the registration of the Order of the Knights, the middle-aged man casually asked, How many years of registration? Charlotte's eyes lit up immediately, and he had only one thought in his heart. This is a good value for the money. He lowered his voice very low and said lightly, 1999.